is time for day 2 here, the main event of the Lima Major. That is right. You've come to the right place to be kept up to date of everything, including games that you might have missed. We had a long day yesterday, a couple of delays here and there, but that's okay because Dota powers us through, and we are here to tell you what you missed in case you did miss something. And when I say we, it's not just me. I'm Shiva, I'm your host for this morning, and I'm joined by Jenkins, Sheepstick, and Purge. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Shiva, I really took affront to the fact that you said we had a long day yesterday. What time did you go to bed, you and Jenkins? What, 9 p.m., 10 p.m.?
I went to bed at 10 p.m., but I was
10.
in the 7 a.m. shuttle. It's with you.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep, that's right. I was at the. Well, you were here slightly. Right? I didn't have as bad as some people, but
no, I think
day.
we're the lucky ones. We got a nice amount of
are.
sleep. Players got enough sleep. I think that's the most important thing because that's what we're here. Yay!
And
We're back. I don't know what happened.
I
Was
lost
that me?
it too. It was you and me. We're on like the same circuit. Or
No,
something.
it was all of us. I
Was
lost
it?
you too,
I started doing sign language, but then I don't know what I'm saying, so I didn't want
I
to
was
say
just
some
playing.
Be rude,
profanity
yeah.
in sign language
But if you
by
did,
accident.
it just would have been on brand. So it'd been like, oh, okay, that makes
True.
sense.
Yeah,
That's all that he would know is how to say fart in sign.
There's a profanity level, right? And you have a certain threshold.
And you always like play the line slightly.
Yeah, but
above
you're
it,
worried about if you go above that line, you're done,
Yes.
right?
I hear a slight crackle when I talk.
hear that
hope
too.
that's
Same,
not
yeah, no.
forever. Oh, unfortunate. I wanted to give a little bit of a shout out. Obviously, we had a long day. Spanish broadcasters next to us yesterday had a 2-hour pre-show. This day, they're not live yet. We're live
that's
before
us.
them.
We're gonna have
wanna
the
do the 2 hour, yeah.
We're doing 2 hours.
That's
This
what's
is
happening right
this
here.
is our punishment. They said, okay, send those
Okay.
idiots live.
Well,
Yep.
we don't have 2 hours, hopefully, luckily. There's a couple of things I want to go over. Because yesterday we did have a lot of Dota games, and we did have a lot of awesome things happen inside the
No.
Oh,
Yay,
we're back.
Okay.
Honestly, just
this
keep
is
it
not
going.
a good start.
I can hear you.
This
It's
is a rough
fine.
start.
Let's
so
take a
far.
look at what happened yesterday, because we started the day off with Aster and Gaming Gladiators. Now, all the matches yesterday were in the upper bracket, so nobody got eliminated. But the teams obviously tried their hardest, because winning here would give them top 6, and that gives you points and money here at this Lima Major. Gaming Gladiators, though, they came out of the gate swinging, Sheep.
They did, yeah. And I'm sure we'll talk more about like at the Aster side of things for the next series. But Gaimin, they were, I would say, doing pretty well in some areas and kind of bad in the others. Like I think their laning yesterday was maybe a little bit weaker than we've seen, especially on like the mid lane with Quinn. However, they took the mid game fights really well. I think they understood their timings perfectly. And they just sort of outplayed Aster super hard. I think they had a really good understanding of the parts of the map that they had to control. So they were using like vision well, utilizing that Treant Protector. I was pretty impressed overall with that.
Yeah, I agree. And then on the flip side, Aster tried to take the Treant strat. They did the Treant Silencer plus Nature's Prophet, which we saw. Did not go well for them. Usually when you take a strategy that a team has been, clearly scrimming and they have ideas based around, it's like you don't have those same ideas, maybe the baseline ones, but not the ones that follow from it. And Gaimin crushed them with an Underlord pick, which I think we saw another one of those too.
But it lost, right?
It lost, yeah. And it was Spirit that picked Underlord. But I can understand why some people are like valuing like Tide or Underlord, because if you're playing to like Global Silence and like Treant Protector ulti, and there's just certain spells right now where it feels like you need a Dispel, but also you need to be a hero that is like okay with just having a bunch of crap cast on you.
Yeah.
Because Underlord, like he puts his spells on the ground, then you cast stuff on him and you disable him, he doesn't care.
Yeah, and you want to pair Greaves buyers with heroes that are naturally tanky anyways, because then you get extra value from it, right?
Yeah,
Like
true.
if you have some Death Prophet hero who's healing, it makes more sense because the heals that you get are then going to be more tanky
and
afterwards.
you purge the Vessel, which would be the counter to these tanky heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So if you can fit all that stuff together, it makes it a little bit better, but you still have to play Dota super, super well.
Yeah.
And in a lot of games yesterday, we saw some teams do really well, but I think we saw some underperformance as well, unfortunately, from a couple.
Yeah, I think we just witnessed some highlights of the EG Entity match, and I think that's probably the biggest disappointment I had from yesterday, because EG in the group stages was looking solid, and they were definitely on an upward trajectory, but it felt like they kind of, I don't know, they said themselves that they didn't feel like before the event, before the main stage, that they would not have, they would not suffer under the pressure from the crowd. I felt like they did suffer from the pressure of the crowd.
And even if they didn't yesterday, even if they just played poorly, I feel like the next time they play, they're definitely going to suffer from it, because I was super excited for that match. The crowd went crazy in most cases. When they were coming back, the crowd went crazy, but they were dead silent as the rest of the game ended, basically, whenever there wasn't a good momentum for EG.
It was really funny because they were doing the sports thing, right? Where they're like they were like trying to help out EG with like the whistling during the smokes. It was baiting, like, because here's the thing, it's like, yeah, you know, the crowd is like supporting EG and trying to help out, but like, what's the average Dota player rating? Like 3 to 4K MMR, like maybe at best. So it's like they're like, you know, whistling these smokes, and EG's just like, okay, we'll hide in our base. They actually shouldn't have been in their base when that moment happened. I remember thinking like they could actually be farming out on the map, like enemy triangle or something like that, but they're so scared because the crowd is whistling. Yeah. Like there's actually debating happening where if they can hear them, they need to not listen.
Surely you can hear the vibrations. That's always
everybody talks about that at LANs. You can always hear the vibrations.
Feel the vibrations.
Feel the vibrations, especially if the crowd is like roaring. And there's so many people here, and it's so like close. So I'm sure they can. I mean, both teams can.
Well, at least this time we're gonna have EG versus Beast Coast, so there's not gonna be any bias.
I don't think the bias even helps. I'm
just saying that there won't be any. So hopefully they won't be messing them over anyway. It will just be constant screaming.
There's going to be like a crowd meta that evolves, where like the different vibrations and the things that the crowd are doing. It's like you have to figure out what that means.
Everybody in Section A when the smoke happens.
And if their read on it, they're not professional Dota coaches. You know what I mean? It's like thousands of people that.
Section B. Lowest MMR. Don't listen to that.
It's
you get put in different sections based on your badge.
I also think though there is an argument that like Entity, like I casted that game and I did not see a single point. There was like one point in that game where Entity messed up. They made a mistake, but it was after getting 2 racks with like a 27K gold lead where they're like, we're gonna end the game right now, and then they lose a fight, and then they just win the next one. They just play discipline from the next onward.
I saw them get a little rowdy. Like, I saw Stormstormer feeling himself by Blink Dagger on DP and just, like, blink into 5 heroes and die.
Way after, they're, like, super far ahead, though.
Yeah.
And even then, it's
it could have been a turning point, potentially.
It could have. If he wasn't DP.
Yeah, if he wasn't broken.
If he did that on, like, Pugna or something like that, then it's like, okay, you're griefing. But DP is kind of like, you want to bait people to go on you, so it's a little 50-50.
Yeah, it worked out for Entity. Obviously, they had strong showing. They moved forward. I want to also touch on the other 2 series that happened yesterday, because I think Shopify taking on Team Spirit is probably our closest series. There was the only one that went to the 3 games as well. And Game 2, I believe, was the most exciting one.
Dude, honestly, all 3 games I thought were very solid, but Game 2 was definitely the most exciting. It was Shopify Rebellion kind of struggling a little bit. They were behind by like 4K. They lost a bunch of heroes by the Roche fight. If you haven't seen the clip yet, you really need to. But RTZ in a 1v5 scenario, they had a TA trap under Roche that wasn't dewarded. Big mistake by Spirit. He uses that to get the BKB Requiem off to steal second Roche and Shard, and he TP'd out. Yeah. It was incredible. And he had a couple other moments in the game like that where I was like, oh my god, I haven't seen RTZ play like this in like 5 years. It's like he's been in depression mode forever or something. I don't know. But it was an amazing series from him.
It's the Saberlight factor, dude. I swear to God, I saw RTZ and him hugging after the series. I've never seen that man hug somebody in my life. So I feel like Saberlight just brings up the energy of any team. I mean, if anybody's seen his stream, the guy's just like wacky. Like you can't take yourself seriously around him. And I feel like that's what RTZ needed. You said you watched a moment where he was like high-fiving and like tipping Collapse or something like that?
Yeah, Collapse, he was playing Underlord. He used his ulti across the map, but it ended up being bad. Like the initiation failed. So he came right back to the lane. So he's just standing there against RTZ. Collapse right-clicks the portal and spams S, which like made it flare. And then RTZ walked up and did it also. Like they're literally playing Adam Major in winner bracket, and they're fucking around. And and then they count to both cameras. It was perfect, and they're both just like lightly smiling, just having a good time. You know?
No, I'm fairly sure RTZ looked dead inside in that
no,
shot.
He smiled, dude. I saw his lips curved up a little bit. He was having a good time. Yeah.
So anyway, it is good, and you do indeed when things are rough. At some point, you need someone to bring up the mood, and maybe that is what Shopify has missed. Maybe that's what the roster missed for a while. Obviously, their team always took themselves very seriously. So maybe this is a new page in their book of Dota 2 here. And there was one final series at the end of the day, because Team Liquid and Talon, it was a 2-0, and I think everybody was expecting it to be a 2-0 in favor of Liquid. But Jenkins, Talon definitely put up a fight.
Yeah, they did. I think Talon played it pretty well, better than people expected. There's one point in the game where I saw Mickey on Sniper trading with 23 on Lina with a 7k gold lead, and almost 23 killed him anyway. So it's like Liquid, they feel like they figured out the Lina, and of course it looks like they have because they've been beating it, but it's been looking really tough. And yeah, Talon played the early game really well. They did their offlane Naga, and literally nobody, like, I can't see any other team getting away with this other than like Jabs playing it.
They didn't get away with it. They
Well,
did
yeah,
not.
but it was the game was like closer than people would have expected, given how the DPC season went for Talon and for Liquid.
I suppose. I remember seeing some clip where Mickey just killed like 4 heroes by himself. He's just standing in the middle, a little dwarf. Pew, pew, pew.
No, he had Treant armor on him. I will say he had
okay,
Treant
yeah.
armor.
Cheating.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the things that you need to abuse to beat the Lina, it seems. And it wasn't just that series where we saw the Lina get defeated. It is still one of the best heroes of the tournament, and it's about physical damage, basically. You need to out-DPS her. It's difficult, though, because she has, like, 300 attack speed just by her third skill. So
Yeah.
you need to do it with a combination of you having lots of physical damage, with you having lots of minus armor, with you having plus armor. You could do that with Tree, with Greaves, with lots of other things. But that balance is what you need to be able to out-DPS and kill her.
I don't want to call it a balance because I saw Shopify literally 5-man counter it. They stole the Treant Nature's Prophet from Liquid. They did the Tiny, which is another counter. You toss the Lina in. They did Zeus, which I heard a lot of people in the DPC season talking about chipping Lina and not engaging in fights. And then they did the SF and the minus armor. In each game, they would go Medallion plus Blightstone. Like, literally just all into Lina. I remember seeing Crit, like, ping, Lina is missing, Lina is missing, Lina is missing. Like, in my mind, like, what I think he's doing in the game is constantly reminding his team, okay, guys, next fight, just go on Lina. Like, we'll zone everybody else out, just focus Lina. That is how powerful this hero is right now. But if you can know the type of game that you're going to play in, everybody likes to protect Lina, right? Everybody likes to all in on the Lina. And if you all in on the Lina and kill her, and then it's just all these support heroes left, you're going to win the game, even if it's hard. A win is a win.
It's also like how much damage can you output on her before she pops her BKB. And they
And
use like
Satanic, yeah.
so many like really nice long range spells between Zeus, Nature's Prophet, or there was like a Gleipnir as well, which is like 100 million range.
SF carry as well, Dragonlance.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, of course, both Talon and Team Liquid, they will play again, but they are the two teams that they played past midnight. It was definitely a long night for them. They get the luxury of not playing today. Neither of them do, because today, as you just saw the schedule, there's only 3 series. Only 3 series. Still got a great Dota coming your way, of course. And it's all eliminations. We can bring up the brackets a little bit, because all the matches yesterday, of course, we're in the upper bracket, which is all lovely, happy, yay, everybody gets to play again. Not today.
I don't want to talk about this.
You don't?
Let's just go next.
You get too sad about it?
Oh, EG Beast Coast. I'm casting that series, dude. I can't. I can't.
It's well, first of all, you're fine, because nobody will hear what you say, because the crowd will be too loud. Second,
I'm gonna mute your stream because I don't want to listen to you.
Yeah,
that's
would
another option right
I would
there.
recommend that for anybody.
Yeah, no, this is, I mean, eliminations are always rough, for sure. Of course, last game of the day, PSG LTD versus Team Spirit. A classic. Love that. Beast Coast EG has everybody's eye.
Yeah, I think that's the obvious one. You're going to get the guaranteed crowd reactions no matter what happens. You get to see a little bias check from the local fans. I think that's exciting. I am a little worried for EG before they got to win a bracket here. Lots of confidence for them. Like, they weren't the best team, but they looked really solid after yesterday's performance. I worry that their morale is going to hit them, and considering the fact that in their DPC season they got 0-2'd by Beast Coast. Beast Coast, in my opinion, outdrafted them, outplayed them a little bit. Those two things layered together is like 2 signs that worries me that EG is going to just kind of drop the ball and get knocked out right away. But no matter what happens, I think it'll be a good series.
I actually would disagree with the DPC as a sign. I think that EG were in a very dominant position in both of the games versus Beast Coast in the DPC, and they should have won. So I think it's kind of easy for them to look back on the replays together as a team and figure out what the biggest problems were. I also I think the EG have been drafting really well, and I think Beast Coast are a team draft-wise that are pretty easy to figure out. So I genuinely do believe EG has the hand over Beast Coast in terms of like strategy. It's just whether they can deal with Beast Coast and lower bracket. It is literally where they are the most powerful.
Yeah, it is true, but I mean, the problem is these teams basically just swapped 50% of their players this season, so they're kind of both a mix of the lower bracket Grim Reapers that we saw throughout the previous year of Dota. So
it's a great way to find out if the power was
who
one
the power
part,
is
one
one.
part.
Yeah, exactly. Or if it's a 2-1 and a super close series, the power may have actually been evenly split, which would be very unlikely, I would say.
Yes, it would also be a bad thing, because does it split and both retain the same power, or does it split and both get half? You know, what does it mean for the rest of the tournament?
My heart says that the power is in K1 and in C-Smile. Because I know, having scrimped against C-Smile when he was on like Beast Coast and his like original teams, like sometimes the guy just wouldn't show up because he just forgot about the scrim. He just doesn't give a shit, you know what I mean? But he's the type of guy that like if he's 100% focused in the game because he has to be, then he's the best player, the best mid laner on the planet.
So does that mean that both get 50%? Because obviously they split.
And K1 I think is similar. He's a little harder to read than C-Smile.
Did it split? Then
maybe.
They're like a starfish that like gets cut in half but grows into two new beautiful starfish.
Right.
Starfish do that?
I think so. Yeah.
I thought it was,
I usually cut them up and throw them in the ocean. I just assume I'm helping.
You're thinking of sea sponges.
Was that not good?
You've just been massacring starfish.
Was 1 million too many before taking the time to Google it? Whoops.
Oh my God.
They put us next to the sea. That was a mistake.
Yeah, that's what I do in my breaks. I just walk down there, take my shoes off, and I just find a really sharp rock, and I...
Jesus Christ.
No? Is that bad?
you even did it with a rock? Not like, oh, whatever.
Dude,
Oh, dear.
It's not even humane.
I can't bring a knife on an airplane.
That's right. You're flying to beaches and cutting starfish.
They don't have...
This is what Dota talent do on their off time.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, too much information on that one. I'd rather not dive into that one. What I love to dive into the series of the day that we start with, because it's scheduled today. You know, we talked about PSG LTD, the Spirit, tiny bit. EG Beast Coast, I mean, we're going to talk about that a lot today. And then the first game of the day is Tundra TI Champions 2022. And they start in the lower bracket, and they're going to go up against Aster, who yesterday got knocked to the lower bracket by Gaming Gladiators. So that's our first best of 3 of the day, elimination on the line. There's a lot to talk about. The best thing to talk about, of course, is the players. But before we do that, I believe the players are on their way to take the stage. I saw it on a different broadcast. They're already there. We missed it. Sad times. Well, there they are. Let's go. All right, Aster is definitely ready for their match.
Talon. Holy base. They did it. 3 hours sleep. They're back.
That actually messed me up. I was like on the bus coming here, and I opened my Twitter, and there's like Lyrical saying like, "Oh, done with day 2," and it said 5 hours ago. I was like, "Oh no!" Oh god, there they are, Team Aster.
All right, well, Aster is ready to go. They played, of course, first series of the day yesterday. It was a long day for them as well because that one series did start late. They had a rough time. They, of course, come in as the 4th seed of their group, and they did have to play tiebreakers to even get to the upper bracket to begin with. And I think yesterday, Gaming Gladiators kind of, I don't know, they feel like they exposed them a bit?
A little bit, but I think you have to give Aster at least some credit. Like, they definitely had really solid moves. The first, like, 10-15 minutes, they overplayed their lanes. Like she pointed out, Quinn got solo killed both games. So they had good momentum going for them. I just felt like Gaming Gladiators, like, mid and late game plan and draft was excellent and very, very well executed. And that's why Aster looked maybe a little bit weak at the end. But in reality, Aster had a really good start. I think as long as their morale doesn't drop a lot, and I don't think it should, they have a really good shot in this series.
Yeah, Baboka played out of his mind. I actually don't think Quinn got solo killed in the game 2. I think it was Baboka came mid on his silencer twice. Like, in the game 1, yeah, the DP was like diving tower and stuff, but whew.
Well, let's welcome in Team Tundra as well. Indeed, the only team to have not changed a single thing after TI, which is very normal if you indeed are the champions of said TI. Not even AUI was released, and that is a first for him. So congratulations on that part.
I think that was a mistake.
Yeah, definitely a mistake.
I think that's.
You think that's the reason why they're in the lower brackets?
I think so. He loses motivation. This man only does things that he considers fun, like eating macaroni and cheese with his bare hands, which nobody believes
Yeah.
that that's a thing.
No,
'Cause
I
when he's-
believe you,
Children,
Jenkins.
children do that.
Because when he's and he's a grown child, and he should be released from the team, and maybe they'll start winning it because he lacks motivation. I'm just kidding. I think Aui's a genius.
No, no, you're
too late now.
right. Don't walk it back. At TI, I actually remembered to bring up the fact that he failed to qualify with Arkosh, and then I got sent death threats.
That's why I'm.
They're trying to keep us down.
That's why I'm upset with him, because he didn't carry me to a TI, and so he should have done his job. But I will say, he made me a 9K MMR player, playing with him for literally 1 week. This guy's brain is way too big for his head. I'm pretty sure his brain like seeps into his spinal cord. Like his whole spine is his brain.
Isn't that normal?
I don't.
Isn't the fluid like spinal cerebral
yeah,
fluid?
I think
isn't
you're
it?
right. I think
Okay.
you're right. I don't know, but
So he's got a really fluidic spine, is what you're trying to say.
But here's the thing, okay? Where Aoi is super impressive, and where 33 is super impressive, is like their extremely unique ideas in the game. Buying the boots, running to the secret shop, selling them at the secret shop because there's this 30-second timer to get the wards out quicker, getting these early D wards. It sets up for like a really solid early game. Everybody saw that shit at TI. If I'm doing it in my pubs, you can bet your ass that Aster is doing it in their pubs and officials.
And what I think is important about that is that at TI they were ahead of the curve. They were ahead of the curve with the meta. They ignored. It was like what's happening with Liquid right now. They knew Liquid knows Lena's the best. They just know how to beat her. At TI, Tundra did the same thing with Leshrac. I feel like they're behind this tournament is why they're struggling a little bit. Almost every one of their drafts is different. They're picking a pretty good hero variety. So it's like I think they just haven't quite solidified on what works for them and what's perfect, and that's why it seems a little chaotic with their results. So they have all those amazing qualities. That's why they won TI, but they aren't embodying that right now at this tournament.
They need new tech.
To build off like the positives, as an example of that, like we saw them come out with the Mirana 5 at TI, which was like pretty massive, and we saw it played so much in the DPC after that tournament, and it was because Tundra were talking amongst each other, and they were like, we need a replacement for Crystal Maiden. Like if Crystal Maiden gets banned, we need a secondary hero. And they looked at pubs, they saw Mirana, they looked at her stats, and they were like, this seems pretty good. And sneaking when he played as a 4 was absolutely insane on the hero.
Bottom.
Yeah, but we haven't seen any sort of innovation like that really working for them since TI.
No, it's been rough. I mean, they even barely made it to the major to begin with. They had to play tiebreakers several times.
There's a real argument that, like mentally, whether they're like consciously willing to admit it or not, which I would say that they wouldn't, because they're just very competitive players, that maybe they're like mode coast until the patch comes out. Because I know these are the type of players that really enjoy figuring out a new patch.
Yes.
It's like their favorite thing to do in Dota. And they might just be in the slot of like doing as well as they can at this major, but then really kind of prepping for the next season, which might be great for Aster if that's the case. Even, like I said, if it's entirely subconscious, which I would say that it is.
I could totally see that.
Because a lot of your desire comes from just natural enjoyment of the game, right?
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
The patch it's been a while. So yeah, I think they're definitely gonna explode in a big way when the new patch. Comes back.
Oh,
and
hello.
and And that's why I think the next patch is going to be so good.
Purge, I totally agree with you. I think that they're going to add Roshan as a playable hero. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Dota's going to be a 5v5v1 where Roshan's going to be played by a player.
Yes.
Okay.
That was very beautiful.
Can I
you.
queue in of a game? It's like, I would like to play Roche, please. I just have the Roche queue.
Yes, there's the Roche
Nice.
queue, and you have to win 10 Dota matches in a row to unlock the Roche queue.
Nice. And what if you
Wait,
have
that's just
already
ca-
done
that's
that
just-
in the past?
That's just carry role queue tokens. I'm realizing now. That's just role queue.
If I lay down a beat, can you rap what you want in the new patch?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yo. Playing Dota 2 at the Roche pit. I don't know where I'm going to ward it. Put it on the high ground. I'm a piece of shit. I'm playing Radiant. I'm losing Dota. 40% win rate. I don't know whether Purge is going to bait me into rapping in front of 20,000 people that probably left because the audio went out. Purge
Okay.
hasn't got clout.
No more.
Okay. I do want to talk about this
I
game.
can't do it without swearing is the problem. I was really trying to
Keep
filter myself. I wanted to say something bait. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You know, for all the 18 plus in chat, they know where I was going with that. But you can't say that on Major.
Yeah.
All right, I do want to preview this match a little bit. I want to talk about how we have seen Tundra play this event so far, because of course we can all come to the conclusions as to why they might not be in top shape during the groups, but maybe playing on stage kicks them into gear. That could totally happen, right? Because that's a different vibe.
It could, because when you're talking like, you know, natural enjoyment of the game and you know, having fun and how that like dictates like how much effort you're putting in and yada yada. It's like, of course, playing in front of a crowd is the best thing that you can do. It's like this massive dopamine rush. I actually am worried for the players' mental health after they're done competing in Dota because it is such a huge rush
Fair.
to play in front of a crowd.
I can see that. I can see that. On the bright side, also for both teams, actually, they both didn't do too well in the groups. They actually only have one game difference in terms of wins and losses in their groups. Like Aster is 8-8, Tundra was 7-9. It's like very, very different, or very similar results rather. Do we have a favorite going into this? Because of course we know that Aster got put into the upper bracket first, but yesterday we weren't too impressed with them. Tundra coming into lower brackets, so we weren't too impressed with them either. But then you've got two teams that are not that impressive up against each other, and all of a sudden it's even playing ground.
I think it'll be a really good series no matter what. Like, I don't know. They're both very talented players and teams. It's going to be a good show.
I agree with that. I think it's hard to say who was better than the other. I feel about Tundra, when I look at their group stage, it just felt like a load of experimentation because during the DPC, they stuck too hard to what they were doing at TI, but it was all nerfed. And now in the groups, they're trying new things. They're playing like their DK carry and random stuff like with a Darkseer and I don't know, it wasn't going very well. They also had that horrible throw versus EG where they didn't wait for the 60-minute neutral items and just sort of did like a massive chain feed. So they're not playing really as clean as they were before.
Yeah.
And they're sticking to old ideas like Doom still, which I have just not seen Doom be successful in forever. They said they believe in it, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, you go for it.
It just, yeah, Doom has fallen off the face of the earth. I don't know entirely why. I mean, the pub win rate of it, honestly, during the last month was like kind of bad.
Oh, yeah.
But I felt like people got baited into thinking it's like really sick because in those late game scenarios where you do get to the like Octarine, Aghanim Scepter, Shiva's Guard sort of thing for the Doom, like it does feel really toxic to play against, like almost impossible to play against. But then, you know, you have to get there without losing just like some Lina or Nature's Prophet, right? These heroes are just like so early game centric, like they'll take all your tier ones and where's a Doom gonna farm?
Yesterday, when we talked about Aster, we said they play around Monet a lot. Like, if you were to describe their playstyle, that was what, you know, they circle around Monet and they set them up for success. Is there any kind of thing like that we can have for Tundra where you can describe their playstyle in one sentence?
I mean, you could argue that Nine does that for his whole team. He's always been less of a traditional mid laner, more of like a chaotic, ganky, don't take as much farm type one. He's probably been underperforming lately compared to what he looked like at TI. He's never looked like the best player, but he was definitely in that like tops in class of like creating chaos.
Yeah.
So him making space for his team is certainly a thing. They definitely give Skeeter a lot of space and farm.
I feel like 33 is like the biggest carry on this team,
Was it-
really.
That
so.
was 3 sentences, Pudge.
Did
Yeah,
you-
that's true.
did you-
Cheever said 1 sentence.
Well, no, he put a comma.
Yeah.
Well, that's look,
did say
you're
one
talking to me. What do you
sentence.
expect? I can't reduce it.
Thank you, Pudge.
So any other sentences, or did
Oh
I cover?
no, I was trying to think of how you could put what are those things that you put that are not words?
They're not words.
Yeah, they're not punctuation.
Numbers?
I was
Oh.
thinking how you could do punctuations
Yes.
to make that one sentence, but I couldn't figure it out because
Yeah,
it's just
you
such
use, like-
long bullshit.
I'm really glad
Say
you explained that.
however and but. And
So
I would have
Well,
also
that's a
cut
really
us off.
that's a really good way for production to tell me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that
I'm
was-
so sorry.
that was the worst part for
I'll
sure.
never speak again.
Stop talking about
Do you
punctuation,
want me
you
to say
idiot.
something useful?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Tundra. They're a team that actually highly value their fundamentals, which I think is something that's good for this event. So even if they're trying to play new heroes, when they practice, they're not always looking to just add as many heroes as possible into their pool. They want to like make sure that at a base, like their laning, the way they play the map is all very solid, because as I think Snaking said, he said every single game your hero can be different, but you always have your fundies.
Is it like min-maxing everything then?
I have a good example. Like, I think they're really good at coming up with like concepts to help them like describe fundamentals and like figure out in the game. Anyway, that is how Tundra won TI. If you want to do that exact same thing that I just laid out,
Yeah.
you just follow that same process and you can make $40 million this year.
Yeah.
Wow, Jenkins, I just did that in the last 15 seconds and I made $4,000. You were so right.
Yeah, I mean, they did it at TI, and Ali kind of revealed that secret to me, and now I shared it with the whole world, so really everybody's day just got
Yeah.
better.
It's so good that that's going to be uploaded onto Jenkins' YouTube channel
Yeah.
at the end of this day. So
And it-
subscribe now if you want.
Twitch.tv/Jenkins69.
And everybody that heard that, I mean, it's just, they are getting such a valuable head start of everyone that sees that later on.
That's right. What was I talking about before? I don't remember.
Well-
probably.
Yay, we're back. And now it's a crackle.
I don't even want to start talking. You guys just go.
Okay, well, considering anything game-related we've noticed that gets cut off, I want to make an announcement.
Uh-huh.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm just
Not
hoping it's
when-
going to cut right there.
Yay! Welcome back. It's a Lima Major here still, and we are still getting ready for the first series of the day. It should kick off soon, but before it does, we'll recap everything you might have missed earlier today when we were talking about this matchup. We're about to watch Aster versus Tundra. This is lower bracket. It's elimination on the line. It's a best of 3, and both teams coming in with not the hottest results so far. It's obvious, because why else would they be in the lower bracket? I know. Don't laugh at my top tier analysis, Sheep. I don't laugh at your top tier analysis either.
That's because it's perfect.
Just privately, not to her face.
It's true. This is
Behind my
true.
back.
I'm joined by Jenkins, Sheep, and Purge, as you can see. And I just want to recap things we talked about, because hopefully the draft is soon upon us. So for everybody that is about to watch the draft, Purge, what is the one thing that you feel like they should know going into this?
Should know going into it. I think it's about where Aster is the strongest. The laning stage seemed amazing for them. They drafted towards it.
Yeah.
So Tundra needs to make sure that whatever they do, whether it's a late game strategy, which is something they often plan for, they need to make sure that they can weather the storm of that early game.
Okay. How about you, Sheep? Anything to add to that for the viewers that want to be fully informed going into this?
I agree with Kevin's sentiment. The early game was the best, but that being said, I think the problem with Aster is that they don't know what to do with themselves after having a good early start. And something Tundra have been pretty good at is stalling out the game to try and reach their timings. So I feel like their biggest weakness as a team is when teams can end the game in the mid game. So it's like, if Aster can do that, perfect. But they've struggled so far, so they need to overcome that for me.
Is it my turn to do an analysis?
No, well, you can do something else.
Yeah.
Someone cut his mic.
I'll do it. I'm just really worried about the mic cutting thing, because it was every time I would start.
This is true. This does happen.
I think Tundra has looked rough when 33 doesn't have a snowballing game. And so that's probably where Aster is going to focus on, because I think that's what people are talking about for Tundra. And I think for Aster, it's looked rough when Monet has a bad game. So there's going to be a lot of focus on that lane, because they're laning against each other, and probably the draft as well will be in relation to both of their heroes.
Now, I made all of you say like the one thing that you feel like people should focus on. All those things, the teams are going to have prepared against each other as well. So they got to think a step ahead, right? Aster is like, okay, you know what? Monet is their focus. Tundra knows Monet is the focus. So they're going to try to protect Monet, surely. And maybe just, I don't know, surprise everyone and lay the focus elsewhere. Where do you think Tundra should go in dealing with Aster, knowing all the things we just said is everything? I'm going to assume players are cleverer, more smart than we are.
Not dumb.
Than we are. So they have come to the same conclusions.
I mean, like Jenkins pointed out, giving 3-3 the lane matchup that he wants is ideal. At TI, it felt easy. It was like, oh, I've got 3 different heroes I can play. Their items are pretty much the same. It's not as simple here. It feels like the Enigma offlane has counters that make it less effective, even though the Greaves build is good. Maybe there's some other summons type hero that would fit him really well. I think Beastmaster, he's fantastic at that hero as well. Maybe do a slight pivot into something that feels really comfortable, is less counterable, and allows him to also like smash the safe lane, or at least force him off fast, and then his team can coordinate and gank Monet to shut him down and get 3-3 ahead.
So what hero is that? What are we looking at here out of 33's hero pool?
Well, name some of the heroes.
I mean, Visage is bad. Yeah. Doom is bad.
Tino made Visage look okay.
We've determined.
But I still wouldn't pick it.
I feel like the Visage is...
I don't want it.
It's like if a guy really wants it, you know they're asking for it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like, teams aren't really picking the Visage. I mean, Beast is
always solid for
Beast
him.
is solid, but it's more of like a second phase hero now in this patch.
Yep.
And it doesn't really win the lane always. It just does good in the lane. It always farms.
I mean, they could
Nature's
always
Prophet?
Unga Bunga the Death Prophet off lane, but I don't know. I've always liked it when he gets his later pick and he gets like a Tide Hunter.
Yeah, is that a 33 specials? Is what I'm thinking.
Nah.
Like
I mean, I'd be down to see his Tide. He always seems really nice and reliable on Tide.
Darkseer, but they've not been winning with it. I know he really likes Darkseer,
Dude, he's one of the best Darkseers in the world.
but they're not winning with it from what I've seen.
That's
But
true.
then again, they're not winning a lot in the. I mean, the nature of being in the lower bracket means
True.
you didn't win.
If we look at it from the other side, what is Aster going to focus on to deal with Tundra? If they are indeed thinking that 33 is going to be the focus, is there a world where they shake things up like tremendously? Where I don't know, they go for aggressive tri-lane or something silly like that. I mean, we have not seen that this entire major.
Yeah.
There's some teams that do it. Maybe I'm thinking DPC. Not
I
the
think
major,
Gaming
but-
Gladiators does it. Like, if any team was going to do it, I would think Gaming
It's
Gladiators would.
them, yeah.
Yeah, OG did it in the DPC, but it went terribly. They actually did it against Tundra, I think, because they wanted to shut 33 down so hard. So they sent 3 heroes to his lane. He was playing Beastmaster, and he didn't care. I mean, he had like 3 loss hits at a few minutes into the game. It was terrible, but he's Beastmaster, and he somehow scraped together some levels and just farmed the jungle and made a comeback. And he had like a Poverty Iron build, and yeah, it just I don't know. This guy's really good when he's playing from behind on Beast.
Will we see the Beastmaster picked? Will the focus indeed be on Monet and 33? We're going to have to find out as we head into the draft of Game 1.
And welcome to the draft of Tundra versus Aster. We've changed panels, we've changed panelists, except for one. Jenkins, you survived the purge.
Yeah, I did. I survived the Purge panel. He was making some really awful jokes.
Yeah,
he
it's
said
true.
something about killing sea creatures.
Right.
He said he was cutting starfish.
Okay, well,
he thought they grew
I'm
back.
glossing over this panelist.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
Fear, you're here. You're an actual professional. We have a draft live in front of us. It's Aster versus Tundra. I know last time you saw Aster draft, you were not as pleased. But
Yeah.
this start, Trim Protector, it's a good start.
It's a good start, but that's not where things went wrong for Aster last time. Like, sure, XYW, he plays mainly the rotation type heroes. In the first game, they ended up picking a DP after having Enigma in the off lane. They couldn't find a way to make a rotation, and their only stun came through a position 4 Tusk. And they kind of just got like outmaneuvered by Gaming Gladiators that game, and eventually their draft had all types of flaws in it. So hopefully they went back today. ROTK, they yelled at the boys here and then got them back into focus, and they bring a much more competitive draft this series.
Okay, Nature's Prophet, I gotta ask you on this. Can
Oh,
Monet
no.
play it today?
I hope so, because they did this last time against Gaming Gladiators. Exact same opening, Treant. With it wasn't first pick Treant. They did swap the pick order a bit, but they still had the same 2 heroes in the first phase of the draft with the Treant, with the Nature's Prophet, and then Monet, he just doesn't have a game on this hero yet.
Yeah.
So like picking this hero this early without being able to flex it is definitely not a strength.
It is the Treant plus Nature's combo though. That will always, it should always do pretty well in lane, you would think. But the Beastmaster, he can skill axes and go, cut all the trees, which is
But the point
pretty
is
nice.
Monet doesn't play the
Yeah,
NP
that's the
carry.
I think there's a lot of carry players that are like that, where some of these like new meta picks that are being played in carry, particularly the Lina and the Nature's Prophet, they are struggling to learn these heroes because it does take maybe even like a couple hundred games. I feel like Nature's Prophet is in that Okay, maybe like 50 for like
Hundred's a lot.
for like a
Yeah.
for like a top tier player.
Yeah.
But to be like a really good Nature's Prophet, like Arteezy, for example, is very happy about this current meta. Like SF carry, Nature's Prophet carry. Like he already played these heroes, right? So those carry players are the ones that are definitely thriving right now.
Do you have to be good on the hero though? Like the ability to flex, like Fear says, as long as you have the potential of playing it on the carry, it doesn't seem like you have to be the utmost best on the hero.
I think you have to be better at Nature's Prophet than you have to be at Lina to play this
Okay.
hero. I think they're
Yeah, Hector plays Lina, not just Prophet. That explains.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's look at the other side. You talked about the Beastmaster. You briefly mentioned him. You were talking yesterday about the ability of Zoo this meta. The Broodmother obviously banned. And you mentioned the Beastmaster was a little bit behind, right? That's not as impactful these days.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a second phase pick now. Obviously, Tundra first phasing it means it's, based on what they thought Aster was first phasing. I mean, it's an opening. I think it's second phase a lot of the time because there was like a few weeks there where people were like picking heroes specifically to like pre-counter the Beastmaster, and then it turned out like there was a hell of a lot of them, and then they became meta. Like Lina, Nature's Prophet, Drow, all the ranged heroes are pretty good against Beast because whether you go the Axis or the board build, you're going to do well against it. And so, yeah, we can see like Nature's Prophet should hypothetically do well against Beast, but Beast just farms Ancient stacks, and he doesn't really care.
Yeah, but there's an interesting stat here for Tundra, 33, his Beastmaster. He's played it 3 games with a 33% win rate.
That makes a lot of sense for this series going into this sphere. Back to you, Avo.
I wasn't expecting that to be a joke, but 33% win rate is not very helpful. But of course,
Yeah.
Tundra has had a little bit of a shaky group stage. What's the strength of this hero in the current meta? Broodmother, now that she gives all this insane amount of vision, she feels like she does something similar to him, but
Right. I mean, you have 33 as well. He's one of the better like zoo players, as we call it.
Sure.
And I think in this meta as well, like some people like to play the tree versus the beast, right? Because like you can repair the towers, but it goes the other way too. You put the hawk, and you can surround a tower, and you can actually see the tree hiding inside of the trees there. So I think they're on that side of the field where like they want to force some early tier 1s with this Beastmaster. This is a very snowball dependent hero. Needs to have a decent laning stage, and when you are with Rubik, you can go the Axe build with the Fade Bolt, and you almost guarantee some sort of laning stage, right? And this hero can snowball if he gets items, and that's it. You just need to have a good laning stage, and I think with Rubik it's quite good.
You're definitely right. I think if you don't pick like another nuker, in particular like a ranged nuker with the Beastmaster first phase, it's probably a lot less good and more of like a second phase hero. But if you pick up with like a Snapper or Rubik, the worst case scenario, you just double nuke the lane, push it in, pull the hard camp, and like, yeah, maybe you're not going to completely free farm, but you'll like at least 50-50 the lane. Like you'll have a game and then they can go stack Ancients for Beast. I've seen that a lot right now because a lot of the other summons heroes like can't abuse the Ancient stacks. And so to make Beast better than them, it's like, it almost feels like you kind of have to maximize by farming those Ancients.
if you look at the bans now, everything being banned is a carry. On the Tundra side, they're essentially saying, Monet, I dare you, play this Nature's Prophet as the carry. They seem pretty confident about this. It's going to reduce the pool by a lot. There's the Phoenix as well. It seems like they want to maybe beat out the Troll again.
I feel
think
like
so.
Aster could go for like some Silencer here, which they did yesterday. They did literally this exact opening. Treant Natures into Silencer, and against the Phoenix, against the Beast even is like pretty committal. Like you roar, you go in, you fight, right? Silencer countering the Phoenix, but no, they don't go for it.
All right, so this is interesting for Aster, okay? So they didn't pick this up yesterday. Gaming Gladiator stole it from it. It's the Enchantress, right? Through the group stage, they played 5 games of it. 100% win rate. They have not lost with this Enchantress yet. And I think it's mainly because like they do play it on POS 4 and 5. So Aster's just a type of team where Baboka, he will play some weird stuff like the Ench, the Treant, and the same way as well with Pichu. They kind of share a hero pool. They want to play really fast, and this Ench makes winning the lane easier, and then he rotates mid a lot and kind of destroys the mid lane. But this game, it's against a Beastmaster. But more times than not, lately, I haven't really seen like this Ench hard countering the Boar strategy work.
No.
You're just going to max Axis on this Beast. You're going to max Fade Bolt, and the Ench is actually pretty squishy to that and can die in the laning stage. So I'd actually like to see them put the Ench as a POS 4 and just harass the mid lane as much as possible. As Tundra pick up a DK now. I mean, that hero is fairly weak in the meta, but in this particular game, it is very good versus Ember mid. Like, whenever I see DK, so it's surprisingly good. Whenever I see this DK go mid against an Ember, you're just stunning him and getting every last hit. Your Dragon's Blood will just tank all the Flame Guard damage. You can just right-click him back. So it is a matchup where I think he can succeed on. I think when 9 does play this hero, I've seen him go Midas as well, and he tries to scale pretty hard.
You think they're for sure gonna send it mid because of the Ember matchup? Because it's only been Skeeter playing it so far in this tournament.
That's true.
I wonder if it's just like comfort for him because they've talked about just
Okay,
getting him his like CK every game, even though it's kind of
Right.
dog shit. Like they just get it for him because he wants his heroes.
I mean, it's pretty good here. You're right. I mean, they played DK mid in the DPC on 9, so maybe this tournament they have been running Skeeter on it. How many times have you played this?
I know once for sure.
I think only once, right?
Might have just been once.
He has
Yeah,
one.
okay, that's not that impressive. But to be fair, if you're talking about this potential flex, right, considering they're banning so many carries, and if Monet can't really not play Nature's Prophet,
they're still banning carry, so they also think it's mid because of the matchup. It's impossible to gank with like an Ench, so
sure.
it really feels good in the game to go mid.
Oh, there are the other matchups. I mean, if you're banning carries though, and then now Tundra picks up a mid laner, that also deals well with Ember, right?
Yeah.
You just put DK carry. It feels like you just got a freebie here in this game when there's no good meta carries left.
Well, the thing is, how good is DK carry? Sure, they've ran it once, but they lost.
That's true.
So it's like, it's something we don't see very often. If you do want to do DK carry, he's not really your carry. That means Tundra would have to exploit mid really hard with Huskar, right? That could be fine. Something that dumpsters this Ember mid. 9 also likes to play, I mean, he likes to play all types of weird stuff, right? But he could play an OD. Whatever they pick for the mid lane has to not only win the lane, but it also has to transition to be kind of like your carry.
Right. How's the Tusk matchup been against Ember? Because that's 9 special. He does like to scale on a hero as well.
Most people like the Tusk, or sorry, the Ember versus the Tusk,
Okay.
the other way around.
Okay.
So I don't think he'll put himself in that situation.
Mostly because Tusk just like does really well against pretty much everything else.
Yeah.
the Ember feels like passable in the mid lane. Like Ember will definitely free farm. I could see Aster going for an XXS Timber Saw here. It looks like a pretty good Timber game. 3 strength
So is
heroes.
this the game Monet is going to play NP? Are we calling it?
Yeah.
This is it? All right.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I think he's probably just going to play Troll again.
I do.
They do basically only last pick his hero. I mean, Morphling is also still in the pool.
Oh, they banned the troll.
Okay, so
right.
they're like shoehorning him into the Morphling pick is what it looks like.
Is it a good Morphling game?
I think the Timber idea is pretty good.
Okay.
Morphling is, I mean, they tried Morph last series as well,
Oh,
but
man.
he does, I mean, I guess he has a slightly better lane matchup, but it's not still super easy versus like all this nuke that's going to come out. All right, so this is it. Monet is going to play the MP
Okay.
carry. So we're going to get our
Okay.
first game, a treat.
Is it Snapfire offlane then? Bench?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be Snap.
They could technically take a bite out of Game and Gladiator strat and go for the Ench
Right, Ench
offlane,
offlane, and
if they want.
And that covers if Monet can't carry when it's profit, you just carry from the
Honestly,
offlane.
the flex means that when they see Tundra's last pick and if it's the carry, like they can decide where they want to put their heroes.
I mean, it's definitely a curveball for Tundra here. They're going to take a minute to digest this and be like, all right, what are they doing? Because this is definitely a new look from Aster, which still unsure if that's a good thing because they did that last time with XWI in the mid lane playing the DP. He had a great game, but that wasn't their normal game plan. And I think this is also not going to be their normal game plan. For Aster, it kind of feels like they're trying new stuff every series. And it didn't really work out for them last time, so I'm a little worried with the fact that they aren't super confident in the old things that were working during the group stage where they feel like they have to shake things up so much.
Well, for some teams it worked, like for EG, for example, halfway through the group stage, they reformed what they were doing, and they started to win a lot more. They got a lifestealer last pick in the end, so it is going to be a DK mid against the Ember. And now all I want to know is who's playing what on Aster.
Yeah,
XXS
we'll see
is
here.
playing
Okay.
the Snap, so it's Snapfire offlane.
Okay. Isn't that matchup pretty decent against lifestealer, or because you don't have to go for nuke necessarily?
Should be fine.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. You just double nuke, like even the nuke, like he doesn't want to press rage for it, and it's instant, so it's hard. You can like rage the cookie, but who cares? Like lifestealer survives every lane, right?
Yeah.
I think Snap will pretty much free farm.
I mean, it's just like a Skeeter comfort hero. He loves this hero. He loves Lifestealer. I mean, the magic immunity is great this game. You don't have to deal with the Mortimer's Kisses.
Tree ult.
Tree ult you can take off. You'll buy Satanic eventually, so you can, or a BKB, to deal with like going in first with your Rage, because, you know, Tree's obviously going to wait for the beginning parts to use the root after that. So he'll have a way to dispel it. And then the only thing I'm a little worried about is like, Is he just going to jump into the DK? So there is an Infest Bomb, technically. Not the best one. It's not like a Storm Spirit, but it's an overall decent Lifestealer game.
Hello.
Hello.
We're here on your screen
I
now.
was not aware this was going to happen.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, yeah. I
What were you saying?
lost myself. I saw
lost-
myself.
you
and
lost
it
the
was-
train
I
of
think we have
thought.
like 2
Let's-
good teams playing.
Yeah, we have 2 good teams playing. I am curious about what you talk about the Lifestealer, right?
Yeah.
The double dispel. Do you feel like how early does the BKB come out then in this game?
Normally it's around like your third item generally. Like so you go Armlet,
Pretty early.
Deso, and then normally BKB.
Or like one item, then BKB, but depending on like how owning you're doing.
Yeah, I don't want it that early. I want some damage before the BKB
Yeah.
comes out generally.
But it is good. Like I know there's some carry players that really believe in this hero right now. Like you would think, oh, Lifesteal against Treant, like that's bad. There's BKB, piercing, stun, but some carry players really believe in this.
Yeah, I mean, the HP does matter. And what also matters for this match is the casters that we have. We have Cap and SVG waiting on the right side of the arena, so let's go over to them and see what they have to say.
That's right, Avo. We're going to get a chance to be able to take a look at Aster again. Avery. You know, the Jenkins, the least you could do is mime that. Well, hey, there we go. Hello.
There we are.
Anyway, we're
We're
going to
a
get a
much
chance to
more
talk about
pleasant
Aster again. They were kind of disappointing yesterday, right?
Understatement, yeah. That was
It was rough. It was rough.
That was one of the worst upper bracket Chinese performances I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, we usually, like, the top, 1 or 2 Chinese teams usually look pretty strong in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you just put up a fight. Like,
yeah.
Maybe you go down, but that was just a slaughter. So
Yeah.
I hope that they bounce back a little bit today, at least give us some good games, show a little bit more fire in the gut. RLTK inspired them. I heard some rumors, again, unsubstantiated rumors. Again, nothing I say is ever substantiated, but I heard some players talking that when Aster got back to the hotel, you could hear ROTK yelling maybe from a couple floors up, for an extended period of time. I think there was some shellacking that happened outside of that game, not just in it.
Okay.
But I think that's good for a team. Like, you need someone to go in there and be, what the hell are we doing, guys? What are we doing in this game? Maybe the draft sucked. Maybe he's going to yell at himself, right? He looks at himself in the mirror. What was happening?
There's nobody else in the room. It's just ROTK and a mirror.
Yeah, all this 2 hours of yelling was before RLTK entered their team room.
You idiot. What were you doing?
So I expect them to come back with some extra passion today.
Okay.
And I already think this draft is a lot faster, a lot more higher paced. They want to fight early. They want to fight around the towers. They don't want to let the Beast DK take over the map. They have 4 heroes outside the NP who can do that. They have Ench who can interfere with the creeps. They have a Snapfire Ember dual core who can have a lot of outspam early. And of course, Treant, armor up the towers, armor up the early defenses, great at fighting around those tier 1s. This is a lot better of a draft from them in terms of, hey, if you want to play around XWY making space, this is the way to do it.
Okay.
Help him out,
I'm glad to hear that. On the other side of the table, though, we have Tundra, who have also had a disappointing performance, I would say, considering, their great performance at TI, winning the whole damn thing. Coming here, the next major afterwards, and ending up in the lower bracket. By no means am I expecting them to just come back after winning a TI and just, boom, instantly win a major. But I expected at least upper bracket.
I bet my whole life savings on it.
Oh, no. I mean, you did have them top. You said, don't worry, Tundra's still going to make top 3.
I thought they would be doing better because this team is very self-aware of the challenges they face after winning that TI.
Yeah,
they are
seemed
very
like it.
aware of the fact their meta is not going to be good forever. You're going to have to continue to adapt, play different stuff. I mean, look at this draft. This is not a draft we would have seen them playing at TI. I don't think Skeeter played Lifestealer once at that tournament. If he played it once and just to play the hero. So they're in a different spectrum in terms of what are Skeeter's role in this team. Those illusion carries kind of going out the window. A lot of the 9 killer mids going a little bit lower priority, right? So you have to adapt, overcome, improve, adapt some more, and come up with solutions to the problems that you're going to face this year. Honestly, not a bad way to start, right? I think it's good to get challenged early so you can start to change your team, learn new stuff, come up with new ideas, and force that immediately off the bat so you have the whole year to come up to the next TI and, hopefully get it together again. It's not a bad way to look at it if you're an optimist. If you're a pessimist, what the hell are they doing at this tournament? Get your shit together.
Well, either way, one of these teams is going to be walking away with a very bitter end.
That's true.
Right?
Well, a lot
Being
of
out in the
teams.
very first round of playoffs, I mean, hey, you made it through group stage, but still, teams of these caliber, they should be expecting to make it, top 8.
Okay,
top
but
6
if
minimum.
every
you know?
team is of a good caliber, then somebody is going to get disappointed. Not every
Not
can
every
win,
team
Cap.
was of good caliber because there was shout out to Knights,
There's no participation trophies in Dota. Actually, there are. There's a lot. You get a lot of random points, but, there's no real trophy except the economy ticket home.
That's not much of a trophy at all. But better than being stranded in a place. I
I got stuck on a flight home once with Bulba after they lost the tournament.
Oh God.
I don't need to elaborate on that, huh?
If you heard that slight pause, that was Avery with like 1,000-mile stare into the distance, just kind of, recollecting what went on there. We have our little bit of first blood fight going on. Well, not really. It's just a fight for bounty runes. Bobica's going to sneak on by Snake King for Aster to pick up 3. So, decent little start for Aster.
Every little bit helps for this lineup.
Yeah.
Anytime I see
Why
Ember,
this lineup? Why not every little bit of helps for Tundra?
Well, it helps them too. I just think Aster want to get off to a good start here, and they especially want their Ember Snapfire cores to have a fast game. I think whenever you have this Furion Ember archetype, which we've seen a lot this tournament, these 2 cores, and when you throw the Snap on top, but particularly Furion and Ember here, they want to get going so that the lane shove comes out as fast as possible, so you start to take over the map, and you start to abuse the economic advantage after every skirmish and team fight. The sooner that happens, the happier you are in this type of game, the happier XWY is going to be scaling on this hero in a game where the late game doesn't necessarily look super easy for him in the fights. You have instant Rubik Lift, you have Roar that can pierce BKB, DK and Lifestealer can kind of man fight you back. You're going to have to lane versus Dragon Knight in mid, who, if 9 has a good start, he can get level 6 first. We've seen this matchup just be a slaughter for Ember, especially if he gets ganked. And you can out-deny him. That's pretty much guaranteed with Dragon Tail, right?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm kind of looking for this Ember to have a pretty good laning stage. If you can give it to him, potentially that Enchantress roam. If Baboka can line it up, we've seen him roam mid a lot this tournament. I think outside of Crit, he's done the most mid roaming, to be honest. So that's something I would put on the radar for him, especially since it's Lifestealer Phoenix. Lifestealer Phoenix is... I'm not afraid of this lane. I don't know.
No, not at all. I feel like you could leave XXS alone here for, 50% of the lane. As you can see, Snake King's going to take a lot of damage. Hit him with the cookie. He's already leveled Fire Spirit, so he might just be dead. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire, but the last hit comes in from XXS. And a First Blood on top of 3 bounty runes. Really good start for Aster now.
Phoenix level 1, trying to give that XP to Lifestealer. Just kill him in the jungle. That's the kill zone. Abuse the fact he wants to get pulls off on this hero and can't. This offlane Enchantress is super strong in the early game. I think 4 Enchant in the offlane with camps up is perhaps the strongest later in Dota. Bar you quad laning back, which, that's a pub strap, but sometimes it works.
That's a forbidden strategy right there.
I really think Baboka can take over this bottom and mid lane. The mid is a bit harder to do since you don't really want to leave Snap alone too much. The Snapfire is kind of a 2-on-2 skirmish hero, like we saw there. He likes getting the kills, he likes fighting. Yeah. But I think he can think about it just because this DK is obnoxious in the matchup. The downside is it's a DK, so I don't know if 9's ever going to get low enough to roam on.
Yeah, can you really kill him? 33.
That is the
and
question.
Pijot going for it here, and it is going to be 33 who dies first. And Saxa is going to be chased away as well. Nice use of an early teleport by Monet to try and help collect that kill. Pijot is actually going to die as well, though. He gets off the Leech Seed, a little bit of extra damage on Saxa. Does mean Monet misses out on a lot of CS during that period of time. So I'm not sure how happy he is exactly with that exchange, but...
I think Pichu's fine dying there. I think you'd rather just die, come back full. If the core isn't getting the XP, I think you're okay with it. If you look at this game from a Rubik perspective, there's not much to steal. I'm not too afraid of a really strong Rubik in this game, right?
Yeah.
Anytime I feel like I can trade, shut down the beast, give Rubik a little bit, I'm fine taking that trade if I'm Pichu.
I mean, the biggest and easiest spell is going to be those kisses, right?
That's pretty much, yeah, kisses and chains.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you get Overgrowth. Overgrowth can be stealable. So a lot of times you're casting your other spells first. So there's some reliability there, but outside of that, I don't think this is the most fun Rubik game I've seen. To me, this Tundra lineup's a lot about its cores. So you just want to get all 3 cores online, get them to their second, third item timing, and then that when they group up, force the Roche, things like this, the lineup becomes really terrifying to just man fight into.
Now, I'm sure you talked about it, but maybe I just went blank there.
I have that
Why
effect.
do we have a life stealer? Why?
No, that's what I asked you.
Well, I don't have an answer.
I mean, I hate this hero personally. He grieved to me a long time ago, but Skeeter likes this hero.
Wait, what did life stealer do to you?
What didn't he do to me?
Okay.
All I know is every time I pick this hero, I never won. So
I see.
you start to develop a personal hatred. I didn't look at this game and think it was that much of a life stealer game. I think it helps solidify what they already had, which is their cores are going to out-man fight Aster's cores in the late game.
Snaking guys again.
There's a second Phoenix death.
Yep.
Right, if you look at this Tundra Tri-Core, I don't think Aster are just standing their ground and going toe-to-toe in the late game right-clicks-wise.
No, you're not killing these heroes quickly, so.
And I think you're getting a little outscaled in that department, which is why I say Aster want to have a lead going into the very late game, but there's a lot of wiggle room there. That said, I think this Lifestealer is not going to have that happy a time in the early skirmishes. I don't know if he wants to join them. You always have this tree and overgrowth to prevent the rage split push.
Yeah, there's so many things, right? There's Sprout, there's Overgrowth, there's the fact that Emperor is just not a hero that you can really hit for very long. There's Cookie to be able to help out. I just don't see a reason for it, really. Besides, what you said, which maybe it's good for their lineup.
Infest can be good on these push lineups.
Infest in like a Blink Dagger on DK?
Infest in these you infest a DK, you go with the Beast, you start a fight off a ward. That initiation is pretty powerful because, again, nobody's man-fighting him in the Rage, and nobody's really shutting him down.
Ooh, Sprout misses, but with the body blocking from Pichot, it's pretty nice until that telekinesis throwback. 33 makes sure to keep control of the creeps that he's trying to pull around. He's just doing lane pulling shenanigans non-stop. This is Tundra's MO 218.
Very even lanes. The DK did get 6 first level mid, and so Baboka's here to try and negate that.
I like this.
Bring 3 heroes even. No stuns, though.
No way they're going to be able to kill him. So I feel like 3 heroes is maybe a little bit of an overstep, but I do like the concept of making sure that Dragon Knight doesn't get anything done with his Dragon form.
I think it's worth. It doesn't take too much here from Baboka. Maybe Pichu could have been pulling top or something, but his impact versus Beast with the helm up is not going to be too high. It's pretty much just a trade farm lane at this point. Very even lanes across the board. This is the window, though, where you kind of expect Aster to start to get some stuff going, especially with this Enchantress. Again, though, where's Baboka going to roam? The more I look at these lanes, I think the most susceptible hero is this Beastmaster top, but he's so far away. You can't really gank the DK mid. You can't go bottom versus Lifestealer. You can, actually, but he's choosing not to. I really want to see Baboka get involved in these side lanes. Either don't let the Beast sit up here or don't let the Lifestealer sit bottom for too much longer here.
And I'm not sure if he really has much of a choice about that Lifestealer, so I like your concept of him going up to top lane. But we'll see if he chooses.
The one thing about Lifestealers, he's not the Lifestealer of old, where he's impossible to kick out. You can just start right-clicking this guy. He doesn't have his ult yet. He doesn't have the sustain. You have 2 ranged heroes. I think it is doable. It might not feel great, but it is doable, especially with a Fury on TP. But again, you got to pick some lane to pressure. I don't think jungling with this Enchantress is going to bode well for you over time, because Tundra are pulling ahead now. They're just free-farming 3 lanes with cores, and they don't really care what's happening. They're just getting their timing. This is all about that mid-game with the Beast that they like to play for. Helm of the Overlord into the Roshan is what they're aiming at. As long as their cores are as strong for that window as they can be, they're going to be very happy going into that mid-game.
XXS leaving the lane, heading towards mid. They try and get the kill on Snaking. Ember Spirit should be able to clean this up with the dive already used. But they are putting a lot of attention onto 9. 9's going to try and push in the wave and just leave. Say goodbye. Going to go for the 8-minute power rune. The kisses coming in. Can he get far enough away? 9. He's going to be slowed down quite a bit, and the kisses are now out of range. Knows Monet.
Block him off.
Everything that they can have to be able to stop this Dragon Knight, but he's still alive. Oh, God. That looked terrible.
Yeah, this is the DK problem in this game, especially without the chains point. They just lack the early lockdown. Even with the chains, I don't know if he dies. Maybe the best thing that came out of that gank is Monet got a broom handle off his ult. that's about all he got out of that one.
I mean, ROTK is he's probably furious after that move. 5 heroes for trying to kill 1. They didn't get anything.
Well, the Snapfire ult is also the one spell that kind of kills 9 in this early game.
Yeah.
And they used it, and he just walked away.
I mean, most of those kisses didn't hit, and then they were out of range. Yeah, that was
That's where I would kind of like to see the one chains point to enable that rotation if that's what you're playing for.
Yeah,
If you know you're going to bring your stat mid at some point, use this ult to kill DK, just get the chains point. Okay, your lane's a little worse, your game without the max life's a little worse, but you're getting the payoff for your teammates, right?
This kill would certainly be a lot easier. XWY's not going to be able to do anything about it. Looks like they're going to swap lanes. Why is this?
I don't think Monet cannot stand versus the Beast. He's afraid of getting roared with the summons. He doesn't have the standing power. This Ember and Tree are kind of designed to take up that slack. That said, I don't think XWY wants to be up here either. So the big question is, when does Tundra commit for these tower pushes? You have Beastmaster, you have Dragon Knight, and you have a Phoenix to back them up. 9 says, I don't need any of that, I'm just going to start hitting it. And now comes the question of, you can pressure multiple towers on multiple lanes here for Tundra, and Aster have to respond accordingly. And the responses haven't worked too well so far.
No, they haven't. They've killed the Phoenix a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, congrats. I don't think Snaky cares, man.
Yeah, Snaky just keeps on being like, ah, God, they're going on me again. All right, I guess I'll TP. I mean, this is going to be a very under-leveled Phoenix. He is level 3 as we hit the 10-minute mark. This man needs a tome. Oh! Struck down by the hand of God. Or the hand of Monet, rather, mid-dive.
Oh, that's an efficient gank. Monet doesn't even leave his jungle, just Midas delivered. Free kill on top. Thanks, Baboka. No problem, brother.
Again, sad part is that Phoenix is crazy underleveled.
He is.
He's not worth anything.
And he just ate the tome? And he's still only not even level 5? Oof. That's okay, yeah. I mean, you don't want to die this much. He's having a rough early game. Again, though, it's a product of their draft. We have this Lifestealer Phoenix lane. You can't just lane here with Lifestealer. You're just sapping his XP. There's no kill threat.
Yeah, normally you want to carry who leaves lane if you're playing Phoenix, but Lifestealer is the exact opposite. He's one of those carries who tries to sit in lane for as long as humanly possible because it is so hard to gank him.
And he had to lane versus Baboka's Enchantress, who...
True.
He precludes any pull option on this lane.
Yeah.
Because he's taking your creeps and using them against you. So it's a hard early game for Snay. He's going to try and catch up in the fights.
Infest taking the catapult. There is still plenty of
gonna run away
other
with it.
creeps. My catapult now.
Grand Theft Siege Wagon. Later,
losers. I'm off to the jungle. XWY with this max out slide is doing an okay job slowing down this Beastmaster, but inevitably it's going to be taken. The Train Protector just cannot save this one. They try and go for it. Oh, no. XWY, that was way too greedy.
Yeah, I was about to say you got to be careful. You're going to get roared. And, well, we saw for ourselves happen before I could even get it out. That's just a bad death.
Yes.
That is just not a death that can happen. Okay, you want to skirt with danger up here. Beast is going to take the tower. You're trading, sure, but now you're just giving this Beast even more space, more room. Now it's like somebody else has to go up here and deal with the wave. This Beast Furion matchup, we've seen this pick both ways. It comes a lot down to who's winning the early fights and who gets that lane shove up first.
Oh, nice Sentry Ward. They blocked out the Ancient stack. That's
pretty decent.
Honestly, I'm just dying to say something good about Aster.
Normally the early game...
They planted a Sentry, yeah!
Their early game is usually tighter than this.
Yes, it is.
And I think you could see the ideas of what they wanted to do, but this DK just too tanky. It's brick wall. And that's where I would have liked to see those commitments between the Snap and the Ench either go towards the Beast lane or just bring the Fury on bottom and kick Lifestealer out sooner, because I don't think the play options for this mid existed.
Reveal of the Blink Dagger on 9. They were looking actually going to top. They're going to try and kisses with the pushback of the Hurricane. The creep actually pushes 9 into some more kisses, and they will finally bring down the Dragon Knight. Again, it takes Aster all 5 of their heroes showing up to a lane, but they do successfully trade 1 for 1, and they can now get a tower, maybe.
And I thought that was going to be another wasted Snapple, but now they have the Chains Point. The Hurricane also brings them back, so they have a little bit extra disable. That's enough. That is well worth it. Anytime you take this DK out of the map, more importantly out of the map during its DK form, and you can push the towers into your favor, you're super happy. Because again, those Ancients are stacked. Got to think about the early jungle invasion here for Aster. Their lineup can do it. They have no issues going into Tundra side of the map, especially at any part of this game. Just have to worry about maybe the Rat and maybe 33 getting all this farm.
Yeah, we're about to get to the next stage of the Enchantress versus Beastmaster matchup, where Beastmaster gets a help of the Overlord, and now he's got an Ancient Creep, which Enchantress cannot impact until level 20.
Can't even little friends it.
Can't even little friends it.
He's too big of a friend.
It's true. You were right. The name Little in that name is very important.
Yeah, that's actually one of those spells where it literally means only the little creeps on the map.
Slight stolen. Again, Rubik not having the best steals this game, so he's just going to have to make do with kind of whatever the Ember Spirit gives him for now. An Arcane Rune for XWY with XXS around. I wonder if somebody can like bring a smoke for them or something, because it seems kind of weird that two cores are just hanging out by each other. And they've got a good power rune to make some moves.
Well, there's your smoke on delivery.
Okay. Back it up. Smoke it out.
They have Arcane Rune on XWY too, almost level 10. So this is when their two fighting cores are super strong. They have all the levels they need, but they're late to the party.
Who should they be killing?
No Ancients left. Kill anybody. I'll take anybody. Any good core kill. The Beast, pretty high value. Honestly, I think the Beast shutting him down is going to give you the most tempo on the map right now. The DK probably next. I'm not too worried about Lifestealer. I think he's just going to do his thing. But this is a pretty easy kill. Get it off the smoke.
Again, it takes a lot of heroes to kill one on Tundra, and I feel like that is, Tundra loves that kind of play, because I feel like they are the most efficient team on the map. These guys are so good at splitting up and getting farm, and they'll give away a kill or two sometimes, but it doesn't matter if you're getting so much more in your other cores.
Yes. Tundra are working towards their game plan. Sure, you're going to have a couple deaths here or there on the deep side lanes, but yeah, like you said, they really don't care too much about these individual kills as long as it doesn't add up total over the course of the game, because I do think Aster want to keep killing them here. This is not some lineup where you get some big core kill and then you go and chill in the hot tub for an hour and come back. You've got to keep the pressure up.
Which is where this, like, these tower pushing, like, that makes the 5-man, you know, onto one hero kill feel a little bit better.
Yes, at least you're getting something out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're getting a lane deeper in now. Now 33 has to push this even farther out to get the same pressure he was before. The one thing I want to see from them is I don't want to see Aster fall too far behind on their support farm. A lot of times when you run around with this kill squad and you overcommit, you fall behind economically. And then the second you lose one of those skirmishes, some gank gets turned around, the game just becomes really hard because you weren't making the most of the lanes.
Okay, but how do you do that? Do you leave the Train Protector in the lane and he stops joining the kill squad? Do you farm more on the Enchantress?
I think Pichu should just take a higher farm priority this game, stay on lanes. And that doesn't mean you're AFK, right? It means you can set up an anchor point. It means he can be somewhere that Aster smoked to. This type of map setup is good for them. Pichu bottom, Monet pushing top. You're going to constrict the side lanes. If someone shows too deep bottom, you could overgrowth them into a TP, right? It's easy. 2-3 man, this is what you're looking for. Don't overcommit with 4 to 5. Just get the 2 or 3 man kills going and keep it up. And you're going to have the map pressure you want. Again, bringing the heroes for the DK, well worth it if they get it.
Yeah, 9 does have the Lifestealer inside of him, but it's going to be a little party surprise. Pops out, Skeeter can't really do much. I mean, it's a hasted Ember Spear. You're not catching those guys, and now the Phoenix is going to be forced to use the egg and it's just going to die right away. But they do manage to get the roar out. The Living Armor trying to protect him. Oh, XWY was so close to getting off a slight and jumping away to a remnant. He does die, but they get Skeeter for it. All in all, huge success for Aster.
Yeah, you take that. I'm trading XWI for Skeeter every time.
Yeah.
That's well worth it, because this Lifestealer is going to have a hard time if they lose map control, and they're down 3 tier 1s.
Okay,
really
Aster, I got the kind of an awkward start to this game, but it does feel like they're getting some momentum now.
And again, this is the type of fight you want. I want to point it out, that pink dot on your off lane, it's important in a sense. Like, part of the reason they get this fight is because they're showing that tree there, you're keeping up on the economics, and then that lane gets in after this fight as well. Sure, XWI dies to the roar, but again, Tundra overcommit. Monet's happy to clean up here. Good fight from XXS. He's getting a lot more involved. I feel like this has been the highest impact game we've seen from him on the main stage. And that's a good sign for Aster.
You can see Aster, as you were talking about, that bottom lane is pushed in. They're also trying to keep mid pushed in at the same time. So they are hunting in this area. I'm really surprised Snake King popped over to this side of the map in the first place, because they're certainly going to go for this tier 2 and whoever else is around it. And that's going to be Saksa, caught by the Gleipnir. And eventually finished off back to the tier 2.
They're trying to roach.
Ooh, that's an interesting move from Tundra.
Double Dragon. The Dragon Brotherhood. Just going to work with the fire, and this is not contestable.
No, it's not.
Porcupine is slowly strolling its way in.
Go, little Warpine Raider. Deny that Aegis. Get him.
I'm getting it, boys. I'm getting it.
He did. He tried.
Oh, he's just going to feed it away, too. 50 gold, not bad. They will get a tier 2 off it, which means outpost control. So maybe you're not too sad about this if you're Aster. Maybe you feel like that was just non-contestable based on the map position, but good read of Tundra to say, hey, they're all bottom.
I mean, does an Aegis really do anything on Lifestealer?
No, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised they gave it to Skeeter here as opposed to maybe 9.
Yeah, but then you're giving it to
You're
a
giving it to
transformation
TK.
hero.
Yeah,
They just don't
that
have a
kinda
good
sucks,
Aegis
too.
hero in general.
And give it to Snaking. He needs it.
It could be Aster knew that Tundra might Roshan off of that play, and they just didn't give a damn because they're like, well, what are they going to do with an Aegis?
I think that Roche was a little unexpected, but you do have to think about that Helm of the Overload timing for Beast, right? It's going to come.
Yeah.
I think Tundra there was pretty fast reaction in terms of you're losing a hero bottom, you instantly go in. But now Aster, they don't care. As you said, they're ready to punish here. High ground ward, see it all.
Yeah, they
Nine's in
see
trouble.
9. That's a perfect target to go for first. The kisses are going to light him up. 9's definitely dead. Nice use of the Hurricane there. He pushes Bicho up the high ground. I don't know if he was actually in danger at all.
Yeah,
but
was that nice use?
I'm not sure.
Was he creeping him?
I mean, 9 was definitely trying to stun him, but
I think Baboka shoved him out of the way.
get out of my way. You don't get to be a part of this
Like,
kill.
come on, I need more gold off. Stop taking the assist gold. Get out of here.
That is a good point. More assist gold, the less heroes around.
That's a good tip for pubs. I'm going to start shoving people out of your kills. That's nice. And now, Aster starting to invade this triangle. You have to defend this if you're Tundra. You cannot give up your triangle with this type of lineup that needs the extra ancient economy, because look at where 9 is compared to Monet in this game. And I'm talking 9 to Monet, not Skeeter, because I think it's the Dragon Knight that is going to help them scale and fight this Furion in the late game. Not necessarily the Lifestealer. I don't think Lifestealer has that good a matchup versus Hero. Especially with the start Monet had. He is so farmed, man. And this is where you want that carry Natures to be. What the hell is everybody talking about? This guy doesn't play this hero.
Yeah, it looks pretty good on him.
He's been playing it the whole time. Secret technology.
I mean, he did get a number of free kills off the Nature's Wrath, but Skeeter is going to try and use this Aegis a little bit more actively. Please.
What the hell was that?
That was Little Friends, baby.
That was.
He just got messed up by the Helmet Overlord creep.
Holy crap, I don't think I've ever seen this spell in an actual game. This is the beast counter. Everybody's talked about it for years.
And he's sitting inside the boar right now. They couldn't even finish off that tower. Oh, my Picho, he's going to be grabbed. And quickly killed. They can go back to trying to finish off that tower, and they will be able to. So, finally, Tundra get another objective on the map. They've actually taken all the outer towers. Never mind. They've done pretty well for themselves.
Eventually they got there. I mean, it's a heavy push lineup. Monet's looking top. Gonna root him up here.
Yeah, XXS is on his way. He's gonna start throwing some kisses around. It's gonna be hard though to land all of these. Oh, is he gonna last the last shot? He got them all. Ooh. 9 just ran kind of in a straight line, and XXS, well, he said, "You're gonna line up like that, son. I'm gonna get you with every single glob of fire."
Aster, we're in Arlington, right?
I see where you're going there.
Yeah, that joke works for itself. Just saying, looks like his aim's pretty good. Old Mortimer. Never
How
hurt.
many kisses you got?
The old 6-shooter.
Watch that one again. One. Missed the first shot. 2, 3, 4, 5.
To be fair, 9 did run in a little bit of a straight line.
Yeah, he really did.
Maybe he was going for the last thing he'll expect is I just don't try and juke him.
The anti-juke.
Aster looking pretty good in this game. This is the best we've seen him for sure. Snowballing the map, taking the early tier 1s, opening it up for their 2 very fast fighting cores to get online. And now you can start to scale off the back of Monet. That second Roche is really what they want. So the more map control, the more vision they get to set that up, the happier they're going to be. And of course, if they ever get to blink on Pichu, that's even more catch on the map. Makes Skeeter's split push life harder. He's pretty close here. One more one-team fight, and Aster's
I'm a little bit
really
surprised
happy.
he's joining the team just because that Blink Dagger would be really instrumental.
I mean, they must feel like they're going to get the fight, and looks like they kind of are.
Yeah. Soxa, his TP's going to be fine. Looking blind to try and hit a cookie, but 9 already blinked into the trees. Even the Helm of the Overlord, a dragon's hiding in the corner of the map too. Nothing is going to be gained here by this move from Aster.
This is why I don't like the overcommittal on these moves versus Tundra especially.
Yes.
Because then you get ultra punished, right? You ran 4 heroes across the entirety of your map while Tundra got that lane in and then went and farmed their own jungle, got their outpost back. You're giving up control, you're giving up gold for a smoke that maybe only needs 2 or 3 of the 4. Even 1 less hero in that, and you're feeling a lot better about this move, right?
Yeah.
Like, does Treant need to be in that gank, or can Treant just TP to the tier 2 there? These are the small things that add up versus a really good map control team.
Now, Aster still is holding a 4,000 net worth lead, but it hasn't really grown.
Part of that is the farm Tundra supports are getting. They're very farmed given the state of this game. Snea has a full Veil, Shard, level 12, so level 2 egg up for this Phoenix, and Sox is rich as hell, man. He's got Force Staff, Aether, Eye of the Vizier, long-range Force Staff, and long-range spells that can come out for this Rubik, so maybe there's not the most amazing stuff to steal, but he has the farm to steal whatever he wants. Little friends?
Little friends.
There's someone else's littler friends.
Yeah, turn the Treants against the Nature's Prophet. There you go.
No, that
You can buy the shard.
doesn't sound too effective.
No, it doesn't. Dragonite does have his 400 health talent now, so
Yeah, get out of here, Lina.
2.5k HP. Isn't it crazy he only gets 50 more health than the intelligence hero? That doesn't sound right.
I mean, it is the Lina Major. If it were the Davian Major.
Lina patch.
What if they buff the talent next patch? Then what are you going to say?
I'm going to say that Ice Frog is not back.
How dare you? How dare you spew such blasphemy against his name?
All right, a full smoke up from Tundra. They've got some fresh items. They've got BKB Dragonite, BKB Beastmaster. They've got the level 2 Supernova that you mentioned, which is super big. I think Soxa, did he end up buying the shard?
No, not yet. He's thinking about it. But as you said, this triple BKB for Tundra. They have BKB on all 3 cores, including Lifestealer here. So spell immunity galore. The early damage is not going to be there in the fight for Aster. You have to stall the fight. You need 4 stabs. The Lincolns on XWI is going to help.
I just don't see how they kill heroes on Aster against all these BKBs right now.
I mean, you use Overgrowth during the BKBs to stall the time, and you take the fight afterwards with your Kisses, with your Glape, and your
Yeah, but how do
Furion.
you get him to use the BKB in the first place? I feel like Kisses is what prompts them to use the BKB.
I mean, you misclick the keyboard. It happens every now and then.
Okay.
I mean, the choice might not be given to them. Tundra just forced the high ground. Again, maybe you're behind in this game, but this is what their lineup's designed to do. Get the triple BKB, infest the DK, force the fight. Okay, they're going to try and catch mid. Monet is hitting this tower. He's killing it. He's going to get jumped.
He's going to... Oh, Glyph.
Tundra a little slow, maybe.
I mean, I feel like that move works against a lot of lineups, but you've got Nature's Prophet and Ember Spirit. Like, they did not have to TP back any heroes. They were very calmly like, okay, Ember's going to deal with that, and we're going to put some pressure on bottom and mid at the same time.
Pretty good read by Aster. I think Tundra could have jumped Monet on mid if they were a bit faster there. Maybe they didn't think he was going to stick around like that.
Sure.
But now you waste that whole 2 minutes infested. And you get nothing out of your triple BKB.
BKB, Satanic. Monet is very large, very in charge. Want to see that Daedalus finish up, though, because I do feel like their physical damage is not fully up to par until he gets another damage item.
Daedalus is interesting here. Not an item we usually see in this Furion build.
I mean, isn't it one of the most efficient damage items in the game?
It is pretty efficient, yeah.
And especially for a hero that is so stat heavy.
Trying to think if there's anything better. I mean, the only thing that comes to mind is maybe you want this Scotty for the triple melee core in the late game and a Lifestealer. It sounds good, but then it is a lot lower damage, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's also like Bloodthorn options, but again, the spell immunity kind of dissuading that. I could see the Daedalus working out here, especially if he gets the crits.
Chains in the back, hits the DK, and he is going to use the BKB.
Okay, that's not too bad. You had to use Kisses, but it's a low cooldown. You do have Gem on Baboka too, so anytime you gain a little extra map control, you're going to deward. Ooh,
They're immediately going to smoke. So if they run into 9 again, this could be really good for Aster.
Yes.
But the rest of the heroes do have BKB, so...
Just have to use this overgrowth conservatively. I don't think you want to just jump and lead with it here and give the BKBs a free fight.
They're going to run into 33. His Beastmaster glide near it. Immediately BKB goes down. They're going to roar. Not quite.
There's Overgrowth,
Go for the
5.
Enchantress. Overgrowth on 5, but they're still
Skeeter's
holding.
dying.
They're laying into the Lifestealer quite a bit. Oh, Skeeter needs a way out of here, but he can't get to anybody. He was blocked out by the Sprout. Couldn't get off an Infest, and now they're just going to run down heroes.
Where's your BKB,
no
son?
BKB. Snake King TPing out 33. He already used his. Got him with the cookie. Barely there, but wouldn't really matter. Had him either way. And Aster, who needs Roshan? Let's just go straight to the high ground. Monet walking through the top lane to get to mid.
He's online.
I mean, they're feeling the fire of RTK at their ass now. They're like, let's go, boys.
Whatever speech he gave them worked. They turned up a lot more today, and Tundra just don't have an answer. They're just getting outplayed on the map. They have not been able to find a single DK stun into that Infest the entire game.
Yeah, that's true. They only tried, I feel like, only that one time where they ran into 5 people, so it was like, oh, that's not good.
And again, the big thing about that fight, they traded kisses for DK BKB. That felt worth in that fight. And more importantly, Pichu, super good overgrowth here. You had the Beast BKB, the Rage committed by Lifestealer. Skeeter has no Infest here because they used it on the jump.
Oh, yeah, he
And
did.
you catch
why
five, man. You
Why
catch
did they do
five.
an Infest DK bomb onto an Enchantress? That...
It's not the target you want.
No, certainly not. Guess it was just kind of the first hero they saw, and maybe that just plays to Aster.
I mean, that was
their
a smoke
rotation.
You know, maybe you don't think they're all there. Maybe you think it's just him playing cocky, but
yeah,
it backfires. And now you're really on the back foot. Aegis to Monet. He is super strong at this point in time. Nobody can man fight him. That Ench, like you said, is not a jumpable target either. He has Glimmer, he has Drum, Little Friends.
Little Friends?
Little Friends. Skeeter's going to pick up a double damage. Honestly, maybe you just try and take the fight while this DD is up.
Yeah, shove it down their throat. Keep going.
What other choice do you have? And I think Tundra agree. Get the Infest, get the DD, and try and jump Snap or Ember. But you don't have a Lincoln. You don't have the easiest Lincoln break for this Ember unless you're all there. So you all got to commit for this fight. Sox is trying to build a Halberd. Help deal with this Furion. But that Daedalus is up, and he's going AC next. And all 3 Aster cores on top here. That is exactly where you want to be with this type of lineup. Very comfortable position for them. Even the Shard up on Pichu now, so a little extra stun action coming through, and they're going to find him out of base.
Slide chains on Soxa. 9 is going to try and stall up Monet, but they're not really going to fight him. Looks like 33 and the rest of Tundra are just going to try and get out of here, but the 2 supports are going to get picked off. Snake King's going to fall. 33, who still has his BKB, is going to be forced to use it here. So it's still a win for Aster. And XXS, I think he wants to kiss him.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's going for it. 33,
like
the BKB wears out right in front of the fountain. Couldn't make it fast enough or far enough. Skeeter's still fighting in the back, though. XXS. Oh, BKB goes down. He faked him out. He hit him with that overgrowth fake out. He used the BKB, now caught him. Snake King gets away. Meanwhile, the Supernova, the explosion goes off just in time. Hits him with a ton of fire spirits before diving away. Everybody is low here. And Skeeter is still chasing after XXS. No way. Well, Monet's like, okay, I'm going to catch up to you, son. Ow, what?
Grandma ain't so slow, huh, son?
What?
I mean, XXS had BKB. He has Blink. He has that cookie. Skeeter spent the whole fight chasing him down the lane.
I mean, he got him within like 100 HP, but I mean, shout out to Picho. He faked out the overgrowth.
Yeah, that was beautiful. It was
and
off
Skeeter
screen,
was like
but
instantly popped the BKB because he just needed like 1 or 2 hits to finish him off.
Yeah, Pichu used his overgrowth on point this game. Exactly what you want to do. Can't be too hasty with that Treant. He has put it to good use, and Aster in a very commanding position. It's probably just the game here. I don't know if Tundra have anything in the left in the tank, especially without that egg. That egg was good, but the fight was super split, right? You don't have Lifestealer to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Your DK's getting shoved back. His form coming up at 2. There's just not enough damage.
9 trying to work towards an Aghanim Scepter. He's 2,000 gold away. It's not even close. Aster just keep on hitting Tundra. I mean, they got pretty much one breakaway team fight and have been relentless ever since. A big part of that is their global nature of Ember Spirit Nature's Prophet. They're giving Tundra no space. They don't have to go back to deal with any split pushing. They're just next lane. Keep the fight going.
I feel like a lot of this Tundra damage that was supposed to come online by now is from the Phoenix with the Sunray and maybe a Lifestealer being able to stick in the fight. But there's nothing to stick onto if you can't jump with all 3 of your cores.
Yeah.
And Astar are just setting these fights up where they're jumping Tundra, forcing it so that initiation is not so clean. Monet's just frontlining. Still has goddamn Aegis for a minute. Paladin Sword, Satanic. Are you man fighting this Furion?
Kisses, Saksa. Ember Spirit's going to try and run him over the slight. He does manage to catch him really nicely spaced by XWY with a nice little triangle formation there.
Again, there's just no clean initiation for Tundra.
No.
Astar is not giving it to you. Ag Shard on this Ember as well. These Remnants go in the back, and they start disabling the DK blink. Super
Skeeters
annoying.
just start charging forward. He's going to pop the rage. He's going to need an infest eventually here. They're going to go for Monet, and they do manage to finish off that first light. He starts backing up over to XXS. XXS, he's going to go Cookie back in. There goes the Overgrowth catching 33. They see him low. They're going to focus on him. Meanwhile, Skeeter pops out of the infest, but maybe he should have stayed inside because they're going to chase after him. Ember Spirit gets away from him, and Skeeter's just getting kited around. They're going to leave Knight for last, finish him off, and that is all 5 dead on the side of Tundra, and that is game 1 taken by Astar.
Dominant game by them. Just absolutely perfect for what they want to do from the early to the end. You had a little stall in that very early game when you're trying to gank this DK, but outside of that, not much wrong with that game plan. Take over the map early, you take all 3 tier 1s with the Monet Furion, you close them out with your kill squad. I would have liked if, they were a little greedier on the sidelines, but that's a very minor complaint from a game that otherwise is very clean, and RLTK is going to be happy with that, man. I mean, Tundra got 5 kills in that game. They didn't get anything going. You're building triple BKB. You don't get anything off the timing. You don't use anything with the first Aegis. And you're not out farming them. You're not out man fighting them.
It's so crazy. The win percentage favored them at a decent amount until 30 minutes, and then it just plummeted like a rock.
But I don't think that game was that favorable for them based on how it was going.
Yeah, I didn't feel that way.
And I didn't feel this Beastmaster vision. Some of these other games, I feel like we've seen the Beast take over the map. He's setting everything up. They're getting the clean jumps, right? This game, it did not feel like that was happening. Maybe just how Monet wasn't showing in your ghost pushing waves with Furion, and then the other 4 are clumped. It's kind of like, well, who's there to pick off, right? Who are you even trying to pick off in this game? But part of it is I feel like this Lifestealer does not deal with the map pressure Furion exhibits. He's not dealing with the edge creeps that, well, either his lane didn't go easy because he's laning with a Phoenix. I would have preferred to see something like the Chaos Knight. I know we talk about it, but at least then you're contributing to the map state. When you join those fights, I feel like you're a stronger hero, higher impact. There wasn't a clear pathway to how is Skeeter going to have high impact in this mid or late game to me. Right. Unless you're just pure snowballing off like 33, destroying his lane. And that didn't happen. They brought some heroes to him. He lost his tier 1 at a certain point too. He takes the Ancient farm. Okay, you're giving all your Ancients to Beast, but he's still behind. How much are you going to put in this Beastmaster pocket that's not there, right? So I don't know. I think you have to go back to the drawing board if you're Tundra, and there's not a lot of drawing board left.
No, there's not. They're just 1 game away from elimination now. Astar bouncing back successfully after a rough series yesterday. We'll see where they go from here, though. We'll be back for game 2 after the break.
Welcome back. We are here and ready and waiting for game number 2 between Aster and Tundra. We're of course going to break down game number 1 here on the desk as well, though I'm joined by Jenkins, Sheep, and Purge. Game 1 went the way of Aster, and towards the end it looked very convincing. Started out a little bit slow for both teams. I want to start by breaking this down by going to overall last pick. That was Tundra that had that. They went for the Lifestealer.
You're going there, huh?
And I am Jenkins, because did not look too good.
Everybody's thinking about it.
Everybody's
So
thinking about it.
let's just put all the cards on the table.
On the table. Okay.
Yeah, it looked like a shitty pick. Skeeter likes his last pick cheese heroes, or not cheese heroes. Like, the joke is, like, he plays like the brainless heroes, like the CKs, the Ursas, whatever. Like these heroes that are, in your pubs. Typically, the players that play that sort of hero are, Purge.
Not smart.
Not smart. That's right.
Yeah.
So it seemed like a bit of a comfort pick. We were talking in the green room, like, okay, maybe the DK could have just been carry and done basically the same thing, and then you get 9 something else mid. So clearly there was some sort of comms where, like, 9 felt like he really wanted the Ember Spirit matchup or something along those lines, even though it didn't go that well. But yeah, the Lifestealer, like, he farmed pretty well in the game, but he did not keep up with Monet on the Nature's Prophet, and eventually he just looked like he couldn't do anything. He had no impact.
Yeah, I mean, it can. I feel like the nice thing about Lifestealer in this tournament, sometimes it's very good at, like, getting on top of a support and murdering them by himself. Like, a lot of carries don't necessarily have that power. It costs them a BKB or something.
Yeah.
Like, so Lifestealer can, like, shred your, like, Undying type supports. But against Treant Protector, it feels like a bit of a counter. He can always overgrowth you after you use Rage. He's going to armor the guy that you do want to kill. But I think the one good thing for sure about it was that it's effective at staying in the lane against Snapfire for a longer period of time, because Snap is a hero that, as a core, has good kill potential, and if you pair it with some other, like, killing 4 or something like that, then you can do this, like, quad spell, double stun combo. You kill most carries, force them to leave the lane. Lifestealer can stick his butt in those lanes for a very long time. He was still there at 10.5 minutes, and his support wasn't even always there. That's one good thing that it got him, was that the lane was
Silver
better.
lining.
Everything else, not so good, but that lane was good.
I was actually
right now.
I was worried because I've actually genuinely seen that matchup go 2 ways, but I think it's support dependent, because at the same time you can't use Rage, like, it's not a low cooldown, so Snapfire can just keep scatter blasting you while CSing, and it really hurts. But yeah, I think Snake King did a good job in the lane on his Phoenix. And also, I realized Fear's not on this panel, so I can just steal his talking points from the background.
Yeah, go ahead.
He was very upset with the lack of Deso on the Lifestealer. He said that hero just does no damage without it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a choice because they needed somebody to deal with Treants, and there was also Living Armor, which is armor counters minus armor pretty directly. So it could have been a little pivot like that. But yeah, normally the Deso build feels a lot better and gives him better solo kill potential when he does some, like, infest into Dragon Knight bomb thing.
Something about this matchup just never feels good on this patch. Like, anytime, and maybe it's more of like an offlane Nature's Prophet thing, but anytime I'm playing Nature's into Lifestealer, it just feels like at some point he gets kited. And you farm so much more quickly on Nature's Prophet than you will on Lifestealer that, like, this is not Alina. On Lifestealer, you can't be an item behind and still trade 1-for-1 with other carries. Like, you need to keep up with them, but it seems impossible to do against Nature's because he farms so much of the map, and he takes all of your towers, so he's limiting your map as well.
Yeah, but Jenkins, look, he was a part of 60% of the kills on his team, which was nearly the same as the Nature's Prophet.
That is true.
Looks like
Very impressive.
He had 2 kills, 1 assist. So let's do the math. 5 total kills. Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
Yes.
But I think what was cool about what Aster did is there's been a lot of teams that do this tree draft opening. They go Treant, they go Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet can flex. Treant Protector, if Nature's Prophet ends up being the carry, you make it carry matchup really well because you've got Living Armor and you can protect it with Overgrowth. Yeah. It just feels like one of the safer openings. We saw, I think, Shopify Rebellion, they started doing that last night as well. Same thing. Makes the Undying look a little less appealing, so that support's not there. I don't know, their opening just made sense. They pivoted later in a better way than Tundra, and ultimately they just got crushed. Monet's happy.
He is happy. I mean, I'd be happy after a performance like that. Of course, not dying at all on this Nature's Prophet. And we haven't seen it from him yet this major. I checked the stats. He doesn't really play it frequently, but he does play it on average once per event. So he played it once at a DPC. Did win that one. Did not win the one game he played it at TI. Did win the one he played at Arlington, etc., etc. So he's like
75% win rate now with this game.
No, he's played it more before that. It's
Oh.
like played 12
But
games.
if we only include the last 4 times,
Yeah.
Sure, then yes.
75% win rate.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
It's decent, very decent. If you want to include the previous one as well, I think they did it at their DPC season before Arlington as well, and he did win that one. So the percentage goes up.
Percentage goes up. I did.
82.2%.
That's math. 2.
What is 5 games played?
I think it's
One loss?
16.6666.
80.
Am I being an idiot? Is it not just?
I'm sorry, I'm good
It's
at
not
math,
just
but I zoned out.
80%.
80%.
Oh, that's right, Cheever. That's right, Cheever.
Thank you, Jenkins.
80% win rate.
You guys really make me doubt that one.
I was
Math.
just saying nonsense to cause chaos. I
Okay,
didn't-
well it worked out
Yeah,
in
so
my
was I.
brain.
I
That's for
promise.
sure.
I like what they did with the Nature's Prophet, though. I like as well that they're playing into Beastmaster and they have the Ent, which makes him have to go Axis build, which made his losing just a little bit harder, and he's able to deny way more on the lane and get ahead that way. He was like 1k net worth up on the Beastmaster, so they did a really nice job there. I also really like that Aston put an emphasis on blocking the Ancients as well to try and stop the stacking, because that's how 33 usually comes back into the game after a lost lane.
But ultimately, I think Tundra's mid laner, 9 just didn't perform. I didn't feel much of his impact. It felt like the offlane Snapfire went fine for Aster, but then he turned his ulti into like a Dragonite killing machine. All the early skirmishes were like root the Dragonite, and then he's 1,000,000,000% dead to
Yeah.
kisses plus literally anything else. And then so they just never got to start a good fight unless DK got a jump off first, which didn't happen enough.
I want to flame a little bit. He didn't go stun until level 4 in the lane. Isn't that the whole point of the Ember Dragonite matchup, is that you skill your Dragon Tail and you stun him and then you deny all those creeps so you get ahead? Instead, they were just even on CS.
Yeah, he had like 5 or 6 denies more, but like yeah, it was very close. And his BKB was just way too late.
I definitely feel like 9 needs a pretty hard reset after that game. There were a few instances where like he didn't even try to juke the Mortimer's Kisses, and I guess he just thought he would like outrange it, and he looked very frustrated when like he got killed by like the last tick of it, because that Mortimer's Kiss that started at like 70% HP, right? So you feel like DK max passive, like, oh yeah, I'm fine, right? I just walk out of it. He died. Later on, we saw him like instant pop the BKB in a fight where he honestly looked fine. I would say most viewers are like, oh, he's fine. We have the God Vision, obviously, but it's like he was traumatized from the Mortimer's Kisses, so I feel like mentally he just needs a hard reset.
I want to give credit to him, though. When that time he walked in a straight line, there was a Mortimer's Kisses mid where he tried to, or he walked in a straight line again, but this Snapfire was sending kisses left and right and missed like over half of the kisses because he expected him to juke. He just didn't juke. Not juking was a juke in itself. Maybe he just thought it would work again because it was a long range kiss. You kind of have to like adjust a bit.
But then the mind game comes up from XXS.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
like, well,
he
he's
didn't
gonna,
dodge
he's gonna,
last time.
yeah,
it
exactly.
was way too big brain.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Mind games upon mind games. Well, definitely some mind games need to be played here if Tundra wants to force out a third game to this series. We circle back a lot to draft. It was a little bit of a rocky draft from Tundra. Not the type of playstyle that we're used to seeing. That being said, the opening was exactly as we were expecting with the Beastmaster coming out as well. But adjustments, they need to be made. So what adjustments do we want to see from Tundra? Is it literally just go back, oh, I would have picked a different hero last? Or are there other points?
I think so. I mean,
yeah?
the thing, like SVG had a lot of criticisms towards the Beastmaster, which I can understand. But Beastmaster is like an enabling hero. Like he doesn't solo carry the game. Yes, he takes an area of the map and like makes it so that you can farm a lot more as a team. But when it comes to actually being in the fights, like there's usually a hero that you're stunning for through the BKB. There's usually a hero that you're empowering with your auras. I feel like in this patch, that's usually going to be Lina or Nature's Prophet or one of these like giga carries that are ranged heroes. CK would probably work better than Lifestealer just because you're giving the auras to like all of the illusions. I don't feel like Lifestealer benefits that much from the auras, and maybe that's just because he's a bad hero.
The CK got banned in second phase.
Right, I get it. But if it wasn't Skeeter, I'd be saying like, pick these ranged heroes. But I know that he likes his melee brawler guys.
I mean, ultimately, I just think that what they needed to do better was that, for whatever reason, they needed to get Dragonite active on the map with kills. He got Blink, he got Shard, so they had kill potential. He didn't get kills. That didn't accelerate him towards the BKB, and then they couldn't teamfight because he didn't have BKB and he had to frontline initiate for them, and they missed their initiations too. So either their lanes need to get better so that he feels closer to that BKB or high enough net worth that their fights go well. They need to do more infest bombs, that kind of stuff. Like, they needed to get more kills in that position, and whether it was a result of the laning stage or just poor map initiations, then they need to solve that.
Yeah, I'm guessing the main issue was just the support duo of Rubik Phoenix was not like high enough burst damage for for the DK to get kills with stun, because usually you want to combine like you and your offlaner or you and your supports and then kill everyone, but you're playing into like tree ant armor and like hard to kill supports that are quite tanky, and you're like Ench, and you have a Greaves rush on this Snapfire who got very actively involved in the early game. I think Aster did a good job of pushing the tempo. They were bringing more heroes to skirmishes, and then Tundra weren't bringing enough heroes back, so they were just losing fights.
Yeah. Honestly, Murano would have been pretty solid, but sometimes the pick order doesn't permit that. They picked the DK after they already had the Phoenix and thought it would be enough. And honestly, if they did go for the Murano, like the Snapfire comes out and you kind of destroy any DK combo that you can come up with.
Yeah, we say a lot of points that Tundra could improve on, but Aster, the Snapfire overall last pick was, of course, very good. It had a very good game overall. And Aster in itself, I mean, they won the game. They're also going to see how they can improve based on that first game of this series. What are they going to talk about during this break, or what have they already talked about during this break, as we do see them, of course, back in their booths?
I think you go back. Yeah, you just go back there and you just gas each other. We're so good. They're so bad. We're going to beat them. We're going to beat the TI winners. We're going to move on. We're going to go farther.
It was 27-5. That's a pretty big,
Yeah.
You've won the draft, you've won the lanes, that's a pretty big stomp.
I mean, it was revenge as well. Of course, it was Tundra that knocked Aster to the lower bracket at TI. And it was a clean 2-0. So maybe this, feels extra special for Aster. And I know, Jenkins, that it was XSS that specifically prepped against Tundra, or rather learned from Tundra during the season.
That is true. I mean, it's really hard to say for absolutely sure what's going on, but a lot of the time after TIs, everybody starts analyzing together these TI winner drafts, how they play, and then they do it because it's the best Dota. No patches come out. Aster did that, except they've got their flair, which right now I feel like is actually pretty traditional Chinese Dota of 5-manning, running at you, skirmishing a lot. And so the question was, do they just do it better with their flair? And it looks like, well, yes, but maybe that's also because Tundra's a little lacking right now.
Yeah. Pichu, the +5 on Aster, he said that he was looking forward to playing versus Tundra at the Major after they qualified. So I'm glad to see it's, well, maybe it's not going how he hoped. Maybe he hoped to be closer.
Oh, I bet he's going to be very happy that he knocked them out. I feel like as a competitor, you'd want to, just if you were looking forward to facing someone in particular, you look forward to crushing their hopes and dreams, which is exactly what Aster's doing to Tundra right now, as it's elimination on the line. And a reminder, if you don't get top 8, you don't get anything. And a reminder, last season, as in last TI, you could not go to TI, even you could be a point short. Western Europe is the most competitive region, and I think everybody agrees on that. Points. It's all about those points. So getting top 8 is so important. And this could be big. We could be looking back, 7 months from now. It's that one game that they had against Aster, if they won that, they would have gone TI.
It could happen. But hey, their form isn't the strongest right now, and they only have themselves to blame, and it hasn't really looked that close yet for Tundra. So they have a lot of ground to make up. Hopefully they can get there.
Oh, yeah. We are very close to the draft. Just a couple of seconds to go, which I'm going to ask the question. Will there be a third game? Jenkins, yes or no?
Yes.
Will there be game 3? Sheep, yes or no?
No.
I say no as well. I don't know. That game 1 looks really...
Just said one word. But seriously, listen to your host.
Oh.
I'm a yes-man.
He's a convinced knower here on the side of Purge. And looks like we might have a little bit of time to elaborate on that.
Oh, go ahead, Purge. Go ahead.
No.
Okay. Well,
Did you want more?
50, almost. It is 33 and 66%. Our math is still on point, just like at the start of this segment. Let's find out who is correct and if we will head into a third game. We're heading over to the draft of game 2.
And we're about to begin with game number 2 between Tundra and Aster. The draft is already underway. Team Aster, with an incredible performance, they figured out they can pick Nature's Prophet once a tournament. That's exactly what they do. And this time they started again with a Trim Protector, but they really like that Snapfire pick from last game. As Tundra, they changed up their strategy a little bit, Undying and Batrider. Fear, what can you tell me about this Snapfire pick from last game?
I mean, it worked out. That's what I can tell you.
He hated it.
It did a lot of work in the game. What I did not like was so much the Tundra draft. I really felt that 9 could have not only skilled differently to crush the lane harder by going a stun build instead of being a bit more passive with a breathe fire build, kind of not trying to dominate his lane, but on top of it, going for the lifestealer on that last pick there. It didn't really accomplish too much. It ended up not doing any damage. It went for the Maelstrom build and the BKB. They just couldn't kill any heroes there. And yeah, of course, we talked about Monet. He plays his hero once per tournament so far, and he normally wins with it, and it's not going to get it again as it is banned.
80% win rate in the last 5 games.
A Batrider?
No, Nature's Prophet.
Over the last 5 tournaments?
Over the last 5 tournaments, that's right. Very impressive.
Okay. Can we touch on the Batrider then on Tundra? You were a big fan of this pick, Jenkins. You were saying he was going to be the one of the pop-offs. He did pop off.
Yeah, I really like this. So is that Tundra first pick, which means the Batrider comes out.
It's 8th.
It's 8th pick, so it's in the stage where you can do 3 protection bans for it, and they actually are. They're banning the Queen of Pain, which a lot of people have actually just been allowing through against the Batrider because it's just a bad hero. Abaddon, which I have seen some people playing Abaddon mid versus the Batrider.
Where?
South America. It's a South American thing. So maybe there's some scrimming happening with Tundra and the SA teams. But yeah, they're protecting the bat. And a free bat game is obviously incredible on this patch. Even a game where it's not free, it's still good. You're just playing more for the late game rather than running around Boots of Travel and owning everybody. I feel like against Snap and Dream Protector, this is a fantastic hero. He's going to have a good game, and it's 9 playing it. This is one of his classic heroes.
Yeah, we can only hope he's having a good game with it because this hero, it's one of those heroes that you put mid, right? It technically can do everything. It can crush the lane like you're playing versus a Huskar. It can make rotations.
Carries
it can scale. But the one problem it does have, if it comes off to a really bad start, it gets a late Boots of Travel, it's kind of in recovery mode the entire game. And there are some heroes they can pick here for XWY that can deal with it. Puck is one of them that a lot of teams do like to play against the bat. All these matchups kind of go one way or another, depending on skill, what happens in the laning stage. Storm Spirit's been a hero that's been pretty popular against it.
Pango, I see. If Puck is banned, Pango's usually the go-to.
Pango could be good. We've also seen some teams pick the Ember versus the Batrider, which can go both ways. Basically, the moral of the story is all these matchups can go both ways. But if it goes one way for the Pango or the Puck, if they get a good start, a good rotation, and Bat doesn't have a good game, this hero is in recovery mode and can be an issue. And speaking of counters like the Abaddon, we've seen a bit South America likes, but we used to Liquid pick up Oracle this tournament against it, and that seemed pretty effective as well.
EG as well, right? They also picked Oracle in the group stage.
They may have, yeah.
Yeah, they did. We casted the game, I think.
Oh, right.
I don't think it went that great for them.
No.
It's a little weird because you have to TP the Oracle in if the bat is mid. But it still means that it's.
But they did win. They did win with that game.
Yeah, it's not just a free bat game.
Then it's 100% win rate, 2-0 with Oracle.
That's true. It's true.
But they're not going to pick it though, as they pick Silencer.
The Abaddon is also a Tundra special, right? They've been picking a lot against the Ricky combos, right? So they also value this hero higher than most other teams, and they have success with it as well.
Yeah.
As the Silencer is the pick instead. We've seen this hero, some teams value it pretty highly, some teams ignore it completely. What is its function against this Bat Undying to begin with? Why is it a strong pickup here?
We saw yesterday, I think it was in was it the EG game? Anyway, we see.
Yeah, we did. It was
Silencer just sits mid versus Bat, and I think we saw in the gaming game as well, actually, except that didn't go as well.
EG game was
actually no, it was
off-lane Silencer, right?
And the game Quinn played Bat versus a Silencer.
Yeah, and it was actually Aster that sent the Silencer mid against Quinn, and it really hurt his 5 to 15 minute mark, which is a period in the game where Batriders can be quite devastating in the side lanes.
Okay.
And especially if he can secure those runes. Wow, that
Enigma into Silencer.
Okay, that's pretty fucking crazy, dude. That's insane.
These offlane players are crazy. Honestly, right now, if half the offlane players that like Enigma some will be like, yeah, I don't want to play versus, global. And others like, I don't care. I buy Greaves. I'm just going to buy auras. And it is 33 playing it. I don't think they're going to play around this black hole at all. One thing that Enigma does do versus the Silencer is that it lanes incredibly well against it, or the Treant. You're just going to bring the lane back. Neither of these heroes have the greatest AoE to deal with the Eidolons. And he's just going to build probably a pipe for the Mortimers. He's going to buy the Greaves. He's just going to be an aura. And hopefully at no point will he need to be the initiation, or they'll absolutely need a black hole to win the game, because for Silencer and Treant, it's just not going to happen.
So my question on this is, why the Enigma over other Zoo heroes that have also done similar things? What does he provide besides being able to control the lane better?
I mean, I guess in this particular game, like, he wanted to play with the Riki, right? So they needed to make sure they had a lane partner.
Yeah.
So, like, if they were to pick, like, some Lycan Riki lane, that just sounds terrible.
Right. I would totally agree.
Yeah.
It is 100%. They had their eyes on Riki, and they're like, what offlaner can we pick with Riki? And they had the double pick, right? So they just had to pick something that is guaranteed, that is going to have a decent lane, which you can because you pull the lane back, and get Riki to his 15-minute timing. So this is entirely about the Riki. It looks really insane because it's into Silencer and Treant Protector, arguably the two greatest counters to Enigma in the game, but they care about the Riki. That's what that says.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the other gaming Gladiator series versus Aster, where they did the Silencer versus the Batrider. Later on in the draft, I mean, we can only assume we still need an XWY hero. They actually picked the Tusk into Bat, which most teams, when you want to play Tusk mid, you normally ban the Ember and the Bat. You don't want to play that matchup. But with the Silencer rotations, they kind of own the lane. So I do think they also are in a similar position where they might want to go that route. Snap could go mid, technically. But seeing that they kind of crushed it in the off lane last game, I think they are probably looking for something to run that mid lane. But Tundra disagrees, as they do ban the Tide Hunter out.
Yeah. Huh. So that was also indicative of what carry they're thinking of playing as well, right?
Yes.
What comes to mind if you ban the Tide Hunter?
I mean, Skiers, CK's
Illusion
banned.
Heroes, CK's
banned.
CK's banned, Naga's banned. Phantom Lancer?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
PL against Drow? I mean, that is a very difficult matchup for the Drow. I know you get the splinters with the Ag Shard on the Drow Ranger, but it's really not that good against the PL. It's still a pretty hard counter.
You have to do, the only Drow build that works is the Maelstrom Ags, which is a complete deviation of the usual Drow.
Yeah. You can also dispel the Tree Root and the Silencer global.
Yeah.
You're going to go for a Manta.
Not a huge fan of that hero, but yeah, it has its merits. I remember watching one of your games, like, it's the perfect PL game, but like that hero just like takes like 3 to 4 items until it's online, and at that point it could be too late.
Yeah, and he's laning with the Undying, which is a bit weird. They banned the Pango. Okay,
this is a PL.
This feels like a PL.
Yes.
It could be.
Now Aster must know this. If we can recognize it, they definitely can know
Yeah, but maybe they're just like, well, go ahead. This hero's garbage.
I would say just pick it. It's garbage.
Okay.
Personally. I mean, you do have the Snap ult, which will deal with it for the first, 30 minutes of the game. Drow eventually can get the Shard, which is very good versus it.
Now
there has to be something better. I do like that Spectre ban. I think that Spectre ban was very smart.
Sure.
And the Slark was really smart ban. So he's kind of limiting his options. I can see him playing Faceless Void too, because that is a Skeeter hero he does love a lot.
But why ban the Pango then?
I mean,
Troll, maybe? You don't want to get disarmed by the Pango, and Tide is kind of okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Troll. I'm looking at Faceless Void for him as some of the big picks. PL, I won't lie. It's a decent PL game if they do want to go for it. Okay. And then Ursa. I mean,
interesting.
That's a good pick. I mean, normally that hero, Skeeter's not playing it a lot this tournament, surprisingly, because he does play it a lot. It is a hero that can get an Overgrowth for free. If you do the Mortar's Kisses as well, it can survive it. It's laning with an Undying, so the lane should be pretty good. And I think they're just going to run Snap off lane now, though, and just kind of pressure it.
Yeah.
So this might be a hard Ursa game the more I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. I mean, they can kill the Silencer in lane at least.
You have to, though, right?
Yeah.
If you don't go for kills in this lane, you're just going to get harassed over and over again, and your lane will be miserable. But he is laning with Undying. I've seen Undying's 2v1 mini lanes before, so I think his lane should be fine. As they will pick the Storm. That was the hero, one of the few heroes I talked about that generally Storm isn't very good versus Batrider. It has a purpose. It can win mid lane at level 6. You do have the zip, so you can just control the Bat, and then you can just TP to rotate to wherever Bat goes to in the lanes, and then you can get some easy kills with a full magic stick.
And the only thing to really catch him is Riki Dart and the
smoke screen.
And the smoke screen.
Yeah.
The Enigma Black Hole, not a problem. Hard countered this game. You don't really care about Ursa that much as a Storm. I know a lot of mid laners really like Storm versus Bat just because of
Yeah, it's a good matchup. Yeah.
constant like full wand charges in the lane. You can just push out the lane and deal with the Bat early with your remnants, and then you can catch him eventually on the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, if Bat chases you in the laning stage, he's like, you're just spamming that remnant down. He's running into it into the tower.
Right.
You pull him in.
Bat has to be right on top of you is the problem
Right.
for him.
And then at level 6, Silencer's just going to walk by, drop Curse, Storm will jump in. You don't want to spam your stick anymore because you're going to keep refreshing that Curse. So I actually really like Aster's draft here. Complete opposite from yesterday, where every draft I saw Aster like, what are they doing? This looks terrible. This isn't good. But both their drafts, this game specifically, they have a good shot, and I'm favoring them draft-wise.
I want to just look at Tundra for a second, though, because their draft looks very countered if you just look at it in the vacuum.
Yes.
But they clearly have some sort of idea. What can you tell me about their draft more? What's the synergy there? What are they thinking?
I mean, I think the Ursa is a hero that can get on top of pretty much all these heroes, even the Drow with the Blink Dagger, and we'll be able to just burst them. I think they needed that damage in there. They have the Enigma who's going to just go for utility build because he is playing versus the Silencer. You do have Bat in the mid lane who he can do some damage, but we're not seeing much of the Witchblade anymore. So they needed someone to do the damage for the stuns. It's just he needs to get out of the laning stage.
Are Tundra also Dire?
I believe so.
I think they're Dire. I would assume picking Ursa, they're Dire.
Right, because of course the Roshan advantage.
You've got that stupid little high ground ward that basically everybody now is complaining about that gives the massive Roshan advantage. So you can always play around that. The fact that you're going to have an Aegis probably to work with.
Does make your offlane a little bit easier as well. Of course, in that situation with the Enigma, we'll see what happens. I think the players are already ready. And even more ready is Cap and SVG, who are right over here, ready to cast this game.
Yes, we are definitely ready. The players, Avo, not so much. We're going to have a brief pause here, but that gives us a little bit more time to talk about this matchup. Tundra, right? They go into lower bracket. Disappointing group stage, for sure. They come into this playoffs. They probably figure something's got to change. They pick up Lifestealer, which neither one of us was a big fan of, both in general, but also in that game. It didn't feel quite right. That was the first time they picked Lifestealer at this event. Now it's the first time they picked Ursa at this event.
Might be the last carry they pick. They don't start getting something clicking. Team has been struggling, man. I feel for it. It's tough when you're in this rut. You don't feel like anything's working. You got to start experimenting a little more, branching out.
Sure.
Especially after you probably just won TI. I mean, I've never been in that specific rut, but I'm sure that makes it harder.
You can imagine.
I can imagine.
To dream.
I can dream of what that rut must feel like. Anyway, looking at this game, is this Tundra versus Gaming Gladiators, or we sure we have the right team name here? Because this is literally the draft Aster lost to.
Yeah.
Swap one hero out. It's the Drow Storm draft with Silencer, Tree, and supports. So you have the team fight in the buffs to buff the Storm up when he goes in.
Okay, so I was not a huge fan. I'm becoming more of a fan, but I was not a huge fan of when Gaming Gladiators did Silencer, Tree, and Protector as the support duo, and I wasn't a fan when Aster took it from them either. And then they went on to not really be able to perform with it. Now they're just blatantly stealing Gaming Gladiators' first draft against them.
I wouldn't say they're stealing it. They're just
borrowing, learning, copying.
Put it on loan. They'll return it at the end of the series.
Now, I do think that's a really interesting point because one of the adjustments that was made in TI 11, I would say one of the changes, I don't know if it's meta or what, but every TI brings some sort of innovation. And the thing I heard from players repeatedly was that teams have gotten really good at copying other people's strategies. They don't necessarily need to practice it over and over again. They see another team do it, and teams have gotten really good at just being able to execute it as well as the team that originally did it. And we could be seeing that here. We'll see whether or not Aster is able to accomplish with this draft as much as Gaming Gladiators was able to do yesterday in Game 1.
I think there's a reason they stole it. I'll use the word steal. I mean, they've lost to it. They're like, holy crap, this stuff's good. So now they're just playing it. This Drow lineup, I really like versus Enigma. We've seen it multiple times this tournament. These lineups where you have multiple ranged cores with an initiator, and then you have double supports with counter black hole. This Enigma game is going to be tough, man. He can't black hole anything in the team fights. The way the cores are going to split up and just right-click him down, even if you get off a black hole, you might just die, even if the ults are on cooldown, right? So why are Tundra going for this? They want to enable the Riki on the lane, and they want to get this Enigma versus Silencer on the lane matchup, which they're not even going to get. But in the game, it's okay. You can play the summons route. You can buy the early Greaves or a Dispel. You can group up. and they needed a way to shut down the silencer in the fight so that 9 can play as well. That's what they are afraid of. So they're trying to counter the counters, get their other cores enabled here. I didn't agree with their last 2 bans because I do think Aster were really looking for a ranged mid hero there with the Drow Aura. I don't think they would have put the snap mid. I think this team is like, once they find a hero that XXS is going to town with, they're pretty happy to just jam it.
Sure.
And I think he was pretty happy with Snap last game, so I'm unsurprised to see him go back to it. I do favor Aster a little bit here. I think this Ursa can get kited. The Enigma game's hard. Batrider has to play into Global and a Storm who can jump him first. It might come down to early game execution again. And so far, Aster seems to be chilling. XWY is having a pretty good early laning phase, which he should here with the stick charges and spamming the remnants. I'm not too worried about Aster in this laning phase. I don't think there's a lot of threat, right? You're playing double melee top versus double ranged. Should be mad chilling there.
Well, there's definitely a threat mid at least, right? I mean, Batrider versus Stormseer, you're giving a lot of stick charges, but you can get the kill.
Yes, you can kill. And I think that's where Tundra want to make it up in the laning phase this game.
Okay.
You want to get Riki involved in something. Maybe you're killing them bottom. I think this Riki Enigma lane can be surprising in the amount of damage it deals if you get caught out of position with a Malefice, for example. Treant makes it a bit harder, but you do have the mid-roll potential.
Why? Maybe he's going to kill 9. He does! Oh, so if they needed to be able to do something in lanes, we have already hit a massive speed bump for Tundra.
Man, I should have taken up that bet against you. I mean, 9 can kill him. I should.
You really are a gambling addict. You had this bet going on with Effie yesterday, the $6 bet.
Oh, you're just gonna say that on live television.
You had a bet going on with, or trying to force a bet on me today.
I got a lot of bets going at this tournament, and I'm not winning any of them.
Yeah, Avery's he's working this event for free. He's actually just paying out his talent
right
fee to
now.
all the other talent.
It's straight in, straight out. I'm bleeding. It's a rough life.
This is how talent keep their, this is how we keep our skills honed,
Yeah, it's a
we
full-on poker game going on.
We argue
in the
against
green
each
room.
other about drafts and who's going to win.
I mean, I bet Fog he wouldn't even get to this event, and he showed up. I lost so much on that.
Yep, my man's made it.
He's
just in time,
definitely
too.
listening right now. He did not like that joke.
He even tweeted at a Cap and Avery podcast.
I know he did.
And now you're giving him shit because you know he's listening.
I liked his
Avery,
tweet for he just said I did him dirty.
if any of you guys ever interact with Avery, just know that the meaner and grumpier he is to you, the more he likes you. If he's ever polite to you, that it's all over. You guys are not friends.
That's why I love you, Cap. You're one of my favorite people.
I can tell.
In the whole world.
All right, so
yeah, keep laughing it up, son.
All right.
Don't give up. Don't give up.
Can you explain? Maybe I'm just stupid.
Okay.
Let's imagine that I'm just stupid.
Okay. Not too hard, but I'll try.
This game 1 draft from yesterday.
Yeah.
Game of Gladiators. They drafted Aster's entire lineup.
Minus Snap.
Because Aster first picked Enigma.
Yep.
Can you explain to me again why the Enigma is why? You said it's to protect the bat. Like they want to give them a different threat that the silencer has to respond?
I'll tell you why.
I'm confused by that.
You see this thing in the base right here? You see this little shield in the base with some names on it?
I don't know who our lovely observer is, but if you could go ahead and click on Dyer's Fountain and click on the Aegis that's sitting there.
Yeah, you see this item in the base? It's called the Aegis of the Immortal.
It's above the shopkeep.
Top left,
there you
right
go.
there. Why don't we click on? Oh, he's not even on click. Let's click on the radio.
There you go.
Okay, you see some names on that. What's the last name on that, Cap? What is that? I have to squint a little bit, but if I hover over that, oh, it looks no, not that one. Yeah, there we go. 33. That's why they're picking a Cap, because this guy doesn't care what he plays against. He is that confident. He won TI off his summons. He's the best summons player in the world. He knows how to play these counter matchups. You can penta pick him. You can quadruple pick him. You can quad lane him. You can gank him. You can shut him down. You can kill his couriers. You can sentry every camp on his side. It doesn't matter. He's confident, and I like that confidence. Now, will it work out for them? Probably not, but I like that confidence. That's what you need to win a LAN, you know?
Yeah.
There's some truth in it. Like, if you're not willing to pick the heroes you think are good and you're using them for why you think they're good, they want a Greasebuyer, they want a Summons hero, they want what it does for their lineup in terms of the team fight, the threat on the lane, enabling Soxa on a melee roamer that's going to get on the back line and give them good sleeping dart silences in this game, that can be enough to fulfill your game plan here, right? And if they feel like that's it, it's going to do its job, why overcomplicate things?
Is there no other offlaner that can enable Ricky's game?
I mean, a lot was banned. I don't think the melee summons are nearly as good with him, right? Like, you don't want to really play a Lycan here or something.
Sure,
It gets awkward. The Furion's out. There's
But
like,
what about the summons is important for Riki? Is it just about taking that tower, or?
That's how the lane develops. Yeah, you get
Okay.
some objective taking too. If you look at this Tundra lineup, who's pressuring tier 1s, who's giving them kind of AoE Roche control. Also, these ultimates versus Enigma are only as good as you can hold them. Let's say Tundra get a lead because their lanes go well. All of a sudden, this Global and Overgrowth aren't as good because you can force the issue. If 9 can be the initiator of this game instead of XWY, those ults are way different, right? Because then you have to start using them on the bat, and then Enigma gets a freer fight. Honestly, I think they just value the laning and the auras that he can buy. They value the spells in the mid game.
Okay.
But obviously, yes, the Black Hole, you're not picking Enigma for Black Hole this game. I don't think it's your highest priority here. That said, it's a goddamn TI winner for a reason, and respect him. The other hero that comes to mind that could have done this, and I've seen play with the Riki, is the offlane Coddle. We saw that a lot in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
But again, it's not really, I would never expect 33 to play offlane Coddle, right?
No.
Maybe if Necro was still in the game, he'd probably play it.
Yeah, no, that would actually now all of a sudden it's a summon hero. Man, 33 really got nerfed by Necronomicon being taken out of the game, and then he still won a TI.
Yeah, think if Necro was in the game.
Oh my God.
He'd have 4 rings by now.
What about that? Okay, so that does slightly contradict what I feel like you initially said, that the Enigma helps protect the Batrider pick, but now you're saying it's the opposite. The Batrider initiates, and he forces Global Sounds to use.
Well, this is one of those lineups
reaction.
where they want certain heroes to do things that go right to enable other heroes, right?
Okay.
Let's say Enigma gives Riki a really good lane. Riki's off to the races. You can pick the Riki maybe in the first place. What's the Riki's design in this game? He's going to destroy Silencer's life. That's what Riki's here for. Make Silencer's life miserable. It's one of the best matchups. You can always find him. The division game's really annoying. Jump on him, sleeping dart him, sleep him. You start the fight. Well, now Enigma doesn't have to worry about Global, right?
Sure.
And then maybe you have to use Overgrowth to bail out your other cores. All of a sudden, you could be looking at a fight where these 2 ults are out of the picture, and then this Enigma pick doesn't look too bad, right?
Yeah.
But then still, why I'm saying it's tough is because you're still playing into a Drow lineup, and I think these Drow archetypes are very favorable versus Enigma in the current meta.
I mean, you keep your spacing because you typically have 3 range heroes.
Yes.
You can blow the Enigma up like with just like one multi-shot. If he doesn't catch the Drow in the black hole, he's probably just going to die before the black hole is even finished.
So he has other issues in this game, but you got to start somewhere, right?
Sure.
And I think some of this was, how do we give this first phase Batrider a good game into what's going to be a mid counter pick and a silencer?
Okay.
So you want to help him out a little. You want to debilitate the silencer. That
want a
should
good
help the
aura
Enigma's
buyer.
game. Ursa's there to give you the Roshan early, which can accelerate the game versus potentially some long cooldown ults. You have Tombstone to make sure that Roche fight is applicable, right? This is how these lineups kind of come together, and you look at them and you're like, oh, I feel like they're counterpicking themselves, but the ball gets rolling, these pieces fall into place. It's a scary team fight lineup.
Okay. Thank you, Avery.
This is the
I feel a
potential I
little
see.
less stupid now.
Well, that was not my goal.
Now, even harder task. Can you explain Silencer, Tree, and Protector to me as a support duo? It feels like all in on lanes, which goes to what you were saying. Enigma gives you that kind of good laning presence. I feel like if Silencer, Tree don't win lanes, I'm not super happy with them.
So
Am I just
Tree is
biased?
slow hero.
Okay.
Tree talk very slow. Silencer remove everybody's talk. But Treant doesn't care because he already talks slow.
All right, now you're going the opposite direction. Now I feel stupider.
I think this combo is working because one, Treant is very strong in the meta. He skews a lot of the core-on-core matchups. He messes with BKB timings. The armor is very strong in a meta where I feel like a lot of these late game fights come down to cores right-clicking each other. Not necessarily super kitey engagements, though some of these lineups have proven to be that.
Yeah, like with all the force stats going around.
And then basically, Treant is the best BKB lockdown in the game from a 5. Outside of like some other fringe picks, there's like Wyvern and stuff, but in the current meta, he's the best, which means you can get these 4s that traditionally suffer versus that BKB timing in the game, right? So that's why we see a lot of Silencer, we see a lot of Disruptor. These are the 2 that come to mind. Their spells are very powerful. They're very good teamfight spells, but why did we not see them in a lot of the later patches? Because if you have 3 cores that all buy BKB and they run at you, your spells disappear off the map. Treant helps that problem a lot. Not only can he armor that weak 4 if he's getting gone on the back line, maybe bail him out. He has Overgrowth, so Silencer uses Global, throws those spells, enemy cores BKB, you Overgrowth them. Bam. That's like a pretty good fight recipe, right? The supports are helping each other use the spells more effectively in the fight. Treant also stalls the game. He keeps towers up, keeps cores alive on lane. Silencer traditionally would much rather have his towers up in a static map because then he's very bad at regaining space once he loses it.
Yeah.
The hero's slow, he's clunky, can't really invade jungle areas unless he's super snowballing off lane kills, which when you play versus Bat, you do have that option. So I think these heroes end up helping each other a lot. They have a lot of small natural synergies. As long as, like you said, you don't lose lane super hard and have 2 clunky supports with low damage, I think you're pretty happy going into that mid game.
Okay.
The other thing you lack is maybe initiation, but
Yes.
That's where
that
you
is always
need-
my big problem with it, but
that's where you need that last pick like Storm or something, where he shines. Storm is still a great initiator. Maybe he's not the best, scaling damage or something like that. Maybe he's not Pangolier who's going to solo kill a Furion in the late game, but he is still a great initiator. If you need a reliable jump, the man in the blue hat's going to give it to you as the man in the blue slot has disconnected again.
that does put a lot of pressure on XWY, and I think we talked about that last series. We had this support duo. It does mean your mid laner is under the gun to perform and get those good initiations, not just jumping to the wrong hero, but actually jumping the right hero at the right time.
I was also talking to Quinn yesterday. I mean, I got locked in a room with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been talking to him. But it happens. We got stuck in the elevator. And I had a long conversation with him. And one of the things I mentioned that it came back to me is XWY is in a tough position, not only because he's the newest player on this Aster roster, but because he's filling in a role that they have removed before. Which might sound a little toxic,
Wait,
but I mean in the sense this
okay.
Aster team has gone through a couple mids, right?
Sure, yeah, they had
And
Ori last year.
what that means is that they're kind of searching for this guy that fits with them. So when you bring in another mid to fill in a role that's already kind of been replaced, it's a very tough spot to fill.
So you're saying he's Cinderella, or maybe he's not, but he's trying on glass slippers right now.
Yeah, I think
every single game.
I think the analogy I heard from the Shopify boys was they call it the defense of the dark arts teacher.
That's right. That is oh man.
That's what
I think that was Artur that came up with that one. That is a baller line.
I don't know if
right
I'm
there.
supposed to say that publicly.
Well, it's already out there.
Well, yeah, we got to go with it now. But that's this role on a team that just keeps getting replaced because you're trying to find the guy that fits. And
Yeah.
it's not as toxic as it sounds. I think it's coming off a little tough, but I've been on teams like I've kicked multiple offlaners. I was trying to figure out something that worked, and it's hard. It's a tough spot for the team to be in, but it's also tough for the guy coming in because not only do you have the pressure of I'm the new guy, I have to show up, blah blah blah, but it's also like this team also hasn't gotten mids to work. There's something about it that hasn't gelled with him, right? So I think XWY. I think this guy has had a pretty damn good tournament for the position he's in, and you have to put these things in context, right? You can't just look at this guy and compare him to some mid who's been on a team for 5 years, who's doing great. Like Abed's been there forever and knows everything about the team, is super comfortable. This guy's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's playing the playmaker for this team. He has to start fights. He has to potentially win lanes. He has to maybe deal with early picks as well that are going to get countered. And at the same time, he's in that defense of the dark arts position. It's anything can happen.
So it sounds like to me he's in this defense against the dark arts position. It sounds like he's already set himself up to be one of the good guys. All right, he's not one of the bad guys. He's not one of the actors. He's coming into this position. He's doing his job. We'll just see whether or not he suffers some sort of ill fate or if he manages to be the perfect fit.
Exactly.
God, that's so good. When I first heard that one, that was, of course, the reference was to a different team. You could probably guess which one.
Yeah,
Shopify.
unconfirmed. I'm not going to say it was Shopify.
I'm not going to say it's Shopify, but they have gone through a lot of offlaners.
Potentially.
I was just running through my head like who's who at that point in time.
I mean, they're not the only team, right? I can literally say I did that with my team. It happens a lot, in fact, Snaking sitting in that booth was one of my defense against the Dark Arts.
Yeah, and then he went on to win a TI, so I guess you...
what is the moral there?
Poor judgment.
You should be begging me to kick you. That's what you should take away from that
Please,
story.
Avery, join my team and then kick me.
Yeah.
That's the Eternal Envy treatment.
It is. What he gave it to me, but I never got that buff, so I must have passed a generation.
Man, you really should have been in that Summit skit.
I should have been in a lot of skits.
Well, you're talent now. You'll get the opportunity to be
I don't want to be in those skits. I want to be in this game, which
hey,
we're back to.
We're back in the game,
Oh, thank
everybody.
God.
Welcome back.
I was
Game
running
2
out of unconfirmed rumors.
of Aster versus Tundra. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want more information on the Dota scene and leaks, just put a pause on our games, and Avery will panic and start letting you know everything he's heard.
That's the end of my unconfirmed rumors. You have to get confirmed rumors. Avo Plus at Twitter.com.
All right, well, XWY, not only did he get the first blood kill over 9, but he's doing very well in CS.
Yeah,
so,
he's a level up. He's a CS up.
I mean, the whole
He's a
danger
kill
of this matchup is dying to the Batrider like level 5, or Batrider getting level 6 ahead of you and killing you with the lasso before you have your 6.
Yes.
At this point, I'm not expecting XWY to die.
No. It's rare you kill the Bat this early. I do think the levels 1 through 3 are pretty nice for Storm.
Yeah.
You expect them to be ahead, but do not expect that kill. And that is really good for this Astra lineup because, again, he's the playmaker initiator.
Yep.
Anytime that hero gets a lead, you're going to be happy going into that mid game. And 9 is Tundra's here.
Yes.
So not only are you getting your playmaker set up, you're shutting down Tundra's. Ursa and Enigma are not starting too many fights for you unless you're just going in the Roche pit. So you're going to have to look for 9 to catch up here. A little slow start on that laning stage.
You don't really have the supports on either side to really rotate and, offset this mid matchup one way or the other. As 9's going to go for the kill. XWY TPing out. He's going to be fine.
Ooh,
it's a little close, but he does TP back to the tier 2. So he didn't TP back to the fountain or anything. So he is still going to be able to catch all this experience. Not a problem. He did go for treads and not a bottle rush. Is that just because in this matchup you don't really get to control power runes or water runes?
I mean, boots are always nice versus Bat in the one-on-one.
Yeah.
I think maybe he just got extra gold from the first blood, thought he was in like a pretty strong position region-wise, so it could be a little greedy here. I do think it's a little greedy to complete the treads over the bottle, because now he's like, denying power runes and he's feeling a bit of the pressure. He doesn't have TP here either. He's got to be careful in this position. You do not want to die and feed all that momentum back towards 9.
It used to be Storm Spirits at this point in time, they're just like, screw it, I'm going to just go jungle. Nowadays, I don't really see anybody do that.
No, the jungling's too slow. It's too far away from the lane. You lose too many runes.
Okay.
He does have tree and armor here too, so maybe that offsets this bottle a little bit between tree and armor and stick. It's like, I can get away with it.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's communicating to his supports. Guys, I'm really close to my 6. Please don't let this Batrider dive and kill me. I'll let you know when the pressure's coming down the line.
Side lanes here are going pretty good for Tundra, though. They are getting some decent levels on their heroes and decent level advantage. Like, I don't even know what really happened top, but Baboka is far behind in XP. I'm looking at this.
He was running around hitting some couriers.
Yeah, so he took a lot of time off lane, but XXS does not have the level advantage over Skeeter here. So they're just missing some XP on this lane, which is pretty nice for snaking on this Undying. He can play a bit greedier. And I was going to say, maybe some of this mid is also, when you have this Bat mid, you can bait the dives when you have Silencer really hard, because the turnaround's guaranteed. You just go in, you get the curse. Maybe your mid dies, but then Silencer 100% gets the turnaround kill. And if he's very fast and you get the early slow when you have boots on the mid and the Bat doesn't, oftentimes you can get that back kill before your mid even dies.
Sure.
So that was something like, oh, maybe if Baboka has the levels, he can go for this play, but he does not have the levels. So it's probably going to be static side lanes here, which are going decent for Tundra. They're getting what they want out of them. Skeeter has his 6 mangoes and boots, ready to make the smoothie, and hasn't had to use a lot of regen. So
he almost has phase boots too, so we may even see a kill going the way for Tundra in that top lane matchup once he does have those boots.
And 9 is double stacking for himself. You can double stack these dire camps. It's a pretty nice play. Don't see a lot of bats do actually. And so he's going to have the extra economy here between these 2 camps. Okay. Pretty cheeky, and if he gets 6-minute rune, he's going to be pretty much back. Now XWY does have level 6 and level advantage here, but again, like you're saying, who's going to rotate mid this game? It's Baboka with level 2? Is this enough?
Well, that pretty much means XWY is going to have to do 90% of the damage, and Baboka's just going to have to push in for the extra 10%, and he's already given up on it. It says, shouldn't he stick around? 6-minute power runes are coming up.
You want to contest the rune, but he doesn't. He's probably going to stack and contest it. Maybe he's trying to be a little efficient here.
Get some damage on 33. Bichog doesn't seem to have any spells.
Gotta be careful. Don't want to overextend into the Eidolons. If they split, you get Malefist here.
Bone him down, use the living armor, only level 1, but it's going to be good for now. Baboka does manage to snatch away the double damage rune in top and get some decent damage on snaking. But again, only level 2, so.
Yeah, there's just not a kill here. Baboka's too low level. 9 is going to be able to catch back up. Maybe something you think is invading jungle here if you think they are stacking for this bat. You think XWY is strong enough? It could be on the radar. We haven't seen a lot of early jungle invasions in this meta, but these options are always there, you know? If the right game calls for it, you go in that jungle, steal the stacks, make 9, skirmish your Silencer around that minor objective. Could be something Aster to look at. The downside is you're leaving XXS alone for a long time here. And he's not suffering too hard, but you're going free farm to this Ursa.
Yeah, that last lane was pretty passive, so they could leave XXS there. I could see a world where Ursa kills, but it's a double melee, so I think it's unlikely. But yeah, as you said, Ursa is kind of free farming.
And they're just stacking more and more jungle. Snake actually messed that one up.
I feel like that was a huge advantage
Holy
that Game
crap.
and Gladiators had in their series over Aster.
Yep.
They stacked like
Yep.
2 times, 3 times, maybe even 4 times as many camps as Aster did. So
Yeah, there's a lot of stacking going on.
yeah, and you
Roka's
can see it again here.
stacked one big camp, but all these 3 large camps for the Dire jungle are triple stacked, all 3 of them? Or we have 2.5. It's a lot of camps here for 9 to clear through. That's why I was saying that invade would have been really nice, because you look at 9 here, let's say you jump him with Storm Silencer, he's gone.
Yeah.
And then you're stealing a stack. You might just like win the game off that. But
And then you don't feel bad that your supports didn't stack as much
Yes.
as they did.
And XWY, he was looking to get aggressive. He TP top here. So he was looking for this Ursa kill that he didn't get. He might just end up in the jungle naturally because there's nowhere else to go up here.
Sure.
But by then, I think 9 has cleared it out. And you're giving the XP mid. The benefit of the stacking is now you can give XP to Ricky mid. 33, missing his lane partner, but he's getting the levels, and the Eidolons can do the work now.
Yeah, level 3 Eidolons, not so easy to kill. The Drow Ranger will get the occasional one. Here it is. XWY is going to spot. Oh, hey.
He's gonna get the
there
end
was
of
a
it.
little stack. He might be able to get some of it, and even better if he gets the kill onto 9,
this
take
is
away
huge.
some of that jungle gold he had, and it looks like he's got him.
Beautiful
Big,
gameplay
big
from him.
kill.
I'm so impressed they ended up here. I don't know if it was intentional because he went top first, but the foresight is definitely there, right? Like, where's his bat? Ricky's mid.
Yep.
Go punish him. Do not let this bat just lane for free in the jungle and catch up. So great punisher from XWY. Now he's even going back there. He's like, wait a minute. What have you
Yes.
guys been up to in here?
Yeah, what else you got? I'm going to take everything.
Snake is not happy about this. He's going to drop the tomb.
Yeah.
But he has an invis.
Okay. He's actually going to get right on top of Snake King, threaten him a little bit.
Even if he just forces the zombies to kill some of this and leech XP, this still sucks for 9, right?
Yeah, certainly.
And now they're going to bring XXS over. I mean,
Okay.
there's no way XWY can die here. He's just playing with him.
They will, Tundra at least will do a good job of like keep pushing him out entirely so they can get the experience all for themselves. And 9 can start getting to that boots of travel. And that is the difference between these two heroes, right? Stormshire can be a bit active early on, whereas Bat Rider typically just farms this period of time until you have bots. And then even then, you're going to try and farm up BKB typically.
This is where you want your Storm to be, though. Especially in this bad matchup. You want him to be ahead. You want him to either get it from the stacks or kills of the runes. So they got some stacks. He got a kill. Pretty decent position. Now he's going to go Witchblade. And I like this Witchblade a lot more than that other Witchblade in the game prior. Because this is a first item Witchblade he can be aggressive with before BKBs or that sustainability comes
Yes.
out. This is where you want that item.
That other Witchblade was third item Witchblade?
Yeah,
I think?
that game was... I mean, that game was over, but...
Yeah,
This is a game where the Witchblade can do some work, right?
certainly.
It gives them the solo damage to just kill these cores, too. This bad Enigma are not going to be super tanky for a lot of this game. Till you get to that Mech Greaves, till you get to the Ogre Club into the BKB on bat. There's going to be some windows here.
See if they can kill the Eidolons. Malphus to stop the multi-shot. Get a bit of damage onto Monet. They had the black hole, but they do actually get a rotation
Oh, XXS
out of
is
XXS,
hiding.
and they're well, I think he showed for a second there, but now he's going to throw in the kisses. They're going to try and turn the Enigma. Oh, if he lands all these shots, he's just going back and forth, and he does nail him. XXS on point, and Soxa took the damage from jumping onto the
And
Enigma.
the tomb.
He's going to kill the Tombstone. XXS just rolling
take
in
them
the
all.
money now. He's going to help Monet get a double kill off of that.
Did they see him, Cap?
I don't think they certainly
That
did.
was pretty cheeky. If he actually hit in the fog perfectly, baited them into that overextension, then turns it around. Damn, this guy's showing up today. And he's feeling the Snapfire. He's one of those players where if you get him the heroes, he's just, I'm going to pop off on
Yes.
this hero. He pops off, right?
Certainly.
And it's showing.
Especially if it's a playmaker, right? Especially if it's some sort of Mars, in this case, Snapfire.
Yeah, and this is not a super greedy playmaker either. This is a hero that can just fight at every point in the game.
Yep.
Has strong spells, can fight early, can play the lane, can buy whatever items you need for the lineup. Now all of a sudden you're not playing two super greedy side laners where XWY has to just make up for everything in the world. Another pretty good start here for Aster in terms of momentum. That said, Tundra are not behind. Again, this team is mad efficient. The stacking has been at work. 9 is smoked killing Ancients here. About as efficient as you can get. You can't just start killing enemy heroes.
But he's still farming, and that means there's an active mid laner on the field. XWY going to go for a second kill. 33 had mech this time around. He actually completed the mech after he died in that last fight from the kisses. I feel like if he had the mech, it could have been him surviving. But now they've kept him on the back foot.
That's a catapult wave.
Slight difference. And yeah, that's going to be a tower too.
And that's an Arcane Rune Storm.
Whoa, XWY, where are you going?
He's going everywhere he wants. He has unlimited mana right now.
He's going to chase after Snake King. And this should be a pretty easy one. Let's see if he overextends at all or if Aster's going to be clean about this. And yeah, they're kind of resetting a little bit.
He's still
away from the tombstone.
I like how XWY is playing this game.
Yeah.
He's pushing the limits, making moves on the map, enabling his team.
He's just forcing Tundra to respond all the time,
yes,
right?
And at least he's getting something out of the efficiency Tundra has proven with the stacks. Again, Tundra are not behind in this net worth, but XWY is doing at least a decent job of punishing them. Trying to find more.
Zoxa gets out of the sentries. They had one river and then one blocking the ancient camp, so he kind of skirts that line perfectly.
Man, Skeeter is farm though. And he's going Battle Fury on this Ursa. Actually, I think he has it. Yeah, he does. It's flying out.
That's a fast time.
So he has phased with Battle Fury done on Ursa at 13 minutes here. But the question is he going to have the space to use it, right?
Yeah. Aster once
they're
again.
Taking towers.
I mean, I feel like a lot of their formatting was enabled by the fact they had Ember Spirit Fury on last time, but they're doing kind of the same thing.
Yep.
They're grouping up and they're just taking your objectives. And Tundra, I mean, they're struggling. Maybe this is just a game plan against Tundra. You know, this is a team that likes to be ultra efficient. So you just say, fine, you're not going to fight us. Let's take as many early objectives as possible.
If you take the map away from an efficient team, that is one way to just cut them off at the knees, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea. We're not seeing the net worth catapult up yet for them, but these early towers can pay dividends later. Especially if you're keeping yours up with Treant. Pichu's still bottom. They have to smoke their bat down here to kick this guy out. That's how annoying he's been for 33. This is a necessary move because you cannot let him sit down here and just soak XP under this tier 1.
Yeah, seriously.
You got to get 33 involved in this game with the early summons and the early team fighting because, again, his later black holes are not necessarily going to bail you out of a position. And, of course,
this would be a big kill to get, but he's already outside of the smoke screen, so XWY's going to be
into a rune.
And he gets a power rune. Whoa, what was that global silence for?
I think it was
misclick? Yeah, Skeeter's like, I don't think you were supposed to be using that.
I think it was for the audio in the boost. Something was going wacky. They heard Jenkins was back on the panel and tried to global him again.
What if there was a hero that could do that, but except the video? Just turns everybody's monitors off, too.
Yeah.
Maybe that's Muerta.
You know who that was? That was Night Stalker with the old darkness. You couldn't play.
That's true.
Just turn your monitor off. You could have better intuition during that ult. Either way, that is a wasted ult. He gets the chat wheel. He gets the tip. Farming that tip gold. Why not?
Zoxa is actually poor enough he won't be able to buy the 15-minute shard right away, which everybody who plays Ricky tries to do this. Maybe with the courier kill, it's going to be a little bit more. All right, he's close.
It's a good courier, too. Monet's not happy about that one.
No.
And remember, Aster have had a pretty good early game momentum-wise, but the efficiency from Tundra, it's been there. 9 is not falling behind, and of course, this Battle for Your Ursa is going to work, and you have to care about Roshan in this game. If Skeeter gets this Aegis, he has a good chance to take the game over, especially with all these couriers that are going to die to Zoxa because he has deep wards and taking names.
Yeah, we've...
one way to slow you down.
Part of it was old Matthew, but there was a general... Like, Ari did that. I saw the courier. There was some sort of record about couriers. I think like 7 couriers killed in one game. It does seem to be a little bit more of a meta here.
You mean the record this tournament?
Why? Yeah, it was a record.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I feel like the most couriers I ever killed was the Boston Major with the Bounty Hunter meta.
Yeah, that
was a courier.
You were literally just AFK killing couriers
nonstop.
Oh, my
God, get me out.
All right, he's got the sleeping dart thanks to some of those courier kills. So he is online. Can Tundra, do they want to fight?
Not really, I think. You kind of want to get
BKBs.
You want to get BKB on bat for sure. You do have Greaves on Enigma, and you have this max decay in a Tombstone. But I think the fight's pretty hard if XWY gets a good jump and you just global on top, right? I mean, what's the counterplay? It's not there yet. That's why you need these Dispels, Sleeping Dart to maybe start the fight on your own terms. I think Tundra are happy to keep split pushing in farm until they're ready to try and take a fight into that Roshan for the Ursa. And I think if you're Aster, you want to keep up the tempo with your Storm because he has rune control. Another haste rune for XWY here. Pretty strong.
Gonna go for Snaking first. Snaking is tanky enough to survive, and he still hasn't used Tombstone, which is a little bit surprising to me, but again, Aster, XWY kind of goes for a poke, doesn't overcommit.
Yeah, you don't want to fight in the high ground Tombstone here.
Yeah.
That sounds rough, especially if you run out of mana. Still, you want to keep finding something.
Especially with the haste rune, especially
This is
against
pretty
melee
good.
heroes,
There's
especially
global.
if you can kill Skater first with the global. They're going to stop him from
Beautiful.
getting off the enrage. And now the kisses will land a couple times. Snake King taken out. Bulbagun's going to go for the kill, and he gets it. +2 intelligence. It may cost him his life. Never mind. Cookie gets him out. Living Armor does the same. Saxa,
He's dusted,
he is
but
dusted.
he's out of there.
XWY was smoke screened up, so couldn't really chase that kill.
Oh, man. And that Philosopher Stone dropped right in front of Snay. He had his entire game flash before his eyes. No.
Did he manage to get it in
He
time?
managed to
okay,
get it, yeah.
Okay.
He ran back into them.
Sleeping Dart. Wacha!
Go to sleep.
Like, ultimately just the most annoying hero. When he was sitting there
It's
earlier on
obnoxious.
the Ancients while Drow was farming, I thought of that TF2 line. You know, there's a spy sapping my sentry, you know? That's what all Ricky does. He's just killing couriers. He's sapping your experience. He's putting you to sleep, stopping your TPs.
No, I only played Dota Cap. I do not understand other game references.
Well, it's a Valve game, so I'm allowed to reference it. Thank you, Gabe, for that $5 check.
You're getting
Tundra.
5. What the hell? They have Tombstone. They have Black Hole. Why
They
not
do.
force it, right? There's no global up. So now your Black Hole is looking pretty good. And
Yeah.
now when you force this fight, again, you might have to use the Overgrowth aggressively here. This is the fight Tundra need to win. It's the Roshan for Ursa.
I mean, this pretty much means Aster needs to get really good usage out of their basic
just
spells, and they're
gone.
not going to get their Skeeter. He's already picked it up.
Now he can
XXS
chase.
full retreat. XWY is going to try and stall him out here, but he went into the smoke screen, and now he's going to be lassoed. They turn around, quickly kill him. The Overgrowth is not going to be enough to save him. They get the Black Hole out on the Silencer. 33's like, screw it. That's going to be probably the best Black Hole I'm going to get all game, boys. Got the one man, and with 2 heroes dead, let's just run down as many heroes as we can. We tried for P-Show. Skeeter's going to hop onto him. Monet trying to save him with the Gust pushback. Doesn't quite get it. Saxa is going to be able to leap away before anything comes from Monet. And now the objective is probably dead too.
There's that momentum change. Tundra were getting to that BKB bat. They were getting to the timing where you mess up one global, they just go in the pit. And that's where I'm saying you have to use this Overgrowth aggressively. The Black Hole gets freed up. Even if they don't get that fight, Tundra are super happy with that because you get Aegis on a Blink Dagger Ursa now. And now Skeeter can potentially build and try and take over the map with Ricky giving you the vision, setting you up with the Sleeping Darts. You have the bots on bat. The Enigma can just push the lanes out, or I guess just steal more Ancients. You have to be worried on these deep side lane pushes. Monet, you were out very far.
He is.
TP coming up for 9 in 2 seconds here. Yeah,
He's
they're
going to go for it.
This is not how you can farm.
Wait, what happened to the TP? Did he decide against it? I think he might have.
Yeah, I think he
maybe thought it was
canceled.
too deep.
Maybe they thought help was coming.
Yeah.
But that is the type of play you have to be worried about, right?
Sure. Oh, nice jump away before the Gust lands, and with the smoke screen and stuff, he's out. They don't even try and hit him.
He's being so annoying this game that they have decided they are done with it, and they have bought a gem.
Yeah, XWY's holding it.
Give the gem to Storm. Let him find this Ricky. But again, the economics here are not favoring Aster in these last 5 minutes. They're not finding the pickoffs. The Storm has lost momentum. And Skeeter is
XWS.
going ham.
XS. Ooh. Just walks right into Skeeter. I can't believe he's turning around. He's thinking about fighting this. Oh, this is looking bad. Flame break back into the smoke screen some more with the Tombstone out. Monet will try and help him out here, but it looks like Tundra want to commit, and there it is. Skeeter finishes off him. Now, he's going to be kited around a little bit. Still has the Aegis, but they try and go for another smoke screen. Catches the Sword Spirit. He's going to be caught again. Overgrowth helping him out.
That's
He needs to be
pretty
able to
good.
walk out of the smoke screen and jump away again. Look at Bijou.
Monet.
Tries to deep away, but Monet also tried to TP out, and they caught him with the lasso. XWY does manage to get away, but the whole squad of Tundra just rolls over Aster. They played that pretty damn well, I would say.
Oh, yeah, they're poking that fight out, forcing some spells, just slowly going in, waiting for Skeeter to jump. He's the committal here. Starts that fight out with a jump and pretty much ends it with the second one, right?
Yeah.
Takes XSS out of the fight. You're missing your aura here. You're missing your team fight. Sure, you kill a couple of zombies, but that ain't stopping the Ursa train.
Now, that does mean that the Aegis is out on Ursa, and he doesn't quite yet have BKB. So there may be a window where Aster could fight.
It's a tight window, though.
It is a tight window, and your confidence is probably not high. You've just lost two team fights in a row.
It's not high, and you don't have this BKB on Storm yet either. So these Ricky Clouds are debilitating.
Yeah, they really are.
And he is the one getting hunted.
Oh, he didn't jump again.
Do you have Global to
still
bail
get
him?
smoke screen.
There
goes the Global, but it doesn't matter. Skeeter's going to lay into him. The physical damage might be enough. The cookie gets him out. Good save from XXS. Tombstone on the high ground. Aster got to be resetting here. They're going to back away.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try and turn on Skeeter there. Because, again, this is your window. He used ult aggressively. He doesn't have the BKB. You don't have the BKB on bat. Maybe that Tombstone's enough to dissuade you, but you're not going to get many opportunities like that.
Again, maybe it comes down to the confidence. I mean, Aster looked super confident in game 1, right? They were playing pretty damn fast. But 2 team fights in this game 2 may cause them to call the question how much they can actually fight Tundra.
And I feel like this Ricky is the one causing them problems right now.
Yeah, I think so too.
They're not confident to push aggressively into those jungle areas like they were before. They're falling behind on net worth because they can't push these lanes as deep. Monet's afraid to go super deep top with the sleep into the combo, right? XWI is because he has Gem, but that's not even necessarily guaranteed. You can get Blink Struck slept.
Yeah, if he jumps on somebody else, might be he doesn't see Riki until the smoke screen is there. But he's got BKB now. They're going to lose Pichot. He's going to fall. But
one might
Aster
say
has hit a timing.
the invisible impact of this Ricky can be felt.
Thank you, Lacoste.
You know Lacoste gets paid by the pun. I get paid by the trash talk, so.
I see. That's why you're so mean.
Damn straight. I'm getting rich off it.
BKB is up for XWY, but BKB is up on the Ursa. So, like, do you feel like one of those is more impactful than the other?
Oh, Tundra definitely have the item advantage here. Because they're the lineup that wants to close out the map during this period. I still don't think you want to go ultra late into this Drow lineup if you're on even footing. So you want to gain the advantage now, and they're building it. BKB on Skeeter, Pipe on 33. Aster narrowly escaped. I'm worried about the next team fight here for Aster, though, because you have your big auras up on Enigma, and you have your BKBs. Where's the damage going to come from? XWY is not going to be able to punch through this. It's got to come from either a longer fight between your Snap and your Silencer without anybody dying, or Monet just picking up the slack with the physical. And Monet has not been able to get involved that easily. He's getting lassoed by Bat. He's getting found by Ricky. He doesn't want to play super far up in the fights. Another smoke. Going to fizzle here for Aster. XXS is just falling behind in this game. They're not getting the fights for him like the previous one, which is where Snapfire Shines gets all that assist gold. I should say assist gold. Just cleans him up with the kisses. I'm the Invis King, son.
Yeah, he doesn't let XWY walk away with that Invis. Spooks him a little bit by dropping a sentry.
Look how confident Tundra are. They're just walking in
here.
here.
They're just going for it. You get a Sleeping Dart. They're going to try and grab the Riki, but Skeeter is going to try and at the same time kill Bulbaco. The Global Silence stops the Black Hole, and XWY gets off his BKB. Oh no, the lasso just lasted too long. The kisses are raining in, doing tons of damage, but without the Storm Spirit, they have no finishing blow. And look how far back Monet is.
Maybe you turn with Overgrowth?
Maybe, if Tundra overextends.
Yeah, they're not overextending.
Yeah, they're just poking at him.
And you're not even going to get that turn here. Very disciplined from Tundra. And, of course, they get Gem out of that. Snaking going to pick it up on the backside. Very happy about that one. That's maybe better than the whole fight.
Yeah, that is massive. That was a nice 1-2 punch from Tundra, right? He spotted the Silencer, that's why he instantly jumps, right? If you can stop the Silencer from casting Global Silence and then you're free to use the Black Hole, that was massive. XWY jumped forward. 33's like, well, the Silencer's controlled. I could just go ahead and through this. They could go ahead and lasso.
And that's the problem. If Tundra are the ones starting on you, which this Ricky lineup's designed to do, these ults are not that effective.
Yeah.
Because someone's getting gone on, then you have to bail them out, and then Tundra have another stun. They can black hole someone that gets global, and then all of a sudden you're lassoed. And Skeeter's just going to work, because you can't kill him in the enrage duration. So that burst on the Storm is exactly how Tundra want to take these fights.
Which is where I think Bobica, his positioning there, I mean, hopefully he realizes from that game, he cannot be in sight of the Riki ever.
No. I mean, the cookie did bail him out there. He did get global off.
Yeah, but it was too late at that point.
Yeah, then it's forced. But that's the question. Who's your front line here for this Aster lineup? Who is scouting this rookie? Who is tanking it? So far, it's been your Storm.
That's a good point, because it's not like the Treant Protector can do it either. He wants to be able to get the reactive overgrowth.
I almost think maybe you go the Treant Shard just to have the Invis scouting back.
Maybe.
At least when you had the gem. But now you lost the gem. It's even tougher. Monet going to get slept here. They're going to poke him again.
Once again, they just kind of see what's there. Aster are forced to respond in some kind. So Tundra's like, okay, cool. We got some information. They're sitting around the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, they do not want to end up in a scenario where they jump. That hero gets force-staffed out, and then you're pulling the fight into the Aster Ball instead of the Enigma Auras. Tundra still want to take every fight around 33 strength right now, which is very high. I'm saying this ain't a great Enigma game, but it's a very good Greaves Pipe game. As almost every game in this meta is a very good Greaves Pipe game.
It's also a good Force Staff game. Snanking's got one of those.
As almost every game.
True.
Is it ever a bad Force Staff game?
It's also a good Wraithband game.
That's true. I was noticing that. Some decent value. It's hit the 25 mark.
Yeah.
Why not? This hero has a lot of an 8 HP. Buff it up with some extra armor. That's how you know these teams talk about items, you know?
Yes.
At least these little cheeky ones. And Snaking has not had any fear in these fights. He just
look, once again, he's leading the way.
Yeah, he has Force Staff now. It's a bit easier.
Yeah.
I mean, he's relying on Cookie and Force Staff. That said, I think at some point Skeeter is just going to make you disappear.
Yeah, I think so too.
He has Basher.
Skeeter. He does have Basher. The Cookie gets him out. Hits a two-man stun. BKB goes out, but as good as that stun was, Aster didn't really, they weren't in a spot to be able to commit. Now, okay, Global Silence is down. Tundra goes back into it. They're playing into a high ground down. That is dangerous. They're just going to deal with XXS. They don't overextend. Tundra's so careful not to overextend into this Drow Ranger.
Man, if you're not taking the fight off that Cookie, though.
Yeah, that was a sick one.
You're just going to give up Roche here, because I don't... Maybe the one saving grace is you got that Tombstone out. So they don't have Tombstone for this Roche fight, but are you contesting this 4v5 with no global?
This is where the game gets super dangerous, right?
Yes.
Second Roshan, you get an Aegis, you get a Shard for Ursa as well.
And once again, this Riki causing them massive problems. They don't have natural frontline. They don't have the Dispels. They don't really have the way to easily jump him outside of Storm. Magically seeing him on a Sentry, which you gave away the gem, so your map's getting dewarded. Multiple sleeps go off. It feels hard to take that fight. Because it's also stopping people from killing the Tombstone, which has been another problem. These Tombstones are not dropping to your Scatter Blast. They're not dropping them when they right-clicking them down. Because people are getting smoke screened. They're getting slept. It's a nightmare to play into these fights right now for Aster. They have to push through this window in the game, and they are falling.
The smoke breaks on Snake King. He realized something's going around. He's going to drop the Tombstone. 80 vision. Zombie spawns. Said it's the Treant Protector. It gets caught. Much better for Aster than losing their Storm Spirit there.
But still feels bad because Nine's pushing in top.
Yeah,
all these moves, Tundra do not overcommit. They make sure they're keeping the map control. He has the bots to join them anyway. He's going to push in top, bots bottom, while the 4-man hit squad makes their way back towards mid. It's pretty much a perfect map. Constriction, everything you want here. This is how you build a net worth lead. I mean, that was a single Treant kill. They got like 2.5K gold out of that.
Yeah. Is it just me, or does it feel like both of these teams, they look a lot different when they're behind and they don't have that momentum? It feels like both of them are quite good at playing from the lead. But, or maybe it's just the other team is too good at playing with the lead. That it's just not allowing anybody, like whoever's behind is just not able to make good moves.
And so that's the nature of the drafts. If you do these drafts that are dependent on the early game laning or momentum and you fall behind, the comeback can be pretty hard. At the same time, this meta does feel a little snowbally too, right? If you get those auras on first, you're going to get the early Roshans. If you get the early Roshans, you're probably going to be able to invade enemy triangle, take over ancient control, get an economic advantage. That's going to make you better for that second Roshan, right?
Sure.
You have to be a very good team at playing the map and stalling games out while not falling behind to get comebacks in this game.
Isho stuck right past that midnight pulse, and it holds its place in the trees.
And Tundra are very comfortable in this game. They're just getting into the late game with everything they need. Abyssal up on Skeeter, Octarine, and a Haste Rune on 9. They're pretty much ready to take any fight. I feel for XWY in these fights, man. He is going to get slept, silenced, stunned, or killed. Maybe in that order.
Is he going to catch him? Long zip, TP away. It's going to be close, but Sleeping Dart will not be there in time.
You just saw his life flash before his eyes, and it was the face of a very tiny blue satyr.
Saxa, the menace. This game 2 of Aster versus Tundra. And Tundra need that too. After getting wiped out by Aster in that game 1, it was kind of looking like they were just going to go down without a fight. But now in this game 2, a very solid lead, 17,000 net worth lead plus XXS dying right away. Good start to another fight. Is they're going to be able to get the last on to the Storms here with the bashes as well. They instantly throw the black hole onto Monet. Global Sounds is the response, but enough cores have already died. Aster can't keep going.
Monet was trying to kill 33 there. 33 black holes in back to not die. But this Enigma was pretty tanky. He was honestly not dying as fast as I thought he would have. And that's maybe your best hope in these fights is Monet just takes a core out with some really good angle. Because he's your only net worth at this point. You're missing one core between the other two. Drow has to make it up. At this point, you're playing for an overextension here from Tundra. They go in too deep. You get a really good multi-shot off, something like this, but you're giving up Roche, you're giving up runes, you're giving up lanes, you're giving up both triangles. Giving up a lot. And of course, there's no vision on the map. I mean, look at this map. I don't see a single Radiant Ward, and I haven't for a long time. It is dark. They are playing versus darkness right now, Cap.
And now they can't even dust the Riki. He's got Lotus Orb. So Saxa just became like infinitely harder to shut down.
He has Lotus and he has that level 15 talent.
Oh yeah, dude, that talent is so annoying.
It is incredibly obnoxious. 7-second cooldown on Smokescreen. Good luck in these fights for Storm, because you're going to get Smokescreen, you're going to BKB, and by the time it's out, it's got another one ready for you. They do get another gem here. So maybe some hope of map control. There's a little bit of hopium. If you win a fight, you can regain something, right? But you got to win the fight. And now that's a tall ask.
And they got to wait at least 30 seconds here. Aegis is going to go out in 35. So we'll see whether or not they try and force a fight around the Aegis expiring, or they're just going to chill for a while. Await better opportunities.
Skeeter just going to jump base?
He might just. 20 seconds left on the Aegis. Cookie is going to help him out here, plus the pushback from the Gust.
Tomb to bail him out, make sure there's no turnaround. I don't even think they were thinking about a turnaround, but that Tomb makes it impossible. Of course, he's still at Aegis.
Maybe they can kill the Tomb, though. That's a little bit of gold.
You take those. You take those. In fact, they're fighting over it.
Now,
okay.
Now, so as soon as the Aegis expires, they go for the smoke move.
They don't have Tombstone. And I think that's what Aster's banking on. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. We can just take the fight into the cores. They want to find Enigma here. Maybe Batrider as well, but they're never going to find 9. He's just been farming all the safe farm. Letting his team take these smokes. An illusion rune for Ursa. Don't want to get baited.
Their smoke doesn't break on it, so they know it's an illusion.
Oh, they dusted. They thought the Riki was close.
Oh. And Tundra by now.
I mean, they have double 4-staff up. Even if you find the jump, are you bursting someone before the utility comes out?
Yeah. Look at all these sites of ice. So Skeeter was thinking about going it, and then he's like, no, I'll finish Abyssal. And now he's going to go for it. 33, thinking the same logic. Just more and more. I mean, Storm, how do you initiate? You only have one initiator. It's like that Tusk situation
with
we were talking about yesterday.
Your corpse, that's how.
Yeah, you've got one initiator, and
there it is.
You're pretty much guaranteed to die. He's looking to instantly jump. Does they manage to get off the BKB?
Yeah, but that's your Storm BKB.
Yeah.
And you're lucky you didn't get Abyssal there.
Lincoln's
blocking
out that Abyssal Blade hit.
You're lucky you didn't get bashed there.
Yeah, that is true.
They're going to try and play it on their one high ground ward. They did find Snaking.
Yeah, if they can kill him quick, it'd be nice. Lotus Orb. He does die in the Frostbite. Splashing a little damage in the back line.
So Monet is starting to deal some damage here. Almost level 20. It's a start. You're taking the Tombstone off the map, and Tundra are going to respect that and just back off.
The 20 is super massive, right? Because you get the 25% multi-shot damage. This lineup is about being able to burst somebody down, right? With the first multi-shot and get a numbers advantage.
I mean, at this point, this lineup's about kill whoever we can.
Get whatever you can, however you can.
However you can get damage, just get it. You go Divine Rapier or something, I don't know. Because there's so much utility on this Tundra side. It is going to be a pain in the ass to burst anybody down, and you're going to have to take the fights that way because you don't have any big AoE.
Yeah.
It's not like you have some crazy black hole that maybe you catch 2 or 3 heroes in. Still, You get a pick off, you regain some map, get a good ward up. You have this gem to make sure you're secure. No Ricky. A little breathing room from Aster. You're not going to gain that much gold back because, of course, Tundra pushing both your side lanes in. Eidolons are going to go top. The Ricky Maru is bottom.
I feel like they could kind of use an Ags on Snapfire, but I don't know who you send in to initiate.
What? Oh, an Ags? Who you chucking in this game? I'm not
know.
going in there.
But I do feel like they need something else besides XWY. Just basically trying to suicide on in there. Refresher, he already had an Octarine, but now Refresher on the Batrider, he's everywhere. He's on the map all the time with tons of spells. Oh, and a double damage. Okay. It's got to be time to go do something if you're Tundra. They're going to smoke up immediately.
Double damage and Hex on Skeeter. He is the damage, he is the jump, he is the control.
They're going into a high ground ward, but it might not matter.
I mean, you have to win this fight if you're Aster, though.
XWY trying to give them some extra vision with the Remnants.
Oh, Refresher on 9-2. I wish you the best, sirs.
Yeah, let's see if XWY, I mean, it's entirely possible. He relies on this Linken's and gets caught out by the Refresher or something.
They're trying to get the Tome to Monet for that level 20. They are desperate for anything here.
You get the ward on the high ground, spotted immediately by Tundra. They're going to try and kill the ward. They do manage to do so. They're going to try and jump on a Snake King. Oh, what happened to Monet? Aggressive force stab puts him entirely in Tundra's hands. What a move. Who made that one?
That was absolutely disgusting, and I'm pretty sure it was Snake King.
I think it was Snake King too.
Yeah,
He's like, you're trying to go on me? Oh. Nah, son. We're going on you.
Yeah, you want to fight? You want to fight? Come on down here. Come on down and fight.
Yeah, let's exchange hands. Melee version.
That was fast,
that
too.
Was sick.
That was so fast. Because I was thinking, okay, that maybe doesn't look too bad, right? If they burst Snake King from the high ground, Monet is kind of on a turret position. But aggressive force. This item goes both ways, showing it off at this point.
It really does.
Now you're in a high ground basin area without your Drow. Glyph gets forced out. You don't even have to force this if you're Tundra. You can just play for the next Roche here, end the game off that. Why not, right?
Absolutely. What's Monet's courier doing there? What's he trying to get?
He's trying to
Watch
get
that one again.
Miracle from God.
Monet shows up, starts blasting, and just barely manages to get the force over. It wasn't him.
33. It was 33.
Oh, it was 33.
Yeah, because he has. The reason I didn't think it was him is because he was so far away, but he has the Aether Lens and the cast range, so very slick play by him. Because Snake got jumped.
Yeah.
So he's not forcing anybody. But 33, that's why you pick Enigma.
For the force staff?
For the aggressive force staff initiation.
Nobody else could do that.
All right. Orb flying out for Monet. We'll finish Scotty. Wait.
Lincoln's.
Where's it going, though? Where's it going?
Wait, what?
Oh, never mind. I thought he had the other orb.
No.
Okay, I was thinking he was finishing Scotty, but no, he is going to Lincoln's, yeah. So you're getting some stops this Abyssal or Hex. I guess that's kind of nice, but you're not getting the damage that I feel like you're going to need at some point. Again, if you outlast the fight, you can win it.
Aster do not want to give up this Roshan. They're going to find the initiation onto the Batrider. They have the damage to be able to kill him? No. The Stormsurge immediately forced half away. They still got the lasso on him. The Overgrowth is going to be used by the BKB. Response and turn. Skeeter going to be able to kill two. Now a catch on to another two. The Global Silence will be able to stop that two-man black hole, but Nine, he can keep chasing him down. The BKB, they certainly have XXS. Couldn't catch Monet, but still a massive win for Tundra.
And Baboka is just praying they don't find him.
Please.
Please, my KDA.
Roshan's up. If Tundra won it, they can also push high ground, see if they could force some buybacks.
There's way too many spells in the tank for this Tundra lineup. And that's where these ults are nice, but if you have this kind of lead, spells don't really matter, right? The enemy just has twice.
Yeah.
Twice your amount. Refreshers on everybody. It's going to be an Ags on this Roshan, so you can give it to Skeeter here. You can also give it to Nine because he has Refresher. You get double lasso. Pretty deadly as well. Give it to anybody at this point. Give it to the Ricky and put him in the pocket.
Sounds like a good way to do some fountain farming.
You like pockets, Cap.
Double. Not as much as you, though. And they did give it to him. Nice. So now he can go Arcane Blink.
Yeah, I think this is the higher impact Ags right now. Like, the Ursa doesn't need it in this game, right? What is he doing with it? Some nice stats. But the double, you take that on your burger and you take it on 9 here.
Well,
that's an American joke.
Game-changing items for Aster. All I can really see is an Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit. He is 3,000 gold away from that. I don't think he's getting it before Tundra start pushing up that high ground. I don't think there's anything that Drow really gets that changes too much. You're just going to be getting more damage.
It's Daedalus and Divine. Pretty much it. And you pray one of those carries a high ground defense situation. There is not much that changes this game. It is just some crazy execution from Aster. Otherwise, Tundra are going to close this out with the next jump they decide to make here. Going to smoke up their bat. He has Timeless Relic on top of that, so my God. 4+ second duration lassos on 2 targets that you can refresh and do it again. He could pull them into their own fountain. Somebody's getting lassoed here. That's all I know. You just choose who it is. Start deciding who are we going to sacrifice to the 9 god.
See whether or not he gets around these Lincolns that Aster have been mass buying.
You don't even have buyback on Monet. If he gets caught, it's just completely over. Still Tundra respecting this high ground. They want to get a pick before they choose to enter it.
Yeah, I like that XWY is out on the map at least. Everybody else.
I mean, they know he's there though.
Do they? They have a ward that spot him? Oh,
They're
look at all those bounty
in.
runs. Ooh. Oh, God, grab him now. XWY, you got to get out of here. Well, you're dead.
Yep.
Didn't even pop the BKB.
Didn't even get all the runes.
Didn't even get all those bounty runes. You got 1.
Well, there's your pick. I think you try and jump high ground now.
Yeah, you get the buyback out of the Storm Spirit, and then you've got a clear win condition at that point.
I'm not sure what else they're waiting for other than just they're talking about the next game. I don't know. You get some extra minutes here at least. But yeah, 40K net worth. All right, Snaking is going to start the siege.
Let's go, boys. 9 tried to get his initiation off, doesn't, and now his BKB has been used. He's got an Octarine, so it's not like these spells and items are on long cooldowns,
well,
but
Skeeter's hitting bottom. A little split push action, drop the tome for the zoning and the vision. Again, look for this bat jump, because you're going to get poked here. And Monet is playing up.
Tombstone doesn't actually die. They don't have an easy way to kill it. When they jump forward, it does leave the opportunity for the Riki and the Bat Rider to respond in some way. They don't actually do it here, though. Chill out. They still have another minute and a half on the Aegis, so there is no rush.
They're waiting lasso. I guess it popped on a Lincoln's there, so like you were saying, don't want to refresh for it, right?
Yeah.
May as well just wait it out here. You had Arcane Blink on the cooldown. Only 20 seconds. Be coming back up, and then you just go again. DD in the river. Soxa is going to go back and scout the runes. Man, this team is so disciplined. Like very small things they do to just make sure the clean game win is clean.
Yeah, seriously. I like that.
Like maybe it doesn't matter this game, right? But hey, maybe you're in another one of these situations where you're only on 5K and that DD wins you the game. Good to do this stuff.
They maybe you're just going to blind jump up the high ground area. They're going to drop a ward immediately. XWI, he responds. They get a Yule Scepter onto him, but the double lasso's pulling him down. Doesn't quite get him over the cliff, but he's just maybe going to go for another one. No, he actually jumps forward. Meanwhile, they get the black hole on those two after the global silence. The lasso onto the 2 supports as well, but the buyback is going to be used. XWI, he's got to try and stop these heroes now. Pull them back in for the 4 stats. 1, 2. They're trying to get Tundra out as many heroes as possible, and they're just getting a support. That's not good enough. 33, he gets away with his teleport. A buyback, they only get 2 out of that. They kill the Bat Rider. The buyback really only catches the Undying. That's not going to feel so good for Aster.
That's not enough, I think. Because that's kind of your one fight where they're going to overextend and you have the buys to try and punish them.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough. You really wanted the Ursa kill out of this. You have to kill him twice, but the 9 kill is going to feel good at least. At least you got something. You know?
Yeah, it does get Monet to Daedalus.
Yes.
So that part.
You have a chance.
Maybe
you got
that's
a chance here. And again, we're seeing Storm gets lassoed with Lincoln's up. Because double lasso.
Yeah, because double lasso.
So
yeah, if you lasso somebody next to the Storm Spirit, it goes through the Lincoln.
You really have to be careful with these lassos. You're losing a lot of value from your protection.
Now, if Aster can keep the picks going, oh, no way.
Yeah, but how do you catch this man? He's even got an Aether Lens of his own. Stormcrafter on top.
At
Lotus
20
Orb.
talent, man. He's got the blink refresh timer.
This
He's got
is not-
Aether Lens, so
this is
the
not a
range is
lineup.
huge.
They just can't deal with the Riki. Honestly, they couldn't deal with it the entire game outside of that one period where they had the first gem and they kind of dealt with him a little bit. Sox has just destroyed their map.
Yeah, I mean, XWY is the catch, but he was the actually one suffering the most against the Riki.
He's looking towards Ags. That's the one comeback mechanism in this game, I think. You get a huge AoE vortex.
Is he?
Well, he was. Now he's going Aeon.
Now he's looking at Aeon. He's like, oh.
Well, I'll retract my statement.
I agree with you, though. I mean,
I think it is.
If there's anything that could change the game, it's got to be Ag Storm Spirit. And I'm surprised he's thinking about another defensive item.
The thing is Tundra going to clump, you know?
Maybe.
The Enigma's not going to clump with you. The Bat's going to make some own jump. He's going to be separated. There's going to be some huge natural clump from Tundra, but I do think that is the one item that can maybe buy Monet enough time to get off a full multi-shot on multiple heroes. You get some good pops on the hypothermia maybe, right? You never know what can happen.
How much more gold does Monet need to have the Daedalus and buyback?
Another 1,000. But remember, his buyback's on... No, it's not on cooldown, so he has it.
Yeah, but like he's been sitting here for a while. He could have bought it, but
He needs 1,000 more, pretty much.
1,000 more
He
gold.
has 1,600 surplus here. He also just go divine. I'm just saying.
I was
you know?
toying with that, but he's already bought the recipe for the Daedalus. Not that that's that expensive, but
You could just go divine, though.
I think you kind of need it. I do think you kind of need it.
I'm not telling him to go divine, but
He should go divine. Put a little spice in
yeah,
this game.
you should go divine. I mean, I understand he wants Daedalus with buyback, right?
Yeah.
He feels Daedalus with 2 lives is better than divine with 1. I can kind of see the logic.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, they're going to be using some lassos and black holes, and they're going to kill some cores out of it. So you've got to be playing for buybacks, and you've already used the Storm Spirits. So now somebody else is going to have to be using their buyback for this hole.
And there's only 1 up right now, and it is him. You're missing the gold on both your supports, and you're missing the cooldown on your other 2 cores. But Tundra are playing it disciplined. I mean, I hesitate to call it discipline at this point. I don't even know what it is. It's like some discipline has evolved, and then in the next stage.
Okay. I thought you were saying maybe they're being a little bit too cautious.
I think they have been a
little bit too scared.
little too cautious for me this game, but I don't think anything they're doing is theoretically incorrect, right?
Sure. I mean, not like sitting here and doing this isn't losing them the game.
Yes.
They hold the same advantage that they've held probably this entire time. They can wait for yet another Roshan if they really want to. It does mean that there are some talents and stuff that are going to be coming in. There's some items, very small items that are going to be coming in for Aster that could change the game. Skeeter got his level 25, first of all, so he got the plus attacks and the overpower.
He's also going to get another Roshan here.
Yep.
Ags
Another
and Refresher. Ags
Ags.
to him.
This one goes to the Ursa.
And Refresher to 33. So you have 1 global, but I have 2 black holes. I mean, they're max now. Now you end the game. If you don't end the game here, it's beyond discipline. It
Double
is-
cheese, Aegis. It's time to go.
You're in a coma if you don't try and end the game here. The question is, you just want to do it smartly, right? Because you can still, as weird as it is to say you have a 55k gold lead, you still can lose this fight. Off good drow multi-shots with a buyback, Zero does a lot of damage. You want to get good lassos, good black holes, cut all the vision for the Treant. Nice way to start. You have a bunch of Lincoln Spheres on Aster's side. They're going to try and throw them on their frontliners here. Baboka has an extra one.
Look at Monet. He's being the most aggressive that he's ever been in this game.
Yep,
He
double
is
Lincolns
trying to
just
make
got popped.
himself a target. He's trying to say, go on me, please. I have a buyback.
The siege starts.
XWY, he's going to make the first little poke here.
Double lasso.
Oh, the double lasso, though. He grabbed the Sapphire and the Silencer. Now he can black hole, but the Overgrowth stopped it. Second black hole
Has
being
another.
threatened, 33. Dealing with the damage
kite
from
it.
Monet. He's trying to run at him, and he managed to grab him. He pulled him back
The
in and got
range.
the bashes. They're going to throw a buyback on the Drow Ranger, but everybody else is dead. except XWY, who can fight with them here, but not for long, not for much.
You can fight with your friend, but Tundra's, their friend is gold. They have too much of it.
Yeah.
Too many items. They have cheeses and backpacks. Trying to shuffle them in. 9 isn't even putting his in. Doesn't even need it. You're not winning this fight. Why? Just go throwing.
Keep it going. Break
There's
the
the
Lincolns,
sleep.
get the Sleeping Dart, get an aggressive force staff on him too. BKB gonna be forced out, and Skeeter's still gonna try and get the kill with the bashes. All those overpowered
Yeah,
attacks is
all
gonna
of it.
ensure it. Now it's definitely GG. Tundra, slow and methodical, and just chokes the life out of Aster in this game
Man.
too.
You know, I was thinking like maybe they're being a little too slow here, but the alternate perspective is you are choking the lifeblood out of this Aster team. You know, for 30
Yeah.
minutes they're sitting there feeling like they're losing this game, and you're extending that period. You're extending the pain and suffering. We're gonna
they
make
did.
you sit here as long as we want.
I mean, if they had a 99% chance of victory 10 minutes ago, they made sure it was 99.99 before, you know, they actually went for that final push. And I
again-
can respect it. They had
Yes.
elimination on the line.
Exactly. You're in a lower bracket elimination game. There is absolutely nothing wrong with taking this game as methodically as you want, especially in a game where your odds of losing are not increasing. Again, what is the comeback mechanic here for Aster once they're beyond that 30 or 40K network? There's nothing. There's nothing, right? It's entirely on you if you mess up. So them taking their time, hey, I got no problem with it, man. You know, sun's out. It's a beautiful day.
And I have no problem with Tundra winning game 2, because that means we're going to get a game 3 on our hands, which I think is pretty
Oh, yeah.
interesting. Let's talk about like draft-wise. What does that exactly mean?
Well, now you have a question of how scared is this Enigma look if you're winning in the Enigma game? Honestly, I feel like the Enigma, he did his job, but the Ricky is what made that game a nightmare for you to play.
Yes.
Because, again, you're building this draft to make Enigma's game hard. His game was hard. 33 had impact down the road, but at that point you have so much network, you can jam the impact into the enemy. I still feel like it was this Ricky causing you so many problems in this game. Honestly, the Undying may be next. Like, I'm giving props to the Tundra supports. They made that game obnoxious as hell to play. They stacked jungle, defended the camps, gave 9 that early game comeback where he was suffering on the lane, got solo killed by XWY, but they had no answer for snaking in these team fights as far as Tombstone, as far as the heals, the amount of net worth. He's frontlining, you don't want to jump him. Sox is killing your couriers, warding in your back line, making Storm's life miserable. I look to those supports. I don't think the cores were necessarily the problem. I think Tundra would have won with any cores with the game that they put on display.
I'm not sure what the panel's going to talk about. Avery pretty much laid it all down. So I hope they're ready for something. Let's head over and talk to them.
Oh no. Oh no, they talked about everything already. No, they didn't. Don't worry, we got you covered because we are going to game 3. And before that, I'd love to break that game properly down with my panel, who is obviously a little bit superior to the coverage. It's all good. We got Jenkins, we got Purge, and we got Sheep. And I have been informed that this was the biggest gold lead ever seen at the Lima Major. I think it was ending at like around 60K. Give or take. That's a lot of gold needed to be able to go high ground, Purge.
Well, okay, they didn't need 60. They went high ground with like 30. They wiped Aster. Aster all bought back. They had to get out, otherwise they could lose the game.
Yeah.
Then they had to come back later, and sometimes that takes time, takes the opportunity. You got to do things slow. You got to approach the base. You got to make sure they don't have vision advantage over you. Then you got to find the opportunity. That takes time and setup and everything. You got to push out the lanes. There's just a lot of homework to do before you get to finish it up.
They could have been more aggressive, but let's be real. That's a very Tundra thing to do, is to just take it as slow as humanly possible to make sure they win. And to be honest, fair play. They were on the brink of elimination. If they had rushed it, they could have just easily lost, because we saw them go high ground and mess up a couple times and feed some kills. But, you know, instead they're playing into like some Lincolns on a Storm Spirit, and they're making sure they have bat ags so that they can lasso the guy in front of him and lasso him as a result. Like, they're just giving themselves more win conditions.
I agree with what Avery said. I mean, it's like
Who?
SV LOA Dota.
I don't know that guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
LOA.
I know LOA.
He seems
Yeah,
kind of
LOA.
like tier 5 caster.
Yeah, I would say he's pretty
That sounds
far
about
down
accurate.
there.
Yeah.
But what can you rephrase?
I totally. He said he doesn't blame them. That's kind of where I'm at, where it's like, yeah, it's Tundra, and this is a team that is known to only take dishonest fights. That is literally the language that they use, is do not take an honest fight. do not just try to go high ground into them. Like, wait until somebody has, like, messed up, and then you know that you have an opportunity. But with that being said, on this patch, they're playing into Treant, he's healing towers. They're playing into Drow Ranger and Storm, like 2 ranged heroes that, like, really revel in the idea of people going high ground against you. Ursa's not a building sieger. Batrider's not. Enigma's not. The Eidolons are pathetic. Let's be real. Like, what are they going to do? That's what they had to do.
Yeah, I mean, they did it very well. You would take it slow, and as Sheep said, it's elimination on the line.
Yeah.
There's you're not going to take chances with that one. But how did they get that position where they were in that luxurious position that they could just basically sit back and wait for that perfect opportunity, or until they had several cheeses and ages to go high ground with? I think a lot of it relied on the first Roshan they were able to take. Sheep, I see you nodding along with me. Is my analysis on point there? I like this.
I was thinking about the Roshans. I mean, I was looking through this game a little through the lens of like Aster and being like frustrated for them and how they played these, like Roshan especially. They tiptoe it without contesting. And then when the Aegis finally gets down, they're like, okay, now's the time, let's zip in. I don't know if you guys noticed this too, but XWY was beyond aggressive all game. Like, I think he made a lot of really poor jumps, but I don't know if that's because he had to make those jumps or if it was just like misjudgment. Like, especially in the early game, he would constantly go on undying first. Like, even when Tombstone's up, like in a jungle, he's like, I'm gonna go on this guy. Uses his whole mana pool. It just feels like a lot of wasted time.
And Snaking had a great build against that. He went double Wraith Band on Undying, which, like, if you saw that, okay, maybe on this patch, sure, because Wraith Band is pretty insane, but if you saw that in your pubs like a few months ago, like, you're reporting this guy, like, he's getting 9 reports, right? He might even report himself. So he went Wraith Band, then he went Lotus Orb, Force Staff, Glimmer Cape. It's all like completely defensive items. He was so damn tanky, and he was tanking in every single fight and then surviving. He had 20 assists in that game.
And it wasn't just that, though. I really liked that they switched back to a carry that just does a crap load of damage. Ursa was trending a lot coming into the tournament, and definitely at the tournament at the very start, but kind of fell off. But what Ursa and Marcy specifically do is they just do so much damage that they kill that guy no matter what. So being able to run at Drow Ranger was a nice advantage. So
yeah, for sure.
Lifestealer could have done it last game. It just wasn't like the best carry matchup. But Ursa's still really effective. So that just felt nice. Once he gets ahead in net worth, he's got guaranteed damage kill. He can kill through tree. He can use his ulti to offset tree ulti. Like, it was actually just a really solid carry pick.
He's honestly looking like the best melee hero to me. I mean, not many of them are that good, or melee carry, I should say. And we have to mention 33's build. I feel like we can't do this panel without talking about his build. Obviously,
so let's move on.
Obviously, he went with the Greaves. That's when the sound cuts out again. Obviously, the Greaves, obviously the Pipe. These are the very obvious good items. Everybody goes for them on the off lane. But after that, he goes Ether Lens, Force Staff on Enigma. He's just like, screw the blink. I'm entirely not playing around this black hole. We saw a Force Staffing of the enemy Drow Ranger from the high ground onto the low ground.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's like it's like a scuffed Batrider, but then they also had the Batrider to drag even farther away.
I mean, getting blink just doesn't feel good, because if you blink in, your chances of like blinking in, finding the perfect black hole, are generally going to be pretty low against any good team. So why put yourself out of position just to be instantly countered and then have to spend like 4 seconds running back to safety? You just stay in this like general clump with your team, you cover each other, and then if anybody gets in trouble, you have another Force Staff to potentially save, and then the Aether Lens also lets you go offensive if the right opportunity presents.
I love the Aether Lens. It's something that has been played with offlaners for quite some time. I know that 33 himself like enjoys playing Beastmaster with the Aether Lens when he's behind in games when he doesn't feel like comfortable, just going the normal build. Like Collapse, he used to play like Sand Kings when that was popular with Aether Lens.
Yeah.
He was buying Aether Lens on like every offlaner for a while, and I really like the utility of it, and I love the play like you mentioned.
It was trending for a while there, like Aether Lens and then the Shard on the Enigma, where you're just kind of playing around the stun and not really like blinking in or getting in there and like catching people out. It's more like, if you come into us, we have this like larger like space where you're unsafe to our blink daggers, but the Enigma doesn't want to get caught out of positions, and so you have the Aether Lens, you're standing with your team, and then you stun people who walk into you rather than jumping into them. Yeah, I think it's really good.
It's a great item. Better if it drops for free, in certain cases. That's also nice. I also wanted to talk about the first 2 minutes of the game. I believe it was about 2 minutes. That wasn't supposed to happen. It was first blood time, and we had XWY.
Oh, we're going all the way back. Okay.
I missed
I
what
don't
led
remember
to
that far
it,
back.
but I think it's like indicative of Nine's performance. He played great the rest of the game, but last game he maybe underperformed a little bit, and I feel like that was just another sign of it. So them winning the game, I think, is going to be really good for their confidence.
Yeah, he needed that.
Yeah.
But Storm was level 3. Like, that just had to be a big mistake, and Storm was at like 80% HP, 75. If he was
Right.
at like 10 and 9 died, I'd be like, okay, whatever. He almost got him, but it wasn't like that.
To be clear, it is a Storm favored matchup.
Yes.
It's just that for any mid lane matchup that's favored, you're not supposed to get a kill.
Nobody should be dying.
Nobody should die. Like in the current Dota patch, other than this game, which is means that Tundra played very well, if your mid laner dies solo, like the game feels hard. You're basically going to be playing against 2 carries. Like you need to do something to come back from that. And a lot of the time that's not easy to do.
And that momentum that then should be created with that first blood, why couldn't they keep that up? Because normally a Storm getting a first blood at minute 2, really good. You know, he can normally take over the game. Is it literally just the Enigma that made him not able to do that?
I mean, the support duo is hard to kill
Yeah.
for Storm, so like he can't just go on the map killing and dying easily. Ricky's difficult to catch, whether he blink strikes away or uses his third skill, tricks of the trade. So yeah, normally, and also Undying just stabilize the lanes as well. So like if there's vulnerabilities other places, you take that advantage and you go like smash side lanes. He also rushed treads instead of getting bottle, which may have hurt his momentum as well, is a possibility, but I'm not sure about that one.
You also have like your own 2 supports. You have a Silencer and a Treant Protector. Neither of them are playmaking support heroes with high damage for you to go and own the map with.
Yeah.
You're pretty reliant on your offlane Snapfire, and I think he struggled this game a lot. Like I watched XXS, and you're playing in these fights. There's so many heroes that are like trying to get on top of you. It's really hard for him to play backline. It's really hard for him to play in general. I felt like everyone on Aster was just incredibly uncomfortable.
Well, that's not a very good position to be in. As you see here, 1.5 minute difference between level 6. It's a pretty big difference for the mid laners for sure, but unfortunately for XWY, it did not lead to success.
I didn't want to talk about it because these 2 are on the screen, but like I would say Soxa in the early game definitely helped like recover Nine's game. He was just doing the classic Ricky, like sniping couriers, like wasting so much time. It's like a mini game within the game of Dota that the enemy team has to play and your team can just completely ignore. It's just the Ricky versus 5.
Yeah, that dart over the 2 bounty runes. That's just a feel bad moment when Ricky can get a sneak up on like that.
There also was quite an unfortunate moment for XWY in this game where he was given the gem. So like both games, game 1 and 2, Aster bought a gem within the 20-minute mark. Like not, like
around.
Yeah. Around 25 minutes, they have a gem. And game 1 is amazing because they're so far ahead, they're able to really exploit it. But this game, they had loads of tools to sort of catch the gem carrier. There was a fight where they pretty much just fed it away because he zips in, gets black holed, silencer ult's used, he then BKBs, he then gets lassoed, and it's just like, okay, they have loads of BKB piercing stuff, he's controlled, he loses the gem, and now suddenly Tundra have that vision advantage. So that I think losing that hurt them really badly at that period of the game.
That's a really good point, actually. I've never thought of that. Like, the way that you usually have a gem carrier against Ricky is you give it to your first BKB guy. So if you're, like, think about it, like every game, it's like either your first BKB guy or like maybe your Pipe Greaves offlaner, but sometimes your Pipe Greaves offlaner is the guy that goes in first, right? So it's usually you're going to give it to a BKB core, but if they have a bunch of BKB piercing disable, then who, like you need an Eon disc maybe, right?
Yeah.
Like an Eon disc and then something to disengage after the Eon disc to safely carry the gem.
Yeah, when you say a bunch, I mean, Bat and Enigma are like the kings of that as well.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the discussion after this game and after previous game that we saw as well circles back to the draft, where previous game we were unhappy with Tundra's draft. They didn't feel comfortable in that one. And now we're back in a situation where Aster gets a draft and they don't feel comfortable in that one, whereas Tundra finally drafted normal. I mean, I can say that, right? Because it felt very just solid.
Yeah.
Like, if I look at these drafts, it's like, yeah, I'd want to play Tundra's draft because it looks easy to execute. And that is including having an Enigma against a Silencer. How did that work? Why that? Because that normally does not happen.
I mean, it was basically Aster saying, like, okay, we know you want to pick Enigma. We're just going to pick Silencer, and then we'll bait you to do it. And Tundra's like, okay, if that's fine, we'll take it anyways. So it was just like they were comfortable playing against it, and it seemed very obvious in the game. Like, all of his black holes that got interrupted didn't seem that inconsequential. Like, he was always prepared for it.
I've heard an interesting theory about the Enigma versus Silencer, and until this game, I've never actually seen it work this way, where there's the odd, like, 1 in 1,000 insane guy out there that says that Enigma counter silencer because you force him, you know when the global silence is going to come out. He can't use it to disengage like whatever fight he wants. He has to save it for the black hole, right? And so if you just like go in and just do a shit black hole intentionally, it's like, go ahead, global me, whatever. Like we're also playing around other things, which happened a few times in the game. But I also think like this build from 33, I'm very curious. I'm very impressed if he was able to come up with this in the middle of this draft or this game. This seems like something that you have to scrim with and then feel like it's really good, specifically maybe because against the Drow Ranger Lina type heroes, forcing them in aggressively is like really strong. So it's like that combo factor where it's like it lets you play around something else on the Enigma, but then also it lets you counter something that they're doing. If he did come up with that just during the draft, what a genius, man. That's insane. We saw exactly what he wanted to do with it in the game and why they were able to pick the Enigma.
Yeah. This game just became like way too impossible the more items that Tundra get. I'm just looking at their composition of their draft again, and this poor Storm just has to do everything. They literally just have 2 backline supports, a backline offlaner, a backline carry,
yeah, you're right.
and you have a Storm Spirit. It's like, what the hell are you meant to do? And these guys are itemizing like a Hex, an Abyssal Blade. It's like no matter where he jumps, they can just kill him. Is BKB shortens to 5 seconds or 6 seconds, however long it is nowadays? I don't know. It's just over. It's so hard for him to play.
You're right. He had to go Lincolns, and then the game ended, and he had a disassembled Eon Disc. So he was like super ready to go in and have everything cast on him. And obviously, it still wasn't enough. He ended the game 4-6 after getting a solo kill on his enemy mid laner, which like usually that's a 17-1 Storm right there, right?
Yeah. And then you don't even have the bonus of, oh, don't worry, we can sneak a Roshan or something. Nope, you're playing against an Ursa as well, because we didn't really talk about Skeeter's Ursa, but we did talk a lot about his lifestealer that wasn't too hot in game number 1. So I feel like we also have to give credit where credit's due because he played a solid Ursa, right?
Kevin's the hypest man I know. Kevin,
I got this.
glorify him.
It felt like the gold standard of Ursa. Was that good?
That was
Thank you,
great.
Kevin. Yeah, that was good.
That gives us the exact hype we need to also see the teams walking back into the arena. Aster will be taking their places first. They definitely seem in good spirits, though. Every time I see them, it's smiles all around.
They're slapping.
They're slapping, which generally remind people it's a video game. You need your hands to do it. It's a lot of faith in the crowd. You know, you normally high five and stuff. I always feel a little bit like.
Yeah, I heard there was a Dota 2 team that had a rule where you're not allowed to go like skiing or snowboarding because like you could easily like sprain your hand or something and have it affect your play, you know?
Yeah.
So slapping fans,
Dota 2 players
very dangerous.
Going outside and doing sports. That's hilarious.
Believe it or not, some of them are dragged there by some of their IRL friends.
Yes.
It does happen.
I've actually seen Jenkins like putting spikes, like gluing them to his hands and just going running at the players.
Grief the players.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know what?
Give me a high five, Baboka. I'm going to steal your Bubby XXS tonight. He'll be my Bubby.
Out of the 10 players that are playing on stage this opening series, one of them actually did have a hand injury last year because he was frustrated with losing a grand finals, and he punched his gaming chair wrong.
Right.
And he dislocated his thumb, which, by the way, can just be put back, but it hurts.
But then he won a TI.
He did win a TI after that. We're talking about Skeeter here.
and then after that, he peed in a bottle. So is he gonna win this tournament because he just has to do something that's like incredibly
wild
in the season before?
Was peeing in a bottle wild enough is the question.
Is it wild?
I mean, sacrificing your thumb
because he was
is
next to his teammates the whole time. Right?
It's sacrificing his thumb versus sacrificing his dignity.
Yeah, I was waiting. I mean, he took the picture. It was on his gaming computer.
Yeah,
like,
but I completely, like, obviously I knew about that, but my brain just completely dished out the fact that he's sitting right next to his teammates.
Yeah, bro, no wonder Snake
King
King's feeding. He sees this guy piss in a bottle. He's like, I don't want to support this idiot.
Can I really trust him late game? I don't know.
No, it's the other way around. My man is so dedicated to the game.
That's true.
He's willing to pee in a bottle for us, for the team.
God. That's why you're an analyst.
Yeah, for the team.
For the team. Now, we have seen both teams perform, and again, we're circling back to the draft frequently. I do also want to remind my panel that in the first game, Aster was Dire with first pick and won. In the second game, Tundra was Dire with first pick and won.
Oh.
And I, going into a third game, as we see Tundra walking back on stage as well, they're getting a lot of cheers here from the crowd as well.
Who won the coin flip, Shiva? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
I got to know.
Like, do we think that like, we've heard Dire, you said yesterday, Sheep, that you think that is a big advantage, maybe bigger than first pick?
I do think so, yes. I'm a big fan of Dire. We've discussed it. It's broken. It's, they just take it. I'm actually curious. I think Liquid took or gave pick preference to their opponents in the group stages.
Like the side?
No.
Just
like
any preference.
Like the pick order. Like they just took. I don't know actually.
They just let them have whatever?
Yeah, I think they just let them have whatever to just test stuff.
Is that legal?
I could.
I kind of feel like you always have to pick, because I feel like picking is also could be considered a upside or a downside. So whether you win or lose the coin toss, like it's not winning or losing. It's just you are the one that has to pick whether you want to or not. I don't know exactly how it is how it's done, but that's always was my impression.
Is there an easy place to find like how many times a team has played on a certain side?
Yes.
Where?
If you're smart enough to use stats websites.
I don't know how to use stats websites. I don't understand numbers.
Me neither.
Where's that Nahaze guy at?
Where he at? Oh, also, I found out something interesting while I was out in the crowd. Apparently, today is when Peru kids go back to school.
Like after a holiday type.
Yeah.
They had a holiday?
Apparently.
Why did they have a holiday to
I
begin
have
with?
absolutely no idea. I was just told that today they went back to school, and that's why
It's a spring holiday.
this crowd's a little quiet.
They have to take their kids to school because they're all responsible adults?
No, because there's a lot of teenagers in the crowd.
I
Because
mean,
this game is young and alive.
I know.
So young and alive.
There are actually children that play the game here, unlike in North America and Europe.
Fair.
Yeah, but so we actually do need delays so that they can get home from school,
That
so they
is
can
true.
make it here for
To be
the
honest,
Beast Coast
They
TV
don't
game.
say that.
We need a couple. We need like 1.5 more hours, and I think that's when school ends.
Yeah.
I think we're good on that because, of course, we have one more game
Yep.
of this series. And that could potentially, including draft takes about an hour, right? Then we're at 2:30 already. Now teams have to swap things out, which is like a half an hour. So then we're at 3. And doesn't school out at 3:30? And everybody there might or might not be some pauses. We only have half an hour needed.
yeah, we really don't know if there's going to be any pauses. So,
We have no idea.
50-50 at best.
I had to just start stamping on my cable.
So there's a high chance that school will be out by that time. And to be honest, for EG Beast Coast, maybe there's some school skippers here too, because
I would skip for that.
For this? For the one in a lifetime potentially
Yes.
tournament in your country when you're obsessed with Dota? Yeah, that sounds pretty worth it.
Yeah.
I'd go to jail for that. What about you,
Ladies and
Jenkins?
gentlemen, if you're in school, skip school
No,
for Dota 2.
do not skip school.
It worked out really well for me.
It did it actually? Well,
Failing. No, I got really bad grades.
That
But you
doesn't
finished
surprise
it.
me.
Yeah.
I barely finished after
But you
failing
did
like 5
finish.
courses.
Don't.
Holy.
Well, I can say
Huh.
don't drop out, but who knows?
You can fail your way through universe. Excuse me. Can I restart that?
Yeah.
Through puberty.
Just pretend.
Just
Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
if you skip one afternoon, you're not gonna be fired from school.
That's right.
Fired from school.
It depends where you go. But,
What is it like in the Netherlands? They're firing people from school.
You're no longer welcome here.
No wonder everybody I've met from your country is so wacky. You guys are just getting kicked out of school.
I didn't get kicked out of school. I'm very good.
That's
I was
good.
very good. I want to talk more about the upcoming draft because we are very close to being able to head into this draft of game number 3, and we talked a lot about picks and stuff. But we didn't really talk about adjustments inside the drafts, disregarding who's first and second pick. I want to start with that Snapfire. That was overall last pick. Well, no, second to last pick in game 1. It was first phase picked by Aster. This time around, they prioritized it that hard. Didn't work out, as said, didn't have the same impact. What would you like to see, Perch?
it's very different because it had to lane against, a Undying?
Oh, Gaben. I know that guy.
A
Gaben.
TI in Lima, Peru, if possible.
I pray to him every night.
Do you? I'm
Yeah,
so
and
sorry.
he tells me to leave his house.
What is your prayer? What do you say? What do you tell him?
Please, Lord Gaben, give me some creamy pubs tomorrow.
Does
Why
a
that
creamy
word?
pub mean?
What? I don't know.
Why must it be that
It's just
word?
the first thing that comes to my head.
Wait, Skeet. Okay, I can't translate.
Okay,
Let's
don't
go,
say it.
Chandra. I don't know the middle sentence,
Nor
but
do
he's
I.
a fan. Okay.
Skeeter, let's go. In a bottle. Is that a water bottle in the top right corner? I think it is. That's
Top right
not.
corner.
That's not Skeeter.
That is not Skeeter. You were saying something, Perch. We interrupted you rudely.
Undying against a core Snapfire sounds pretty sick, actually. You just lower damage, then you got last hitter, and then she doesn't get to pressure your Ursa, then your Ursa gets a battle fear at a normal time, and then it's like Ursa's just playing his normal battle fear game.
And then she walks in to try to kill your tombstone, and you just kill her.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, that was your offlaner, and you just wasted some time killing my tomb. Who cares?
Yeah. It does feel like a big debate. She is translating what was on that
I was
sign,
trying to
and I
translate.
just saw the WAP lyrics on her iPad.
No.
What sort of research are you doing?
That's what we did during our break. I don't know about you guys, but yeah.
I'm not going to be framed for this. Jenkins was the one
Framed.
that started singing
I was
it.
singing it with her. I was framing her. I was doing a bus throwing there, right under that bus.
Get a bucket and a mop because there's going to be a lot of blood after this game. Am I right?
Hey.
Oh, God, I didn't even have the lyrics up at that point. You just remembered.
I think Tundra did a Kegel while they were on break.
Give me everything you got for this series.
Well, this final game, it has to be everything they got because elimination on the line, a third game, a deciding game. And previously, Jenkins, you were the only one correct with saying that this series was going to go to a Game 3 at all. So you'll now have the privilege of telling me who you think is going to take Game 3 and who we will see go up against the winner of our next series.
So you're telling me, because I predicted right, the floor is mine?
Yes.
Gabe Newell is a lizard man. Lizard men have taken over the United States of America.
I regret
All the
everything.
billionaires are lizard men. Don't trust them. Anyway, what are you asking?
Tundra or Aster?
Tundra or Aster?
Tundra. Yes. Did I say thunder?
Oh my God, hurry up.
I'm gonna say. Is that
10 seconds to draft.
I'm gonna say Tundra. I'm gonna say Tundra. I'm gonna say Tundra.
Whoever picks on dying.
Tundra.
Okay, well, that was 10 seconds. Wow, my panel really coming together when they needed it most. But which of these two teams will come together when they need it most? We're finding out. We're heading into the draft of game number 3.
And we're here with the final game of the series. Tundra versus Aster. One last draft panel, one last Jenkins performance. Fear here all day.
Yeah, of course.
How
I
you
love
feeling?
Dota.
Yeah. Aster versus Tundra. The second game, once again, Dubi's had some of the drafts. Tundra was really confident in some of their picks. You guys talked about the Enigma into Silencer. It worked out for them. And now Aster will be the one stealing the Enigma themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something Aster's been doing throughout the tournament. When they lose to something, they'll try and take it away from their opponent. Sometimes successful, sometimes not so much. But I think already I am seeing the Enigma counter. And I will say, I do not see this win very much, but there is a reason why they do it. All right, so like Enigma, he makes a lot of Eidolons in lane. You press flat cannon as a carry gyro. You kill the Eidolons. It is very, very strong in lane versus the Enigma. But at some point in the game, you do just get black-holed and die. And gyro is probably, an F tier carry right now. He's at one of the bottom tiers of the carry list.
He can get an Aghanim Scepter, and it is pretty annoying black-holing him because he keeps hitting. And if he has a Satanic, you actually... Well, he still dies, but...
Yeah, that's the point.
Because he's just not good, yeah. But it does give opportunity for, people to go interrupt it.
Back when Gyro was good, that used to work all the time. But now that Gyro's not so good, he presses Satanic, has Ags, gets Blackhold. He still dies every single time. So it's not really a straightforward counter. So they're just going for momentum, and they just want to, get really far ahead really early with Undying plus Gyrocopter.
Or is it next level? Is this a 4 gyro or mid gyro?
No, that would be the SA team. I don't think that they would try something like this. They used to do this thing where they went to go Basher, right, to cancel the black hole. And you get lucky.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a mean...
It's such a low... You hit 3 times during the black hole, so you have a very low chance.
They also changed it so the sidekick now hits the unit furthest away from you instead of the closest.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a problem if you're getting black holed like right in the face. I mean, there's been a lot of changes to Gyrocopter where he's not seen very much as a carry. The only time we do see him is pretty much in this one scenario.
Moving on from this gyro pick, which also flies by. Now they have to cover. It is 8th pick after all. So they have some bans. They got rid of the Terrorblade, a classic Gyrocopter, core-to-core counter.
Yeah, so they are committing to it.
And the Ursa as well. Yeah, they are.
The Ursa and the Lifestealer and the Juggernaut and the Morphling. There's a long list of carries that do hard counter Gyrocopter.
These are the worst.
It is true. And Aster, actually, I mean, they would love to have their staple Morphling pick in
that looks juicy right now for sure.
Undying and Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
I almost forgot his name because I haven't seen him in so long.
The old man has resurfaced just like me.
Yeah.
Sure, I mean, but the fact that it's 8th pick means, especially when you're first pick, it's pivotal to their strategy, right? Like the teams that have been using 8th pick like this have only really been EG with their Timbersaw pick, which is the rare, right? Usually we've seen the Bat Riders, the Broodmothers, Linas, whatever it is that's strong in the meta.
Yeah.
So there must be something up their sleeve here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Skeeter. He played Lifestealer in game number 1 too, right?
Yeah, but he lost that game.
Exactly.
He doesn't care what's good or what's going to win or lose in the game.
That is my point here. Skeeter will play what he wants to play. If he thinks it's good in the particular game, whether the meta or not agrees with it, he's going to find a way to try and make it work.
Always racking his head. How do I fit this gyro into my draft now?
I liked him on the Ursa. I think he had about the same performance as the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
It's just Ursa's a good hero.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with Skeeter. Is if they get him a good hero, he'll perform. If they get him a bad hero, which they're likely to do,
I mean, then
he'll perform, but he'll lose because it sucks.
Okay.
So they're really going to need to enable this gyro, I think, to make it work.
Objectively, Gyro is a bad hero right now as a carry, right? But sometimes bad heroes in the right game can look good. So that's going to be really up to Tundra to surprise the masses here of like how to make Gyro look good in a game like this.
Well, no, on the other side of Astra, they already have immense amount of team fight, overgrowth, black hole. What else do you combine with this? Or do you concern yourself with the Gyro and actually pick something that deals with it?
I mean, the head-to-head matchup will be important at some point versus the Gyro. I think if they can get a Morphlator, it'll be good. As far as like what Aster need right now, I want to see some more playmaking on their end, like something that can move around the map and have a reliable stun. We did see 33, which on the Enigma last game, and I think that's going to be a bit of inspiration here for Aster to like maybe do something similar. He went to the Greaves and the Pipe into like Force Staff and Aetherlands, and we did see the Aetherlands play in the last game with the Force Staff. He forced Drow to the low ground when he was on the high ground, right? So like he's doing some innovative things here, and Aster just like maybe it opened up their eyes, like, yeah, maybe I can play Enigma in a way where I'm just not a black hole. I can maybe go a Force Staff route and just be a lot more utility. And there's like their playmaking potential that they end up picking up there.
Yeah, that Tiny will allow them to actually make some early plays, not rely on that mid-game timing.
Right.
You were talking, though, Jenkins, I want to touch on the defensive Force Staff because you were saying that all teams are starting to figure out that it actually is more useful than people give it credit for. And Tundra's the team we watch him do this the most.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course it's them. It makes sense. This team is all about the tech. I know there was like a few patches ago, I want to say, like within the last year, I've heard like whisperings of aggressive Force Staffs. Like some people talk about it, but you see it so infrequently.
Who's
like,
been whispering that?
EG.
Whisper. Yeah.
Oh, whisper. Quite literally.
Yeah.
It's actually Matthew.
Just one person.
Matthew was whispering it to him, which is why whisper is called
Okay,
whisper.
carry on. Sorry.
I think it's when you don't have a Tiny, when you don't have a Magnus, like it's still a way of repositioning these Linas and Nature's Prophets and range carries where people are playing the repositioning heroes to counter them. Why not just get a repositioning item that's also really good at disengaging? And I feel like disengaging and then going back in later is a lot of the games we're seeing, like that's how we say, oh, here's how they take the fight. They disengage, then go in later, right? Like it's a meta for that already. And it's a meta for the aggressive Force Staffs.
Let's talk about disengaging, something you need to disengage from, which is the Doom here they pick up. Counter for the Enigma, or used to be a counter for the Enigma somewhat, that's not seen as much, since considering Trumpeter is the star counter, Silencer is the second one.
Yeah.
Can be flexed into mid and offlane as well.
Yeah, I mean, 33's played it the most. This has been like a signature hero for quite some time now. When he's not playing the Zoo, he's playing the Doom. He's had 2 games on it right now. Yeah, 2 games on it, and he's won each of them. So he does have a 100% win rate on the hero, something he is definitely comfortable with. But it's definitely one of those heroes where I think works really well with the Gyrocopter, because I think the old style of like putting all your net worth on Gyrocopter and him carrying the game is not really a good strategy anymore, because I don't think this hero can carry. So the greedier they get with their cores, I think the more of a fan I am of this carry Gyro. His job is going to be to shut down the Enigma. If Doom is also farming, getting like a lot of net worth, they can just have a tri-core kind of like lineup and just scale into late game that way.
Right. It's like Gyro sucks, but you know he's going to have a good lane.
Yeah.
And where he sucks is honestly like the late game. Like he doesn't out-carry a lot of other heroes. So you're basically like, okay, we're going to have this guaranteed farm, kind of crappy core, but then we're going to have these other cores to make up for the fact that he's crappy in the late game. Yeah, that makes sense.
They even pick Monkey King. Sox has been doing this a lot, the 4 Monkey. Yeah. And he does deviate into more
Diffusal Blade, Scotty, that sort of thing. Yeah, he plays like a core.
He transitions into a core.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's fine. And then you have Snake King on his Undying, just self-sacrificing all over the map. He's just going to buy wards, probably going to get a lot of farm. So there will be more room for farm on the map here. And if they really want to, if it's a good game for the Monkey King, there is a chance they could flex it to the mid lane as well. But I know the reason why they did pick it is because they could definitely put on Soxa as a pos 4. But you also have to keep in the back of your mind, you can't put something mid that Monkey King will destroy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Monkey King Doom, it's a bit of a weak lane, but I feel like Doom is just playing a farm anyway.
Yeah.
So
Doom is
okay.
2 melee heroes, whatever.
It will be good if they can get the Ice Armor creep versus Drow.
Oh, yeah.
Drow will not be able to contest that lane. I get super mad every time I play versus Doom and there's an Ice Ogre creeper, and it's probably going to be Sox's job to scout him. I wouldn't even be surprised if he wards for it and tries to get some vision of those camps.
Yeah, I've seen people block the medium camp against
You should.
Doom. And they block their own easy camp as well, which is literally you don't do that against like any other hero that I can think of.
Right. The Drow Ranger against the Gyro is also a very easy matchup. We've talked about it. One of the many counters as in the meta.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Because that is a hero that really likes to buy Satanic, right? And then you get the Hyperthermia, plus you're an agility hero, so you have high base armor. All that is like very terrible news for Gyrocopter. You can't get on top of the Drow.
You can't get a Butterfly because she gets True Strike from her ult as well.
And does he ever build armor items? When have you seen Knight AC?
You would go AC, I think.
Have to.
I think he has to go AC in this game, pretty much.
But it's not good.
But it's not what you want to do.
Yeah.
This game isn't going to be about Gyrocopter tanking the Drow in a man fight, right? So there is a Doom in the game. I think we are going to need to see this Monkey King at some point, like get on top of the Drow. It'd be nice to see him transition. If he did get like a Scotty Diffusal at some point, I'd be super comfortable with Tundra's draft if they can get there. So there's going to be a lot of variables, and I think the Doom is a nice response as well, because like if he gets the Doom off on, you know, a hero like a Drow who does carry most of your net worth off, you kind of take him out of the fight.
So Tundra bans the Tusk. I thought maybe they would run the Tusk mid. I do feel like Tundra needs a hero to like go in and do stuff right now. Some sort of Spirit. It could be Storm, but 9 has not played it once in this tournament yet.
Yeah, that hero needs very specific matchups to be successful, so I'm not sure if that's what he's going to go for as well.
They don't have last pick either.
I mean, 9 has also been known to be the type of mid laner who can bust out just about anything if he's feeling like it.
Yeah, that's true. He could be Primal Beast or some crazy shit in this game, even though they already have 3 melees. I could see it.
They have something simple as Ember as well, obviously still in the pool, I believe.
No, 9's not going to play Ember. That's too normal. That's too normal, bro.
Because you're right, they do need a playmaker, maybe something that also scales as a core. Like, they have to fulfill a lot of conditions, and something that's not going to lose a lane too hard because you don't have last pick.
They actually banned the Primal Beast.
I think that
so
was
funny.
That was a good ban, though, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I think they kind of do want that melee type of hero.
It would be good. They go for the Zeus.
No, all right.
Oh, okay.
All right, we saw Shopify Rebellion do this versus a Drow Ranger before. Very successful. Like, you just dump all that like damage from super far away onto the Drow. Normally she's outranging you and she's hard to get to, or she's hiding in Fog of War. Zeus will remove that. So, and then this is like the oldest strategy in the books. Yeah. I mean, it's both teams are pretty greedy here, right? Like in a way. The one thing I do like Tundra's draft a bit more in the situation, because I feel like Enigma is not gonna have a good lane because he's versus Gyro, and then you've got a TA mid and a Drow. So Enigma might be very poor this game, and who's going to like make up for that deficit? It's going to have to be a really good laning stage for his TA and maybe get a little aggro early. I think a really bold TA pick here has to have a good lane.
Right. And you already talked about the importance of blocking the medium camp, otherwise the Drow could also have a very bad lane, and then you could have a really strong start by Tundra, especially with the Undying.
I feel like both safe lanes are going to do pretty well on both sides, but the thing with the Drow tree is I feel like a Gyro can run around and like actually do stuff for his team before the Drow can. But yeah, we'll see how this TA Zeus matchup goes. I have seen Zeus do kind of fine against TA in this patch. Like, things have changed since we would talk about the TA as a Zeus counter. Zeus has Heavenly Jump now, so he can use that to get away from ganks, and the traps aren't as scary. He has a better attack animation.
TA can't really deny creeps anymore with the refraction.
With the refraction, exactly.
Yeah.
That's how you would like dumpster him before. So Zeus can pretty easily like arc lightning out the wave. I think probably Tundra has the better late game, even with the TA mid. Just with the Doom Aghanim Scepter Octarine build and like Zeus, Sanjin Kaya, or like Ethereal Blade, and just popping off with shitloads of damage.
Just whatever carry they have, just ignore that. But we can't.
I don't think the carries matter. Let's not talk about Gyro again.
we ignore that, but we cannot ignore the most important part of this match. It's not the players, it's not the teams, it's the two casters, Cap and SVG.
Yeah, we actually put it in our contract that Avo has to compliment us on camera at least 5 times a day. So
I put it that they couldn't hire him, so obviously your contract went through. Mine.
We can see who holds the power in this relationship, can't we?
The corporations.
Game 3 of Aster versus Tundra is about to be underway, and it's spicy, right? The TI champs show up to the first major after they've won, don't make upper bracket, start out in the lower bracket by losing game 1. They do manage to bounce back, but still, going to this game 3, elimination on the line. Meanwhile, Aster, who are supposed to be, they didn't top out the Chinese TPC, but I think both of us felt like they were the stronger of the 2 Chinese teams. And, well, PSG LGD is also in an elimination spot, so we might not see any Chinese teams any further past today.
It's crazy that these teams are meeting, and they're 1 game away from eliminating some of them.
Yeah.
Because I had both these teams in my top 4, so I look like
Same.
a complete fool right now.
Same.
But that is how Dota works. It is a brutal game. It does not wait for you. It does not give you any leniency. You either continue to adapt and overcome and improve, or somebody pushes you into the gutter and stomps on your dreams and makes you get a real job. None of this ever happened to me.
Yeah. Well, you did get a real job. You're here. This is a real
talking
job.
this gyrocopter.
Yeah.
I've been talking
Good
to some
pick,
people
bad
about.
pick?
I've been talking about gyro versus Enigma, right? People have
Okay.
been talking. What counters Enigma? What counters Enigma? Went up to Arteezy yesterday, everybody's favorite player. I said, Artur, you having problems with Enigma? He said, yes. This is a real conversation.
Yeah.
I said,
I was there.
Why don't you just pick gyro? You know what he said?
What did he say?
He said, why are you talking to me?
He said, who are you? How did you get past security?
But the point is,
But Artur, I worked with you. I coached you.
The point, he said, please leave my room. The point of this story is that this gyro has been on some people's radar. They've been thinking about it. Even if they don't like thinking about it, they've been thinking about it. And now we see it pop back up. And if you're going to pick this hero versus Enigma, you first phase it, because then at least you can get 2 other carries to make up for it, right? Which is kind of what they did. They got the Doom and the Zeus. That's who's going to carry this game. Skeeter's just here for the ride, just to get some Eidolon kills, get some farm up, maybe frontline, bait some spells out, right? If you get to the ultra late, he's going to be pretty strong. But this gyro has a pretty large valley in the mid game that not a lot of pros have been able to get over. So I'm looking towards 9 to pick up the ultra late game slack like Zeus normally can, and that Ags Doom, that's on my radar, right? Anytime you play this Doom Enigma matchup, all about that Ags.
I'm sorry. We gotta get a patch, man. I hate this. Saxa is in some trouble, but so is Pichot, and he dies first. In fact, Saxa survived through it all. So first blood goes to 33. Saxa is gonna try and put some damage onto Monet as well.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a lot. Need that Train Protector back stat.
Man, how did this tree just died level 1 to double melee? That's very rare.
Well, we already saw it. We casted some games. The Monkey King 4 is the answer to Treant 5. 100%. 100%. I've seen it enough times. I am totally convinced by this pick.
It's really an execution-based lane. This Treant can be very good versus Monkey as well, especially if you get level 2 first. You have a bunch of sustain. You can man up on them through the Jingu, but you have to play those early waves really well, because otherwise it just swings very violently. I agree. Overall, though, I think support Tree is decent versus support Monkey most of the game. Living Armor is really annoying for who he goes on. The Overgrowth just disables you. The Monkey can find you in the trees and kind of jump on you, but then you Leech Seed and run away, and it gets really weird.
Tree can also find the Monkey King and build a Quelling Blade.
Saxa might be in trouble.
Or
Getting punched.
Yeah, he is going to be in trouble, and he is going to die here. But at the same time, Tree takes a lot of damage. Oh, little tornado action, huh? Is that going to be enough? He gets super low. He gets off another round of Leech Seed, but it doesn't get to the heal him in time. So 33 picks up another kill in this.
Look at all the camps that got blocked, though. all three of these dire northern camps got blocked. They're trying to prevent this Doom getting a good creep, and they kind of do, right? It's not a Satyr, it's not the Mana Burn. The Mana Burn's deeper in the jungle, so 33 hasn't seen that yet. And they're at least going to keep on this Tornado, which is more expensive. You have to commit 100 mana for the spell. It's not that efficient damage. It's kind of whatever. He really would have wanted something better, so they at least denied 33 this early creep action. But he's still winning the lane. And this guy on Doom destroys lanes, right? If I'm going to pick a single Doom player in the world to run away with a lane win, it's going to be 33.
For
So
sure. Yeah.
you don't want to give this guy a good start. You do not want to give him too much, and he'll run away with it.
If anybody was wondering what I was talking about, what I found is stupid is both the 5 and the 4 in that bottom lane were pulling waves, and and Tiny was pulling it deep into the jungle because the Undying was trying to follow him with his own wave. Something about that just, I don't like. Multi-shot trying to slow him down.
Level 2 Leech Seed.
Yeah,
Lot
level
of
2 Leech
HP.
Seed doing a lot. Zoxa is going to get kited around a little bit now. Still has that Jingo, so it's not like the tree can come forward and do anything here. Both of them low, but one of them has a healing salve. The other does not.
But he has the trees and the
Does
regen.
have.
And
Yeah,
a
people
dream.
forget that passive does increase your regeneration factor.
Yeah. Always want to fight on the trees. That's why cutting the trees is also super valuable in the lane.
Yeah.
Which they didn't really do up here, but, I mean, because Monkey wants to use them as well. I'm going to go on Monet. I don't know if this is the go, though.
Yeah, going on to Monet right next to a tower. They're going to commit to be able to kill the Dream Protector. They get him. Monet's going to be able... Oh, maybe
No
not!
trade for you.
He dodged the shot! Zoxa outplaying him, and of course the Monkey King to counter to the Dream Protector.
Of course, as we've all seen. I mean, honestly, nice early Infernal Blade to stop that last right click, too.
Oh, yeah, that was a cool choice.
Get some extra damage in here. Taking that over a Devour point, but you're shutting down Monet, getting into the return kill which is pretty nice. How's mid going? Nine's forced to base, and
Sucks
XWI
is,
is free farming.
Gonna go deny himself to the tier 2 if anybody's...
He won't get the courier.
Oh, the courier! Oh, that would have been a cool timing.
The little bunny.
It does leave 33 alone. They're immediately going to go on him, and he's down that alleyway, so they got a little bit of slow out of the Brambles. Not quite enough, though.
Still has Mangoes and a Salve, so... And Arcane Boots online.
Ooh.
Once again, he's having a pretty good laning phase on his Doom. I rarely see him get shut down on this hero, even with the weaker creeps. Still putting in a solid performance. That said, lane is very even across the board. I don't see anybody really getting destroyed, right?
Well, I mean, XWI is breaking a little far ahead, but would you expect this in the TA Zeus matchup?
Yeah, I expect TA to free farm this matchup. I think it's also more about, do you get a bunch of Ancient stacks up, right? Because that's where TA can pull ahead of Zeus.
Jumping on him. Small little mini stun helps land the jump from Zoxa, and it looks like her Dream Protector is going to die. Picho, bye-bye. And Monet is going to be chased away as well.
Those early kills are really adding up on this lane. Because now they have the levels on the Monkey, they can just play super aggressive and jump on you.
Yeah.
And that's where that matchup shines. Especially Boots and Orb of Venom done for Zoxa. This roaming Monkey is completely online, and I say roaming because he's looking towards mid, 6-minute rune. Won't get it, but still deny it up.
Good enough.
Honestly, I'm a bit worried for Baboka here. We haven't mentioned him.
Yeah, what's going on with that bottom lane? We haven't really
I'll tell you, he's
looked at
level 1 because he's been
What?
pulling. He has been pulling waves. He did an Ancient stack. This Tiny is level 1. He's not even close to level 2, and it's 6 minutes. This
So
is
he's
too
just been
sacrificial.
pulling waves the entire time?
He's been giving solo XP, messing with Snake King, stopping pulls, this type of deal, right? But the downside is you end up super low level. I don't think you want to be this low level. You're still a Tiny, right? You can still make stuff happen on the map.
Yeah.
Baboka is just going to sacrifice everything here to enable his Enigma and enable the Ancient stack for his TA.
Well, he is going to stack up those Ancients, and then TA is going to leave lane, so maybe he takes mid afterwards?
Yes, he will likely ask for the mid here.
Yeah.
So maybe he gets it back, but that also indicates that Aster is in no rush this game, right? Because this is not going to be some fast game with Tiny roaming around, you're taking skirmishes. This is an ultra farm efficient game from Aster. That's what they're going to try and play here, keep their towers up with Treant.
Yes, a TP because they're going to make a dive onto XXS. Really good avalanche to stall things up, and that'll make sure the Enigma does survive. It doesn't look like Gyrocopter's gotten that many Eidolon kills.
No. Does have 16 denies of his own, which is pretty high for Gyro. So Skeeter's done a really decent job of controlling the equilibrium down here and denying the Enigma farm. And if you look at the net worth, he's 400 ahead, right? Some of this is Baboka being a little sacrificial on that lane, but some of it's Skeeter and Snake King just playing this lane well.
Snake King
is going to
snakes.
soak.
Yeah, just a little bit.
He is also low level on a dime, but you would kind of expect that more. An 8-minute rune coming. Everybody wants it.
Yeah. Who's going to end up getting it here? It's more heroes of Tundra.
And Tundra are way stronger on this rune fight.
Yeah, and Tundra is stacked on the right-hand side, so it might still spawn top, and Aster could get it.
Not too bad for XWY. Wins the
does.
50-50 and a DD.
Ooh.
Can't ask for a better rune. Well, maybe you can, but we'll leave that to Quinn.
Sox in some trouble, or he's going to scout out XXS. It's XXS who's in some trouble here. They're going to jump onto him still, and 9 actually came with them. So when they got that 8-minute rune, 9 was just like, oh, let's just go ahead and gank bottom.
Why not? It's a freebie. Might even just be able to take this tower if you commit the heroes. The tower defense for Aster is really bad outside of living armor.
But it does leave 33 on an island. So many
die?
heroes in that other side of the map. 33, the multi-shot isn't quite enough, and the tree protector's going to die instead. And now Soxa gets on top of Monet. I don't think he's going to keep. Oh, nice quelling. Well played by Monet. Read him like a book.
He almost, you know what? He should have faked the jump to get the quelling laid out. That's the next level play.
Is there even much of an animation to that, though? Damn, XWY made full. Double damage was the best rune. Look what he just did.
That was the best rune. He won everything out of that.
Wow.
Free solo tower versus Zeus mid, who generally likes to have his tower up so he can stay around mid and keep farming, right?
Yeah.
Because Zeus does not want to go back to some ancient stack like TA does.
No.
It's not where he wants to be ideally. This is a very big tower for Aster. Again, they want to play a slow game around the tree, and having extra space to do that, maybe mid's more secure for you. Pretty big advantage XWY is giving him, and now he's rotating too. This is not an AFK Templar assassin.
Is Monet going to help out here? I feel like Bishop thought Monet was going to help him.
Why would he think that?
Monet's like, bro, don't bring him to me. I'm currently hitting creeps right now.
Hell? They have a ward on him.
Hey, they do. Really nice deep ward.
He's like, you should have ran the other way, man. Come on. I left that lane for a reason. Another early tower, though. XWY rotated down here. No one's here. He'll leave. That'll mean free tower for XXS. Early tier 1s. Going after his way.
Snagged the last hit. Well played.
It's the mental advantage right there.
What is that voice line? You know, there's some players out there who will just go through every single voice line to find the one that, I don't know, tickles their fancy. Maybe they think it's the most annoying thing possible, like Force.
That's just a good voice line.
I mean,
and I don't think it's any coincidence either.
No, I don't think so either. 10.5 minutes in, and towers are just falling left and right here, mostly for Aster because they seem to have this general consensus that, like, we are going to take objectives early against Tundra. We're going to take these outer towers. Tundra is responding somewhat in kind. They put some pressure on bottom. Now they're taking top.
I'm worried for Aster space. This is a very farm-heavy lineup between the three cores. Panel was talking about it. You have this TA who needs to take triangle. Where does Monet go? I think that's what he's trying to figure out, right? He has to defend his camps on his own. He's kind of getting poked here by Monkey. If Tundra decide to permanently invade, I don't think you can fight it if you're Aster. Don't really have the levels on supports. But Boca took the tome and he's level 5 after taking mid XP too. So again, he has to catch up a lot in this game. And his game isn't really playable until he has Blink. It's just not easy to gap close an undying Monkey with a tiny.
Oh no, he stepped out of the trees. Oh no, the Atome's still cut down. Okay, he's still getting damage, so it's not like Pichot can get into the trees. They're going to keep the damage on him, so he's dead either way.
I think he did that purposely.
That was funny, though. Well, if he did it purposely, it didn't work. Soxa still got the last hit.
This is my kill.
And he's going to rush a Heaven's Halberd. That is a super interesting idea for a super mobile hero. I guess his plan is just to jump on the Drow Ranger or the TA and Halberd them.
Why not? Get in there, throw a Wukong down, disarm the Drow. What are you going to do? Sit here and watch me dance. Another double damage. 9 did not feel strong enough to man up and deny that rune. So the second double damage rune for XWI, we will keep track to see if he breaks Quinn's record.
He's going to go for it. And once again, the cores are around, but they can't really help. Or maybe they can. They're going to go for the kill into the Monkey King, and they actually get it. Oh, the Thunder God's Wrath. I thought they actually managed to save the Treant Protector, but Bichot dies anyway.
You want to play a game, Cap?
Sure.
How many deaths do you think this Treant has?
How many kills do they? How many kills does
they have
Tundra?
9
They have
kills.
9. I'm going to say 5. Is that right?
No. He's having a rough one. He's having a rough one.
Oh my God, he has 8? I thought for a second, I was like, has anybody else died? And I was like, there's no way he's got like 7 or 8 deaths, right?
I mean, every time I see Pichu die this game, I feel like I've seen this before. It's because you have. He has 8 out of their 9 deaths. That is a lot for a single player in like that 12 to 13 minute mark. So he has tanked it. He has tanked it for his boys. He doesn't want to hear any shit for the rest of the game. So you guys need something buy for yourself, man. I'm done. I'm going top.
Not
I'm
even the
creeps.
observer wards that are free. I ain't buying that.
Deward your own wards. Stack your own camps.
From a distance, that is the nice part about this. You've got Zeus plus a very long distance stun like Earthshaker. Like that combo is really annoying for supports.
Poor man's Fissure.
Yeah, poor man's Fissure. That's what it is. Boundless Strike.
Very poor man's Fissure, but can get the job done. And I think the map distribution in terms of farm is a lot simpler for Tundra here. 33 has Devour Midas. He's going to play top. He only needs a couple camps, and he's going to be highest net worth. It gives Skeeter the whole triangle in this mid area. Soxa can split push lanes, and 9 can just pick up the slack either around mid or anywhere else and help with the pickoff, right?
Yeah.
It feels a lot more natural, whereas Aster kind of fighting over the same camps right now, and I still think Monet is getting displaced because Enigma and TA need to take so much. Is this number 9?
That is number 9.
Oh, God.
You know, everybody's had a game like this. If you're a Dota player and you've played more than 100 games, you've had a game like this. And it feels awful. I can't even imagine what it feels like on a main stage.
I mean, I've been there. After about the 6th or 7th death,
you're just numb to it?
Yeah, you kind of chill out.
You're just dead inside?
Honestly, it's almost becomes fun.
Hey, don't worry. XXS will get some revenge for you.
That's that tree cut with the pulse.
Vengeance is mine.
I am serious, though. About the 8th or 9th death,
yeah,
just like, yeah, come kill me again. Come kill me again. My team is space from a team. Come on, hit me. At that point, you have your honorary astronaut license. You've made so much space.
I was like, what?
You've never heard that?
No.
Blasting off to Mars, brother. I hope you guys carry me back home.
At this point, Pichu is going to be competing with like SpaceX.
Pichu to mission control.
This is major Pichu.
I mean,
I'm feeding nonstop, and there's nothing I can do.
I mean, he's having a rough one, but he's still making the play, which is you go top, you dare him to kill you again, you get some XP.
Yeah, I bet they will.
I think we're going to take the dare.
You're going to take that dare. Triple dog dare you to kill me.
Number 10, the X.
Oh, juked him out a little bit.
There's no juke. It's a rough.
They had to cast one more spell.
Space created, though. I'm really freaking out. I am also freaking out for you, my friend. But who is benefiting from this? Well, I mean, Tundra is because they're killing him a lot. But XWY is getting some space. Monet is not dying. He has 0 deaths on his Drow in a game where they could have been invading and aggressively going on him.
Closing in on Soxa, who tried to challenge the Drow Ranger, but there are heroes this time around. If it's anybody else, Aster will fight back. They will defend each other.
Where's the help for him? I feel like I've seen this play a couple times this game. I think it's the right read by Soxa. You can invade this jungle and kill the Drow because Treant's not a non-factor.
Where's the gyro, right? Shouldn't the gyro?
Doom, the gyro or the Doom, or maybe Snay where the Thunder's got on top of that or something, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like it's a solo Soxa plan.
Oh, gonna find 33, toss him back to XXS. With the Malefice and the damage from XWY. It's gonna be close with the Hurricane Bike. Oh, he pushed himself with a stolen creep, and now he's gonna turn around, threaten the Doom. He's gonna push Aster away with the Tombstone out, and with 9 slowing him down, XWY's just dead. Bobica's gonna get run down. Oh, it was a big bait, it seems. And Tundra are gonna clean up on some Aster heroes, see if they get it even more. I think they will. No? Okay.
Nothing. But they're right next to the pit.
Oh, yeah. That's even better.
That's why I thought that kill was going to be good for Aster because you have Death OTA. You get kills right next to the pit. You just go right in. You have Black Hole Greaves. That was kind of their timing to try and hit this. If they lose it, you are going to be really far behind in this game because you're playing versus Midas Doom. And 33, he's been quiet, but he's 3-0 and 5. He had a very good lane stage. He is very farmed. And Ag's Doom takes this game over. Ag's Doom just makes it so Monet has to carry you.
Yeah.
And Monet has not had all that space. So now the TA's game flow has kind of been destroyed here. He got all the Ancients super high level, almost all 14, and didn't get Roshan. Instead, it goes to Skeeter, who now has Ags online, and Tundra in control of this map. I mean, they have 3 carries. I don't think they're afraid to go in late game here.
I bet XXS is kind of regretting that black hole usage earlier, right? Because if he still had it, he would have used it on
Maybe
Doom.
a little.
They kill Doom right next to the Roshan pit. Maybe they take Roshan.
I don't blame him the way it's
Oh,
so
no
hard
doubt.
to black hole in these fights.
Sure.
There's the monkey stun that can come out. There's a bolt from Zeus. Doom can just doom you.
Yeah, that is in the name.
And early Hurricane paying dividends.
Yeah, also 33 at the right creep,
Yep.
as you said.
He always has the right creep.
Avalanche from a
fine
distance
Soxa.
before he could jump away to the trees, toss him over to XWY. And Soxa is a lot squishier, but he does have that ultimate. That gives him a little bit of armor. Can he get away? Oh, the TA traps. It's not going to be enough. Oh, he's jumping back in, you madman, Soxa. He jumps away again. He's toying with them. He's playing with Aster, and he's absolutely wrecking them. XWY will get the one on Snake King, but Soxa from the trees. How you doing down there?
Double Wraith Band and the Sage giving him extra survivability with the armor. I thought that Wukong was just going to be a wasted one. It's one of those Wukongs you throw out and you're like, yeah, why not? I'll throw it out. But
the bonus, what is it, 20 armor? 14 at level 1.
If you're not killing Monkey with your strongest mid hero,
Oh, yeah.
your strongest hero from mid and your pickoff, and you're getting turned around double killed when Tundra, look at how far away they are. It's not like Tundra's here.
Also, more trickery dodges, right?
Yeah, the trickery dodge into buying time to get back into the trees off the stun. Perfect gameplay.
Going back in. Bobica just, maybe the cooldown was just coming up, I think, from Avalanche, so he couldn't
Not
stop
fast
him in
enough.
time. God damn, that was dirty. Soxa and his 4-position Monkey King, man, so good. Aster, so I wanted to talk about this. It seems to me that Aster, like Tundra have their typical, like, we're going to be super efficient, we're going to take over the map, and we're going to build and build and build, right?
They are building.
I feel like Aster deliberately drafted big late game. XXS.
But they might not get there.
It
The
doesn't.
rate this game is going, and look at all the auras up for Tundra. This is their wheelhouse. Drum on Snay. You have Wraith Pact already up for 33 on top of that Greaves, so you're looking at a physical damage lineup for Master. Good luck, my friend, right?
Yep.
And then Soxa's going to have his Halberd. He's going to get it this game. He's been getting those kills, so you're going to have a huge amount of early utility come out for Tundra. I don't know if Aster are going to be able to deal with it. Their support duo is going to be lacking the damage. You're going to have to play off tossbacks. That's probably your best bet now.
Pretty much. And those haven't worked the last 2 times they've tried it.
No, they have not come close.
Oh,
to
this
it.
is a bad fight. They bottled the double damage rune earlier. Aster do not want this fight.
Yeah, but can you give up your triangle here to Gyro?
Well, I don't think you have a choice. It's either let him have Ancients or let him have Ancients and Heroes. Because he's got Aegis DD. I can't see a way you're winning this fight.
Say they're stuck between a missile and a tombstone.
Something like that, yeah.
Do I get $5 for that one?
And Tombstone's made out of steel.
Need
And-
jet fuel to melt steel beams, Cam.
But Gyro has the jet fuel.
Oh, God, they don't have to counter. Buy some jet fuel.
And Gyrocopter, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but Gyrocopter is an answer to Enigma later on in the game, right? Because you get Ags and Satanic, and if
Yes.
he black holes you, you can still have some sustain.
Some degree. That's super dependent on how that team fight plays out. We saw a game earlier in this tournament where Hector got to that point.
Yeah.
He had the Ags, the Satanic, and he got black hole and kind of just died in black hole.
Sure.
A lot of times, black hole is not the only thing dealing damage to you in it. If it's a true one-on-one, you just get black hole. I mean, yeah, you sit there. It's also pretty dependent on if you pop the Satanic first,
Yes.
which if you don't get it off, it's not really doing much for you. But yes, this Gyro does have some good gameplay versus the Enigma outside of just the lane. And of course, like we were mentioning, he has 2 other carries. So if he runs in, tanks the black hole, just lives for a while, Skeeter does not have to do the most damage in the fight for them to win the fight. They have 2 other huge
Oh, here's another toss back. This time, they've been downgrading all of these toss backs. Now they're going for the 5-position staking, and it's not going to work out either.
Hey, at least Monet's
okay,
here.
hey, never mind. The multi-shot works, so they trade kills at least, but XWY slow down to a crawl. They're throwing all this damage. He had some wand charges, but here comes 33.
I mean, he has BKB on TA, so you don't want to overextend here.
No.
He did not go blink on 33, so he's not playing that early initiation game. He is just farming. Midas, fully online. Devour, fully online. Going to Aetherland, so this is his build into later Octarine build for the Doom. They're just going late, man. And I don't think Tundra are afraid of going late because they're winning the economic war and they're kind of winning the scale war. I don't see a way you deal with the Ags Doom for the rest of these heroes outside of the Drow spacing it. feels like last game. You're just putting all your eggs on the Monet basket and hoping the Drow's enough damage.
Well, this time around, they went the XWY TA, right? Which you already had the Drow Ranger. It felt like they were doubling down on carries, which is why I said I felt like they intentionally drafted late game. That does leave Aster, I mean, they may get super far behind, but it does leave them always some hope of coming back into the game, right?
It is true. You do have TA traps. You might get the good vision. Overgrowth can still be good in an overextension. Same with Black Hole. And maybe the one saving grace this game compared to the last one is you're not going to fall behind that fast in relation to the split push. Like, Tundra's going to group a lot more this game, and you're not afraid to shove the waves as much, right?
Yeah.
You can get out on the map with this TA. You can get out with the Drow. The lineup from Tundra is really focused around this 5-man ball. The catch isn't crazy. Though that side, I feel like Aster have been catching themselves, so maybe that doesn't matter. You know, you're going on Sox and you get killed in return. That's a rough one. Tundra setting up pretty good smoke. Probably going to catch somebody unless XWI sniffs it out.
I mean, he's got BKB, but they have Doom on 33, and they're going to use it immediately. No chances of an escape. And they're even going to get the Dream Protector as well. That's pretty nice. Okay, tosses him backwards. Is he going to live with the Guardian Graves and everything? What a save from Bulbaka. A beautiful toss away, and they're covering each other. They're layering these saves. Saksa, is he going to jump forward for it? Is he going to try and stop him? Leaps after him. XXS has the missile on him. They're going to be able to Wukong's command as well. Almost killing him. XXS a little bit more, and they get him with his whole rip, and now Monet in trouble as well. Has to force Sap over the side. Nine's going to chase after him. He gets the dust, push back away. Snaking, getting around, but he's not going to go down that high ground. He'll stick it out. It's an okay fight for them. Would have been the dream if they killed TA, though.
You get Doom on cooldown at least. Getting XWY out of there is huge. And you do have that turnaround on the high ground, but the sustain from the early auras is too much. They just power through it.
Yeah.
You have Overgrowth there. You have Midnight Pulse. You have Black Hole, but you can't hold it. Doesn't do anything for you. And the early Nimbus on 9. Really annoying on the map and really annoying in the fights. Lets them start off these ganks, guarantee a Doom since he didn't go that early blink. Helps them close the gap on these other cores, and a little extra vision never hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you could split push.
Cancel Black Hole.
But there's always the chance you're going to get Nimbused or Boundless Struck when you try and TP out.
Yep, and Tundra really like the Zeus for this reason. They feel the Zeus gives them the threat on the side lanes without having to be there, which is kind of Nine's job in this team. Give them the kill threat on the cores. Zeus is doing it right now while he's farming Ancients. Aster got to make something happen here soon, or I worry for them going into that late game. And
Bulbaka.
This move.
Is there a toss back? He's waiting. Nobody in range. Aster.
He bailed you out. You got to help him back.
Yeah, they kind of do.
Look at Saksa's build.
He's going to go with Scotty. Second item. Insane. Snaking's going to be thrown back to XXS. And this time around, now it feels like Aster are actually getting the damage to be able to burst down some of these free picks.
Got to stay out on the map, though, because I don't think you want to trade that aggressive observer just for one support kill.
Yeah, well, they want Roshan, right?
Rewarded. Yeah, so you need the
Oh, a
vision
DD!
control.
Oh, Saksa! He all in for the DD. He's like, no, I can't let them have this, but XWY gets it anyway, and he's going to use it to finish up Saksa.
Himself here for Aster.
Oh.
Double damage for XWY on a Roshan respawn.
You couldn't ask for a better timing on this. And hey, shout out to Bulbaka protecting that DD rune and baiting Saksa effectively.
Heads up play from Aster. You play for these small windows, you never know what'll happen. Somewhere backstage, RLTK is smiling.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe for the first time today, but he is smiling.
Maybe the first time at this event period. It's still 7,000 net worth lead for Tundra, and they really haven't fought into this gyrocopter once. So we've yet to see what that power looks like.
I mean, I don't know if Gyro's... He's strong. He has his items. He's up to the Crystal of Satanic, so he's hitting his gyro timing.
I didn't know you could Hurricane Pike the missile. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you can Force Staff it, too.
I
Shove
did
it
know.
in faster.
Actually, I did know the Force Staff one, so I guess that makes sense.
The missile's a sentient being, Cap. Don't discriminate.
Makes me think he's Wally. Wally.
He has dreams of his own, you know.
Saksa not able to set up in time. Tundra not able to set up in time as Aster do take that tier 2. But Aster may still get greedy for this map. They may try and take this area.
I mean, this is where their vision is, and they have Aegis, so you're not really afraid of XWY getting doomed or slain. Tundra really want to retake this. I think there's a world where Tundra could split push this Aegis out and not be too worried, but again, they're hitting the gyro timing right now, and they feel super strong. Still, this is a dangerous game for both teams. You don't want to overextend if you're Tundra and get pulled into Overworld Black Hole while XWI can respawn on that Aegis.
Oh, it feels so tense. Game 3, elimination on the line. Aegis on one side, 7K gold lead on the other. It's tight. I can just see how one team fight breaks this game open for one side or the other.
This is a very close game.
I think whoever wins this next fight is just going to run away with it. Because we've seen Bulbica trying to get the D ward on the high ground, stuck on the wrong side of this Wukong's man, looking for the toss back. Zoxa's going to just kite him out like he did last time. No siree.
Way too much zone control. Once you're stuck on the Wukong, the Tombstone, the auras come out. Good luck fighting into that. Again, Aster don't want to give up this ward. They're one foothold on the map.
Oh, they're going to be able to get the ward with the Monkey King, but he's stuck on the high ground. See if they have the vision of him to be able to kill him before the Boundless Strike, and now he got the Force Tap onto the Drow Ranger with the Doom as well. They do manage to finish off this Monkey King. The Drow is instantly dead, and XXS is going to fall as well. Thunder God's Wrath used XWY, BKB, TP out. Is that a missile? It is a missile. Picho is, well, he can hug the corner of the map and hope, but the Zeus, he can target you. The Monkey King's going to catch up to you. Well, he's dead, actually, but they got him anyway.
Soxa, he has been owning these fights, man. He's dying, but it just sets everything up. Sure, you get the monkey and you pay with your blood. Soxa always happy to make these trades. He went frontline tank too, right?
Yeah.
The other benefit is Halberd. We're talking about the offensive capability if you get on Drow. You're in a situation like that where he's just baiting everything out. He lives so long there. Uphill mischance, Halberd mischance, Monet has to overcommit.
It feels like XWY should have been where Monet was.
Yeah,
right? He needs to make himself the target.
He ended up very far. I even wonder if he got forced in or
he did.
Or hurricaned or something. He probably got hurricaned.
He got force staffed in, I think. Or hurricaned, you're right.
We'll see here, but look at the misses, man. And then you're just too far up. You get forced into the hurricane.
Hurricane into Doom. Yeah.
The ward betrays you. And of course, XXS cannot really impact these fights if his front line goes down because there's no way to black hole in this game. You're never going to see the Zeus, and he can always just stop it.
I mean, you're the pro player.
Oh, not anymore.
Or was. There's got to be some psychological edge. Like, you're playing Drow Ranger again, right? And
True.
she now got killed in the same situation where you were too far forward and you got forced or, in this case, hurricaned in. Like, that's just got to feel terrible.
True.
You feel like you can't do anything against this Tundra line.
You're getting some deja vu right now. You're thinking, oh, man, is this game going to go the same as the other one? You know, do we lose our momentum? It starts to creep in, but that's why you're a professional, Cap.
Well, I was thinking more so that's why XWY is going to have to carry this because Monet is probably a little shook right now.
I don't think this guy gets shook.
Yeah?
Might be a little frustrated. You know? He probably doesn't feel like the game is going as smooth as he would like. But to say he's shook, Cap, that's a bold, it's a bold claim versus a man who's rock steady at TI.
Picho tried to go for the kill on his Soxa, missed it. Instead, he and Boboka, well, just Boboka, will get picked off. Either way, no matter what the mentality of is of the players, the net worth says that PYW, he's got to be the one. Monet, once again, charging forward. Oh, barely on the edge. What a great grab for Picho.
Huge kill.
A monster kill. Actually, technically, a godlike kill because that is a 10x streak 4-9. So that was a massive amount of gold.
Let that be a lesson, Cap. Let that be a lesson. Nobody kills Pichu 12 times.
My man, it's 1-11 and 4.
Nobody kills him 12 times. You will pay the iron price, sir. He gets his revenge.
Hey,
and that's a lot of time with Zeus off the map, which means you can start to shove the lanes back in if you're Aster here.
Yeah.
And that was set up by Monet, playing aggressive with the Shadow Blade, scouting it out.
I mean, I think you were right. He's not shook at all. He just played super
This guy does not get shook, Cap. I'm telling you. He's played too long, been in too many lands, had too many teammates yell at him. Now is the point to step up and shine, deliver for your team.
Why do you sound so angry?
Because you're doubting Monet. And the second you doubt Monet, he springs on you. It's the same as doubting TI champions, which you were doing earlier. I still cannot believe both these teams are here in the lower bracket, man. Because I think both these teams are also teams that get stronger the more they play the tournament.
Yeah.
So it's like now's your chance to shove one of them out. If you're everybody else, you're probably happy you don't have to play versus one of these teams after this. But it's a question of who. Butterfly for Skeeter.
Ooh, that's a huge timing.
Yeah, he's getting big. I think the only thing left for this is the Swift Blink. That's when this gyro really comes online because he can just blink on you and start going to town on either the TA, the Drow, close that gap, right?
He already has the MKB.
Who?
XWY just bought it. I was going to say he wanted to go Daedalus, but then I think he spotted the gyro.
Foresight here. I mean, you know what it was? It was that high ground fight. It was trying to hit the monkey high ground with Halberd. He's like, I need a goddamn MKB in this game. And then Skeeter with Butterfly, and it's already countered.
All right, so XWY has to be the one to put out the damage against this gyrocopter, and maybe even the Monkey King. As you said, with the Heaven's Halberd, that passive evasion is there as well, because the Drow Ranger's not going to have it for a bit. In fact, he's going to go for a Satanic still. So,
Satanic. Interesting.
He's trying to be a combat ranger. He's going in.
Can be a nice item versus Doom if you can just stand your ground with extra lifesteal here. Say it takes Monet longer to die. Maybe you win the fight off that, right? Your TA carries it.
Yeah.
The reverse can also be true here. To me, these fights are all about the initiation. But Boca has to find the jump. He has to find a toss back, displace the fight into Aster instead of the other way around. Because the overextensions for both teams are brutal here.
I'm telling you, man, this is why I liked Aster's choices of late game, because they're down in net worth, right? You know you're going to be down in net worth against Tundra, like very likely. But if you can use that net worth more efficiently than them, maybe it doesn't matter. They're down 11K, but it feels like a dead even game.
I do think XXS is the one suffering here. I have a hard time imagining him having good impact with Black Hole in this type of game where he doesn't have BKB, doesn't have a refresher, he can't just fight through the spells. And still, these fights are so dependent on the jump.
Smoke across the map.
33 got
Found
it.
the Tree Protector, and they got the Doom onto the TA. They have the Nimbus there to be able to slow him down as well. The toss away. Once again, Bulbica using everything he can to be able to save XWY. The highest net worth hero is away, and the Force Staff is out from Bulbica. Jump forward by 33, but immediately the damage is going back in. Maybe a little bit to the rest of the team. They're going to come after him. They've got the Wukong's command to cover as well.
The kiting's too good. They just used everything, and they got nothing.
Aster can go back and fight.
They definitely
that was
can
a
think
lot
about
used.
It. They didn't use anything.
BKB's still up. Black Hole's still up.
Down.
Over. Baboka's just charging in.
Skeeter's
Drow Ranger.
Kited. He hasn't been able to do anything.
He's been slowed down so much. They're going to chase after him. E-Blade. He's going to try and slow him down. Monet forced that big forward. He uses the BKB. He wants this kill. He wants it bad. XWY. Finally, the damage is going to come in, and they're going to finish off the gyrocopter. Now they deal with the Nimbus as well. Just that.
Oh,
but Roshan is up.
Again, a timely fight for Aster. They pull it out. The catch is not there for Tundra. Sure, you have a monkey stun. You have this Doom, but Skeeter is just walking through these fights. He's walking through brambles with treads. He can't get on anybody. This gyro needs the blink, or he needs some youth. The old man, too slow to get in the midst of it. And it's another Roshan for Aster.
Need a hip surgery for that guy.
He needs a faster wheelchair or something. I don't know. He could not walk in for crap. And now you got Aegis, Cheese, Ags.
What do you think about this Ags? They gave it to Drow Ranger? Maybe they just don't really have a better one? Is the Splinter that good here?
I mean, that's the question. I don't think the Drax is that great here. I mean, it's a significant amount of damage, right? Who would it be better on? You can give it to TA, but the game isn't really becoming a split push game. It's becoming who wins the head-on fight.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with this. Just buff up your Drow's damage. Every little bit helps. Aegis to the TA. He can frontline here. Look for the tossbacks. You still have Black Hole. You still have Overgrowth. That said, Tundra have everything as well.
Oh, he tried, but the Nimbus is going to stop him. Boboko wanted to be able to get a toss back, but Tundra was very ready for it. Good retreat, though, from Aster. Not overextending again. And Aster, I mean, if the game felt even when Tundra was ahead by 11,000, now Aster, even net worth game. They've got an Aegis and Cheese, like you said. It feels pretty favored to them.
And the thing is, 33 went a lot of early auras in utility. Between Greaves, this Wraith Pact, and Octarine, he doesn't have this late game Blink, BKB, Refresher, Ags Doom, right?
Right.
So I feel like it puts a lot more pressure on this Gyro to get in the middle of those fights and start killing heroes. And where has that been? He hasn't been able to do it.
You specifically said a gyrocopter is not the one to carry this game. You said it's got to be the Zeus.
No, I
It's got to be
don't
the
think it
Doom.
is. I think the Gyro's game is pretty hard. I don't think he's been able to deal the damage to any of these cores in the fight. He still doesn't have Blink. He's going for BKB. I feel like Skeeter needs too much in this game, and then it's going to push it. I mean, who does it get pushed onto next? 9? Are you now trying to play the super long fights if you're Tundra? Because these initiations have not been working out, and you're getting your base push.
Aster's back into it.
I cannot believe how aggressive Monet plays in some of these fights, man. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. He has made himself a target for sure, which...
He can so easily get aggressive. Force Staff, Hurricaned in, Monkey Stunned into all of that, right?
I mean, that is so impressive for the guy who's been carrying.
There's
Oh,
the
they're going to
Hurricane.
be able to push him into the Nimbus. They get a defensive Force Staff out at the same time. Bulbaca also was looking
Look at the
for
Force
the
Staff,
toss
man.
back. Wukong's command thought about it. Not quite. E-Blade goes out, but they have to get back to their base.
Tombstone Nimbus down, and you got a range Drax.
Something small. There's a DD top, and they've got a TA trap to spy it out, too.
The blessings of Gabe continue in this game.
Yeah.
It starts with a hope, and it ends with the 8th DD rune and the 15th Pichu death.
Maybe the game falls back to Soxa, man. He is actually closing in on that Scotty, as crazy as that is. I mean, he's done this before.
But does
where
it
he just
change this paradigm where how do you latch the damage onto the jump, right? That's the issue for Tundra right now. You can jump and stun him, but where's the follow-up? Now you're the ones getting stunned.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
That's a lot indeed.
Holy cow, Skeeter's dead as well! Woo! You can't stand up to a double damage TA with a secondary carry in Dro.
I don't even think they had time to react with E-Blade there or anything. That's your gyro.
Look at that. That marksmanship is providing so much to the TA with that double damage. On top of that, he's hitting for like 800 damage without crits.
They haven't even had to use Black Hole at any point. They're just winning the fight straight off the right click and Baboka initiating. Now you get a Doom buyback. That just killed his progression here. This game is flipped completely. It feels like Aster's in control. Of course, the team fight can always make a comeback here for Tundra. They have all the AoE and zone control in the bank. But the big question I've been asking, can you connect the control with the damage? That has been the issue. And I don't think you're closing in on that. I don't think this BKB for Skeeter helps.
When the game felt even, Dota Plus was saying that it was actually 65%, around that area, favored for Tundra for a long period of time. Pretty much like 15 minutes to like 30 minutes. But now, it's plummeted heavily to the favor of Aster. They got a
damage is
pretty
there.
significant 80-20 split.
And I agree. The damage is there now, right? You have Daedalus on Monet. You're basically fully slotted on this XWY Templar
Going for 9,
assassin.
toss him over to XXS.
And they're gonna
Nah, a
hold
little
him.
hop like that isn't going to take you nearly far enough. And just to make sure he's dead, XXS with an arcane rune uses the black hole. So it's just going to be a minute and a half before it's back up again.
That feels like the first black hole in this game. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
40 minutes, but he makes it count. And now you're back in that high ground siege situation. Monet, no fear, has cheese, has BKB Titan Sliver. Try and jump me. Where's your initiation? You can stun me, but I'm going to get forced out.
XXS having a poke. Bulbaca sees the opening here, gets
He's
the toss back,
evaporated.
and that's a dead gyrocopter. He does have the buyback, though. They have to be able to catch the heroes here. This is where Tundra has to hold, but if the Force Staffs continue,
Pretty good Doom.
Hurricane push over to the side. He got a Doom onto the Dro. That's pretty good. He has the out just to protect him as well, so he'll
XWY
stick on top of
fighting.
him, sinking to the fall from the TA. He starts bleeding into Soxa, but he's just got to get away from
got
this Tombstone.
cheese off.
Oh, he managed to get the cheese off. The Dro Ranger's back into play, but XWY is being slowed down.
Buyback's
He
coming
can't
to the
kill anything.
outpost.
Oh, multi-shot is going to be able to finish off 33 with the TP's coming
That's
in.
a die
A toss
back.
backwards by Bulbaca. Force Staff away. Can he get out? No. 9 kills him. But at the same time, he commits heavily. Two-man
What a
stun.
strike.
Soxa hits him. Jumps on top of Monet. Now they'll finish off the Dro Ranger. Now they'll bring him down. 3 dead. No buyback on Aster.
Soxa, you absolute animal. How does he find these stuns every single time, keeping them in this game? He has the Scotty up. Yeah, maybe your gyro can't carry, but this monkey might be enough.
Do not doubt the Soxa Monkey King.
He is indeed the king of this game. No matter which ways it goes, you have to give the performance to him. And what are the buybacks in this fight? I thought Tundra were going to have issues committing into that outpost buyback, especially after Monet gets cheese off on the back end. dieback for 33 as well. He put his life on the line. Can't ask this Doom for any more.
I mean, I think it was so smart they didn't overly focus on the Dro. I think XWY is the man to stop.
Yeah, he's zoning him with the damage. But look at Soxa. He knows his target. This is where that fight, it looked iffy, right? You have buybacks coming into the outpost. Monet recreated the gap. But finally, Skeeter gets involved. It took him 2 lives. Remember, that was costly for Tundra. You have a Gyro buyback, a Zeus buyback, and a Doom buyback, and an Undying buyback on cooldown. All 3 of your cores plus the Undying. Only Soxa, perhaps the real carry in this game, as is. Of course, Aster did commit some of their own. You had that Baboka buyback and the Enigma one, but they did not commit any of their 2 big damage cores.
You know, he went Blink Dagger, and I was like, oh, is he going to go Arcane Blink and do that build with the Wukong's command? Nah. Sox is like, I got to keep carrying the damage aspect here.
He's going Deso.
He's going Deso. Like, he's carrying it off of being a nuisance and tanky as hell with the Scotty build and Heaven's Halberd, but now he wants to actually deliver the deeps.
He wants to deliver the final blow. If you get another Rosh in this game, give this man the Ags. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Screw that AoE Doom. I don't think it's changing much. Give it to the monkey. Let him go to work. He's feeling himself, and he's trying to carry this game. Still Aster in a position, because, of course, if they find a single fight here,
yes,
it's just over. You don't have the buys on Tundra to take another engagement like that. It was incredibly costly.
Yeah, it's all hype that Tundra managed to win a fight finally, but it cost them a lot, and now they're on a knife's edge. What do you do when you're on that knife's edge? Do you aggressively smoke into the enemy and keep the pressure up?
You steal their double damage. That's what you do.
Oh, Skeeter, what can he do with this DD? How's Aster going to respond? They're up on the high ground right now.
They don't have buys either. There's no buy on this TA or Drow.
Yeah, they didn't have buyback for the last fight. They haven't had the time to farm it up yet.
Oh, smoke on smoke, but neither team wants to be the one that makes the first move. Even with the double damage, you're not pulling off. Of course, it's hard for Skeeter to use it because he still doesn't have Swift Blink or any gap close.
Yeah.
Oh, Baboka, he's looking.
Oh, they see Skeeter. That would have been a great toss-back opportunity, but it was a little too far away.
You know Baboka will give his life for a core in this situation. Buyback be damned. He will toss anybody into this.
XXS checking in on him, far away from the BKB. So his chances of a really big black hole, I think, are a bit unlikely, but it's possible.
He's the X factor. Like, Tundra have been assuming he can't get the black hole off, but in these late game fights, someone gets taken out of the fight, there's a missed position. Even 1 or 2 seconds on this black hole is enough for the TA and Drow to kill somebody. Yeah. You see how fast Skeeter dies. He does not need a full duration black hole.
We got 25s. 12, the Drill Ranger has the marksmanship chance. So that's a pretty significant one. TA closing in on 25. 24.5 right now. Gyrocopter, his not the most amazing, but he does have his 25 coming up soon.
They're close, but they're not there, and Roche is up. Monet has his level 25.
Oh, Zeus has his. Like, he literally just needs like 1 point of experience. Somebody kill a neutral for him. Oh, there's nothing there.
This is all about Roshan, and it's all about the vision. Because initiation is king right now. When you don't have buybacks, you take the first core out of the fight, you're going to be very happy committee for this Roshan.
What is Tundra's initiation? What are they looking for, and what are Aster looking for?
I mean, it's Soxa. It's Soxa getting the vision, getting the boundless strike, or it's 33 with the Blink Doom Hurricane. But again, 33 might not see everything. That's where Thunder God has to play a huge role. Nimbus potentially as well. And if you're Aster, use this tree shard to your advantage, right? You have the Invis tree and he has buy. Pichu can frontline here, find something. You have buyback back up for Monet on the gold. Aster going to get aggressive here.
He spots the Zeus, toss him over to the creep point. They managed to get the silence on top of him too. He has the E-Blade, so he's going to be able to stall his life a little bit more. They're going to focus on the Undying instead, but the E-Blade's going to wear out and Nine's just going to fall. No buyback, dead for 2 minutes. Snake King barely lives here. They got to deal with the Tombstone. Skeeter's coming in.
Yes, Daedalus.
I mean, I think they're looking at this like,
just go Rosh.
Do we give them Roshan?
You have to give it. You cannot contest this without your Zeus. There's no way.
I almost feel like Aster could take this Roshan and get to the base before the Zeus is even up.
100%. Maybe that forces you to contest, but you can't contest this. Zeus is so much of your damage, and that's Aegis for Monet, Ags for the Templar Assassin, on top of a Refresher Shard. Who are you going to give that to? Probably XXS here, but maybe you just want the double BKB as well. And now you're going to get to the buyback probably on TA with the gold. Still doesn't have it, but
yeah, but Drone Ranger does. It feels like there's some cushion.
Yes, you have 2 minutes here. 70 seconds without Zeus, but more importantly, 2 minutes without the Zeus buyback or the gyro buy.
Hey, that ward kill just got him to 25 on XWY. So now he's got the +7 refraction instances. It's super hard to kill.
That's big. It's really big, especially if he's the one getting doomed or something. You try and save him out of the fight. Any damage you're going to reflect. Super impactful this time. You're going to need a hell of a Wukong here.
I think Tundra, I think they want to play for their buybacks. See that? Minute and a half, all coming in.
But they're not giving him the chance.
No, they're not. They're going to be able to get the toss on Asaxa. That's going to be pretty big, but he does end up falling. Oh, 33, tried to charge after he used the Doom. He wanted to run down the heroes, couldn't quite get it. Hidden in the trees, Monet sussing him out right now. Saxa blinking in, Boundless Strike. Oh, jumped into the trees before the toss back. He's going to turn around, but he's been silenced up. And XWY now blows it up, and now he's dead. 2 heroes dead with no buyback, and they spotted 33 in the trees.
Fighting Satanic.
Skeeter, no! The Black Hole to help finish him off, but Monet waving goodbye to Tundra as they're going to be heading to the airport. Aster will take Tundra out of the Lima Major.
This man is definitely not shook. If you want anything that is the opposite of shook, look for Monet this game. How aggressive he played without buying these fights, playing on the front line, sieging it up, coming back in a game where they were down 12K versus arguably one of the most efficient map control teams to ever play the game. Tundra looked shook. And this was a rough event for them. And you feel it in that game. I felt like they were very comfortable. They were getting their timings, they're getting the slaking, but the big question mark for me is this gyro. Where was that carry impact when you needed it? Because 33 did not itemize for this Ags Doom super high damage, come in the fight with a Shiva's armor, and you're running people down. He committed to support his other 2 cores, and the gyro was never able to pay it back. And Aster capitalized, man. That was not an easy game to come back in.
No.
They played it super well. They took the right fights, the right double damage runes. That certainly helps. I mean, they must have got 5 or 6 of them for XWY in these fights, and at very pivotal times. I go back to that fight where Saxa got baited on the river for the DD.
Yes.
He dies. They get it on XWY, and Roche spawns. I mean,
that was such a pivotal time. Because that could have been Tundra continuing that momentum and closing out the game, and everybody would have said, oh, super one-sided game. But Aster found the opportunity, claw back, even out the game, and then they just destroy. I still hold that maybe this is one of the ways to deal with Tundra, right? Just give yourself some of those late game options.
It definitely helps, because you know these games are going to go long. They're a very patient and disciplined team. The flip side of that is they're not going to like 5-man rush your base early and push you down, so you have time to kind of come back here, and if you feel like you can always have to come back with spells or items, it's a direction to go, pays off.
Yeah.
Man.
No matter who was coming through this lower bracket game, like you were saying, I think there's some of the stronger teams. It is not a team you want to run into. No. Aster, especially after losing that first series, getting crushed so hard, I think this was a big boost for them. Not just being able to move on to the next round, but it feels like they're learning, and they may gain some momentum in this lower bracket.
And you know what? We were joking about Pichu with 8 deaths, 9 deaths. He got 11 deaths. But let me tell you something. Nobody kills Pichu 12 times. Let that be a lesson, because he never died again.
He didn't die again.
And they won.
No way. 1-11-16. No better way to be able to close this out. Aster take the game against Tundra. They win the series 2-1.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, shout out to Pichu, the Tree and Protector, that I'm sure many can relate to. Coming out as a victory too there for Aster. They move forward, and we will have to say goodbye to Tundra. Why did everything happen like that? Let's break it down. I'm here with Jenkins, Purge, and Sheep. Jenkins, when we are talking about this game, I have to start talking about the thing that we circled back to both games that we had before this one, which was the draft, and dare I say, Aster did well in the draft. They had a good one.
I think so. I mean, there's some argument for whenever a gyro pick comes out, it's like, oh, the other team's winning the draft. But I don't know. To me, like, the stocks of this Enigma hero, they're rising really sharply, given that people seem to be willing. They don't seem to be. They are willing to pick it into the 2 hardest counters in the game, maybe barring like Rubik, which has also kind of fallen off. So just the fact that this hero's like alternative playstyle is the one that people seem to want to be doing, and then also that's the one that lets you play into counters. I don't know. This is moving pretty quickly into the first phase for me. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Yeah, it is. With that said, the Drow still did its purpose. Like, it didn't look like that bad of a late game carry in most scenarios. Obviously, Drow was like a perfect counter, but coming out of the laning stage, Enigma's net worth was like moderately low. Keep in mind, he was also against an Undying, so it's like double duty a little bit there, but it did what they wanted to do, which was not worry about on the Enigma having like an amazing laning stage and also having to worry about those late game and aura problems. So I think it was a decent response by Tundra. Just maybe it was those some of those mid game fights. These are clips from game 1 that were also really impactful, and probably some others.
It's okay. We'll make our way to the current game.
Yeah.
But I really liked what Tundra was doing for a while. I think that they were very proactive in like stacking all the way into 20+ minute mark. They're just stacking their ancients, they're stacking the enemy ancients, they're taking their ancients and then going back to their own. They're making sure that Aster only really had net worth on one hero, which was the TA. I think Drow was a little straggler there for a while. And this Undying and everything together, they were kind of anti what Aster did. The Aster wanted to stand still as a group and be able to stand their ground. And I think in the early game, before they had items, it was way too hard because Zeus and Undying together just meant that there were zombies, you were getting like struck by lightning, everyone was really low health, they were being forced to like run away. So taking fights was really hard. I think there was definitely mistakes made by Tundra to not finish this game out.
Yeah, they had a great start. I mean, again, I think it was 10 deaths in 16 minutes on Pichu. They had definitely, or Tundra had a lead. Most of that lead, though, was from killing that Treant Protector over and over again. So you could argue that while Pichu was creating space, we'll call it, the rest of the side of Aster was doing quite well. I wanna shout out that Templar Assassin because it's been a while since I've seen Templar Assassin pop off as a mid. We've seen it earlier in the tournament, but it was Liquid that was playing it, I believe. So they crush with everything.
I feel like what we've really been seeing this tournament for carries actually is that a lot of like high physical damage range carries. It's been Nature's Prophet, it's been TAs. We've seen some Storms. Drow Ranger has been very common. The melee carries, it can work sometimes, but in games like these, having like 2+ really high physical damage range carries, huge impact.
I was going to say, like, I feel like the TA last pick makes a lot of sense because it's, number one, a pretty easy TA game when you know that you're playing into a Zeus. That's a good matchup, but also when you have the Drow Ranger, it's like it lifts this burden off of the Drow to carry the game, and the Drow can kind of just be a support. And also, shoutouts to 4-staff that game, by the way. There were 4 of them on Team Aster, and I mean, look at these heroes. Like Sheep was mentioning it. Like this is like stand your ground Dota. It's Zeus who puts down the Nimbus, Undying who puts down the Tombstone, Zeus. Or I already said that, of course. The Doom, which is going to doom, and you want to run away from it. The Monkey King that puts his shit on the ground. The Gyro that puts his ult on the ground.
Wait, I meant Ashton.
And of course the
Zeus.
Team.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I guess they're both stand your ground teams.
Aster can do it like in the late game, and yeah, like Drow and TA, like they're turrets, so they can kind of do that. But also, you want to disengage their crap that they put on the ground, and then go back in, and then stand in your crap when they don't have their stuff to go back on you and fight you.
I love this analysis.
Thank you very much.
So
very good. Very good indeed. I mean, later game, of course, you have an Enigma as always good Treant Protector with that great team fight potential, and they did need those team fights to make a comeback. I will say, I mean, it felt like Aster did need to make a comeback, Perch, because it was indeed Tundra that had a great start at the first 20 minutes. Yeah,
they really did. They had a nice net worth advantage. They were kind of winning fights, getting so many kills. Just felt like it was going to keep going up. Soxa had a ridiculously incredible game on his Monkey King, especially that play bottom where he went back in after evading this gank and then set it up.
He jumped out of the avalanche.
Oh, it was so good.
He was stunned, all right? That was bullshit.
Nah, he mischiefed it.
Didn't he
was
get
ready.
out in time?
He did get out
Like
in
he
time.
jumped out. Was he not stunned?
I'm saying
yeah,
that he glitched the system. There were some ping issues happening there.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you're blind.
Left booth is a little bit closer to
It's
the
a little bit
ISP
closer to the
than the right
server.
booth.
That's
Yeah,
right.
totally.
That's right.
Yeah. But he had a really good game. It was genuinely a fantastic game of Dota, and Aster just came back into it. They had the better late game without a doubt, but Tundra dropping the ball just enough for them to pull out a W.
Dropping the ball on the big stage is well, it's scary though. At least, well, for Tundra they don't have to be scared anymore because it's all over now for them. Aster, they definitely, we heard a commentary team say it as well. This game 3 especially felt like a learning experience in which they hopefully propelled themselves forward. Because they're going to need it. Their next opponent is going to be a crowd favorite, of course. It's going to be a South American team, guaranteed. as we look at the comparison between Maboka and Saxa. We know Saxa can play Monkey King 4. It's been a while this major though. How many times have we seen it this major, or like any position for Monkey King? Because not that many.
I haven't seen it in a bit personally. It's definitely a hero that gets kind of like left.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But
yeah.
people like phased out of it.
Yeah, people in the 10 were saying that it was about the Doom Monkey King was a really strong duel lane for Tundra historically that they've done recently. So it sounds like they've done it semi-recently, but I don't know the exact date.
I don't see any Monkey King in Tundra's history of DBC or the groups.
Well, I meant recently as in the last 2 years. And,
2 years?
they
No,
definitely played.
recent.
Yeah, that is quite recent.
At some point, everybody played Monkey 4, and that was
Yeah.
last year. And let's be real, that was still the same patch, sort of.
Baboka plays Monkey 4, I can tell
He
you that
does.
much.
Yeah.
He definitely does.
But his Tiny,
Yeah.
the early game, that was all about Saxa, right? He was
Yes.
jumping and he was jumping out. And then Baboka, in the late game, mid to late game, I'll say, the tossbacks were what allowed them to come back. And that's like, these repositioning things in Dota are what let you do that. They also had the force staff so they could disengage if it went like crap. There was a lot of times he would jump in, he would try for something, he wouldn't get it. They would literally quad force staff him out, they would disengage, and then he'd go for it again.
Yeah, this Tiny as well, it's not just like the offensive tossbacks to like kill the gyro, for example, when they're pushing high ground and so on. It's the defensive ones too. There was like these fights early game where Tundra do have the advantage. They're dooming their carry, and he's getting this amazing tossback on his TA to safety where they're able to then grieve her up. It was so nice. Just, he was constantly like on point with everything he did.
It was. I got to take us back to game number 1 of the series because we were walking back from the green room to the panel, and Jacob, I think it was you that said neither of these teams is going to win the tournament. they both.
That is such a horrible thing to say.
They both. Let's be real. Game 1, Aster came out on top, but they both felt lackluster.
Okay.
I think we can all agree with that. But I feel like we've seen a growth where I'm
Yeah.
not sure if we can say that anymore.
No, you don't get to talk after she says that. I get to defend myself. Don't yell like you're going to keep talking. Okay, with that momentum, beating the TI winners, especially when the other games didn't look so hot, having a comeback like that is something that gives you momentum. I was saying they didn't have momentum. Now they have it. Now they're looking scary. This is the Aster from TI.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was saying it to just really emphasize how not great both teams.
No, that was a weak defense. I'm not fully convinced.
It wasn't a weak defense. What?
I need stronger.
Okay, then you do it.
What the hell do you mean? That's not my position.
I mean, I think both of the two teams that played this series, they looked way better in Game 3. They both looked like themselves, I would say. Maybe Tundra was a little bit weaker. Maybe the draft's a little bit wackier. But, they were trying to find the solution for what they were up against. They both played excellent. Aster takes the W.
I'm going to double down. I'm going to double down.
Do it.
Entity, these upper bracket teams are looking really scary. Even with this momentum, it might not be enough for Aster.
Might not.
I think they're up against a wall that's closing in.
But when are they going to hit it is the question. And that's the question for every team. Are they going to hit a wall? We are going to say goodbye to Tundra. So I want to have some final words on the TI winners exiting 9th to 12th. And I want to remind people that you don't get anything for showing up. You have to be top 8 if you want anything in terms of money and DPC points, and also a reminder how important it is to get these DPC points, especially in a highly contested region that Tundra comes from, Western Europe. So, final words on them, Jenkins.
On Tundra,
Are they good enough to win the tournament?
I think they're hoping for a patch. I think this is a patch team, and we're going to see a new Tundra in the next season because the game's going to be very different. I would imagine and hope so.
I agree with that. Their creativity is just not going to be at an all-time high right now. Everyone's kind of knows about what to do at TI. Tundra figured out the patch a little bit faster than everybody else. It's not really as easy to do here. When there's so much competition, it's drawn out more.
They're going to wait for the next patch and show a big next tour. That's what I heard from my panel, but you're going to have to wait a little while. Oh, did you not?
No,
Do you want to say the same thing that both of us said?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sheep, what did you think about Tundra?
Well, obviously a disappointment for sure. I'm sure they expected better.
You can't say patch.
But I wasn't going to say anything about the patch. I think the nice thing about Tundra is even when they lose, they're still like showing new things or innovating in ways. During the DPC, we saw them play the Spectre with like the 9 mangoes. It went from 3 mangoes to 6 mangoes to 9 mangoes because it's just, they realized it's the most HP cost-efficient item. So it's like you always can learn something from Tundra. I think that's the beautiful thing about that team, even when they're losing.
That's true. Let's find out. We're going to have more Monkey King 4, I guess, the rest of the tournament. It did look good, even though it lost. Purge not impressed here. Or-
About the Monkey King?
Yeah.
He's never
no,
impressed.
it was
He's
really
never
solid.
Oh, it looked like you were like, no.
It was a more complicated. The Doom going Greaves I thought was really cool. They were about the dual lane. It was about like being strong. I don't know. It was
A
cool.
team
cool strategy.
effort.
Yeah.
Team effort for sure. It wasn't enough this time though. Let's take a look at the brackets because Tundra out, Aster moving forward, and they have one of the South America teams to look forward to in that lower bracket run. And that's going to be scary because they got... Well, actually, you know what? Aster yesterday, when they played against Gaming Gladiators, they were already playing against the crowds because crowd definitely loved Quinn on Gaming Gladiators and they cheered for every breath he took. And therefore, they know what it is to play against. Yes, they lost, but at least they have the experience to learn from it and to be unfazed by it in the next round. That being said, we have to figure out which one of these two teams will make it to face Aster, Beast Coast, EG. It is bittersweet because everyone was hoping that we will get a series between Beast Coast and EG in this South American Lima major. They weren't hoping it to be round one. Let me tell you that. Round one is painful. On the bright side, you know what I just said about the DPC points that Tundra really desperately needs? I would say that in South America, yes, it's still highly contested, but it is very, very likely that both of these squads, both EG and Beast Coast, will get a lot more points out of their region itself, right? So they still would like some points,
so.
but...
Yeah, they have some okay competition right now. That there's genuinely like the SA scene has done really great
Yes.
in the last year, even before this season. So I think without a doubt they're looking great. There's other competition. I don't think that competition is going to match up against Beast Coast or EG. So I expect to see them both get top 2 in their region consistently every season and have a really good shot of making it to TDI no matter what happens today.
And whoever wins here already gets 100 extra points.
That's true. That'll be a
Because-
little push.
It's a good start. Yeah.
It's a great start. It is a great start indeed. And we're going to start that series off by learning a little bit more about Evil Geniuses. And we'll be back with the game of Dota 2 of the Lima Major Peru that is going to be blowing your mind.
ahora sois un equipo que ha logrado un hito histórico para Sudamérica. O sea, más allá de lo que es los clasificatorios del competitivo y el top 6 en TI o top 8 para algunos, conseguiste que EG se fuera a Sudamérica. ¿Para ustedes cómo se sintió eso, como peruanos? El hecho de que hayáis conseguido una org tan conocida como EG y se metiese en Sudamérica solo por ustedes.
¿Yo respondo?
No entendiste.
Oye. En realidad fue emocionante, ¿no? O sea, fue como que cuando terminó el TI, o sea, como que no fue como que una oferta directa. Un pata de la nada me habla al Discord, que yo no lo conocía, y como que de la nada me habla, no me acuerdo quién, no sé si fue Oscar o fue alguien más, pero me dijo, oye, tal patita te quiere contactar porque está que consigue un deal de EG con ustedes, ¿no? Y así como que dije, qué raro, será mentira, ¿no? Y agarro y de curioso como que entro a mi laptop, entro a mi Discord y comienzo a hablar con él, ¿no? Y prácticamente el chico era como que un tercero que estaba casi el trabajo ahí para contactarnos y me ofreció un deal que realmente no me agradó del todo y como que le dije, sí, está bien. Pero sí, como que lo ignoré un poquito, ¿no? Y después como que yo de curioso como que agarré y me comencé a contactar con la gente directa de EG, ¿no? Y me di cuenta, me enteré que era verdad lo de la oferta, ¿no? Y fuimos conversando en realidad y creo que me sentí emocionado. Me sentí emocionado, pero al mismo tiempo sentía que lo merecía. Que lo merecía tanto yo como mi equipo, ¿no?
¿Qué se siente para ti? ¿Que a ti te importa?
¿Qué te puedo decir? O sea,
Es un hito histórico, que has hecho una historia para...
claro, o sea, es algo histórico, pero por dentro se siente, creo que normal. O sea, en mi opinión, o sea, obviamente que tiene un nombre, ¿no? Detrás de todo eso, ¿no? Pero es como, creo que lo siento como estar en cualquier equipo, a mi parecer. Claro que para algunos es distinto, ¿no?
¿Sentís que incrementó la presión cuando os pusiste este nombre, cuando fuiste el Dream Team de Sudamérica?
A mí no.
Tal vez un poco porque es como que tienes las expectativas muy altas, ¿no? Y a veces cuando tienes esas expectativas, o sea, bueno, más que todo de la gente, ¿no? Tú también quieres superar eso, ¿no? O quieres estar a la par. Y creo que tal vez un poco de presión sí se puede haber sentido.
¿Para el resto?
Para mí no realmente.
¿Acerca de la presión? La verdad que no, o sea, siempre me he puesto bastante presión en cuando competimos, cuando éramos Thunder, no Ping. O sea, siempre iba con la mentalidad de tenemos que ser el mejor aunque no lo seamos. Y en EG es igual, no ha cambiado mucho.
Yo te volví el mejor. No me reconocen, no sé qué me han recogido.
Creo que la presión siempre está, aunque sea muy chica, ¿no? Creo que hay un especial como que... No tanto así como del Dream Team, creo que no sentía mucho esa presión. Casi siempre he sentido presión simplemente en mí mismo, ¿no? Como que querer dar el mejor esfuerzo de mí, ¿no? Como dar como tu mejor performance, ¿no? En cualquier equipo. Y creo que sí sentí un poco de presión, porque todos decían el Dream Team, etcétera, de cosas. Y creo que nosotros igual como que pensábamos, ¿no? Que iba a ser un gran equipo, simplemente por renombres, porque...
¿Qué pensábamos?
Pues,
¿No somos?
Pensábamos.
No somos.
Ahí se va acoplando todo, ¿no? Nada, igual como que es muy... Es muy lindo.
Que les deja la cara.
Ay, pez.
¿Creen que tenemos una comunidad muy tóxica en Sudamérica? Al comienzo sí como que se metía mucho en mi cabeza esos comentarios y nada, no me dejaban como que tranquilo, ¿no? A veces yo estaba, digamos, no sé, en mi habitación del hotel, por así decirlo, cuando iba a los torneos y me ponía a leer los comentarios y en vez de descansar, ¿no? Estaba ahí pensando en eso, dándole vueltas, pues, cuando debería estar, no sé, relajado y enfocado en lo que viene. Bueno, sobre la comunidad, la comunidad siempre es tóxica. Siempre es tóxica cuando pierdes, ¿no? Como que siempre hay haters que comentan de más, pero no falta también la gente que apoya de verdad y te alienta con las buenas palabras que te dicen.
Pero tienes que aprender a lidiar porque si no, la gente te tumba rápido con los comentarios. Y conozco personas que se sienten mal con los comentarios malos y se bajonean y comienzan a jugar mal.
¿Sabías que la gente iba a tomarlos como blanco de críticas con el nuevo equipo?
No sabía que la gente nos estaba tomando, nos iba a tomar de blanco de críticas. En mi cabeza no cabe por qué, digamos, nos criticarían a nosotros, ¿no? O a los demás equipos. Siempre va a haber hate, pero creo que hay niveles, pues, hay niveles. Y ha llegado a un punto, digamos, en el que a mí a veces me han llegado mensajes pues, amenazándome. El provecho que veo que se le puede sacar a la toxicidad en esta comunidad siempre ha sido para mí el de tú me dices algo que yo no puedo hacer y yo te puedo demostrar que sí lo puedo hacer.
A los años. Hoy somos casi todo el viejo Gamer Studio. Más o menos unos 10 añitos de historia.
Será motivo para un café.
Vamos. Esto diciéndoles que inicialmente íbamos a hacer un video actuado, de hecho por eso la parte anterior a esto era un poco actuación y se veía gracioso, pero me parece que es un video que amerita un poco más algo real y voy a empezar yo haciéndoles esta pregunta que también quiero de alguna u otra manera expresar yo, que es que me digan ustedes así tan sincero como es esto ahora, ¿creen que tenemos una comunidad muy tóxica en Sudamérica?
Sí, pero no es algo ajeno a los deportes electrónicos. Pero tú vas a otro juego, te insertas en la comunidad de otro juego y dicen lo mismo. Ah, la comunidad de X juego es la más tóxica. El espectador a veces, no todos son tóxicos por diferentes maneras, pero los que son incisivamente tóxicos, al menos creo yo, es porque quieren de alguna manera captar la atención.
Pero no sé si la toxicidad a veces es una manera mal encaminada de mostrar el cariño y el aprecio, porque son tóxicos contigo, pero si alguien ajeno al juego, ajeno de la comunidad, ataca a alguna figura o lo que sea, claro, toda la comunidad salta y te defiende. Claro. Hay algunos días en donde estás, no sé, con más un poquito más ancha, sí, y le sigues la joda y le sigues el juego. Pero hay un día que no sé, particularmente estás más bajoneado, lo que sea, y sí te afecta, y sí te chocan comentarios que en otra oportunidad de repente no. Sin embargo, también generas estos anticuerpos de no puedes demostrar, porque si lo demuestras, por ahí te van a dar, ¿no?
A mí me da mucho miedo que un día igual, como nosotros estamos tan acostumbrados y tenemos la correa y nos podemos reír del asunto, llegue alguien que tal vez tiene mucho talento, pero no tiene esa correa.
Y ha pasado, ¿no? ¿Te acuerdas con Dae? Por ejemplo, ha pasado que a veces hay gente que se quiere meter, que puede tener mucho talento, pero la gente, como muchos por chongo, otros porque realmente sí tienen las ganas de tener esa mala actitud, expresan todo eso y no todos tienen el mismo carácter, el mismo temple, la misma manera de aceptar, ¿no?
Es que para
le choca, y eso y dice yo no puedo lidiar contra esta gente y prefiero dar un paso atrás, es un talento que se pierde, ¿no?
Quisiera saber cuál es esa comunidad ideal o qué es eso que los jugadores quisieran tener como de respuesta de la gente que los sigue, porque llega un punto en el cual también quieres recibir un poco de ese cariño más notoriamente. Yo creo que hay mucho cariño en la comunidad. Me pasa que tal vez no lo vemos tanto, ¿no?
Una comunidad ideal sería una comunidad que constantemente esté apoyándome, ¿no? Que sean activos, igual. Ya, si bien siempre hay como que toxicidad, siempre existe, tal vez que no vaya a un límite de odio, pues, ¿no? En que la gente empiece entre los fans de tal equipo empiecen a insultar, sino que sea más un tema de joda y que, no sé, se tiren ahí barritas, no sé, que sea gracioso, ¿no? Por diversión. Creo que eso me entretenería bastante.
It is time for El Clásico, the Lima Major. It is very unfortunate that it is the first round of the lower bracket, but boy oh boy do we love that these two teams do get to meet at this major, the arena. There's still people piling in because we got ourselves Evil Geniuses taking on Beast Coast, and this is an interregional bloodbath, and we love it. We're going to talk about everything that has everything to do with all these teams, and we're going to start with TI, because never before had a team come top 6 at TI, and Thunder Awakened did just that, which was incredible. It was great. Everybody is like, oh my god, South America, they've never been this far, they've never been this good, the region has grown so much, and well, unfortunately for the team, or fortunately for the team, depending on which way you look at it, teams got a little picked apart after that, but we're going to talk all about that. And when I say we, it is myself. I'm your host, Shiver. I'm joined by SVG, by Effie, and by Astini. Good afternoon. It's a great start already. Astini, I want to start with TI with these two squads, because all 10 players, of course, were phenomenal there.
Yeah, they did a good showing on Beast Coast, but they did an even better one on Thunder, that now is EG. So maybe they were looking to do some changes to get the dream team in SA. They got Whisper. Chrysalis comes together with him. And then this dream team loses to Beast Coast on the DPC last match. So there's a lot of hype there. Like, is EG the best team? Is it worth changing players? And there's a lot of rivalry inside the game. But we could see already from the pre-match on the VIP, they were having lunch together.
Yes.
So there's a lot of friendship and a lot of rivalry on the same match.
They were. That was super cute. We just walk into the green room area, and Beast Coast and EG are just on one table, and they're like laughing and eating. So it's good to know that there's no hard feelings between players on this team.
Not that we see. We're good.
Not that we see, but I mean, it looked like there were no hard feelings.
It's like something I'd say. I'm
That
sure they
was-
secretly
that was an-
despise each other.
Yeah, that was an SVG-ism. He's rubbing
I
off
think
on you.
Well, I think it's like two teams before the great battle. They come together, they have a dinner, get over their circumstances, then they walk back, and then it's vicious.
The Last
Just
Supper.
vicious hate, you know?
Yeah.
It's the last piece before the war.
I mean, there must be something there, because yes, we did see them smile and everything. But at the same time, I think if I was Beast Coast, I'd still be sad that my team basically got plucked apart a little bit. Or do you think everybody's happy? Do you think everybody's happy with the trade?
I mean, perspective-wise, you're definitely going in this thinking, oh, EG got the better end of the trade because Whisper's such a high priority. I think the mids are comparable. I think between Chrysalis and Dark Mago, they offer a little different things. Chrysalis has a much wider hero pool. He's more used to that Space Maker role. Dark Mago takes a bit more priority. Maybe his Ultra skill ceiling is a bit higher. You know, you can pick these two apart, but they do similar things for the teams they were on. So I think you could have interchanged those. And so in that sense, okay, EG's your super team. Beast Coast got the second helpings. That puts a lot of pressure on you, though. I feel like anytime you have a team in Dota that gets labeled as a super team,
Yeah.
get that shit out of here. I don't want it on my team. Like, it's a tough spot to be in, and we saw them yesterday. You were talking about how much the crowd helps them. I think they choked yesterday. I'm just going to say it. I think that was a team choke. I was watching them, their body behavior, their body language, how they're talking to each other, how they're in the booth, how they're playing. I rarely have seen Matthew visibly tilt or get frustrated in games, and he's their in-game shot caller. I don't know what happened in the yesterday, but it was not good, and it might be a result of that pressure.
I mean, you know that if you're Ricky, is tricks of trading into the enemy base and killing couriers for the entire game. Maybe there's a little bit of frustration there. But, I mean, on the note that we were talking about, I think it's... So it was basically implied that when EG poached these players from Beast Coast and those players from Thunder, the implication was basically, we think that these are the strongest players in this region, right? Because EG is an org with so much funding behind it, so much history behind it. So I think that if you're Beast Coast right now, you kind of have this chip on your shoulder, right? Like, we were the ones that were undesired, right? They think we're the second best. So I think that every time they go up against EG, they're going to play their best Dota because they want to prove to everybody that they're not the second best. They are the best. They did beat them in the DPC tour, but even though they beat them in the DPC tour, a lot of people are still not convinced that Beast Coast are the best South American team. I'm one of those people. I still think that Evil Geniuses are the better team, but I think Beast Coast are going to come in here hungry and looking to prove everybody wrong.
Yeah, we had a showing indeed yesterday how EG did not fare well under the pressure of the crowd. Westini, do you have any reads on if the same might happen to Beast Coast, for example? Because the crowd, is their favorite even?
I think Beast Coast is slightly crowd favorite, to be honest, because they've been representing the region for 3 years. So although EG has the better recent result, Beast Coast been there for 3 years. And the thing is, they going to tournaments means they have more experience. Although it's like 3 guys on Beast Coast and the 2 of them are already on EG, but they have the most LAN experience on that side. So they are not that inclined to choke on that sense. Like Hector doesn't choke. He will not choke. That's 100% sure.
We've seen him at TI. When the first South American team came top 8, it was him with then Infamous and later Beast Coast that indeed helped make that run possible, right?
Yeah, and like when I first qualified for a DPC event, he came to me, he sent like a private messages like, they're all humans, you can beat them, they're not robots, don't matter, they're Europeans, Chinese, North Americans, you can beat all of them. Because like you could beat us and we can beat them. So like please be confident that you can win. Don't go as like the underdog that if you take one match you should be happy with it. Go thinking that you can win. Like shoot for the sky, maybe you fall somewhere in between.
Yeah, there's I mean, I hope that he didn't send a message to EG, or maybe he did, and we'll see the results of that today. We're going to, of course, find out because it is about time. You see all the crowd standing on their feet because the first team that gets to take the stage will be Evil Geniuses. Will they be the crowd favorite? I implore all of you to open up your ears and make sure you find out who the crowd is the loudest for. First up, it is Evil Geniuses taking the stage. It is because Chris Luck, Whisper, Matthew, Pandabu, and Coach Vintage. They'll be taking the stage indeed. The crowd is cheering them on. I will say I have heard them be louder, but I'm hearing drums, I'm hearing whistles. I feel like people brought their instruments with them to the stage today. And I can feel the excitement. I can see it on the smiles of the faces of Evil Geniuses as well. And perhaps it will help them that they know that they are fully equal. Even like there shouldn't be any pressure, right? Because it cancels each other out, right, Effie?
For sure. But I think the pressure is always going to be there regardless, right? Because like we mentioned earlier, both of these teams want to prove that they're the best team in the region. There is a rivalry there, and I feel like getting knocked out of the lower bracket of this major by your rival South American team, it's gotta hurt. Nobody wants to be in that position. But on the note of Pakaz, I heard he's been feeling sick.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been feeling a little sick yesterday, today as well, so I hope he's doing better.
That's unfortunate. Oh, okay. Estini.
I think we have a crowd favorite.
Oh, I think we have a crowd favorite. I don't know how well that was picked up by the microphone for the people at home, but that was definitely a lot. Okay, there's tears and everything. That was definitely a lot louder.
There somewhere too. Got with a trumpet earlier.
Okay, well, with the crowd in our ears, we are going to welcome on stage. It is none other than Beast Coast. Anybody remember Vuvuzelas? Oh, the crowd definitely loves them. The cheers are on point. We have one guy with the trumpet, and they are definitely cheering them on to take their place to go up against EG. I must say, I want to install a new rule that every, I don't know, top 2 teams of DPC have to play each other in the best of 5 grand finals in their region, because it feels like we're just here at like a rival football match or something like that, and I think that will be, yeah, that is awesome. Again, I'm sad they meet in the lower bracket here, but that's sometimes the way it goes. I want to talk about, of course, we talked about EG and how they might have not shown up yesterday. Is that actually going into this match, giving them maybe a little bit of an up because they didn't really show what they had in store, and therefore Beast Coast hasn't really been able to properly prepare for them as Fiji?
They've been playing against each other for
That's
a decade.
True. That is true. They know each other in and out. They know what they're like
I've
for
been playing
dinner.
against them for a decade. I'd be prepared to play against these guys.
Fair.
The other thing is, I think Beast Coast is the more predictable team.
Okay.
Because I think Dark Mago's pool is so constricted. You kind of know what he's going to pick and then how the team's going to play around him. I think if you look at Whisper's hero pool and Chris Luck, it's a bit harder to predict. So in that sense, you do not know as much about the CG team and what they're going to play today. At the same time, I feel like the confidence, the crowd, it's on Beast Coast side. This team is one of the ultimate lower bracket teams too.
Yeah.
I feel like it is super rare they get eliminated round 1 lower bracket. They always take somebody with them. Like
They
one
are
or
the two lower
names.
bracket Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Because they have a track record of just destroying the people they meet
Which
here.
is why I'm not surprised that the crowd somewhat favors them, because it's almost as if they have a track record of going to these international lands and knocking international teams out. It's like, you got them. Got another one.
I guess they won something like 10 times in lower bracket, and they lost once against Alliance on TI. Everyone was super disappointed because you hype them because you expect them to do so well in the lower bracket. So I think they're the favorites on that sense. They know what they're doing. They've been there, done that so many times. And on EG side, they might be the better shape now, but they don't have that experience.
The interesting thing about these two teams is they share a lot of heroes, right? Like a lot of their players play similar heroes. So by banning these heroes out, they're kind of banning their own hero pools. So it's going to be interesting how they approach these Pangoliers and these Timbersaws and these Bat Riders potentially.
Yeah, especially because seems like Sacred Hero. I want to go with the Peruvian crowd.
This is awesome.
It's amazing.
But
I love this.
Like Sacred Hero Pool is the weakest one when you look at this match. And the heroes he does, they kind of overlap with the Whisper ones, so you can steal his heroes. Like his best hero would be Timber, and Whisper can just like first pick Timber. He also plays the Bat Rider that Whisper plays, but definitely Whisper is on the better side of the deal with the Bat Rider. And then there's Zepfire. They play it on every role on the other side. And
yeah, the first phase
Yeah.
is very contested, right?
Yeah.
Between Tiny, Treant, Snapfire, Timbersaw,
Mars.
Bat Rider, the Mars, which both teams will play on multiple lanes. It's a huge overlap and almost of heroes that not a lot of other teams prioritize too.
Yep.
Like some of those they do, but this core Snap, we've seen it a little bit, but it's not huge. It's interesting.
So what kind of game are we looking at here? Because I know the crowd would love a bloodbath, but Stini, how back and forth do you think this game is going to be? Or what should we
Super.
pay attention to? Super back and forth.
I think
Love
EG
it.
has the lead in the entire game, and then they try to kill Hector, but has 4k HP. He survives with 100, and they just come back. That's the story of every Beast Coast EG game.
Dude, that's the classic
That
Hector
is.
move. The thing about this guy is like you look at him, right? In the game, you see him farming somewhere.
I'm looking.
Good one.
Looking.
I'm also looking. You see him on some side of the map. You think to yourself, he shouldn't be there, right? There's no way he should be here. So you feel this intense pressure to punish him. You rotate your heroes there. You try to kill him. It doesn't work out. His entire team connects, and suddenly that's just the Beast Coast specialty. I don't know how Hector does it, but he does it every time. It looks like he's doing something awful, but it always turns out well.
Yeah, and he does hero for that, like Naga, PL, CK. He goes Tarask with all those heroes.
Every
so
single
has
one.
this 4k HP. You think he's gonna die. He barely survives, and they just turn everything around.
We haven't talked about Schofield at all either. I think that, so something that Beast Coast was doing in the group stages that I actually did not like and I do not wish to see today is like this clock opener. Overall first pick clock. They have first pick and they just pick this clock and then they get Rubik. They did it a couple of times. And I understand that Schofield like loves this clock. He loves his Nyx. He loves these Earth Spirits, these heroes that maybe aren't so contested or looked at in other regions. But yes, I just don't think that this is advantageous to them. Like, it's very easy to play around, and I hope that they can show a little bit more flexibility in how they're going to approach their first phase.
Yeah, it's going to be very important first phase. I think, I mean, the more I'm sitting here listening to this crowd, the more I'm thinking that I'm really hoping that the crowd will have the same, it doesn't matter what kind of impact, but the same impact on both teams. Because this is a tremendous amount of noise everybody can make, and Visco is definitely the favorite here, but maybe that pressure and EG's pressure, I mean, maybe that will level the playing field a little bit. I think they definitely have their favorite. I think the coaches have their work cut out for them. I want to talk a little bit about that because Vintage and Valkyrie, they've been with these teams for a long time. Of course, both coaches know each other very well as well, and I think it's going to be a lot on them to make sure that the players are in the right mindset, right, SVG?
Oh, 100%. And these are two coaches who have kind of come into their own in coaches in the last 1 or 2 years. I think one of the downsides for SA, I have to speak up for this crowd, one of the downsides has been they haven't had a lot of super experienced coaches. Even if you go back 2 or 3 years ago, who was the most experienced coach 3 years ago in SA?
I would say one of...
Fear, Dota 2?
Yeah, it was probably like Fear, Misery or something.
Yeah, it's true. He did playing gaming, yes.
So it just didn't exist. And now we're starting to see some of these guys come into their own, and people are starting to respect what they can contribute to a team. And that's going to give these teams a lot of extra help on this land when they need it. Because having the sixth man is huge. I don't think you're seeing these coaches take over the teams like you'll see in ROTK or something, as we saw earlier. But it's still a huge deal. It's a huge deal mentality-wise. I think, again, if you're looking at EG from yesterday, they struggled mentality-wise. That's where your coach comes in, right? He's got to reset you, reset the team mentality, give you some direction if you're missing it. That said, I don't know if they can hear the coach. That is a question over this crowd.
I hope they do.
You know what the wildest thing is? It's only 3 p.m., so people are still at work.
Better yet, at school, because apparently today school has begun again after a spring holiday. I guess it's summer here, after summer holiday.
Stay in school, kids.
Imagine what the crowd's going to sound like in an hour for the game 2 and more people start showing up when they get off their shifts. I just love to see this dedication coming out of the audience. It's actually very heartwarming too. Imagine how these players must feel just walking in like this and hearing these sounds. It's got to be something like euphoric, honestly.
It has not been replicated for these teams. Not even yesterday. I mean, obviously EG was the crowd favorite when they played, but it wasn't like this. Let's be real. It wasn't like this. I think, it was about time that we had a South American major. They deserve this kind of cheering. It's very entertaining. Even though I have no idea what they're cheering right now. Earlier, I could at least recognize it, but now there's, I think, a chant. It's a song. It's a song. It must be a song. We have not talked about. We've talked about the mid laners. We've talked about off laners, middle and safe laners, and position 4s. But position 5s, for me, one of the standout players that we saw coming to the Stockholm Major yesterday. Wow, last year.
It was that soon.
It's like yesterday. The crowd is definitely affecting my brain.
I don't even know what they were cheering for. I think he just dropped something in the booth and they're my God.
It's just when they see their faces, they start cheering.
No, I think there is actually at the moment a stage host or something.
There's a conductor
happening because no, it's the panel. It's the panel. I can see them talking. It's fine. But I want to talk about Pandaboo versus Stinger in this case. I think Pandaboo is. I actually think he's. Astini, is it fair to say that he's one of the newcomers? I'm putting it between quotation marks because for me, he's a newcomer. Is that the same for you? How you feel?
He's a newcomer. He started in this Omega team. It was a stack that had Bolivian players, a very unknown team. And when Matthew decided to join this team, that's where everything changed. And he went from a totally unknown guy to someone that was actually winning matches. So he's still getting experience. He still needs to somehow improve his hero pool. I feel like he's the best position 5 in SA when it comes to saving. So he's like Oracle, Abaddon, SD. This type of cover hero, he played this really well. But the most aggressive heroes, he's not that good with it yet. And Stinger, on the other hand, he does both really well.
Yeah. I mean, he's a lot more experienced as well, right? So he's definitely got a little bit of an up there for Pandaboo. I think one of the ups that Pandaboo has, I feel like he's also the one that stays calm. He's always, doesn't matter. I remember him they were not doing too hot at Stockholm at some point, but he was still upbeat and able to maintain composure.
He's a super chill, nice guy.
Yeah.
Very down to earth. I remember playing versus him, I think 2 years ago almost. We scrimmed him. I didn't know who this guy was. Played 5 Viper. My offlane cried for 15 minutes. I went, who the hell is this guy? He's an original 5 Viper
Didn't
spammer.
they bring that
How
into the meta
disgusting is
as
that?
well? And then some Eastern European teams started to play that 5 Viper too.
Yeah, that
and
was
all
him.
of-
He's responsible.
Who was your offlaner at that point, and why was NSS crying?
No, I think it was Lelis.
Was Lelis
was
crying?
crying. He's like, oh, this guy plays his Viper and Abaddon, and he just hits me all lane. Go away.
And the Viper has to do with this old meta in SA that Timber is a first phase hero. You can first pick Timber. So if you have Viper, the Viper 5 is a counter to Timber. You'd never think on this matchup of a Viper 5, but that's like the response to the regional meta.
So I agree. His hero pool is the constricting factor about him, but he does have that ceiling. He's grown a lot in the last 2 years. I think it's nice to have players on your team that are humble and willing to work towards that potential.
Yeah.
Having this balance between them and some superstars or whatever, it makes these teams click, and often it doesn't put too much pressure on you as well. You know, I'm not saying he's the worst player on the team by any means or something like that, but he's not going to be the guy who goes in there, I'm going to destroy this game with my 5 Viper with massive ego, and, you know, he might do it anyway, but he's not going to say that, and that is helpful.
I think overall, Pandabu is just very stable. He's very consistent. His hero pool has a lot of... He has a lot of Master Tier and Grandmaster Tier, like traditional boring 5s, right? Like the Bane.
Bane's boring?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, really?
Of course.
I love Bane.
Yeah, that is not... You can love Bane and he still can be boring. You can have both.
You can have both.
I feel
He's willing to play...
insulted.
He's willing to play these more traditional 5s all the time if his team needs it. I don't feel like he ever like imposes certain picks unless he sees that it's a good game for them. And having a 5 on your team who kind of doesn't make you feel suffocated in that draft to accommodate them, like maybe Schofield on the 4 on Beast Coast does with some of his unusual picks, that's a very good thing to have. It's an asset for your team.
It's like Pakaz, I want to play Morphling. So let's say Pakaz saying, I want to play Morphling. I need an Ogre Bloodless in me the entire game. And
Yeah,
Pandabu
he
was
just
like,
does
I'll
it.
happily do it the entire game. I'll sit here and Bloodless you, and you're going to carry me. So has this trust on his carry.
He does not care about his personal game whatsoever, and that's really what you're looking for out of a 5.
You need that for sure. Have you ever had heroes that you didn't want to pick because of the crowd? SVG, like...
Because of the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, again, they're making a lot of noise. No idea what that was. We're going to ignore that for a bit. You know, for example, you wouldn't want to pick Mirana because Moonlight Shadow is obvious or something like that. Because you know that these... We've already heard... I don't know how much the players hear, but we heard whistles for smokes or something like that, you know? And I feel like Moonlight Shadow is another one you're like, here in the crowd. I don't know. Would it impact you at all? Or would you not think about it?
So. I don't think I ever didn't pick a hero because of a crowd stipulation. I've definitely played on lands where the crowds... You know, I'm not going to say they revealed things, but they alluded to them very strongly. And it does affect the game. You start getting... But I think it actually affects you mostly negatively. You start thinking that they're doing all these things.
Yeah.
And then your brain starts thinking, oh, if I don't hear anything, that means they're not doing something. That's not always the case. Maybe they're smoking, the crowd's just not cheering for them. And then, oh, they're not smoking, guys, because there's no cheer.
I can tell a story like about a very specific hero on that sense. Not that he wouldn't want to play because of the crowd. We were talking about nerfs, and I was actually thinking, do I come up with that story that happened? Because I guess the English community is not really aware, but something that all the Peruvian, Brazilian communities are aware. There was a game that Panda, he called GG in the middle of the team fight, and had some sort of anxiety issue. And he was playing Winter Wyvern. And he didn't play Winter Wyvern for almost 1.5 years. And then he played on last TI. And it's like, I finally good with it. So I feel it's a good outcome. I'm really happy that like how the facts turned out, that he went over it, and like he's doing super well with it.
Yeah.
And now he's playing a land. So a bit on that topic of a hero, maybe not on the specific case that you can hear in the arena, but I feel it's really great to see the outcome of this.
What the heck? I'm so touched.
Yeah.
That's a great thing to hear. I'm honestly really happy for him because honestly, Dota is a very mentally taxing game. We've talked about this time and time again. Like, losing is hard, competing is hard. You feel awful things all the time, like anxiety, you feel pressure, sometimes you just feel angry, right? And to cope with these feelings and kind of funnel them into something positive is not something that every team is capable of doing. And I think that's where these two teams stand right now. This is kind of a test of their grit mentally to see if they can just like take it to the next level and win something this year.
Do you think EG look too relaxed right now?
I think Chris Luck always looks relaxed and the camera's on him, so maybe that's...
Right, the cause was stretched out, kind of spread around the booth. Then you go to Beast Coast, they're all zoned in, 5 guys at a PC. Hector's warming up his hockeys, getting them greased. I don't know, man. I feel like EG's like in chill mode or something.
I think yesterday definitely helped them. That must be the case. That they now feel like, you know, they've already went through the flames. They've already went through the fire. They walked on the fire. They were the firewalkers.
Yes, I think to see them in chill mode is definitely good because if they're going to be stuck in that mindset of their loss from yesterday and they were going to come into this even more nervous, then that would just be like catastrophic for them. So for them to be able to achieve this mental reset by whichever means they were able to do so is nice. I don't know what they did exactly, but they looked pretty happy backstage.
They did.
So yeah, I mean, I just hope Picaz feels better.
No lollipop for Picaz.
Maybe that's...
What does this mean?
That he's feeling better, so he doesn't need extra sugar in
was that like a thermometer?
No,
Who knows?
that was an anime character.
Are you sure it was a lollipop?
No, that was his desire to be in a comic.
They lost the attitude. They're now chill.
Yeah, so I'm
They're
saying they mellowed out. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's good or bad.
Well, we have to wait and see. We are moments away from the draft, and before we head into our draft and go to our draft panel, I'd love to hear some words from you, what we can expect. We already said that the first part of the draft is going to be incredibly important. I have half information. I have the information that Beast Coast has second pick, but I don't know who's Radiant or who's Dire. So that is what I have.
Beast Coast is probably Radiant.
Beast Coast is second pick, so probably Radiant. Yes, I would imagine so. Whoever choose, like if EG got to choose.
They're probably Dire. I think first pick's my favorite. I flipped those. My bad.
For me, it's a coin flip. I don't know. I just know that it means they want to have the best matchups on carry to carry, especially. They want to act on a hero that out carries Picaz hero.
Yeah, overall last pick, right? Yeah. Is what you're saying.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these Lina Broods just go through. I know they're being tested, but some like these teams don't necessarily value them as highly as a lot of these more concrete European teams, and there's other heroes like Timber that are. It's going to get taken if it's left.
I agree. I think there might be some like Lina Brood trade-offs. I think Timber is going to be banned. I think potentially Pangolier too if Beast Coast have the first pick. But I think that if EG have the first pick, this Brood will always be banned because I think Whisper is a solid Broodmother player. He's not on the level of something like a 3-3. Yeah, but they've won with it also in the group stages, right? They just had a bad performance overall, I would say. But I mean, I think that if you're going to compare Broodmother players on both of these teams, Whisper is a very good one, whereas Sacred, I wouldn't really trust that too much. So I think that there's no way that Beast Coast will give this away if EG have first pick. Otherwise, I think they're not scared to ban it if EG have second.
Yeah, if
so
Sacred plays Broodmother, they lose. Definitely.
Yeah.
He's not like practicing the hero. I don't think he'll be able to pull that off.
Does he even play it?
Yeah. And then on the other side, Whisper plays it. It's a new hero for Whisper, but it's Whisper. He's really good with everything. And also Chris Luck plays on the mid lane. I guess one of these few exceptions that you have a team that actually can play Broodmother on the mid lane. He played on the DPC. So maybe it's a hero that Beast Coast should be afraid because of this flex also.
That being said, Whisper lost yesterday on the Brood. Like there was they didn't have a great showing yesterday, or is yesterday one of those series when EG was playing against Entity that we should just forget about it because we feel like the mental pressure got to them? Like, do we just throw the results from there out of the window?
That's what they're going to try and do for sure.
They
want to forget that series.
I mean, if I was EG, I would want to do that too.
But it's that approach that you let Brood and Lina through, so you can get to pick one of them.
Yeah, you swap heroes basically.
Yeah, and I think if Brood is there, they will pick, but they will ban Lina, or they will consider that Hector is not practicing the hero that much, and they don't care Hector's Lina, because what's on Lina is one thing. And Hector on his hero pool, Lina doesn't make that sense, but you can always expect him to play because he has 13 Smurfs. He can learn a hero really fast, as he did with the AMP. People were expecting him not to play, and he played for the first time in this tournament.
I think we might see some Linas actually. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if EG let Lina through, and they just like if they have a second, and then they just take this tiny Rubik, because I feel like taking this tiny Rubik like poses a lot of issues for Beast Coast, because they're taking away one of Dark Mago's like explosive heroes. and they just have their solution to a hero that they're not really afraid of, right? I think Broodmother in general I wouldn't be worried about it for Beast Coast, but I still don't think they should let it through for EG. Just because EG lost with it, it doesn't mean that it's not a hero that's gonna give you a lot of stress and heartache in a Dota game.
I don't think Brood is good versus Hector, conceptually. I think Hector suffers when his lane is tough, or he gets kicked out of lane very early, and all of his farm timings are offset by a minute or two because his laning phase was slightly harder. If you get Brood and you snowball that lane and kick Hector out and take over the map, I think your game plan's screwed.
That's an interesting perspective.
Huh? You gotta just shut down Hector?
So Hector, just by existing, is the anti-Brood? He's the counter to Broodmother?
No, I'm saying Brood counters Hector.
Oh, well, so I don't think they should give it away then, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I was really confused. I was trying to follow you.
On to your point.
Okay.
But I also got on the beginning that it wasn't good, and then I get it. It's really good. I got their point on that. It's really good. Maybe if they get brooded, they would do some sort of tri-lane. All the time that they try to cheese Hector, they cheese you more. So they tri-lane you, or he plays the aggro lane, and they're going to put some sort of doll breaker tree on the safe lane. That's something they can do, and he usually does that when he plays against Timber. So if you pick Timber, try to cheese him, he will go some Enchantress, Luna, Enchantress, Juggernaut, Wyvern, Luna. Those are the combinations they do, specific ones.
Juggernaut? We have not seen a Juggernaut the entire major, I believe.
Maybe we see for the first time.
For the first time.
Juggernaut is a lower bracket hero.
The one scenario I see Beast Coast letting through this Brood is if they just snap pick the Sacred Pangolier, right? And then they just think they have a better solution for it. And then maybe deny pick the Rubik from Matthew, and then they kind of trade two heroes like that. But I don't know if I like that trade-off though, because I really think that Brood is just so. She makes every game feel bad, you know.
Here's all the unpicked heroes, by the way.
Suck.
Jug's one of them. Anyone that you could see come out in this series in particular, other than Jug?
The Whisper Tinker is coming.
AA.
What about the Panda Ogre that might come out?
Just for the Morphin.
That actually might come out.
I don't want to see Ogre.
Or the Panda Dazzle might come out. Maybe an AA is a response to a DP or something, but I don't see either of these teams prioritizing the DP early.
No.
They are kind of Brewmaster teams, but I don't know why you picked that hero.
And apparently neither do the teams, because they just don't.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
He's fun to play, though, until you lose.
I've seen China against Broodmother and against Snapfire. Somehow they judge the Aghanim's good against these two heroes. You're going to fly the Snapfire during a
Yeah, you can do these Brew Mirana lineups where you fly around with the Wind Panda and you set people up and then you bring them down into an arrow, and it's kind of cool, but Mirana's also fallen off. I wouldn't expect it too much. I don't think we're going to see any of these heroes outside of the Whisper Tinker, which is always lurking.
I don't know about the Whisper
That's
Tinker.
not a meme. That's what you get.
Yeah,
he's literally one of the best Tinkers.
Do you know what? I'm not gonna doubt you. You were right yesterday with the off-lane silencer that came out again. So, yeah, Whisper Tinker. We're gonna probably see it.
If
you
we
just
see
predicted
it, I'm gonna look so good.
You're gonna look very, very smart. It's about time. No, it's fine. Sorry, that was really mean.
No, that's okay.
That's really
I'm
mean.
used to it.
So we're having a little bit of delay from what it looks like. Don't really know what is up, but I'm wondering if this, there's quite some adrenaline that comes out when you're being cheered on.
Okay, the other thing we should note is we're talking about these overlapping hero pools. This is also an inter-regional match. Inter-regional matches are very weird. They get very weird very fast because all of a sudden you can throw out the tournament meta out the window and you're like, well, we know what these guys want to do and they know what we're going to do and we're going to both try and mind game each other. So you're going back into this small hero pool. That's why I think the first phase is going to be Tiny, Treant, Rubik, Snapfire. Whether the other stuff is banned
Timber,
or not.
Potentially, right? I think Rubik.
I think Timber is getting banned.
Ricky as well, by the way.
No way Timber gets it. I think EG is done with Ricky.
I don't know about that.
I saw Matthew's face. I think he's done with Ricky.
Oh, that's fair.
I don't know.
It really depends. There are so many possibilities because they might let the Timber through if Batrider's through.
There's no way anybody's letting Timber. How is Timber getting through in this game?
I'd say, especially when Beast Coast has first pick, which is not the case of this first match, they have second pick, they will let it through because they could Batrider on 8 against Timber.
Yeah.
But
I would say I can see that as well.
And there are teams that are super happy with Batrider against Timber specifically.
I think normally that's good. I think versus Whisper, it's not.
Yeah, he already picked Timber into Batrider and won.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about anything.
Guys, will you humor me for 1 second?
No.
Okay. Go on.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Okay, so This first phase Schofield clockwork, will we see it? Because I hate it.
Hey, that cheer, by the way, I believe.
I think that like it's the mental effect that's.
Guys, the cheer that we heard is for the draft. We want to see some Dota 2 being played on this stage. It's Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast, and it's a draft of Game 1. Let's get this started.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel for the HB Mas Clásico. We are here to witness Beast Coast versus Evil Geniuses, a lower bracket matchup to see who gets to continue here at the Lima Major. This is going to be the match that will blow the roof off the building, and we are getting into this. My name is Snare. I'm joined by Fear and Fogged. Fogged, this is your hometown. This is where you're from right now. Talk to me about what you expect from this matchup, and it's kind of intriguing that EG still pick up the Riki instead of choosing their Leshrac, which they've been super successful with so far.
Yeah, definitely interesting. This is a really interesting matchup because I think most people would rate EG as a little bit of a better team than Beast Coast. However, when they face up, it feels like Beast Coast always ends up beating them. So, yeah, a lot of fun stuff, a lot of fun matchups. And yeah, maybe my hometown. I wasn't born here though, but yes, I got my blood here.
He's got his blood here. Yeah, we'll look at this Beast Coast lineup right now. They had the second pick, and they responded to this opening pick, Riki, by going for the Treant Protector plus the Leshrac. We've already seen how good Leshrac is when he's comboed up with something that just back him up, ensure that he has some sort of sustain. And this sort of fits into what Beast Coast likes to do, right?
Yeah.
As early as humanly possible, secure Dark Margot's hero. Dark Margot, interestingly enough, at this tournament, he's the only mid player to have never had his hero picked in the final phase. Ever. It's only K1 Hector, pretty much. He's the win condition. Do you like this opener from them so far?
I mean, yeah, it has some flexibility too. I have seen them play it in the off lane as well in some games.
Yeah.
He will probably play there in the mid lane, but I want to touch on the Riki a little bit. This is their 5th game on EG with this hero with an 80% win rate.
Yeah.
So they're very successful with this hero, and I'm not super surprised to see him pick it up. I do like what Beast Coast is going for here. They have a couple heroes that they play that have not been doing so hot. One is the Mars. They pick it a lot. They always want Dark Mago mid. It has not been doing well. 33% win rate. His Kunkka has been seeing a lot of gameplay. 25% win rate. And then for the position 5, they've been playing a lot of Clock as well. Not a good win rate. So they do have the Treant, which should have a 70% win rate for them. With the Leshrac, which is very meta. And I think Beast Coast, are at their best when they're playing more meta standard type of heroes. Because like when they are going with these Mars and Kunkkas, they're not winning, but they are winning with these heroes.
Yeah, and I like the response in like Totally versus Riki because it's this group up kind of meta. We saw that work super well from Entity yesterday. They saw this Riki. They literally completely counterpicked it pretty much as all group up, end the game, pressure early. Where Riki, it's similar to that Nyx Assassin style in the past where we've seen teams like you DK it, you Death Prophet, you just end the game. Riki never ever finds these pickoffs with your dart and stuff like that. So I like the approach, but I think EG, it's a cool response because they're not going all in to wait for this late game. I like that they give a Death Prophet because yesterday we saw they went like all in late. It was a very slow draft. They had Riki, Naga, Enigma just very slow pace. So this one it's going to be able to match the tempo a bit.
Speaking of that Enigma, I'm very glad that it looks like so far EG is not going to be going all in on making sure that Whisper has a quote-unquote OP offlane hero like an Enigma, like the Broodmother we saw from him yesterday. Seems to do his best when he's playing like these super fighting heroes, whether it be Timbersaw, whether it be Batrider, even this Death Prophet. He's played it before and won and looked very, very good because he can just be active on the map. And I think you're always going to ensure that Whisper is able to play that kind of playstyle here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've definitely made some adjustments after yesterday. Like, they didn't look in their best form playing yesterday. But today, they're going to come in with a little bit of a new strategy. They have played this Death Prophet before. Maybe in the DPC they played on Whisper, but they have not played it at this major yet. So this could be a flex. And we know Chris Luck, he does like to play this Death Prophet from time to time. So I do like the idea of them flexing this hero here. But what I really do want to see is what you mentioned. I want to see Whisper really show up today. When EG look their best is when Whisper is in control of the early game. He can make things happen. He's getting solo kills like in his lane. If he can do that again today, like EG's like, that's what they need from him.
Yeah, a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from him
really
yesterday.
was, yeah.
Like, I've never seen him... He was like 0-5. Like, that just doesn't happen
I've never
for
seen that
Whisper.
before.
Yeah, I completely agree. So other thing I'm really happy to see is, that's why I was like kind of pumping my arms before, no Undying. Thank God. I'm getting so sick of seeing it. Sure, we're going to see Tree. It's in every game as well, too, but honestly, Undying just wins every single lane.
Yeah.
So it's like very happy to see a free little bit lane of when it difference. feels like at this point. Like, you can pick any carry with it, and we've been seeing a lot more carries because Undying pretty much just pushes whatever carry you pick to a free farm lane. That's just what he does, and so it's really nice to see him not be in the game. So it's going to be a more skill-based matchup, especially for Whisper on the other side. If he plays versus Undying, you might not see the same explosive style that he normally does like to play.
One thing I find very intriguing about this matchup, speaking of carries as well, is that K1 Hector very rarely plays the Nature's Prophet. Played his first professional game of it the other day in the group stages here at the Major. And the same is true for Kaz. He has played it before, but it's also on and off that they utilize this hero. Fog, what do you make of it? Why is it the case that these South American teams are not utilizing what seems to be one of the most OP heroes in the game right now?
You said it right there. South America, they've got their own meta, always. They were the ones even doing like the Snapfire offlane before anybody else was. They just like to play their own styles, and now we're going to see their Tiny that they really like to play. So as you said, flexing things around. Now we don't know if that Lesh is going to be this offlane or it is just going to be this Tiny mid or anything too, so keeping things a bit open.
I wonder if we're going to get any of the surprise picks, because EG, they've played a couple of heroes that no one else has played, like some, they have Nightfall, not Nightfall, sorry, there's Dawnbreaker that they flex between 1 and 3, which is kind of peculiar. We've seen that Beast Coast, they played a bevy of different heroes for Schofield that no one else has been doing. The Earth Spirits, the Nyx Assassins, the Dark Willows, K1 Hector's played PL. I'm wondering if any of those are going to come out here, but it might be less likely here because when teams know each other, it's less surprising to be able to do that, right? It actually might be more surprising for these two matchups to just go back to like some standard play. So they go for Clockwork into the Primal Beast here. So that feels like that should be the Primal Beast Ricky lane. That is a very aggressive lane early on in the game. I don't know, how do you feel about it overall?
They have the Ember still in though.
So here's what's happening here. So I think if you put Whisper on Primal Beast, you're always going to be happy, right? Like, regardless of like who he's laning with, he doesn't have like the strongest lane combination as if you're laning with a Rubik or a Hoodwink maybe. But like, they do have the setup. Whisper, he wants to be your playmaker, right? Like we didn't really want to see him on Broodmother, as Brood has been untouched this series, actually, completely. So EG had a conversation like, we played Brood, it's not our strength, let's just not play it. Whisper, be on a playmaker. Looks like Crixluck will be most likely putting the DP mid, which I think they should do, because that's a great matchup versus the Ember mid. Yeah. It's a really good one. When we talked about the flexibility of the Leshrac, now they're showing it to us. Because Leshrac's going to go off lane with a Tiny. It's a classic lane, a very, very powerful lane as well. So I think both teams have like strengths and weaknesses across the board, which is what you want to see in a draft, right? So like, man, this draft is so tense right now. I'm not entirely sure like which one I want to root for right now. It's just I've seen DP crush Embers so hard in the mid lane, and Embers have a tough one. But then I also kind of see like this, can Pakaz get a hero that can lane against a Leshrac plus Tiny lane? A very difficult lane to lane against.
It's really fun how we get the two all-star carry players getting their last pick too, right? So you're going to see all those starting to get banned out. So there is going to be limited
They were already
options.
banned out, right? Look, the Naga, the TB, and both these carry players love the CK. And that one got removed in the second phase. Now we're going to get 4 more carry bans on top of it. So it's going to be a limited selection for both players.
I'm very glad that we have this Ember Spirit for the side of Beast Coast, because as Fio was mentioning earlier, when Dark Mago is playing his like Kunkers, his Mauses, his Tinies mid, success can be a little bit hit or miss. His Ember Spirit, although they've only won like 1 or 2 games with it, has looked very, very good. So I'm liking to see it here. It also allows them to play really fast on the map. I don't see any long cooldowns on their draft right now. On the side of EG, the only long cooldown is going to be his Exorcism. So that's going to be a brawly affair no matter what. What kind of heroes are you wanting to see at the very end here? 23 pick, Fear as a carry player. If you're Pakaz right now, what are you telling your captain to draft for you at the moment?
I mean, you do have a Clockwork in your lane. You are going to be laning versus a Tiny. You're against a Leshrac. I would want Drow Ranger.
Drow Ranger, that's
I would
what
want
I'm
Drow
looking
in
at.
this game.
Looks great, gives them that extra silence, more coverage versus Ember, which they're kind of lacking maybe a little bit of catch. Looks nice.
And they didn't ban it either. Ursa was a good ban too, so that's what I'd look for specifically. We did see Shopify Rebellion pull out a decent amount of the Shadow Fiend. That could be good this game as well. you know your 5 is a clockwork. I did mention on Beast Coast, their clock has not been successful, but on the other side with EG, their clock has been really good with a 75% win rate. And
yes! There you go.
All right.
You got it.
Get NP carry. I mean, this is fine too. It's definitely more stable. I think Drow would have been like a little more risky. You're playing versus Ember, you're playing versus the Tiny, so you're going to have to position better, but you get NP. This hero is ultra strong. Strong laning phase, transition to like pushing buildings with the Death Prophet. It looks good, looks solid.
Scaling's great too. Versus Ember, you get the Leash Talent eventually too. You're going to be able to, maybe we'll see that Midas that we've been seeing picked up more and more to be able to get that Leash Talent, but it's a very strong lineup through multiple different stages, which is my concern for EG yesterday, because they did draft the kind of all-in-E. This one, it hits on every front, so I quite like it right now.
Is there any possibility of them going for this Aghanim Scepter build on the Nature's Prophet so that even before the 20 talent you have some kind of leash? But I guess you only really see that from the offlane nowadays.
Yeah, that's not really a carry build.
No, I don't like it as carry.
They don't really have another damage dealer on their team. Like, they're going to be making a lot of space, and then it's really going to be up to Picard's here to really just do a traditional carry build, get the Gleipnir, at some point a BKB, you know, Satanic, Silver Edge, just really just like output the damage for his team here.
So what is K1 Hector getting here? He's the only one left to pick. 24 pick. They have plenty of time. 50 seconds in the reserve here. What seems palatable for you here, Fear? We've seen Chaos Knight, we've seen Naga Siren, we've seen Morphling, we've seen Bloodseeker, we've seen PL.
They're all
We've seen Lina, we've seen Nature's Prophet. Everything's gone.
I feel like he might just drop himself too.
Yeah, I mean, Drow is good for both teams. Like, when you're playing versus Death Prophet type heroes or like the Bloodstone heroes and the Leshrac, having the Hypothermia is really good. Long range. But it is Hector. He does like to play what Hector likes to play, and he might be forced
he might play
into
Gyro.
a different situation. I hope he does not.
I hope he does not.
We saw in the last series versus Tundra that even if you're having a great game on Gyro, you have an expiration date on that hero, unfortunately. This is a hard pick, and he's going for it. This is a
similar style of hero.
That's Hector.
That's a Hector
That's
hero.
Definitely Hector.
And I feel like this probably wasn't his top 5 choices, but everything was banned. So he's going to get it. I can see it working this game too. Flash farms.
Yep.
It can be decent. I would be a little afraid of playing versus the Primal and the Clockwork, though. Has similar issues that Drow would, so it's going to be a Hector game. He's going to have to get incredibly farmed. The last one I want to talk about is Dark Mago. Like, I feel like this tournament, he has not shined very much. And it's mainly because he's been stuck on the Mars and the Kunkka, repetitively playing those heroes, not doing well. Maybe him getting a new hero is going to be a breath of fresh air for Beast Coast. A lot of eyes on him.
This is the third game in the tournament, Fog, that we've seen as Luna being picked up by a team. We saw Rebellion do it, we saw Liquid do it. Both of them managed to win their games. Now that they are playing this Luna here, both of those drops that we saw were very group up, very shell-orientated, enabling the Luna primarily.
Yes.
Does this fulfill the bill for you in that regard?
I mean, they have Tree and Lash, so they have very good early game to be able to enable her and make the space. My one concern is there's tons of gap close, and there's lots of ways to scout her too. They have great vision outlets on the side of EG and great ways of preventing farm. I've seen these MPs, even if they're playing carry, send treants, block camps. Ricky's going to be constantly scouting out too, looking for this Luna, looking for pickoffs, and they're always going to have like +1. So Clock and Ricky can hunt, and they're always going to have the NP coming in. So I feel like it could be some concerns for sure for K1 early on.
It's concerns maybe for game 1, but what is not concerning is the fact that it's going to be an action-packed matchup for us here at the Lima Major. Day number 2 already kicking off in very scintillating fashion. It only gets better from here. Habermas Classico is on the way, and to make sure that this game is as electric as humanly possible, we have to send it over to our casting duo. We have the dynamic duo of the awesome Avo and the jovial Jenkins. Gentlemen, make this as exciting as the crowd is, and take it away.
Always happy to hear his alliteration. My favorite rhetorical device, Jenkins.
That was too kind. I don't know why you're starting with rhetorical devices. I'm not very educated. Getting into this game, we got the K1 Luna.
He guessed it. We were talking jokingly, says they're going to pick the Luna.
I can't believe it, dude.
It's a Beast Coast pick.
We were 50-50 between the Luna and the Medusa.
Oh my God. And they're both terrible.
Because K1 just doesn't give a shit about what the meta is. This guy will play his heroes no matter what. And I think everybody's doubting it. That's when he does the best.
Yes.
Is when everybody's doubting him, when his back is against the wall. That's why he gets the biggest cheers.
It's true.
Out of the whole crowd.
For years, he actually used to only show me the negative messages he got, and I thought that Hector actually never received any positive messages.
Yeah.
But the reality is he just really likes those instead.
Right.
So,
given how he acts in his pubs, I can definitely understand he likes the negativity.
Sacred says, good luck, ugly men. And Baka says, it's El Trágico. We're in lower bracket. SA will once again eliminate SA from this tournament. Who's going to take it? I genuinely don't know. And now Sacred says, whoever loses owes me a whiskey. Okay, he's already ready to lose Sacred. At least he'll drink his way away.
I mean, I feel like it should be whoever wins. Yeah, then they're in the money.
No, whoever loses.
Okay,
that's because if his team loses, they owe him a whiskey.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very smart, honestly.
That's fair.
What can you tell me with this Luna, though? It's probably the most puzzling pick of the draft. What's the strength of this hero in this current match?
The strength of the hero is that there weren't very many Hector picks left. They were banning pretty much everything out.
Yeah, this is the best part.
Here we go. Time for Phil.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he needed a ranged hero to play with the Treant Protector. Also, we were talking about the Primal Beast in lane.
Right.
Like, this hero's going to dumpster pretty much any melee carry, barring the Ursa or something like that, or Monkey King. Hector doesn't really play too much Monkey King. The Luna really was the one ranged hero that's like a Hector classic to go with the tree. And it's a strong lane. I mean, you're going to have the Aura plus the Treant's 100 damage. Even though the Primal Beast can run into the lane, trample down those trees, they can still out CS. Like,
right.
Hector's still going to have a really good game. And Hector with a good game, I mean, this guy, he's going to be top net worth.
And at the end of the day, that's what you need, because if you look at Beast Coast, even though they can change players around, in fact, I actually think this player change only made them more their style. The 4 Protect 1 with Sacred, which is a very sacrificial offlaner, and Nargmal, who's a suicidal mid laner, works better.
Yeah, this man has a magnet to high ground.
He does.
Especially if it's a double high ground.
Okay, you wanna that sign says monkey does not kill monkey. That's truly like camaraderie among monkeys is what that sign means.
I understand.
Anyway, so I was gonna say that, in comms when they were in Thunder Awaken, Panda told me that every time Dark Mago would go high ground, he would go, guys, why are we being such cowards? And he would go and blink to the high ground, and then Panda would have to run after him.
Dude, this is why Panda has this complex where he has to just go save his teammates always. Like, even when his teammate is so obviously dead to everybody else, it's like Panda does not have that instinct in him to back. Like, he's like a mother. He's got that mother instinct.
Yeah.
That is the most strong biological instinct. A mother's baby is trapped under a car for some reason in this analogy, and she just lifts it with one hand.
It's true.
That's Panda.
It's true. Panda, I once saw him carry 64 water bottles to the practice room.
I think so, and they were all for Pakaz.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure.
It was this tournament as well.
Right.
There was nobody to bring it to him.
Right. There was no, and the heat in the booth too was just absolutely insane.
Pakaz was cooking.
He wasn't drinking them. He was pouring them on himself.
Matthew got none of them as well, because of course it's all for his carry.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't want to take his hat off to, pour the water on him. He didn't want to wet his hat.
We do see people now photoshopping full-on pictures of
there
Matthew.
He is.
There we go.
Hat, yeah.
There we go with the hat. Thank you.
He doesn't seem to take too kindly to that meme, dude.
No, he does not.
Also, he doesn't give a shit when the crowd is cheering for him either.
No, he doesn't. He's actually still telling his team about the strategy.
I can't believe that okay, there's one thing for somebody to be like this in pubs. Like, I have played with Matthew for the last 7 years in pubs. He is so stoic.
Yes.
But to see him in front of literally 4,000 people and not give a shit, it's like, truly, this is one of the most special individuals that I've ever met.
Since it's a full essay match, let's share some memes here as everyone cheers. He's lovely. His name is El Gotito. It comes from Goto, which comes from God, because he's supposed to be the god of Dota. When he gets angry, se bota, which means you're angry. So he's El Botito as well. So he has tons of memes around him. That's why he's the team captain.
They also call him the Walter White of Dota, right?
They do. They call him El Pelao as well, which means bald. There's no complexity to that one.
That's just an insult.
They say every hair he loses from his head is equal to 100 more MMR and one more championship win.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he can get it in this game. As K1. Okay, TPing to the bot lane.
I love that he's being followed by Treants. Can we just look at the Treant Protector being followed by a bunch of summoned Treants? What a cute sight. He took him with him, Stinger. Not with his carry in lane. Okay, he's going to TP now, thank God.
That is 2 TPs down there. I mean, if either of them end up dying in the early game here, it could be pretty bad.
He literally just walked up, leech sheet the Primal Beast. I guess early levels is when PB is weakest.
Well, I mean, pretty much every Treant is just going to leech seed on range creeps. Like, especially with the Luna, he went Aura, so he doesn't have the beam to secure range creeps. So this is just okay, Hector, here you go. I'm going to zone them. You can take the range. And yeah, we have some more lane shenanigans happening. This is a double melee lane bot for EG, so they're looking to pull the creep wave.
Right, okay.
And it's actually funny here. So Stinger pulls it around to try to connect the wave.
But they're far gone now.
Which just lets the wave normally run past the tower. So Whisper, in either case, is going to get a full wave under here.
Yeah, Nectar's following the wave. He famously does not like to miss CS, but now he could be in a little bit dangerous territory. Actually separating their duties. is going to be the Trim Predator who CSs the wave he took himself, as Hector tries to find something elsewhere. Hector's just staying in the lane now. He has nothing. He's being starved.
I see the pinging happening.
He's angry.
What is this? What is going on in that lane?
Man, this bottom lane is wild.
Yeah, this is some weird stuff going on.
Hector has 3 CS now. He finally got some creeps.
But the thing is, like, that is a full creep wave that EG was just zoned from, so
true.
It is going to Stinger here, but Stinger getting an early level 2 is it's definitely impactful. I mean, Trian is one of the strongest laning 5 positions in the game. Level 3 timing on Trian is so strong. Level 2 leech seed is very powerful.
We talked about the strength of the Primal Beast and the Riki, right? When is the timing for this lane to start playing more aggressively? What level?
Well, for Riki, it's 15 minutes into the game at 1,400 gold, let's be real. But yeah, I mean, Primal Beast, when he gets a couple of levels into Trample, probably level 4, because you want Uproar to, you know, secure some early CS and play this lane a little bit more defensively.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much kill threat down here until a couple more levels.
Okay, you think the Luna fixed that lane a lot, right?
Yeah,
that was a wild play by Stinger.
All right, never
he just
mind.
walked underneath the tower, got hit by the smoke screen, and now Stinger in the trees again. He's going to be fine for now, it seems like. The Courier might not be so fine. Hector just lost it, and Matthew already starting. He's really hell-bent on killing every Courier in sight. It's his thing now.
And people have been copying it too, realizing how much gold those Couriers give. I see so many people in their pubs last night just spamming Courier kills on Riki. Going Blink Dagger. They want to be just like Matthew, the Walter White of Dota.
What's cooking in this mid lane is Ember versus DP. How is this matchup supposed to go according to you, Jenkins? Is this okay for Dark Mago? Is this normal for Dark Mago?
This is definitely DP favored. I think she can take the Fire Shield off fairly easily with a couple of levels in Spirit Siphon. And like Ember's biggest strength in the lane right now is the Sleight of Fist. It's all about sitting there and harassing your opponent down. As he's got to be a little careful here. Just have the Treant armor.
Oh, that Spirit Siphon has a huge range. He almost killed him with that. Crypt Storm though, on cooldown, didn't want to use it.
Oh, he
got him! Dark Mago with a cheeky play, C-Smell, gets the first blood solo kill mid. You talked about this on the panel earlier. This can completely stabilize your game.
Yeah, this can be one of the most disastrous things in this patch. Like, pretty much what happens, you get another carry.
In the bottom lane, they want to get another kill on the support, but Stinger's safe. He's quite tanky still.
Yeah, Stinger went for level 2 in Living Armor, or level 2 point in Living Armor. He does not have any Nature's Grasp because both of these heroes can get out of it very easily. So he's just opting to heal. He healed the mid lane there, didn't help so much, but he's also healing K1 up on the Luna.
How do you deal with the lane push later? Because Trin likes to stay bottom, push out the lane. Like, how does he shove it if he has a Nature's Grasp?
I mean, he'll probably get at level 4. I don't think you want to like max out Living Armor by any means. This just, to me, means that he wants to play the early game very safe. And just get K1 his farm. Some more lane shenanigans top, of course.
Yeah, Schofield trying to do the same thing. Panda preventing him.
Yeah.
The battery assault clock is very good at dealing with the shenanigans. Very is done. In the bottom lane is Hector, who they're going on now. Blink's trying to slow him a little further. They're down with the trample, and because of Lucent Beam, they top Primal Beast for a second. Whisper, though, wants to kill his ex-teammate, but he won't get to him. Little bit of mercy. Hector survives, gets the tango. He's fine. Well, he's fine for now. Matthew, he sees a courier. He sees Hector. Has to choose which one he's rather kill. Staying in the trees for now, but Hector is healing up a little bit too much.
Whisper wants to go for it,
he's not afraid of it, apparently.
He's
There's
got the
another trample. There's the smoke screen as well. There's a Lucent Beam ready now for Hector, but it might need to be a little bit too late. One more hit will do the trick. Whisper gets a kill. That's the second kill of the game, both for EG.
Yeah, all the lanes are going in EG's favor. I mean, this bot lane, it's a double melee lane, but they do have the kill threat. It's crazy, because even through the level 2 Leech Seed and Living Armor, the trample, it's just doing so much. I mean, I've seen Luna lose a lot of lanes to Primal Beast, to be honest. Like, I feel like this is not an easy lane for Luna, because she can't do much if you get on top of her. Even with the tree, I think they were banking on the tree heal protecting the Luna, but their math was wrong.
Okay, that Mago, he's stuck in the Sprout now. Luckily, the Trains don't actually body block him.
He's level 5.
He doesn't have that spirit. He's going to die too. The Remnant, sorry. Schofield tried to help him out, but Schofield might just be in trouble himself. He takes the creep wave instead. He goes, at least I'll take advantage of this by taking the creep wave. They can't push with the catapult. They're trying to keep it alive. They do have Trains though. Schofield, he went invisible, which means the creeps are no longer aggroing to him. Now he figures out there's a sentry nearby. But that tower against NP and DP, what do you do? The Prophets.
Matthew brings the wave back. That actually is needed.
Yeah,
Oh,
but now
Stinger's walking in.
he's dead.
They really want to defend the mid tower at any cost.
Searing changed the Avalanche though, might get him a kill. They're trying to go for the supports first. Matthew a little bit too tanky. Panda's the target. He's actually going to aggro them away, and Panda might die for this, but he allows his teammates to survive. See Smile though, a little bit of no man's land. They hit with the split earth. Here are the reinforcements. Dark Mago as well with the Searing Chains. 3 cores versus 1 core. This is just not fair.
Whisper's there.
But see Smile, he might have reinforcements with the help of Whisper. They get the kill on Mago. He's not going to die today. Matthew does, though, with one last smoke screen, annoying the Leshrac. Another split earth. He needs the target.
He misses.
Can he get it? He misses. That's huge for Sacred without the stuns. How will they stop the constant spam of the Crypt Swarms? He just has to run away while the Trim Protector helps him. Sacred's one last hit away from dying, but he'll barely live. Stinger also manages to survive. No more mana for C-Smile.
Dude, this is everybody in this lane. What a goofy game so far. K1 farming up a double creep wave mid.
Whisper sees a tree moving in the trees.
Surely he's fine. Dude,
Yeah.
Whisper's showing up to this. He doesn't even have boots. He's just got the Vanguard. Because, by the way, when that crazy fight was going on in the Radiant jungle, he finishes the tower. Level 5 Nature's Prophet. What the hell is he doing mid? He's abusing the fact that everybody's distracted by this fight in the Radiant jungle. Taking the tower against the Treant, very important.
He's TPing again, actually.
Yeah.
Because leaves down bottom here. Help push this tower. Very active carry, one of his signature skill sets.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to do on Nature's Prophet. This is why a lot of people think Nature's Prophet is like a bit of a counter to the tree. I've heard people say it goes both ways because you can push towers, but then tree can defend towers. Here we see the strength of it. As, yeah, Matthew just trying to take some CS mid, getting some levels. Of course, like we talked about, this hero doesn't come online until 15 minutes in. I don't know what's going on, Abba. I really don't.
Whisper's trying to take a creep wave to farm it with a camp that he stacked earlier, but Sacred is making it impossible for him to do that.
Oh, they're TPing in. Schofield's coming, dude.
They're going to fight this. Whisper has to get away.
It's a long TP.
It is.
He's not going to connect.
He also has, he has Arcane Boots. He has enough mana for Avatos.
Whisper. Whisper's walking back in.
There's a
on
toss
the wave.
back, but Whisper, is he not afraid of anything? Yes, because he has reinforcement, that's why. Mago nearby, the 2 supports though with Whisper. Smoke screen plus those cogs makes it difficult for the Ember to go anywhere. Mago's a little bit useless right now. Finally out of the smoke screen, he can start using some spells. See Smile.
Oh, into
he
the tower.
wants to kill Schofield, but into the tower goes Matthew. Whisper tries to save him, but he missed out too. That Split Earth does help him. Does hinder him as he tries to get away. C-Smile will dive the tower instead. They're going for Sacred. Sacred healing back up next to the Magic Wand.
Nice
Another Split Earth reveals the trees now. They know where C-Smile is, but he's just hurting them a little bit too much. And they get the kill on Sacred. His next target is the enemy mid laner. It's going to be Dark Mago. Dark Mago back to the tower. He's safe for now, but Whisper, how crazy is he? They give vision with the rocket flare. We still have.
Oh, he almost dodged it.
That primal beast.
Whisper's going.
Onslaught. He goes. He got stopped by the Searing Chains. The kill's going to happen. Dark Mago gets it underneath the tower. The Remnant's not fast enough. He's back to fight. Dark Mago's not afraid. He wants to kill the DP, but Panda's a nuisance. He has to stop this, and he does, sacrificing his own life for his mid laner there.
Somebody needs to tell these guys it's not a death match. Why are they fighting? I don't understand. Whisper's like one creep kill away from level 6. The guy's just running around with a fucking Vanguard on Primal Beast. He doesn't have his ult yet. They just want to fight. They have to win the fight. This is not about winning. This is about pride.
Yes, it's about showing who is the stronger fighter.
Yes.
They want to show Matthew he is not it. Toss Ava, he's dead.
Dude, the moment Dark Mago died, I was like, this motherfucker's gonna buy back, dude. Of course he is.
This guy's crazy.
He even sends the Remnant out, like in anticipation for dying and then buying back. You could just see it in his gameplay. My God.
Yeah, there we go. Like a little bit of Dark Mago who's fully concentrated. He just had TI and he's not phased by it.
Yeah. Well, the 2 carries, amongst all the brawling with the 4 other heroes, they have been farming. Hector's doing pretty decently, and because he's the real breadwinner here, top of net worth, has his Midas as well, so he's going to keep accelerating in terms of farm.
Okay, let's talk about that, because Midas, not a common pick on Nature's Prophet. Some people think it's a grief because Maelstrom gives you the same but better. Dark Mago, he really is in love with high guns. He's a fetish with a high gun, huh?
He's just got to walk up and see what's there, man. It's like a mystery box. You got to see what's inside.
Yeah, Schrodinger's Mago.
That's right.
There we go.
That's right. Quantum Dark Mago.
Let's see. Panda does see Sacred farming, but Sacred's quite clever about this, aggroing the creeps away.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that Midas thing. Why Midas over the Maelstrom in this game?
He's going to get both. He's going to get both. I think.
No, but why gate Midas first as opposed to just rushing the Maelstrom?
I think he's just so sure that the fighting is going to continue that he can go for the greedier item, which is the Midas, and he can go for both because Luna. I mean, I think that's also a way to keep up with the Luna in terms of farm. Just the Maelstrom will not keep up with Glaives on Luna, but Maelstrom plus Midas will. Okay, Whisper's finally 6, so he's showing up here.
Panda, he caught Hector. The smoke screen as well. Hector doesn't have any items to help him. He's going to keep on fighting here. He's going to die eventually. With the help of Whisper as well. They got him. Stinger in the trees again. He's at least trying to aggro the wave to him, but has no interest grasp actually. He's now taking level 4. He's maxing living armor, Jenkins.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's playing an active Treant, I suppose.
Well, the thing is, like, I think the most valuable thing about a Treant in terms of defending towers is just, like, aggroing the creeps away and pulling them into the tower and making it hard for them to die because the creeps are running out of the tower range. So, I mean, you can do that. Like, with Nature's Grasp, it's easy to do that because it literally aggroes them, right? But you
and
can
it slows as well.
Yeah, you can still do that with your body, though. Like, Nature's Grasp is not about the damage anymore. It was when people maxed it, but it's not. So this is, it's still good. This is still good.
And if you consider as well that the hero, right now, they're not playing defensively at all. Like, why do you defend towers if they're diving your tier 2?
Living Armor is still an aggressive ability because you can put it on your Leshrac who can run in and... I mean, what am I talking about? It's going to be Dark Mago running in there. They can put it on him, keep him alive for a little bit longer so he can buy back a little bit later. As Sacred, by the way, is going for a Greaves build on Leshrac offlane, which I think is definitely the play for Lesh offlane. A lot of people were going Bloodstone for a while when that was an OP item, but Greaves is just a better item now. Like, you need a hero with this in a game of Dota 2.
And now found Panda. Hook shot, but this time it does get blocked. I think he tried to smoke there. Obviously did not work out. Overgrowth, not going to happen. Primal Beast stops him. Sacred now gets a nice double split earth with a sleight of fist. They got the remnant just in case. Matthew's nearby. Gonna surprise him with a smoke screen. They gotta slow him somehow. He managed to get away from the smoke screen as Sacred re-engages. The target is to go for Whisper. Oh, from behind. Sacred's been surprised. He's done. That Mago continues, once again, not afraid of the high ground. He wants Whisper, but it's impossible. Remnant's away, but he's not safe. Panda caught him all the way, and it's going to be Sting to sacrifice himself for this so that Mago can finally live. A nice evasion of the onslaught as Stinger dies to the ghost here in the auto attacks. Avalanche from Schofield, but Schofield's alone. He tried to get the kill on Whisper, but it's impossible. Sleight of Fist won't help either. And the Mago has all the help. He needs something else. It's going to be the Eclipse. Going for Smile next, but Hector, he's alone now. Everyone's dead. It's a rampage for C-Smile. They just fed him one by one, Jenkins.
All right, you said it, dude. You said it during the draft. You think this is his best hero now. It really plays a lot like the Leshrac, which is one of his favorite guys ever, so it surprises me that it took him this long to pull out the Death Prophet as his favorite.
I can't tell why.
It's such a...
Why are they doing that, though? Why are they going like that?
Everybody, it's just such a brawling game, and I think Death Prophet in the current patch, at this point in Dota, like, she is such a strong fighter. She's never going to die because of the Spirit Siphons. They do a shitload of damage. Exorcism, I don't know what can fight into it. Like, people, they usually try to disengage, but there's not going to be any disengaging happening in this game. I saw K1 walk in, press ult, and then Mask of Madness. Like, he was just ready to go. So that's a 7k gold lead at 14 minutes. As much as these fights seem like they're going back and forth, it's like EG is also farming during this.
They seem to go back and forth because it seems like Beast Coast's movements are going back and forth, but it's just fourth against them.
There's a lot of... that's right, that's right. Forward movement is happening in this game for the side of EG.
Towards Beast Coast.
Yeah, towards Beast Coast. Luckily, they do have a Treant Protector, so the towers are going to stay alive.
Oh, this smoke could be successful. C-Smile's very important.
He just got a rampage.
Exactly. Oh, the silence, though. Where's your smoke now, Dark Mago?
He's got a Yules as well, so he was kind of debating that a bit. He could have Yules himself, but he didn't freak out. That actually would have set up for him. Like, the Lesh Stun's going to come out after the Yules, so he was just confident in his silence.
And once he gets that BKB, I don't know how they deal with C-Smile. They're struggling with the physical damage.
He's definitely going to become a problem when he's got the BKB, the Sanjin Kaya. Like, this hero having an item lead is pretty beastly.
Okay, hookshot finds the Treant Protector in the trees with the onslaught. They even used the push from Cogs. Nice little extra damage.
Of course.
Small kill though. Sleeping Darts online. Nectar trying to TP, but they do. They have the pulverize. Luna now running away. What are you going to do, Hector? You're done.
He tries to Mask of Madness himself out, but that just kind of kills him quicker. And that's Exorcism up right in front of Roshan. Level 2 Exorcism. I imagine EG's going to take it.
Beast Coast is falling apart, though.
Yeah, they are. They are. They've used a lot of buybacks this game. They're getting a little excited to fight. They just want to win the fights.
Right.
And it's costing them. Like, this whole time, EG is not buying back, so it means also the res timers are really long for Beast Coast, which means the fights are going even worse.
Catching Matthew will be a good start to this fight, but once again, Tricks of the Trade prevents this death. Never mind. Sleight of Fist was here. Secure it. Schofield's now being run down into the high ground. Whisper selects a better target. It's going to be Sacred with the Pulverize. Sacred's just stuck here, but heals back up, has the mech. He's just going to commit to Pakaz. Not enough damage. Sarkmago, though, does not know the meaning of the word back.
Kills the courier.
And he kills the courier in process. He's learning from Matthew. Up to the high ground, he goes for Whisper. He predicted that perfectly. He knew where he was going in before Darkmago. Luckily for Darkmago, Whisper does not have any backup.
He's going to keep chasing. He's got the Searing Chain soon.
Yeah, but he's low on mana now, though.
Also, nobody's alive, so that
has one.
That does not help. K1 is his only damage source right now, and he's not really in position to show up to this.
I can't tell him that Mao's lack of chill is a genius, like 4,000 brain play.
But we will never know. We will never know. We have said this every tournament that this guy is at, and I still don't understand him.
I can't tell if he's good, but he is the Nicolas Cage of Dota.
Yeah, because you can't tell if he's good or not at acting.
No, at playing.
Oh, at playing Dota?
Yes.
I didn't know Nick Cage played Dota.
He is a great Dota player.
Yep.
His best hero is Queen of Pain.
I thought it'd be
the scream.
I thought it'd be Clinks because of Ghost Rider.
Oh, right.
I think he was in that. I think he was.
I think so.
I think he was that guy.
I don't really like Nick Cage that much.
Don't make a Nick Cage reference then.
Sorry. Let's go back to Dota, Jenkins.
Okay.
We have a cage that's been set up for Beast Coast.
Yeah.
A Nick Cage where they can't exit. They don't have space to farm.
Right.
Pakaz is farming the map for them.
You would think the Primal Beast, being the beast that he is, would be the one in the cage, but Whisper has had an absolutely amazing game.
He broke out of it. He's free now. He's Madagascaring this game.
Absolutely. And this game is a circus. Speaking of Madagascar,
right?
It's just fighting nonstop.
Right. What does Beast Coast do then? Let's be optimistic. What can Beast Coast do to make sure they can map control back? Do they just have to wait for Hector to come online?
They need a really good pickoff on like Chris Luck at the start of the fight, something like that, something really big. I think EG's got to make a mistake. Hector does not have a BKB. He's going for Manta Style and Hurricane Pike. Darkmago should be fine.
Oh, wow, that was a nice evasion of the hook shot.
Yeah, he was playing it pretty close there, but yeah, as we talked about, that is what he does. Especially with Matthew lurking about. You never know when the dart is going to come out, right?
I'm surprised how aggressively he's playing. There's no BKB yet.
Yeah, he's acting like it, that's for sure.
Hector is also acting like he has a BKB. He doesn't have one. Has Hurricane Pike. No
he
TP,
also has
though.
No TP. That is a Hector Classic right there.
That is a Hector Classic. I mean, he's not getting away. He's just a matter of time.
No, this is just...
But he is forcing a TP at least. Nope, not even a TP completed. He forced nothing. Actually, he forced his support to maybe die for him. There's actually fights going on all over. Matthew might die for Stinger. So they commit a lot to the Ricky, and they finally get him. As now, Panda is happy to die for this. He just wants to get the cogs to make sure the Sacred can't get away. They already killed the K. They just need the off laner and the mid laner now. Darkmago's the first target. For now, though, Sacred might be too strong. Panda's down, and they haven't been able to do anything to him. Schofield, your base is not that way, but this is normal for Schofield.
There's the Yules.
The Yule Scepter into the Sprout. He had Quelling Blade, but the Pulverize does not care about your Quelling, my friend.
Yeah, that was a long-range Pulverize. I'm not going to lie. That's one of those things where I'm Schofield. It's like, what the hell, dude?
Well, he does have really large hands.
This guy's got an Ether Lens or something.
I mean, Primal Beast model is huge, so sometimes it bugs, right?
You know what? Actually, with the Primal Beast model, whenever he moves, his model goes forward because it's like attached to his head. So like the hitbox moves forward. Because if you're tiny and you try to like Avatoss him, sometimes it'll look like he's the closest thing to you, and he's actually not, because if he's moving, the hitbox is on the head.
Oh, I see.
It's just weird because his model is so ugly.
Oh. That's what they were saying in the beginning of the game, calling each other ugly. It was all about the Primal Beast.
Exactly.
I see. Sleeping Dart for Darkmago, Smokescreen on top of this. Again, no BKB for this man.
And Whisper is almost going down mid.
But look at this, he has a BKB, Jenkins. The difference this item makes, it's incredible.
It's a good item.
Yeah, who would have thought?
I mean, Whisper played it pretty close there.
The insanity, though, that he actually finished his Maelstrom before thinking a BKB against a Ricky is... I mean, it's a Darkmago move.
You know, I feel like he takes the tome, by the way. He's got the tome of knowledge. And Chris Luck on the other side takes the tome of knowledge as well. These goddamn mid laners, dude. Greedy bastards.
That's because the support's just getting kills all over.
Yeah,
they don't need the
nobody
Tomo
needs it.
knowledge.
That's right. There's so much fighting.
Matthew has enough knowledge in his own dome. Schofield, Sprouted, I mean, yeah, Avalanche a tree, Schofield.
Looking really bad for Beast Coast here. We're getting to the point where they're locked in their triangle, and the triangle's not even a triangle anymore. It's 2 camps.
Yeah, you keep mentioning it's a line.
Because, I mean, he doesn't have BKB.
Okay, he does have BKB.
No, he doesn't. It's on
he doesn't.
cooldown.
Oh, okay, he has Gleipnir though. Fights against Stinger. Bakaz will die for this. Mega kill for Bakaz, but they do get him in exchange, and now Sacred joins as well. Sacred can't deal with the enemy mid laner. He's going to fall. Mao couldn't help him in time. And now stuck in the smoke screen. There is no BKB. Hector's joining, but what can Hector do? He's hitting C-Small. That's not the right target. The hook shots prevents him from leaving. Luckily, the Hurricane Pike will allow him to do so, though, as he didn't cogs in time because they were on cooldown there for Panda, I believe. Matthew almost dies to the tower there. That was awkward.
Either way, he's got the Hurricane Pike. Schofield's going for it, dude. Now
he's thinking. He really wants Matthew.
He's playing on the ward. He's just sitting on the ward, seeing what action he can get himself into.
He only has 4 staff though, unfortunately. No blink dagger.
He's got the Tumbler's toy, you know, so that's a little bit. I feel like if you get Tumbler's toy in a game with Tiny, your win rate goes up by like 10%.
Yeah.
This is such a good item on Tiny.
It was like that game with Casted where they went center support, and you go, oh, if you got Tumbler's toy.
Yeah. Then it looks good.
Yeah, it looks amazing. Without it, oh, Gleipnir, no. Hector, even underneath tower. Living armor, yes, Sprout, he has nothing to cut the trees with. His Hurricane Pike is on cooldown. Oh no, Hector, that top lane has been his damnation. They even cut the Leshrac here. Sure, Greaves it up, but Sacred, he don't have enough HP to survive. Even with a hook shot, they're being greedy about this. They want Schofield. He has a 4-step himself. As for the smoke screen, they catch that Mao. Gleipnir on top of this. He's still silenced because of the DP, and because of the onslaught, he's dead. Now with Schofield falling nearby, Beast Coast is once again crumbling like the Tiny crumbled in front of them.
Stinger smoked himself to get out of that.
He just doesn't want to die.
I thought maybe he was looking to go get wards down or something, but
they got to look over for their KDA now, you know.
Yeah,
this game's not looking nice for them.
No, he's just going to jungle the enemy triangle. That is the desperate situation that we're in here for Beast Coast. And Matthew actually scouts him out. What the hell?
Wow.
How did he know?
Because he knows Stinger. He's played against him for years. He stole his teammates.
Oh, Whisper.
All right.
I don't even think that kill matters that much, but I'm impressed that Matthew's able to know. It's like, what would I do if I was 15K behind right now? I'd be sniping couriers in the enemy triangle.
Yep. I'd be sniping couriers. You wouldn't farm, right?
No, he doesn't farm.
That's too greedy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking really tough. I mean, still, there's no tier 2 that's fallen for the side of Beast Coast, so.
I mean, yeah, but okay, there's one concern we can really address, which is they still have a Luna.
They do have a Luna.
That's the biggest problem they have.
This is a dog shit hero, Avo. You're right.
Sleep, onslaught, smoke screen. Okay, that's going to help with the 4-staff though. And Malo is safely out. In fact, the counter initiation caught Matthew. Tricks the trade, avoids the overgrowth, but Matthew is still going to die to residual damage, it seems. Lightning Storm to finish him off. Panda barely lives there thanks to the Glimmer Cape. Malo wants him, but can't kill him. Bakaz, though, commits, and he gets the kill onto Stinger. Hector might have gone a bit too far. He no longer has Hurricane Pike. Can someone help him? He activates Eclipse, so BKB ignores it.
Whisper's alone, though.
So is
Okay, C-Smile's there.
Hector needs to run away, but he's not fast enough to trample.
Dude, that was pretty much a solo kill by Whisper there.
He got turned into a pancake, Jenkins.
It's the lack of BKB. He feels like because he's against the Clockwork and the Ricky, he needs to go Hurricane Pike first on Luna. But because of that, Whisper's able to just trample all over him.
Yeah. Also the DP, right? Okay, that was...
You gotta, he fat-fingered the BKB.
He's testing it. He's testing it. It's all good. It's all good. You got to make sure the BKB is working for the next fight.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. I mean, we already talked to C-Smile in the green room. He told us he just doesn't give a shit in general.
He was the last one to join his team.
Yeah.
He was watching the game with us, not with his teammates.
He's just enjoying being here, which I can get behind. The man just loves Dota.
It's his first time in Lima, actually. Yeah. Very excited.
Really?
No.
Okay.
He's from here.
Oh. Everybody seems to be from here.
They killed Akmao while you were, geographically mistaken here.
You said it so seriously. I don't know. I don't know where C-Smile lives. I've never been to his house.
I have.
I would go to his house,
Yeah,
though.
his mom has a great cooking. Got the tier 2 now. C-Smile's mom is smiling somewhere.
That's right.
Yeah. And Beast Coast They're leaving. They left the arena right now.
I'm glad EG's winning this one because C Smile told me he'd go to a casino with me if they win. We're gonna
of course, which means a dance parlor here.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. We never mentioned that in the broadcast. There's a tier 3 glyph used. It's not going to help him too much. Neither is the living armor. Sacred. Guys, I swear I'll split her if you walk any further.
They don't have the Ag Shard yet on him. He's got it queued up. He just queued it up when they started hitting the tier 3.
Darkmago literally watched. Was like, guys, they're not going high ground. The second they see it. I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
His little booklets out. He's writing notes.
He's still working on his BKB, by the way. Whereas Pakaz, I mean, he's almost finished his 6th item with that Satanic.
Is he actually 10K? He is. He's 10K over the Luna.
That would be correct,
He's
Avo.
doubling Hector's net worth.
Yes, he is, which I feel like those words have never been said before.
No, even in the worst games of Beast Coast, Hector had a good net worth.
Yep. That just goes to show. I don't know what it goes to show. EG's a very good team. Luna's a very bad hero.
Yes, it goes to show Luna's a very bad hero.
Yeah.
Roche, Aegis, taken by Pakaz. How do you kill a 21K NP? 21K net worth NP
How do you
twice?
kill a 17K net worth DP as well?
Yeah, that's
Sacred.
true.
C-Smile, he's
that dart was insane range. Onslaught, pulverize. There we go. Bye-bye, Schofield.
We missed a really beautiful juke on the bottom lane, by the way. Sacred did this really cool tree cut where C-Smile's right behind him and the tree's chasing him. C-Smile cuts up into the little area. Remember during TI3 where Havas was playing Alchemist and he cut into that area. Anyway, I'm going to stop reminiscing here.
Yeah, Hector at least
that's
gets out.
Hector.
Hurricane Bike, yeah, not bad.
Okay, he's
Gets
fine.
BKB now too, Jenkins.
That's good, that's good. He's now safe.
But Pakaz doesn't care about BKB. Pakaz is stunned for now. Are there any supports? Are there any help? Nope, they're just going to let poor Sacred die here. What was Sacred doing if they were just going to let him die like that?
I mean, you've got to try to find farm somewhere. I respect it. Like, you have to get out on the map. I don't think you can just sit in the base, or at least it feels bad for you to sit out in the base. That's why Darkmago is top, and he's actually getting caught out by Matthew here.
Yep.
Pakaz is there.
Lightbeer, where are you going, Darkmago? To the grave.
I gotta say, this Ricky Nature's Prophet is looking very powerful.
Yeah, Primal Beast Ricky also looks really good.
It looks very good, yeah. These heroes paired together are just so strong. Like Ricky setting up across the map, Nature's Prophet being able to TP and actually offer the damage, and then Gleipniring them so they stay in the cloud until he gets the BKB.
Pakaz literally just TPs in front of the tier 3 to be efficient. Konging him is poor Schofield. Oh, they bullwhip him. Panda might die for this. Onslaught. Here comes Whisper, at least to avenge his dead teammate. Getting the opposite 5 as well. They're creating space for Pakaz to push, but now Whisper could be in trouble here. Activating the BKB. Where's the healing coming from? He doesn't have much, but apparently he's just too tanky. And Pakaz keeps hitting. Now he eats the whole Eclipse. That's going to get rid of his first life, but what about a second? Do they have a plan for that? Apparently not. He's just back here and now kills off Schofield. Going for Rax next. They know where Stinger is. They want to force the dieback, but they can't cut his trees just yet. There's the buyback as well from Schofield. Gleipnir finally catches Stinger. A dieback for him. Schofield also leasing the tree. Sleeping Dart. Poor Schofield just can't move, and Darkmago on the backline is creating space for him for some reason. He's just going to die. The GG is called. Beast Coast is giving up. EG absolutely demolishes them in game number 1.
Yeah, that wasn't even close.
Don't pick the Luna.
Yeah, I gotta say, the Luna is not working out. EG, I don't know what they changed between today and yesterday, but they're drafting. That was an amazing draft. I really like C-Smile on the Death Prophet. He seems very comfortable on that.
Yep.
Matthew on the Ricky, obviously. This is very quickly rising to become his best-looking hero currently in Dota. This could be a first phase ban hero. I think there's potential for that. And Pakaz, man, he got a last pick Nature's Prophet. He was playing this before it was the meta carry.
Exactly. Like Pakaz was known back even when he was not even on like a Thunder matchup. Like
yeah, he was not on a good team.
No, he was not
and
on a
he
good
was
team.
known for it.
And he was carrying those teams when Nature's Prophet alone. It was the one.
Right.
They call him in Spanish, we call him El Prohibido, the prohibited one, the forbidden one, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they left it through, you know, a little bit of a slip up, which has happened to Beast Coast. In fact, it's been their Achilles heel this whole tournament, the draft.
It just feels like there's a lot to ban though. That's the problem. There's all of the Whisper heroes. I mean, for both sides, like they have so many specialty heroes that, and they know each other so well that drafting It's just weird. This series has just entirely different bans than any of the other series that we've seen.
Yeah, they first banned Timbersaw. Like, when do you see that happen?
I can't believe that. People thought that hero was like so garbage tier prior to this tournament.
Because of reactive armor.
Right, and then it's like, okay, just against Treant. And then it's like, no. If Whisper's playing it against anything,
yes,
Batrider, like, they picked it into Batrider in one series. And that's always a really hard team to draft against.
Yeah.
When they're picking heroes into like hard counters, then you have issues.
Well, if there's one set of people that can help us with these drafts, maybe they can help Beast Coast and EG as well, it's going to be our lovely set of panelists. So let's see what they have to say about the first game between Beast Coast and EG.
Thank you very much, Avo and Jenkins. And indeed, we're going to break down this first game and tell you exactly why things happened the way they did. And one thing that is interesting to note that you might have noticed just now when we looked at the players after the match, they stayed in their booths, which is not really common, isn't it, Astini?
No, it's not common at all. Usually you want to get out, breathe some air, reset. But when you stay in the booth means you are not happy at all with something that happened during the game or during the draft. So it's already not such a good sign for Beast Coast that they're like, what went wrong?
They went behind the computer, right?
Yeah.
They wanted to like look at the game instantly.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. Usually you need some time to shut down, take care of your emotions, because after a loss, someone might be tilted, someone might shout things. So you want some space after a loss. That makes me a bit worried about Beast Coast, but also shows that as everyone that was cheering for Beast Coast, they are not happy at all on how the game turned, especially with the draft.
Yeah, I think that draft is definitely where you were looking at to see where it went wrong for Beast Coast, because the draft did take a little bit of a turn.
Yeah, this was a weird draft, honestly. Just in the sense that I feel like Beast Coast did not set themselves up very well, because I'm looking at it now. So they had second pick, and then they go for this Treant Lesh on the first stage, which is great. And then EG take the Death Prophet on 8. And then I think over there, you just have your mid matchup between the Lesh and DP. That's already a very decent matchup. The heroes can match each other's paces and lane against each other. But for some reason, Beast Coast decide to get the tiny potential flex, and then you're like, okay, maybe where is this tiny going? Could they throw this tiny mid and play more aggressive strategy? Because we saw the Clockwork that was taken away too by EG. But then they decide to put the Tiny as a support versus Clockwork, who doesn't do well on lane versus Clockwork. And then they put the Lesh when they already see this Nature's Prophet come out on 9th. So they flex the Lesh to off lane with this Tiny. That lane's already not going to pop off the way that you want it to. Then you pick Ember on 18, which it's not a good lane versus Death Prophet in any way, when I feel like you could have just put your Lesh mid, and then they close it out with a 24 Luna while they left Nature's Prophet in the pool with a Death Prophet. I'm not sure what happened, whose call was that. I'm sure Dark Mago wanted to play that Ember, otherwise you'd never make that call because you already have a valid mid lane. So I'm just very surprised by that. I mean, with that being said, that's my confusion with this draft. I think that EG played so well. I think Chris Luck, I don't know what he ate for breakfast today. I don't know what was going on. That guy went phase boots into Windlace and was just running around the map, going top, bottom, left, right. They couldn't kill him. Every time it felt like he could die, a Siphon comes off cooldown, and all of a sudden he's under their tier 2 at minute 8. And I don't know if there's much to say after that.
Yeah, going back to the draft, you cannot allow DP and Prophet. It's so easy to be the DP if you have a Prophet to connect on your lane with Exo. You cannot allow that. It's such a huge mistake that Beast Coast did. Also with the Ember, I get all the points you mentioned on lanes, and I agree with all of them. But to add up, when you show Ember, you show Ember is my mid lane,
Yes.
Tiny is my 4,
Yes.
Lash is my off lane. And then you are an open book to EG. And if you just pick your carry there, they look at your draft and they're like, I'm not sure. Lash can be mid, Tiny can be 4, or Tiny can be mid. And they're missing either a position 4 or a mid or off laner, and you don't know what to banning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And because they had this tiny Lesh flex, and we know those are Dark Mago heroes, and it wasn't given away. And I feel like if they just take this Hector hero on 18, some Hector durable hero instead of some Luna, and then they leave this overall 24 open for themselves while not picking this Ember in order to screw themselves in the mid lane, this game would have looked entirely differently. So I feel like this was a big draft choke. I really do. But I just don't want to take away at all from EG's performance, because this was really clean Dota. The side lanes were played well. The rotations were good. The Death Prophet, as we said, it was a masterclass of how to just be brave on this hero and how it can pay off. But Yeah, I mean, the Nature's Prophet TP mid with the first exorcism into suddenly there's 4 heroes on the side of EG, just killing this Ember Spirit, taking the tower, running into their jungle. Suddenly there's a fight in the jungle for 3 minutes. I don't even know how it lasted that long, but the offlane Leshrac actually rotated to that fight. It wasn't a good fight for them, right? So instead of staying top and potentially taking that tower, that tier 1 top was available for the taking, but Lesh is like pressured and forced to come bottom, fight into this. The fights fail. It just felt so, I don't know, it was the game unraveled, right? It felt like everything just slipped out of hand for them, Avery.
I agree with everything you two have said.
Hello, Avery.
Hey.
I do think the double Prophet has a weakness. It has a couple weaknesses, actually. So when you give away DP and NP, you're kind of committed to this tower push idea and connecting around those objectives. And if you come up with a lineup that can easily fight around those towers and outrange them, they have to force the gap close, and that's where these heroes can run into trouble. I also think the single target physical burst can be very annoying for these heroes. In that sense, Luna gives you some of that, but it's not like an Ursa, Shadow Fiend, a Sniper, one of these. And then your other 2 cores aren't really set up to come in and fight around these towers to delay that push timing. They're designed to win their lanes and snowball the game. Beast Coast lost the lanes. This game is like, it's pretty much what you guys said. Ember goes mid, he gets destroyed by Death Prophet. Crystallock has an absolutely amazing game, runs around, takes all the towers. There's no D-push, there's no real activation to stop him, other than unless Hector just had a crazy-ass game on Luna and can go and start beaming people. I like the Luna pick versus Primal Beast, actually. I kind of like the little interaction where you can beam him on the lane. It stops his, trample going on your support, things like this. I actually didn't have too much issue with the Luna pick, but if you lose lanes this hard with this kind of lineup, I don't know. I wish you the best.
Yeah, I will say this game turned into maybe a little bit of a different game than what we've seen so far here on the main stage, with very active evil geniuses from, as said, minute like 6 or 8 or something under the tier 2. And I feel like the crowd had a little bit to do with that. We saw Dark Margo buy back on his Ember. He did get a double kill off the back of it, so it worked out. But maybe a little bit of pressure there too, Astini.
Yeah, it would be good if he got the kill on DP and he failed to, so I feel like, yeah, he felt the pressure, or maybe he felt like they're chanting when I get kills, I want to go for it, that dopamine hit, and he forget, like, if he buys back and he doesn't kill DP, his game is kind of over there. So, but like, they were already in such a bad situation that feels like you need to go for this high risk, high reward, or it was a kind of high risk, medium reward, but it was the only thing they could do. They were desperate.
You know, it felt like they miscalculated in their way in dealing with this DP. Not just like draft-wise, because draft-wise there were certain solutions in there, but it kind of operated like a Timbersaw, right? Like sometimes a Timbersaw is standing somewhere, and you're like, okay, if we bring enough heroes, we can kill it, right? Like, we can kill this hero here. So you commit to it. You bring a lot of heroes down there, and it just doesn't go right for you, and all of a sudden your map just kind of gets flipped upside down. Your heroes are in bad places, they're dying, you're not taking advantage of any kind of space. So I just feel like Crystallock really, I mean, we've praised him already, but he really made them feel pressured to run at him. Like, that's what they were doing on Beast Coast, because I feel like Beast Coast could have just chilled. You know, they could have let this DP do its thing. They could have played topside on the Leshrac. If they played topside on this Leshrac and, like, opened up this top lane for Hector to jungle, he might have just not joined these fights and not died. So I don't know, man.
Well,
that was rough to watch, honestly.
It was rough to watch. We also didn't have the Hector effect that we talked about before the series, where, yeah, he can be baiting out everybody and then he turns the fight around. Luna, SVG, is just not that type of hero.
Well, if you don't have the farm, no.
if you don't have the farm, sure.
You know, Hector. I think Hector goes in every game, and he views the game as if he's always going to be highest net worth.
Yeah.
If he got to be highest net worth that game, I can see the Luna panning out. I legit don't think it was the worst Luna game I've seen.
I agree.
Like, if he gets to BKB Satanic territory, you imagine Primal Beast goes into him, you trade BKBs, and then suddenly you have Eclipse, you have beams, you're starting to beam people, you can poke them, the Ember's poking them down too. But again, you have to get there, and the mechanisms to get there are not that easy. I think you have to go play through Leshrac. And if you pick offlane Lesh, and offlane Lesh loses...
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you bring up this offlane Lesh. Because
what are you doing in this game?
Yeah.
You're a lightning bot?
If you pick offlane Lesh and you don't take this tier 1 tower, then you're doing something wrong on this offlane Lesh.
I mean, you can fall back and buy like Greaves on him and stuff, but
No, but you pick this hero because it provides tower pressure, right? Like once you kick the carry out of the lane, which happens almost every game in this patch as an offlaner, the carry will leave to jungle, your mid laner will rotate and chase them away. You take this tower and then you can do the map trade, right? You just swap your hero down, you send your carry top, all of a sudden they have those available jungle camps, the triangle feels safer, you can start warding, you can start playing there. They couldn't do that because they were just too busy trying to deal with the Death Prophet.
I mean, you say Dark Mago plays Lesh, but I feel like it's not what he wants to play. I almost feel he asked for something else and they just threw it in the off lane and it's kind of whatever. And then you end up with these lanes that you can't snowball and you fall behind, and then Whisper does Whisper things, Curseluck gets a rampage.
It's a drafting issue. As a coach, I can tell it happens like you have way too many ideas. Everyone's talking, everyone is excited because you're at the LAN, and everyone's just giving different ideas. And then suddenly, hey, I want to play Ember, but you were not expecting to play pick Ember there as a coach, because all the tells, all the signs were there for Hector Hero. They banned all Hector Heroes already on second phase. They banned CK, they banned
Terrorblade,
Naga, and then on the last phase they get to ban the PL, and those are all the heroes that he goes this 4k HP hero. So they should pick on 18, but then suddenly maybe like Dark Mago is telling, hey, it's an amazing Ember game, or it's not even Dark Mago, it's the coach that's like, oh, free Ember, and then you lose all your ideas. You get excited on that point, but when you look at their draft, the 5 heroes, they don't make any sense together because you just pick so every player could feel happy. I know this from personal experience. I did that a lot of times and I always lost.
Yeah, it is a crunch time for Beast Coast. Of course, they come in as the team that, they started out in the lower bracket. EG started out in the upper bracket, and they did do better in the groups. And we did also say that EG wasn't really themselves today. It felt like they exceeded themselves today, though, this first game anyway. Yes, we can blame it on draft, but that is part of the game. And I feel like Beast Coast, I don't know, what do you do in this time? You're not leaving the booth as VG.
Yeah, they get locked in there, or what happened?
No, I think this is probably... Okay, so there's AC machines. If you go outside, it's a lot warmer than it is inside the booth. And we did see them stand around their computer. So as Estini said, they probably were instantly looking at the game and really wanted to walk back where they went wrong.
And usually if you're lingering like that, it ends up turning into a draft discussion as a team, even if you don't want it to, and I'm not sure that's always the healthiest thing to do.
Yeah.
Draft is the fastest thing you can adjust at a LAN. It's almost one of the only things you can adjust between games. It's very hard to change your gameplay, right? Because you can tell your players, stop doing this or this, but these are, you kind of default to your nature and instinct, and the players are going to do what they're going to do. It's what you've trained before the LAN to try and build those habits. Once you're in the booth, kind of the only thing left you can adapt very quickly on the fly is the draft. So I have no doubt that that is exactly what they were discussing. Maybe they came to the same conclusions we did. Maybe they came to completely opposite conclusions. They're going to run it back and prove us wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to see a good side on it because I'm also on the hater train. But one good thing they can do is maybe they feel like, oh, they were playing our jungle so well. They had vision there. And you see how you got outplayed on that vision. So the wards, that EG does really good aggressive wards when they know they're going to take our tower. So either they play for the late game and they're going to protect their own jungle with the wards, or they know they go for the aggressive DPMP and they preset wards into our jungle and they're going to see warding and insta-dewarded. So maybe they're like, okay, how the hell they had all the vision and we didn't, and you're going back to that ward and trying to learn the spots.
Now there's one, of course, giant animal in the room, and it is a spider. Broodmother was ignored during this draft, and I just want to hear your thoughts as to why, because of course we did see EG lose with it yesterday, but it's still very highly contested and it's still a very strong hero. Why was it ignored, you think, Astini?
Because it's this regional match where the priorities goes to these overlapping heroes, so the Timber, the Batriders, that's where the focus was, and also we know that Sacred's not playing the Broodmother, so it's a matter of does Beast Coast care about the hero enough to ban it? Because EG is definitely not banning. And then EG is like, oh, we lost with it yesterday, as you mentioned. And then maybe, oh, we don't need to go all in on that strategy. Whisper is so good with so many different heroes. Why would you risk picking this hero?
Fair enough.
I think that if Beast Coast bring it back and win game 2, and then EG have first pick in game 3, they might go for that Brood just for the, the game 3 surprise factor of, are you guys not ready to deal with this? And they get it on first, trade it for a Lina potentially, because I know that every team has their own Lina solutions, so I can see that happening. But for the most part, I'm glad it didn't work out the way that we thought it would, because Brood's been getting banned in every single game of this major. I think she was only let through 6 times in total, maybe 7, I think, out of all the games that were played. So it was just nice to see, because it kind of let us watch a bloodbath, right? That was entertaining to watch. It was painful to watch on behalf of Beast Coast, but because there is no Brood ruining the map in Dota 2, people were running at each other, and it felt like good old South American Dota.
Now, knowing what we know now, that it will be a run-at-you fest very early on, we might see an entirely different game here in game number 2, because games like that can often get out of control really fast. So you need to be able to win those early skirmishes.
It's kind of a product of Primal Beast, too. I feel when you go with this Primal Beast, especially offlane, especially on Whisper, you kind of ramp the adrenaline and aggressiveness to max on the dial. There's no going back, right? You're charging in, somebody's dying. I'm going down with them. Everybody's going down. You're either winning those skirmishes or not. I honestly think EG prefer Whisper not on Brood.
Yeah.
I feel like they rather have him on this Primal Beast, this Timbersaw, this Bat Rider. Those are the big 3 for me this tournament.
I prefer him on those heroes as well.
They're the
Way
killers.
more fun to watch.
They're the killers. This guy's a serial killer. Not in that sense, but, you know, in the Dota sense.
Highest kills per minute during the group stage. I mean, yeah, even in games that he loses, he had 28 kills at some point.
And that's how he makes space for. I mean, this game, Chris Luck was the standout player. He was 19-0. That's pretty beastly. I mean, most of that game is over by a certain point. He's just padding the stats. But I feel like this team is very comfortable when they get Whisper one of those 3, and they don't have to be pressured to pick this Brood. And then they can play that super high kill tempo, which creates a lot of chaos on the map. They're very comfortable with that style. I think they felt a lot more natural playing against a team they're very familiar with, that you go in this booth and they're like, all right, we know this team. We know we're either on even footing or, I mean, each team's going to think they're better than the other one, right?
Yes.
So it's a very more comfortable situation than yesterday, where they're playing versus a lot of more unknowns. There's crowd pressure. Now they just pick Primal Beast. You run a Hector. Hector can't farm. Like, damn, that was nice.
Yeah, and on the other hand, for Beast Coast, I think that, you know, always in these elimination games at majors, this is when you default to comfort. You default to what works best for you. So I think that we're going to end up seeing some, like, Hector PL, some Hector Naga.
Oh, God, no.
I think they might actually end up doing this, because this is what they beat Beast Coast. This is what they beat Evil Geniuses with in the DPC tour. And I feel like this is probably what they feel most confident in playing against them with, because they don't look so solid when they're not playing this, like, hyper late game, super farm heavy hero on Hector. Like, they definitely got run over in a way where there wasn't any comeback potential. There was no, oh, if we hang on, guys, if we don't fight into them, we'll make it to the late game. That didn't exist for them. So I think in this game too, that's what we will be seeing.
Yeah. I thought that was the idea at game 1, but they didn't get to do it because they left the last pick for him and all the pool was banned. They didn't have these heroes to choose anymore.
Was there literally, you know, you as a outsider, we have a helicopter view, was there nothing in the pool?
You were right when you said the Wraith King.
The Wraith King!
You got it, Chiver, because I was like, I can't see any hero, and you mentioned the Wraith King could have been an option, but still, it's not that Naga hero, PL hero, TB, Illusion can build a lot of stats.
So are we saying they should just pick their, I mean, Terrorblade, Naga, whatever, they should pick it earlier? Do you want to see it, like, before the final phase? Because that also leaves Hector maybe a little bit more vulnerable.
I think it depends on if it's like 17 or 18, right? Because they had 18 pick for Hector, which that's where they always bring out their PL, you know? But they let it get banned out in that last ban phase, and then they just went with the Luna. And maybe they were thinking about the Luna the entire time anyway, as an idea versus the Primal Beast. But do we know which pick Beast Coast have for game 2? Do we know
for game 2, I actually don't know. I just know we're like 90 seconds away from the draft. So if anybody wants to get a quick beverage, very quick.
So I think if they're second pick, again, which they probably will not be, that's where it comes out in the second phase. If not, then you do kind of have to save it for your last phase. But in game 1, they were in this great position to do it, so...
There's also Furion.
That is true. Furion was there.
It is likely Furion goes through if you're the first pick team, and then you can just pick it. And then you always have this Hector Furion, which he's shown he's comfortable to play at this tournament.
He played it twice, right?
Yeah.
He won once and lost once.
Yes. But he looked good on it.
He did look good on it.
And I think it's a good hero for you in his meta. Maybe the downside in this particular matchup is, like, Whisper is going to get some hero like the Primal Beast that becomes really annoying. Right? If you first pick Furion, they just Primal Beast +1. I think you're a little sad to just throw that on Hector. I feel like Hector's going to die once or twice, get slowed down. Maybe that's what's dissuading them, but at the same time, I would ban her to get rid of it.
Well, we're going to find out because Beast Coast has taken all the time they could to discuss what they will change in game number 2 to make sure they have a chance at a comeback in this lower bracket. Let's find out if they can do it. We're heading to the draft of game number 2.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel for game number 2 between Evil Geniuses and the side of Beast Coast. The Womeros Clásico is underway and we are seeing the second draft at our hands.
Are we?
Something,
This is the same.
This is the same draft, and that's the problem, because one of the things I was looking at in between the games, right, is when are they really successful on the side of Beast Coast? We've already spoken in game number 1 about how EG relies on Whisper to make things happen. Of course, he popped off amazingly in game 1, so he's clear and clear. For now, though, I'm worried about Sacred Fog, and I was noticing something. Sacred does really well on 2 heroes at this tournament, Tidehunter and Pangolier. Pangolier especially, of the 37 games played at this tournament, only 8 of them have come from the offlane, and of those 8, 5 of them are from him. He's 3-2 at the moment. Talk to me about those. Why don't you think they're going for this hero as early as possible, given how successful they are at it?
I think it can be a little difficult versus Ricky. I'm not a really big fan of offlane Pango. I actually much prefer it in the mid lane, so maybe they just started getting answered a bit versus it, and they just started to stray away from it. I think they're going to have to find some other hero. I really hope they don't really try to flex this Lesh again. If they see this Death Prophet, I don't want to see them do this type of Ember route. You saw what happened. Chris Luck literally, 18-0 and 11 or something. I don't know. He had some absurd kill score, Rampage, pre-20 minutes. So.
First blood, everything. Like, it was a free game for Chris Luck there. And I definitely think Dark Knight Go is kind of like the player they need to focus on for not only just this series, but if they can continue for this entire tournament, as we do see a copy draft, like literally copy-pasted. Yeah, deja vu here. But yeah, the story of this game was mainly just the fact that Ember, he got destroyed mid lane. He knew what he was playing into. They picked it. He thought it could make it work. It didn't work. Some of his most picked heroes so far, the Mars, the Kunkka, now picking the Ember. He's not been having the impact we need him to have in the mid lane role. So I sincerely hope here that they get him a better matchup, either just by picking this last track or giving him a last pick that could fit this game. Because they won't know until this next pick here if that DP, it still could go offlane. It is still flexible, so if they pick carry here for EG, I would like for them to respond most likely with the carry or an offlaner and make sure this Leshrac does go mid.
Absolutely. We see a lot of adaptation though, right? The Primal, the Clock caused a bunch of issues too, wanting to get rid of those. Now we of course do get the Undying back in the pool, so yay. Very strong early game and draft again from EG, very dominant. We'll have a little bit of limited catch in comparison. That Clock definitely helped quite a bit.
Yeah.
Do you guys want them to keep this Death Prophet particularly flexible in some regard and then pick up a Casio right now in the 18 and then reserve the pick for the mid lane for the end?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be pretty good, but like the thing is, like, Beast Coast's draft was so open-ended that because would get counterpicked. So if he picked NP, for example, I would be super down with that, right?
Yep.
So I'd want him to pick a hero that isn't like very particular to the game, but just like a very strong hero that even if you try to counterpick it, such as NP or the Linas of this meta, you can't really do anything about it. So yeah, I'd be down for an NP pick, but they would be lacking one thing in this game, and that would be catch. They do have the Undying, so they're adding more team fight to their list. There won't be the Primal, as we saw in the last game, so they're going to use some time to really think about, like, we got the Undying instead of Clockwork. That makes a big change in our draft, honestly. And they're going to have to fill the void somewhere.
I can't wait, so crazy. We're actually just not going to see Brood in this entire series.
Yeah. I mean, they both, like, were very honest with themselves. You know, they both tried it. They're like, nah, this ain't for me. And they're just going to play their own style, and I do respect that. It's
never really been a major hero within South America, right? It's always been this hero that's just like meh, up and down. A hero that we do see yet again from EG, they ran this Enigma yesterday in the upper bracket. It did not go well for them. Unfortunately, Entity ruffle stomped and the lane was kind of weak, and Whisper really had difficult inroads making this hero work. One of the reasons why that happened, Fog, is that they were up against a Treant Protector, and Overgrowth against Black Hole. Pretty good counterplay there.
Yeah, they fully addressed him. They were playing super aggressive, too, to make sure that he couldn't get up. But their whole draft was very greedy from the side of EG. This time, it's just not the case. They have a very early tempo draft that can constantly fight, so I don't think we'll see the same thing. We will see the DP mid again, so that's already locked in place.
Yeah, I mean, they probably won't do it, but I do want Hector to pick his hero now. Really badly. I want him to pick his hero, because he's been focused so hard already in the banning stage. It's going to get worse for him. He sees Enigma. Enigma is a hero that's has very few heroes you want to play against it. It shrinks your hero pool immensely, and if he doesn't pick his hero now, he's going to be in a situation again where he's looking at like Luna, and that is not a hero that we see very often for a good reason. So good. He does pick his hero. All right, so he picks a hero that can lane versus the Bloodright can do a lot of pure damage to the Eidolons and kill them, especially if you get a level advantage and you get that level 3, level 4 Bloodright, you're just one-shotting him. It's actually kind of ridiculous. So he does have a good hero for the lane here.
I also love the fact that we saw in the previous game that Chris Luck, who was doing amazing work on this Death Prophet, moving around the map very early on, getting uber aggressive with the Spirit Siphons, much more difficult to do that up against the Rupture. So you can actually run away from this hero now. He's not just going to be, you're not just like, well, hands off keyboard, Chris Luck is just dominating us. Bloodseeker makes it easier. And it's a hero that gets online a little bit faster, Fog, because in game number 1, part of the problem was that Luna takes like 11 items before she feels like a real hero. Bloodseeker, not necessarily the case.
No, absolutely. There still is the issue of getting overwhelmed and surrounded. E.g., they have this strong group up with the DP EXO. It's not the same as NP where it's as threatening, but they have Eidolons. You have this Tombstone that gets dropped down. You will be dictating pace in the early game. So yeah, I do like that they've gone for this Bloodseeker. I'm just trying to think what EG's response will be for what counter of the specific hero. I mean, I think that the CK is still left in the pool, which is definitely an option for Pakaz if he'd like it. Sure, there's some answers versus it, but they pick it even if there is responses usually.
I mean, yeah, against the Last Strike, you can make the argument and he can kill your illusions, but at the same time, CK is a little different than like the Peel type heroes where you have that burst damage. You can actually kill the Last Strike before he kills you. So I wouldn't be super surprised if they did go for that, seeing as it is a hero he does like to play, but you know what I think he might play if it's left in the pool, and that'll be the Ursa. I think Ursa's very good this game. You can burst the Leshrac. You don't really mind if you get ruptured. You can just press R and walk away.
Astini is busy crying somewhere because Evil Geniuses have removed Pangalia from the pool. He was very full through it. Just before he left the panel, he's like, yo, if Beast Coast pick Pango, they win. If not, see you soon for the next panel. So,
I mean, they're not super interested in it. They could have picked it in their first 3 picks if they wanted it, but not interested this series in picking that hero up. So maybe it's just because, I mean, it's kind of hard against the DP in a lot of ways. You're rolling around, but the ghosts are kind of just like eating you alive. The smoke screen's annoying to deal with, so they just probably didn't prioritize it in this particular game.
And they banned the Ursa.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, all right, good, smart choice. Yep. I think that would have been really good for them.
I think
Morph is banned too. What else we want?
Beast Coast touch Visage at all? Not really,
no,
right?
I've never seen them play the hero.
I didn't think so either. When I went through, I didn't really see them playing it. It's one of the options that I've seen that actually can do okay versus Undying. The hero started to fall off, but I'm just trying to find solutions for the lane.
Is there a solution for an Undying lane? That is the real question.
Because right now, it's likely that Lesh, right? What we want is probably that Lesh mid to have that matchup versus DP. So I'm trying to think what they can actually lane. If they're going to have this tiny +1, if you're just going to pick 2 melee heroes, you're not going to actually lane it. It's just going to be a free farm for Pakaz, so.
Yeah. Whoa! There we go. Actually, I love that hero. Big fan. This is something not many people do run, but you know, I am a Lone Druid specialist myself. I spam this hero. It's a pretty good game for it. You don't mind getting ruptured. You have your bear healing you up. You're really tanky. Versus the Leshrac, you do a lot of overwhelming damage. It can burst here, and the best part about this pick here, the tempo for EG. Yeah. The tempo is absolutely insane. You have Enigma push. He's going to buy Greaves. He's going to buy Pipe. You got the DP, who's probably going to go for an early BKB, and then you got the Lone Druid Bear. And maybe he'll go for Deso. I assume he will, because that's the build I like to go. Then your push potential is insane. Your group up potential is absolutely insane. But they did answer with the Magnus here, so it's kind of like a very snowball lineup versus a lineup that needs a bit more execution here.
One thing I'm worried about, Frog, when I look at this draw from the side of Evil Geniuses relative to what Beast Coast have, these heroes are not easy to kill. You have this Undying, you have the Enigma that's going to build sustain items, you have Death Prophet, they're just naturally tanky, Lone Druid is naturally tanky. The Beast Coast draft, the burst damage isn't necessarily there. The damage feels like it comes out in increments. So how do they play this game to ensure that they can reliably get kills in the mid game up against EG?
Just they can't hemorrhage too many early kills. They have to stall this game out so they can actually, they have good ways to clear these waves with this Magnus and stuff like that, and people overextend. They of course have these tossbacks plus skewer plays. So I think punish overextensions, don't lose early towers, which is going to be difficult when you're playing versus this much push.
Yeah.
But if they can stall the game, maybe there is a chance. I really like what EG has though. I love this last pick Lone Druid. It's completely unexpected, and there's not really any answers to it.
What about you, Fia? What do they have to do on the side of Beast Coast to ensure that they can get themselves into a game 3 in the early game? Because Falk was mentioning about what happens in the mid game. Game number 1, they never really got to the mid game, right? Because it was just over in the early game. What do they need to do to ensure that that does not happen again in game number 2?
I think they're going to give Dark Mago a game here. I think what's going to happen here, you're running Magnus Tiny lane, not the strongest lane versus Lone Druid, which is an incredibly strong lane. I think we're going to see Schofield make some rotations onto this Death Prophet. Don't let Chris Luck have the same game that he had last game. Obviously, he was like beyond god. Like, shut him down, and that's where you start, I think. And then the Leshrac can take over the game.
And let's hope for the skewer rupture plays and this tossback rupture plays
They
too.
need time,
They need time, but that could be something that allows them to happen.
They need time and a little bit of cheese here on the side of Beast Coast if they want to get themselves into a game 3 scenario. Otherwise, the side of EG will finally be able to get one over on Beast Coast and ensure that they get a game victory in the most important time. It's one thing to win a series in the DPC, but it's another thing entirely on the big stage in front of the crowd to ensure that your major hopes stay alive and you get closer and closer to securing DPC points and the road towards the international. To find out though if Beast Coast have what it takes, if they shuffled the deck appropriately, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have Arvo the Ace and Jenkins the Joker. Gentlemen, please take us to a game 3, but make this one exciting.
Okay, he added alliteration to like a metaphor.
That was nice. He's good.
I'm really.
He is good.
We should hire him more often.
He's coming for our jobs, dude.
Well, I mean, stay as host there.
We don't do anything.
Don't move positions.
Let's be real.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so we found out that actually
don't just tell them.
We found out that Beast Coast can actually draft well.
Okay, good. Right.
I was not.
Okay. Well, we also had to Google. Can you skewer the bear? I'm just gonna say it. Can you skewer the bear? Yes, you can.
For everyone that was wondering.
For anybody that's wondering, we knew. You can horn toss, skewer the bear. So that's actually a pretty nice combo against the Lone Druid. That's the best way, in my opinion, to deal with this hero, is just to kill that little thing.
Yes. So that's something that I think there's a little bit of misconception, right? When people see these relocation heroes, they all think it's about the Lone Druid and getting to him and just killing him quickly.
No.
It's not. If it's a good Lone Druid player, he'll be in true form, right, in the bear form. And he's never going to die like that.
Dude, focusing the hero is always a mistake because he heals from the bear's like ridiculous damage.
And he doesn't deal any damage, so the bear heals much poorer.
Right. You're just attacking the tank. Like,
yes.
You're like a World of Warcraft raid boss being taunted. It's not good.
It's true. So if you skewer the bear, and you can also toss him. You can horn toss, skewer the bear, toss him, and the bear just can't hack anything. It's pretty good.
The bear is squishy, I will say, unless it's got some big net worth.
Unless you do the 6 Wraith Bands on Lone Druid, though.
Yeah, we might see it. This is an NA/SA specialty. As, by the way, Prakash stole the bounty rune with the bear, which is hard to do because there's actually a delay on picking up the bounty rune with the bear.
Okay, I thought I was crazy when I tell people this, but it's true.
It is very. You are literally correct. There's a hard-coded delay on it.
Why?
Well, because it'd be very OP, I suppose, to send the bear to one and then the hero to the other. And then get both. You just send the Lone Druid to the safe one, right? And then
I understand that, but it's like
it's Dota, dude. It's like coded. It's balanced based on what people are doing in pro matches, not based on consistency.
Sure, that's true.
Dude, Schofield is trying to cancel the bear TP. He's not going to actually. He's not skilled anything.
He's trying to cancel it by hitting him once. He did get one punch in though.
Bro, I swear to God, he considered that. Like he for sure did.
But then you have to go toss for Avalanche level 1. I mean, this lane is going to be tough for them regardless, right?
Yeah.
Do you go toss in this lane to take advantage of skewer?
Yes. Oh my God, I just realized they have Tiny Magnus.
Yes.
Holy shit, they have Tiny Magnus.
So you toss first.
Yes, dude. Oh my God, this Undying is going to be in the tower so many times. He 100% is going to start with Avalanche or Toss because you want to go for the level 2 timing where you have the Avatoss and then you have the Skewer as well as the Shockwave. You Shockwave, which pulls them closer so Tiny can toss, and then you Skewer, and then you Avalanche them in the tower.
Right.
That's the combo.
So this is the lane we're going for tree grab is a grief.
Yes, you do not go for tree grab. This lane is about killing. But the thing with this lane that's really goofy, and they love that this is happening,
is that the Tiny Mag will not farm. They will just get kills on Panda here. He is going to die at least twice in this lane. I will bet my pathetic Dota career on it.
Okay. As a caster or as a player?
Both. They're both worthless.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see if you're right. Your career is now on the line.
Yeah.
Schofield managed to punch up 2 creep waves, and he's really hell-bent on
Good
getting
Lord.
into his Magnus.
Picaz is totally okay with this. He's got the bear to tank, and of course he's got the Resummer to work with as well.
And 2 last-hitting heroes, so you always can last him in their tower easily if you combine them.
Yeah, he should be able to.
And it's a good way, because Lone Druid usually wins his lanes, almost always. So the only way to deal with Lone Druid in lane, to be honest, is either kill potential, like this lane, or ignoring him, like they're doing now.
I think killing the bear is always an option, but I don't know how good the Horn Toss skewer is, or the skewer and Tiny combo is against the bear. We'll see. I could see them trying it, because if you kill the bear, it's honestly more important than killing a hero.
Yep.
It's 300 gold in XP. Like, that's just insane in the early game.
That's true, actually.
It's way better
But
than...
do you have enough? I don't think they have enough tools to actually kill the bear early, because early you do lack the damage to actually kill this.
We
massive
will
HP.
see how powerful the skewer into tower is.
He does start with relatively low armor.
Yeah, I'm not going to jinx it. I could see... I've seen some pretty crazy heroes die to this Tiny Magnus combo.
Down bottom,
oh, here we go, into the tower! Oh, yeah!
He has decay, though, but they have a
No,
shockwave
he's dead.
and the avalanche.
He's dead. They even set it up.
You called it.
He doesn't use the avalanche first. It's a lot harder when you don't avalanche first.
Your career's safe, man.
Oh, man, this is like my favorite combo to play currently in pubs. I love this combo.
It's a fun combo.
It's a fun combo, but he's got 7 last hits on Magnus, so it's all about getting those kills.
Indeed.
It's about the mental damage, too. People are so afraid of walking near the Tiny ever in the game, because who knows if there's a Magnus there. Dude, the fountain skewers, too. Like, this is a serious combo, even outside of the lane.
I want to point out, though, that in the mid lane, we haven't really talked about this matchup much, but Dark Mao is actually doing a really good job this game, as opposed to last time, where the DP kind of trashed the Ember, right? So he's having a much easier game with the Lesh.
I mean, you would think the DP would do pretty well in this lane, too.
Yes.
Just because, like, Lesh and Ember both want to just harass the enemy hero down slowly. DP's got those Spirit Siphons, so she doesn't really care about that. But I guess Lesh just does a little bit too much damage that he's a threat. Or Dark Mago is just playing this very well.
I think it's a bit of both, right? A little bit of A, a little bit of E.
Yeah, sure.
In fact, Beast Coast in general is playing these lanes really well. Even bottom, the Bloodseeker now in trouble a little bit, but you don't really care. You have to play life on the edge if you're a Bloodseeker. You're going to heal back up with Thirst anyway. And Bloodseeker is one of the better heroes against Enigma in lane.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because Bloodright deals Eidolons.
Yeah.
This is the only lane I think that if you're playing Bloodseeker, you can actually get 2 points in Bloodright and you're not griefing.
Yeah, he did go for 2 points in Thirst, though. So
that's better. That's a better build anyway.
Hey, he's valuing like the healing a little bit more. I think he leveled up as he was like a little bit low.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, oh, I don't want to send out tangos. I'm K1. You know, I don't buy tangos.
I'll tell you, Hector is actually my favorite Bloodseeker player in the world. I think he's the best Bloodseeker. As a Bloodseeker fanatic myself,
Yeah,
I think this guy's a god.
I would agree with that. I think this is one of his best heroes, if not his best hero. Like, I was really happy to see him pick this up because this is actually like an A-tier carry. And is he going to toss the bear back? I mean, I would. I would give it a go. Like, just see if you can
kill it.
If you can kill it. It is a bit of a waste of mana, but Magnus almost has the mana boots.
You have mangoes anyway, right? You might as well try. Oh,
I
okay,
feel
he might just die. Oh, he didn't mean to do. Oh, he did mean to do that. They were planning a skewer play.
I don't know how. I mean, I guess because there's the massive creep wave there, like maybe that ends up being a kill.
Going for Matthew down bottom, but no dice. Getting Matthew with, I mean, honestly, Bloodseeker trained is not particularly a good lane though. It's just the individual heroes are decent, but together they have no synergy.
Yeah, there's not exactly something to keep them in the Bloodright, but they're both really strong laners on their own that I feel like you pair them together, it's like 2 melees, but they're good enough at laning on their own that sure.
And they both have healing.
Yeah, exactly. Sustain. Matthew denies himself to the stack neutral camp, by the way. He probably already wanted to go back. He was a little bit low. But also, like, letting a stack pull get off is pretty devastating.
Schofield's in the mid lane. He came with the smoke, but because of the wards, C-Smile will see this, or perhaps not, actually. Schofield still has a toss to toss him in place instead. C-Smile fights back with the Spirit Siphon. He's keeping himself alive. He's not dead, Jenkins. In fact, Dark Mago could be in trouble. Panda has no chill. Chasing after Dark Mago.
He's got another one.
DK. He's gonna get him. 2 kills for EG, and once again, it's that mid lane that's suffering. Not the first blood this time, at least.
I can't believe it. Panda's actually getting off to a good start.
It's crazy for him.
I don't know what games look like for EG when this happens. This doesn't happen usually. He's almost got mana boots.
Okay, they do catch the DP now with the Avatar. C-Smile outrunning this. Exorcism immediately. He's going for the Schofield here. Don't mess with C-Smile right now. This DP is looking like his best hero right now.
Do they have a Sentry? Yes, they do on Stinger.
I don't think you deal with her. She's healed. She doesn't have one though. Low on mana as a result. Has Bottle. Schofield. He's probing. But he realizes he has to wait till Exo ends.
Yeah, this is the awkward situation where you have a DP mid, so of course you want to press the Exo. Entire enemy TP's in because they have a Treant Protector, so they want to defend that tier 1 at any cost. So you just have like a bit of a standoff in the mid lane. Nothing really ends up happening.
At least you can leave your Bloodseeker alone for a while. That's not that big a deal because he lanes fine. Oh, but Schofield's actually coming back. We do not have Rupture just yet. 3 points in Thirst, by the way. This indicates he wants to play a little bit more aggressively early. Or he thinks the laning is hard. I thought there was going to be blood right there, actually. I was kind of excited to see if Ava tossed into blood. But no. It was a little bit
they don't want to dive against Enigma plus like potential DP TP.
Okay, fair enough. But Enigma doesn't have Black Hole yet.
No, he does not, but 2 points in stun. Still pretty powerful. I've seen Malefice, like, even against heroes like Bloodseeker that heal in lane, they kind of overcommit because they feel like they can heal up at 20% HP and then Malefice ends up killing them, especially with a Riki. Zero does deceptively high damage for a pathetic melee support.
Yeah, that's true. He has really good base stats. Bloodseeker does have good armor, so usually you have the option to dive.
That is true. They would rather like try to kill the tree or something here.
Exactly. See, Smile. Okay, that was a toss in play. Started to steal the rune. There was no rune there, but C-Smile's still there. Sorry for Schofield's still there. Goodbye.
Tried to deny to the creeps. Matthew does not have any of his mobility abilities right now, so...
Yeah, but I don't know if chasing a Riki is the best option.
Riki is a fast hero, but so is Leshrac. Can he hit the stun? He cannot.
That was not that close. I don't know why the caster is so excited. That was not that close. It was a really difficult stun to get off, honestly.
I mean, he is maxing it, though, so... If he was 4-1-1, maybe he hits that.
Yeah, maybe.
Whisper's a bit out of position here. Oh, yeah, that's going to be the toss.
The toss combo with Rupture and Whisper. He's screwed. He's going to die. Give Hector a little bit of healing. He gets the Eidolons as well. Hector is greedy as always. C-Smile comes to annoy him. Hector gets away for now. And Schofield divides himself. Ooh, they found a Riki here. Still low level, no invisibility, but Schofield doesn't have enough damage because there's no avalanche. So he has to give up his life here.
Stinger is just...
He's just leaving. He knows the direction is the right one right now.
He is pulling a Schofield here. I don't know what he's going to achieve here.
Or a Matthew, maybe he kills a courier?
Sure, he has no TP though, so this is going to be a long walk as Hector tries to walk away from this. I think, he's going to dive. They know there's no tree and he had no TP.
Yeah, they have Malefice soon. Can they get in range? He's quite fast. There we go. The Malefice condemns him. Bloodseeker's down. Hector is tilted down.
Yeah, he's
I guarantee you, he asked, what is the range of Spirit Siphon? And then asked, what is the range of Malefice?
Yeah. To be fair, Spirit Siphon, the break range is a little bit longer than the cast range on it. So once she's on top of you, it feels like you just can't do much. As they do get the bottom tower against the Treant Protector, this is always important, securing these early tier 1s. Probably why we see a lot of people picking up the DP against her, or against him, I suppose.
Goodbye to the tower.
Yeah.
My Stinger, he's trying to be an offensive Treant Protector. It's not working in his favor.
Yeah.
C-Smile is coming in here to chase him down. He can at least steal the Arcane Rune. There's actually reinforcements coming by, made to avenge him instead, as Matthew is now the target. They rupture the DP, but they want to kill Matthew first, and thanks to the rupture, perhaps a toss back.
Yes, that's a
lot of damage. C-Smile disintegrates. They got what they were looking for, Black Hole, but just for a support, and Panda comes in to deal some extra damage to guarantee the skill, as he also takes refuge in the high ground.
Even Pakaz was looking to come to that fight. He was TPing his main guy in there. Does have the Mask of Madness on the bear. Looking to go for that Deso. That'll be a really strong timing for EG. Yeah, that Rupture toss versus the DP is so effective. I was thinking about the Tiny Magnus combo because it's just so funny to watch.
Oh, we did mention the Bloodseeker Tiny combo.
Yeah, but the Bloodseeker Tiny is like, I mean, that is a damage dealing combo, not a repositioning combo.
Now, Bloodseeker Tiny Magnus.
Oh my God,
you bleed all over the place.
That is genuinely genius. I can't believe we got to do this on Fart Studios Div 2 NA next season. Check it out, guys. Back to you, Avo.
Right, but we're watching a major with actual tier 1 players.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. You can stick to your diffusal blade PA, my friend.
Yeah, okay, let's not go there.
Well,
that's trauma.
I feel like Beast Coast is onto something this game. They also have the Empower for Ictor, which is of course his best tool because he just likes farm.
This is actually a genius combo.
It's a very good draft.
This is very good.
It's a Stinger sometimes, you know, his mind just sparks.
Yeah. It's such a good Bloodseeker game. And with the Magnus and Power and the Tiny Toss, it's all coming together for them. I mean, we'll see if they can manage these team fights. Like, Bakaz has not shown up to a fight yet. Once he has that Deso, it could be a really solid timing for EG, where even with all of these combos that we're talking about, it may not be enough.
They also, I want to mention that the Lone Druid versus Bloodseeker matchup got a little bit better with the Shard on Bloodseeker,
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Now you can hit the bear pretty effectively.
Yeah. It's easy heals.
Yep.
And I mean, I think that's the way to deal with the Lone Druid, honestly. It's not killing the hero, it's killing the bear. Like, you kill that thing twice, and a lot of the time it's like having no buyback, right? So that's how you end games in Dota, is killing somebody without buyback. Okay, there's the Rupture.
Yeah, force the TP. Not going to be enough damage. He got a 3 points in Thirst. That's the right time. And you just max the Blood Rage to maximize your farm. Now they take the tower. They're opening up the map. Oh, they got the Enigma with the Avalanche now as well. Split Earth. It's a good combination. Schofield might die for this, but he's happy to die for the enemy offlaner, especially the Enigma. What a change them.
Nothing beats Schofield Tiny, man.
I mean, you gotta stop sitting on this fence. Kataomi or Schofield? You gotta pick one.
I don't know. Kataomi is like the late game Tiny. Schofield is all about the repositioning, you know what I mean? It's like, it's two different play styles to me.
Schofield is the most unique 4, I think, in general. He has a complete different understanding of what the 4 is supposed to do.
Yep. Oh, here we go with the Couriers again. The crowd goes wild.
Matthew, why is this his thing now?
You know what? This makes so much sense to do before you have the Shard, honestly.
Okay, explain.
Because this hero's pretty much, your whole point is to just try to be useful pre-Shard. And he's got the Quelling Blade, which I love, to just cut behind and get himself in there. Obviously, he's against the Treant Protector, so the Quelling is always going to be good there. But and killing the Couriers, I mean, this is going to get him towards the Shard at 15 minutes.
Sure.
And help his team by, giving them a little bit of an influx of gold as well.
You think Ricky 4's all over going to start to copy this playstyle on Ricky?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it this morning in the earlier series.
Oh, that's true, actually.
It's really good. For some reason, people didn't do this that much on Ricky prior to, at least in what I've seen from Matthew doing it. Like, people fight on Ricky, which Matthew has been doing in this game.
Right. Because Smokescreen is still pretty valuable.
It's pretty valuable, but it's not as valuable as the Dart when that comes out. That item is pretty insane on him.
Sure. We just got the Bloodstone delivered, by the way, to Dark Mago. Now Dark Mago is going to be kind of an unstoppable force here. Smokescreen won't help against this hero.
Yeah, this is a good timing where he can actually walk in and see Smile can have a full ult going, and maybe Dark Mago can win the fight. Probably until the level 2 ult from the Death Prophet. So there's like a couple minute window here,
right,
where they really want to take a fight right now.
So what's the play? Do they smoke?
Yeah, I think they could smoke. And Schofield's sitting on 2 of them, so they could smoke and just do like a small pick-off. They don't need to take some crazy, wacky team fight.
Like a 3-man smoke or something?
Yeah, it looks like they are grouping up to smoke here.
Okay. They even bring in... Okay, the Adelons discovered they're grouping up.
Yeah.
I hear an Exorcism, though. It's going to be in the Roche pit, guys.
Okay, now they definitely want to smoke.
It is a very common combo. Exorcism plus the Undying damage amplification, right?
Yeah, here we go. And of
what's
course
gonna
they know.
They know. There's whistling, but EG can't hear it. We now figured out the boots are actually soundproof, Jenkins. We did it.
I think you can also see the Death Prophet ult in the fog, so that definitely helps out.
There's the blood right now. What's going to happen? They kill Panda. C-Small thinks that Yositer's fine, but the RP collects them again. Nectar's just starting to wail on them. Goodbye to the DP. They collect their toys. They need the cores. Bakaz is down. That's only his first life, though. Ictor is waiting for the second one. Don't get distracted, Ictor. Don't go for Whisper. They know they need this kill because the smoke screen, it's impossible. And that will actually save their carry. Whisper's taking the long way home. And I don't think he's going to come home in one piece, Jenkins. I think this guy's going to come home in a coffin.
That was a great fight for Hector. He basically got his BKB from that fight. Oh man, that was a nice RP from Sacred. Doesn't even have the blink there. He got smoke screened right at the start. But still, just with the skewer, that's enough. I mean, these heroes on EG, they want to get in there.
Yeah. Nope. They found the Lesh now. Okay. Dark Mago, not afraid of high grounds, being taught why. A little bit of fear is a wise way to go. Tricks the trade. Dark Mago falls. Pretty big kill for EG.
Of course, he's just in the enemy jungle for some reason.
Because, again, he sees those stairs. He wants to know what's above
Well, it's
them.
because it's the double stairs. It's even more of a mystery for him.
Oh, right, of course. I think Dark Mago might be a cat because curiosity always kills him.
Oh, man, they're going to keep looking.
Oh, okay. This is looking worse now. Beast Ghost, this reminds you of the first game where they just started chain feeding over and over.
Yeah, that's 2 Deso charges for Pakaz, by the way.
Yep, great timing for him.
That is a really good start to that Desolator.
He also just got Shard, which makes the Mask of Madness build playable.
Yes, it does. That is going to be the Tier 1 tower against a Treant Protector. That is very important.
Oh, no, and they found the Treant as well.
Oh, they found the tree with Matthew.
First they kill his tower, now they kill him.
Now they use him.
They did use him.
Pathetic.
That gives some time. No
Can't get the ult
overgrowth.
off.
They're going for the bear. At least exchange plan for animal. Unfortunately, a Sleeping Dart makes this impossible. At least they'll get the Tombstone. Hector is happy with this. He's just more farm.
Yeah. And, of course, Hector breaks the smoke immediately mid.
Of course.
East Coast, they're looking for it. They do have the skewer back and the RP.
They're pretending that's Stinger, but he's dead.
They're actually they're scared of the illusion.
But he's dead.
It's just on Panda. I don't think Panda cares that much about this. This is not who they wanted on Beast Coast.
Obviously, the illusion was there to discover, to tank, right? Like
yes.
to give vision. They're not actually pretending like Stinger's alive.
Yeah, because
we're just joking.
Because remembered. Yeah, he realized what was happening there.
Yes.
He's like, this is for vision. There's obviously a smoke happening here.
Yep.
It does secure Dark Mago the rune, though. That's a regen rune, pretty good on Leshrac. It's not like an Arcane or a Haste, which would win the fight for them, the next fight, but it means he can farm a little bit more. And the counter smoke coming out.
Yeah, 3-man smoke. They have a Sleeping Dart of Matthew.
I can't believe the crowd is so heavily favoring Beast Coast. I think they're favoring a game 3. I think that's what they want.
That's what they want. They just want more games. But
K1 is just so used to
Matthew,
ignoring people.
Okay, Sleeping Dart.
Oh, the double!
It catches 2. That's perfect. Exorcism on top. Grip Swarm. Both will die to this.
Okay, the boots are definitely soundproof. You're right. I don't know. I didn't trust it earlier.
It's all the tape we've been putting in there.
It's the duct tape.
It's covering
It's
all the
coming in
holes.
hot. Maybe they've lost their ear function with the heat that's in the booths.
We don't need air conditioning in the soundproof.
No. Oh, it's like a sauna in there.
Yeah, that's why I go there between games,
That's
actually,
right.
to relax.
That's right. Mid lane, Dark Mago, he's up.
Okay, at least, look, he was on his own high ground.
Yes, he's
a rarity
learned.
for him.
He's learned. It's not the double high ground.
Nope.
How many Deso charges does Pakaz have now? 10. Ooh.
I mean, it's not that relevant, but it shows how active he's been on kills.
Yeah. It definitely helps you snowball, like, at this point. He's going for an AC next, of course. Lots of minus armor. They're going to have a lot of ability to push. If they do take one of these pickoffs again, these towers will fall for Beast Coast. They have to be very careful, but remember, Magnus Tiny wants to take fights closer to their fountain.
True.
It sounds like I'm joking, but I have seen so many games turned with this combo.
Yeah, they're going for their own smoke now. This includes Shrimp Protector, Magnus, and Lesh. Like, apparently fans just hate everyone.
They don't want anybody to win. They really do. They want a game 3? I can't tell.
I can't tell anymore. I think they're biased for both. It's true objectivity, Jenkins. Dark Mago will be discovered. That bear, it's a nuisance. Savage Roar to begin with, he has no more save, but actually Schofield just walks in the middle of this, and Schofield...
Oh my God!
Oh! It catches 3, they have the empower on top of this, Hector is just destroying them! The damage is more than sufficient, Savage Roar won't catch Hector, he's got C-Smile down, and they've tossed his bear against him! Here, keep your pet! We're gonna kill it now, don't worry. Shockwave actually catches both the pet and the owner. They won the maximum on the gold. They won the low druid bear first.
Sacred's
and then
looking.
Hector will go for the real hero now.
7 seconds on Blink Dagger.
Yes, Skewer in a second as well.
Hey, he wants this. He wants
Sacred.
Pakaz.
How Dark Mago are you, Sacred?
He doesn't catch him.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, nice try.
Ooh.
You got to go for that. That was a nice shoot from Pakaz, though, I got to say.
Wow.
Going towards the enemy side, that is not what you would normally... You would not expect that.
Good. Honestly, Sacred's playing such an incredible Magnus.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was...
Look at that RP. I mean, he got everyone on the limit of it. Oh my good, he even turned.
And into the blood right, too. I didn't even realize that.
Me neither. He even turned,
Good
man.
Lord.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is the dream scenario. Oh, man.
What a player, dude.
Yeah, he is making Magnus look really good this game.
He is. He really is.
And he's going for the Greaves, or he's not going for the Greaves, by the way. I've seen this a lot on the Magnus.
No, that's better. He has confidence.
You go for the early mech, and then you go into the BKB. So he's playing to hit those RPs in the fight. He does not want to get the blink canceled. He does not want to die before the fight starts. This hero can kind of get in there when you have BKB. You dip out of the fight a little bit. You wait for it for people to clump up, and you hit an RP like that.
And the Enigma, in comparison, right? Because the black hole is much slower, because it can get canceled. He's not even close to as impactful in these fights. It's much harder to set up for that black hole.
There's the Treant Protector too. I mean, of course, you always have to be careful about this hero catching you out.
There we go. Matthew's on his courier duty again. He has a shard now, right? So your analysis of this, what you do when you don't have shard.
I have never seen a crowd so happy for a Ricky sniping couriers.
Can he do it though?
Yes. Yes, he can.
Can he kill another helpless creature?
Oh,
let's go, Matthew.
One. He sees one. Can he do it?
Can he do it? Tricks of the trade.
He got it. He got the courier. He doesn't give a fuck.
He's bullying a bunch of creatures.
Care.
Let's go.
He cares the least out of all the 5,000 people in the stadium. This man doesn't care.
8,000 whole people.
Is it 8,000?
I think so.
Holy hell, my anxiety is through the roof. I wish you didn't say that.
I'm sorry, Jenkins. They're not listening to you, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Much
nobody
like
does.
The stream.
Yeah, nobody does.
He's going for another one. And Stinger, he's done with his shenanigans. He has to catch the Ricky right now.
He puts it. Look at the sentries in his own, right behind his own tier 2.
Is he gonna do the other? Remember the last game he put that really aggressive ward just for that?
Yeah.
Not as worth it this game. In fact, they're going for a smoke this time.
Okay, here we go.
They already killed the courier, but they want something bigger, something juicier. Someone from Beast Coast would be ideal here.
They see K1.
Yeah, but he's a difficult target as well. He has BKB, has a lot of stats, almost finished Manta style. Or Scotty, it's uncertain what he's going for entirely.
Can Schofield find somebody for the toss back?
I mean, if he finds Whisper, that'd be perfect. He's in the perfect position right now. Oh, they found Schofield instead. You sneaky, sneaky man. He gets helped by the Force Staff, and for now, he's still alive. Schofield, oh, he's still okay. He actually avalanches. They're resetting the fight, perhaps. They still have the RP. They have to be a little bit careful here, but could potentially reset EG. How far do they want to go? Montastel already used an Ictor to deter the aggression. And now it's time for Beast Coast to turn back.
Yeah, this is a great reset from Beast Coast.
They forced the Exorcism.
Yeah, and the BKB from C-Smile as well. EG cannot fight. This honestly could be a tier 2 if Beast Coast want to go for it. They are looking for the Roshan. It's not spawned just quite yet. Unfortunate for them, because that would have been a great timing.
The fans have now realized they're both Peruvians.
They have, indeed.
So everyone is good in the arena now.
Yep.
There's no longer a rivalry.
Okay, so C-Smile, he is counting.
He smoked, man. He smoked to go kill couriers.
Did he? Is anybody?
Matthew smoked to go kill couriers, man.
Well, and Panda
He's
was
addicted. He's addicted. He can't stop.
You are right. Panda was smoked as well. I thought maybe he had some wards to put up, but it is just for Matthew. He's being a little asshole in this game.
Yeah.
He's going to get a deep ward up, too. This is going to be very valuable for the next fight, which surely should be around Roshan.
Right. He's afraid of going to the enemy triangle. He assumes they have sentries there, but he doesn't have a sentry himself.
Yeah.
And he gets a D ward. They pinged him.
Oh, they see the ward. They see the ward. Yeah, they see it. They got the sentry.
Okay, they know where Matthew is as well. He has no TP either.
Oh, Schofield's looking for him.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
It's a 4 fight.
Here we go.
Who's the stronger 4? Oh, he's sending his courier to die regardless. Schofield.
Oh, it was a bait.
It was a bait?
He baited his own courier. He did not. He baited himself.
I don't think that was a bait.
He baited himself.
I
there.
think he just doesn't care about his courier.
Avo, I think he doesn't give a fuck about his courier.
Oh my God, that was terrible.
Yep. But his team is securing Roche during this time, also leaving the Ag Shard in the pit.
It was a bait to keep Ricky outside of the Roche pit, right.
The Illusions are blocking the Ag Shard.
No way.
All right, if the crowd
No, they left it! They left it behind!
If the crowd could whistle...
IG, where are you?
To let them know there's an Ag Shard in the pit.
Is the soul of Invictus Gaming. 2 couriers, though. 2 couriers. Oh, he's getting his fix. He missed the tricks of the trade. Oh, no, now he missed
the skewer back, baby.
Back into double dust. They're tired of Matthew's shenanigans. No way he gets away. He's done. He's done.
Yeah. Makes it look fancy.
Can we check the Roche pit?
It's still there, dude. My camera's still on it. I can't.
Okay, they moved the Leshrac illusion.
Bro, Dark Mago is moving the illusion to check the goddamn rune. And he did it not. Dude, check the pit.
There's a shard
check
in the pit. He's doing it. Oh no, it's just for the haste rune.
No! Oh my god!
Okay, now here's the best fun fact. Did you know Beast Coast never ever, even when it wasn't in the screen, wrote down Roche timers, and they never count Roches in their life as a team?
And
in the history of Beast Coast.
That makes a lot of sense.
Finally, I can
nice
say
duels.
that. Sacred. I don't think this is the team fight you want to take, especially not like that. Sacred, as that is BKB yet, he's stuck in the smoke screen, and HP going down, lower and lower. Mechanism will help a little bit, a desperate RP, a reset, a skewer as well, but the Magnus gets caught in the black hole! Skewering to nowhere!
Oh,
they even
Hector's
caught the mid laner. Hector is fast enough with the thirst, but now he just lost it. They healed enough. With the Avatos, he helps himself a little bit. There is C-Small along the way, so he activates BKB. He should be able to get away as they try to stop Schofield from TPing.
I think they should dive, man. He has no BKB.
He's gonna lose his Aegis. He's not fast enough.
He is almost surely dead twice here.
C-Smiles was just faster somehow than a Bloodseeker with Thirst here. Savage Roar helps him though.
Maybe the fear was not the play. Not the play.
Bloodseeker gets a huge bonus from that.
Yeah. And now Panda's caught up by Schofield. He's got the toss back to the tree.
Okay. They are going to kill support here, but the tower falls in favor of EG. It's looking good for them with this fight. Little blunder. They needed their Magnus in the right position.
Yeah. I mean, that could have gone so much worse for them, though. I mean, the black hole is down. Sacred is up now.
Someone check the pit.
Yeah, for Gaben's sake, please. There's so many good Aghanim shards this game.
Beast Codes needs to start writing down Roches.
Like, I mean, anybody. I mean, the third Roche guy, whoever walks in there to check the third Roche is going to be pleasantly surprised, I gotta say.
Oh, Schofield. No, it's a regen room. He's just going
Dude, you know Schofield likes to meander into weird places.
It's true. You never really know where he is.
Stinger?
The captain? Oh, he's near a tree.
Sacred? Stinger?
He's trying to gank the Roche pit now. He's ganking the shard.
He's checking the high ground. He's not checking the pit.
Oh, they're not checking the pit. They're so close, but so far away, Jenkins.
Okay, all right. By the way, gem on Schofield. That's why I checked the high ground there. They are sick of Matthew's bullshit. But if they lose the gem, it's going to get a lot harder for them to play Dota.
Are they literally just pushing a tier 2 like it's nobody's business?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I guess there's no black hole.
Yeah. And yeah, they should have it. It looks like EG is not interested in contesting it. K1 changed his item. Oh no, he didn't. I'm dumb. He's going for the Scott. He's just very farmed.
He just finished the Mjolnir.
Top of net worth.
He finished the Mjolnir.
He finished the Mjolnir. Going for the Scotty next.
He's one of the few players that still refuse to take light. Rather have Mjolnir.
When he gets that Scotty, then he can actually, when he has that, he actually can focus the real lone druid. As the crowd really wants him to realize on Schofield that he thinks there's a ward is what he thinks. He's like, oh, I got to keep de-warding, guys.
I hear the crowd, guys. There must be wards around this area. A little smoke from EG. It's the Panda Bear leading the
Oh my
smoke.
God, getting the gem would be...
Oh, no, they're going around it, Jenkins.
They're taking the long way. I mean, this is the way to do it.
This is the way to do it.
But they don't realize they're dodging the shard.
They got the ward down. Where's the courier?
Oh man, this is cool.
What is this playing? Is he scouting with it?
He's scouting with it. If they kill it, he's trying to reveal the smoke with the courier. That is really cool from Schofield.
Wow. He actually just gemmed. They don't have a ward there.
Oh, he's going to die anyway.
Yeah, but Schofield, he's okay to die if at least his cores don't fall with him. They did catch up to the Magnus though.
It's the gem.
Oh, it's the gem?
Yeah, Stinger, use the ult. Okay, that's on a lot of heroes, but nobody there to follow up.
Yep. They knew. Okay, they lost the gem. They lost 2 supports, but at least the cores are alive.
And that's the Rupture down too. They're looking for a big skewer back if they want to defend this. It looks like they're not even going to as they kill Hector's courier.
Oh, okay, he wasn't scouting. He was actually at the Stricker shop with his courier.
Yeah, that was just a shopping courier.
Greedy bastard. Panda?
Panda? Oh. He's the one guy that they might check. He has no idea. Imagine. That's the one way he could get an Ag Shard as a 5 position playing.
Here's the bold prediction, Jenkins. Whoever gets the Shard is going to win the game.
I think you're right. That's
it. Not because of the Shard. It's predestined.
Oh, Dark Miguel walked up the high ground for some reason again.
Oh, he has a force down.
Oh,
Black hole canceled immediately by the avalanche. And now that Mago's fighting back. He's going to walk up another high ground. He realizes that's the wrong high ground to walk up to. Retreat. That's the play they're making now as Hector distracts the enemy team. He still has BKB. They don't have overgrowth. They have to respect. EG. At least they got a tombstone. Oh, Well, once he awakes.
Sacred's looking for the skewer back. The Tombstone's canceling his blink, though. He's really desperately trying to kill this. That is quite pathetic.
Gold! Finally got it.
That is worth more than a kill to Hector.
Yeah, because you're getting gold from the enemy.
Yeah, they don't.
In his mind, you're creating net worth.
Right. That's coming from nowhere. He can farm the Undying later.
There's a fight happening now, bottom, right?
Oh, Bakaz.
Yes. Bakaz is the
They
one
keep it away from him.
Into the ball right. They got the pair as well. Where's the follow-up? What's it look like? They silenced the split earth. They couldn't get a stun out. And now Hector, he's fighting helplessly against two. It's a little bit difficult. The over goes with it. They don't have a black hole, but they don't care. They just killed Darkmago. Hector needs to run away. Just got bashed. And now forced up to the high ground. But unfortunately, his movement speed is lacking. He's dead. Stinger running away.
Man, that was Stinger's force staff. He was trying to save him.
They're also going for Schofield on the other side. They're done for. That's going to be almost a team wipe at this rate. Schofield can't. I mean, he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. Ricky will eventually get to him.
Whisper is shopping. He bought his Octarine core.
He's chilling, man. He's been chilling.
Okay, that's the gem. Matthew drops a sentry, picks up the more valuable item. And EG, they're down mid with the bear. Seasma also has ult. They feel so strong here. They don't even want to use it. 4 heroes dead. They don't know that Beast Coast has no buybacks, but they're going to try to force them.
Oh, no.
And there are no buybacks, so this might actually be thrown.
With Exorcism and the bear, they're just going for it. Like Mao's back. They have a skewer into the fountain. The Yule stops it. He doesn't have BKB yet. Doesn't have RP either. He gets silenced. Sacred. Goodbye.
Instant buyback.
Immediately. That Mago activates BKB. He'll be the distraction for now. Where's the skewer?
He's just got
put the sleep. Wake up, Sacred. Wake up. The team needs you. It's too late. He didn't set off his alarm, Jenkins. He is done. EG will eliminate Beast Coast from the tournament 2-0.
Holy shit.
Nobody picked up the fucking shard, Jenkins. I can't believe it.
Your prediction was wrong.
I am losing my mind.
Man, that was a crazy fight because EG, they kind of blundered the black hole and Matthew TP'd out. That force staff in from Stinger, man, forcing Hector in. And it just goes to show, if you die in this patch and you don't have buyback, I mean, it's just the Lone Druid DP factor. They couldn't deal with it. They were going throne not to get the throne, but to force buybacks. There just weren't any. They had bought out on all of their heroes. What a call from EG to end the game there, because that game could have gone either way. The game was like a 1K gold lead for EG. That's just the Aghanim shard in the Roche pit.
Yes.
That could have turned it for Beast Coast.
Beast Coast, for their home crowd, they're unfortunately out for now. EG will be taking them down. It was SA versus SA. At least one SA team makes it through, but that won't be Beast Coast today. Their second draft looked really good for them.
Yeah. EG, they are. I mean, it's one series, but they look back in form. They looked really shook yesterday, to be honest. This looks like the EG we saw in the group stage. This looks like the South American super team that everybody expected them to be. So yeah, I have high hopes that this is going to be the lower bracket Grim Reaper that we were used to from Beast Coast last year. Now it's EG.
Let's see now, as they get the handshake, a very important one, a very meaningful one. Lots of these guys played together. Chris Luck, of course, hugging everybody. So does Matthew. Oh no, he only hugs his ex-teammates.
Right. Everybody else gets handshakes.
Sacred, so does Panda. You can see the good relationship between them. This wasn't a spiteful match like many will want to do. I think that Mago was trying to kiss him.
Oh,
He did. He kissed him.
Bit of a kiss.
We got the kiss cam we're looking for.
These
Jenkins.
guys love each other, dude. There's only love in this stadium, bro.
There really is. For anyone that thought there was any bad blood between the teams, they just proved you wrong.
Of course not.
These guys are as wholesome as they come.
Yeah.
Oh look, they're actually walking down together. Chris Luck has rejoined Beast Coast.
They're on the same team, let's be real.
Chris Luck does not know he has to do an interview right now.
He doesn't realize there's a tournament going on.
Yeah,
he thought this was a scrim.
Yeah, actually.
He was about to not show up.
He thinks he's actually just went to his friend's house to play LAN, man.
Yeah. It's like, who are all these people, man? My friends like to party.
Yep.
Chris Luck does like to party. I will say, I'll be doing some partying with him tonight.
If there's anyone that has this many friends, it will be Chris Luck. 8,000 people, that's his WhatsApp list.
That's right. This man is popular.
Yeah.
He's very popular. More popular now that he's in the money, the big money.
The big money, I mean the reputation of being a top tier player.
Of course, the reputation, that's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about.
Right.
Oh, look, he whispers ignoring all signatures.
Yeah.
No, I'm not signing things.
This man's the best offlaner
Matthew's
in the world.
just taking people's stuff
He's
now.
just grabbing their shit.
Just in case they eliminate him next.
They do call him Walter White, so he is a criminal.
That's true. Oh,
stealing people.
Whisper's found
oh
one
my
signature.
God.
Oh,
the
Whisper.
one Whisper signature in the history of Dota.
I can't believe it.
The reason he's not...
What humility, Jenkins. What true show
He signed
of humility.
one thing and then he just leaves.
He's done.
He's done. That's
He's
it
done
for
his
him.
work for the day.
That's the social interaction for him for the year. Dota players, they don't go outside, so
no.
That's it for him.
Yeah, that's why this arena's so uncomfortable, because it's actually outside.
It is literally outside, so that's why there's so many people here.
But you know who's outside/inside the arena is our lovely panel, and they'll hopefully break down this game for us as we wait for the potential interview to start. So take care and see you guys soon.
Thank you so much, Avo and Jenkins. I really hope we're getting that interview indeed. Oh boy, this crowd definitely loved that game, and I think you did too, and I know my panel did as well. That second game had everything that we wanted out of this series. I'm happy we got to see both teams show up properly to this main stage, joined by Astini, Epi, and SVG here. SVG, where do you want to start breaking this game down? If you can't choose, I got a couple of options, but there's a lot to choose from, because it was a good game.
Lone Druid.
Lone Druid.
I thought this hero would be picked a lot more this lane.
Okay.
Because I think there's a lot of mid heroes he abuses super hard. You have all these early Ember picks. He does great verse. We saw Nisha play it once. We saw it a couple other times. I feel like every time I see this hero in a good Lone Druid game, he goes ham. This hero's really strong. And I think he's really good in an aura meta where you can buff him up even more. He gives you the extra push. He gives you the extra Roshan. He's a great hero to fight around. All of a sudden you're playing Bloodseeker into 4 and 8 sustain heroes. This is not a good Bloodseeker game. I don't care how good your RPs are. When you're RPing the entire team and then the enemy carry just walks it off.
I will say that you just 100% contradicted our commentary team, who said this was a good Bloodseeker game.
Who said that?
Jenkins.
Well, that's even more evidence to my point.
I wrote it down and everything.
If Jenkins said that was a good Bloodseeker game, this means it was the worst Bloodseeker game I've seen in a century.
I mean, they picked the Bloodseeker to react to the Death Prophet, right? And it was a pretty decent reaction, but I think the Lone Druid in general just did too much that game. The lane versus Magnus was free. The ability to take towers, yeah, I guess you're a little bit threatened by the Magnus and the RPs and the skewer backs, but I think they maneuvered around this Lone Druid very well. And honestly, very ingenious pick. I don't think Beast Coast prepared for it in any way.
It didn't seem like they did, Astini.
I wasn't expecting also, and I was talking with the EG analyst, and it's like, we're hiding some secrets you're gonna see. And I'm like, I know you guys do Broodmother, I know you guys do Lina, and you're hiding this from DPC. It's like, no, there are other secrets. And I think Lone Druid was one of the secrets that they were hiding for Biscos for this very specific time, and it was the best reveal. Now they beat the crowd favorite, and they're definitely the crowd favorite now.
Yes.
The story they needed, like, to show they're the best team in Peru.
Wait, so you're saying they saved their ultimate secret strat for the team that they played in the regionals just to get some revenge over them?
It's not some revenge. Seriously, as someone coming from SA, this feels like the most important SA match ever. It's home crowd.
Okay. It's,
Look
I
at
mean,
this crowd.
I believe it.
It's the same major. Like, feels like the team that wins has potential to go finals or maybe win. So never mind TI, never mind like top 3 major with Pain Gaming. We don't care. Like SA, the team that gets the best result here is the one that's gonna last forever.
And I think that this win is the confidence boost that EG needed, especially after their performance yesterday versus Entity. I was very concerned to see how they would bounce back. But like we mentioned, Beast Coast beat this team in DPC Tour 1. They cemented themselves as the best team in the region, just seed-wise, and then all of a sudden EG have this chip on their shoulder. They're like, we're the best. We have to show them that they're the best. And then beating them here, I think that's what they need to just carry that confidence and carry that momentum onto their next series, because that's basically what happened to Spirit during TI 10, right? They beat VP. They were like, we're the best team in the region. We struggled against you for 3 DPC tours. We beat you on the TI main stage, and then they just proceeded to stomp everybody afterwards.
They really, really did. I do have to ask, what difference would the shard have made? Because that was very unfortunate, and there were definitely quite a few good shards on the side of Beast Coast.
It's all right. I mean, it's just a shard. Like, it definitely...
I guess so, 1,400 gold.
I mean, it definitely sucks, but it's not like leaving an Aegis in the pit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like leaving cheese.
Yeah.
If you leave cheese there.
Actually, it's better
There's no
than
way.
cheese, especially because it's against a lone druid. I really think this shard had value. Would have helped maybe on a longer game, but I agree, like the Seeker had a tough game. It really felt like they lacked damage. The idea is like you're gonna rupture a target and you're gonna break the enemy formation, but honestly, the enemy formation, they wanna play as 5, really together, as a ball. So you rupture one target and it's like, it's fine, I want to be here. I'm the lone druid, I want to stop here. I'm like the DP with Exo. I do not need to run at you because I'm gonna take our tower. So this Bloodseeker felt very underwhelming with or without the shard.
I think the Bloodseeker did okay. Like the lanes went pretty well as far as they could go for Beast Coast here. Everything was even except the Magnus lane, which what can you do? You're a Magnus versus a lone druid. I mean, Bloodseeker's a good hero versus Enigma on lane. You can just Bloodright, kill the Eidolons early on, you can push them away. And it's a good hero versus the DP who maybe they placed too much value on after that loss in game 1. I think that they just, this lone druid, they did not see it coming. Like, it's just a good hero versus Bloodseeker because it's like, okay, I'm gonna rupture the bear, and then the bear is just ruptured, but it can just stand there and right click. It's not really something that feels good if you're the Bloodseeker. But overall, I think EG just out-executed Beast Coast here because it felt like either team had a chance to get back into the game or like win a fight just off the back of their offlaner's teamfight ulti. And in the end, EG just played better.
Especially when you have Magnus, feels like you can always come back with a skewer. Maybe it was too much pressure on Sacred. I feel like maybe if it was Whisper on the Magnus, he could make that move that changes the game. Especially because talking about...
Oh, you can't say that, man. You can't do
that's
a baby like that.
Like, talking about like how EG play as a ball. You're 5, you want to hold your position, and then there's a skewer. That's how you break the enemy draft. But you have everything on the Magnus. He needs to be like the most confident player in your team, and I feel like Sacred is not a player. He's the player that you first face Pangolier for him, and you expect him to do well on team fights, but you don't expect him to do this one move that are gonna carry you the game. And Whisper, he does that.
He definitely does do that. I will say that. I can't wait to feel some of the energy of the Evil Geniuses players, and we're gonna get some of that because Avo is standing by right now with Panda.
Thank you, Shiver. I'm here with a lovely Panda. Panda, how are you?
Muy bien, gracias.
He's very good. Thank you. So, as you guys know, Panda does speak English, but he will be, he'd rather speak in Spanish because he feels more comfortable in that language, so I'll act as his translator. So I'll ask him in English. He'll respond in Spanish to me. Panda, that first game, they banned the second phase ban. It was all supports against you. How does it feel that people are starting to target you, particularly a team that knows you so well?
Me se siente bastante bien y he podido jugar un héroe que es el Clover, que era un héroe que yo nunca antes había jugado en competitivo. Recientemente lo comencé a jugar en esta última temporada y en esta DP6 y se siente bastante bien que pueda jugar un héroe nuevo en una partida tan importante.
Feels really good, he says. He gets to play a hero that he's never played in competitors before, which is the Clockwork. He started playing recently during this major. And it's really cool that he gets to play it, you know, in such a big match for the first time. So he felt very, very happy about that. I want to ask about that. The Clockwork is... I was very surprised when you were playing Clockwork. Of course, because you're such a great player, but your pool not always the biggest. How does the training work there? What do you need to do to be able to play or expand your pool?
Practicarlo bastante, perder bastante ranked y rezar a que no me olvide jugar uno de los que ya juego.
Practice a lot, play a lot of ranked, and pray that I don't forget that the viewers already know how to play. Does your team have any involvement in the heroes that you start picking?
Algunas veces yo comienzo a jugarlo y me dicen, no, ese no te lo voy a dar, así que por las puras. Y me tengo que poner a jugar otro.
Sometimes they say some heroes, sometimes he gets to play some heroes, and they go, well, I'm never going to give you that hero, so I just did it for nothing. But you enjoy it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. How did it feel to play on the main stage against the other South American team?
Es algo triste porque estamos, no sé, es que el equipo del Trout no sabe a quién apoyar. Escuchaba bastante de Viscos, Evil Genius, y es algo... Pero yo sé que bastante gente igual nos apoyaba a ambos, y es algo triste que nos encontremos tan pronto, pero es algo que tenía que pasar.
He says, yeah, he didn't really know who the crowd supported. He's heard a lot of Beast Coast, a lot of Evil Geniuses. He thinks there was a lot of people that supported both of them. And it's a little bit sad that they met this early in the tournament, but it's something that had to happen with seeding. Are you looking for are there any other teams that you're looking forward to playing, or any teams that you're particularly not looking forward to playing in this lower bracket?
Solamente estoy viendo en cada equipo que juguemos paso por paso. Ahora estoy feliz de que no estoy con Raster porque ellos fueron quienes mandaron a Viscos al lower bracket. Así que si ahora le hemos ganado a Viscos, ahora nosotros vamos a vengarnos con ellos.
Claro. So he says he's quite happy that he gets to play Aster next game because those are the guys who sent Viscos to the lower bracket, of course in the group stages, and he wants to be able to avenge them. You know, they've avenged us, now you avenge them, right? Por Viscos?
Por Viscos.
Okay. So we'll get you up on the big stage, you can do your show, you can do the Saberlight thing, right? You're pretty happy about that. Let me ask you about your performance in this tournament in general. I know you guys had a little bit of a tiff in the group stages. We didn't really get to interview back then, but you guys, I hear, have a really strong team meeting where you guys came back up. Can you explain to me how that process worked for you?
Simplemente tuvimos una reunión donde decíamos que las cosas que habíamos estado practicando en un principio no eran las cosas que se estaban jugando en el meta. Y dijimos, ¿qué queremos hacer? ¿Seguimos jugando a confort, lo que hemos practicado? ¿O nos sacamos el confort y comenzamos a jugar como equipo de verdad? Y ya, hay que hacer las cosas bien. Y ganamos, perdemos, pero hay que quitarnos los nervios y hay que jugar. Y eso nos quitó bastante de los nervios en el juego y simplemente fluyó mejor.
So in the beginning, they had a big meeting as a team, and they said, well, I mean, we're not playing the right heroes. What do we want to do? Do we want to play the meta heroes and maybe also lose, or do we keep playing what we have and for sure lose, right? And when they had that meeting, they realized, like they said, we might as well play the meta heroes, and even if we lose, it doesn't really matter because we're trying a new style. And the fact that that idea and the idea that was changing so much really took off the pressure, and that really helped them bounce back up. In the playoff match, though, against Entity, you guys, it was a really difficult match for you guys. Was there pressure of being in upper bracket? Or how did it feel to play against them in general?
Creo que hubieron varios factores en molestias que pasaron, pero simplemente nos outplayaron, jugaron mejor, no tuvimos muy claras algunas cosas en el draft, pero creo que simplemente nos superaron y ya son cosas que hemos visto en el replay y vamos a intentar mejorarlos estos días.
Okay. He thinks there are a couple factors that they didn't work out, but they attentively watch the replays, and he's looking for those small factors, and he's going to improve them in the coming days. So you're going to be stronger than ever, right? That's the goal. Okay. Now, you finally have the stage, Panda. This is your people. This is your town, your city. What do you like to say to all the international viewers that get to see you in your home turf?
Que gracias por estar viendo el torneo, aunque sea horas difíciles de ver para otras regiones. Como nosotros también nos encanta ver el Dota en China, en SEA, en Europa, aunque veamos en la madrugada. También agradecemos que ustedes vean a tales horas y que la pasen bien. Vamos a hacer el mayor show que podamos.
He says, thank you so much for watching this tournament. He knows it's a difficult time zone for a lot of people, particularly people in C in China. But much like Panda watches those games because he just loves Dota so much, he hopes that you guys do the same and you can watch some of the S8 Dota and you can enjoy them. He's going to put on the best show so you can stay awake with us. Thank you so much, Panda, for your time. Congratulations on your victory. And we're going to go back to the panel. Take it away, Shiba.
Thank you very much, Avo, and of course Panda for that insightful interview. You can't help but rooting for the guy for sure. And Evil Geniuses, they'll definitely have the whole home crowd here rooting for them as they will move forward in that lower bracket. I also will say that it definitely was a shift, Effie, in terms of the EG that we saw yesterday and the EG that we saw today, right?
Night and day, honestly. But maybe playing against Beast Coast, who they are so used to playing against, made it feel different to them, right? It was comfortable. It wasn't nerve-wracking, like playing versus some European team that you watch. You don't really have the chance to play against in pubs or in scrim until you're on LAN together. So maybe, I mean, this was the best matchup for them that they could have in this lower bracket to restore their confidence and move forward. So honestly, I'm happy for them in the way that it worked out. I'm a little bit personally biased towards EG over Beast Coast just because there are a lot of players on that team that I really do root for. But I think it was an excellent showing. I think maybe the lower bracket Grim Reaper was Chris Luck all along. Right? It's Chris Luck on Beast Coast who did it to people, and it's Chris Luck on EG who did it here today because he had an outstanding series.
He definitely did, and looked more relaxed than yesterday indeed. The comparison here between Stinger and Panda. Stinger had a tough game on the tree, and the impact wasn't as strong as you normally want to see from a tree. And you get a little bit frowny face going on, SVG.
It's always his face.
No, it's just my face.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think Treant is hard when you're in this type of game where you have to run into these ores and kind of be the aggressor. Unless you're really far ahead and then you just have the overwhelming net worth where your cores can go in first and then you can be patient with the overgrowth. just gets a little wonky. And then this hero is better at playing reactionary, at least in the early and mid game. I feel like they never got to that point. Sure, you have huge RPs, you have them into split earths, but you're not cleaning up the fight, you're not building a net worth lead. Just a rough game all around. The lane was okay, but you're not crushing it. You're kind of getting XP denied as well. Very slow game. So overall, very similar heroes, but Panda just feels way more comfortable in this game because he can go behind his push lineup, go into the Roche, and all of a sudden, the onus is on Beast Coast to go into him. And that's why these Undying and Treants are super powerful. That's why we see them with Lina. When you can set up this paradigm where the enemy has to go into you because your hero is forcing the action, forcing the objective, or forcing the scale, then they shine. Because they don't have to jump into you. They don't have to make something happen. They don't have to be a playmaker that they're not. That's kind of the difference I see here. I would like to note that Beast Coast lost to EG, which means Fear's analysis of the relative strength between these two teams was horribly incorrect.
What was his analysis?
He said Beast Coast was better
When did he say that?
during the regionals.
Oh,
And he's been parading it around for a week,
unlucky.
and I'm calling him out.
But you cannot underestimate a growth during a tournament. So that's outdated information you have from Fear right there.
I talked to him an hour ago.
He still stood by
He was still saying that Beast Coast was better.
Okay. I did not say anything.
Unconfirmed rumor.
You heard it here first. Fear knows nothing about South American Dota.
I know what you're up to, Fear. I know you're watching.
And we're going to be watching a lot more because more Dota is around the corner. We're going to first say goodbye, though, because, of course, the bracket continues. It's Elimination Day. It's lower bracket all the way. Evil Geniuses, they move forward. They already have their opponent. It's going to be Aster. We saw them, of course, earlier playing against Tundra. That was a 2-1. Aster versus EG. Aster is, of course, a team. You just heard it. They are the ones to knock Beast Coast to the lower bracket in the tiebreaker. So maybe EG can get a little bit of revenge right here. We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to go to a different lower bracket match first because there's one more series coming your way today. It's going to be the one above Beast Coast EG. It's PSG LGD versus Team Spirit. I want to give some final words to Beast Coast as it is a home team that we are saying goodbye to. Astini, we definitely saw them before. This game 2 was a better representation of what they can do compared to game 1. We just should throw game 1 out of the window a little bit. But your final thoughts on Beast Coast here at the Lima Major?
It was good for them to lose because they'll definitely improve now. They were taking the region for granted.
Okay.
They were not practicing, so now they're going to realize they need to focus more, and they will be an amazing team. Losses make Beast Coast super strong. That's what I believe. They'll come back way stronger. It's like a wake-up sign out for them.
I thought you started off, it was good for them to lose.
Yeah,
It's like that is a very rough way to say goodbye
Quite
to
stark.
it. Yeah, it really, really is. We learned a lot about Beast Coast, of course, throughout this tournament already. Can't wait to learn more from them in the next tour. And better yet, we can learn something more about them right now as we prepare for the next series.
¿Qué os parece que una Major llegue por fin a vuestra ciudad? A vuestro país, a vuestro continente. Primera Major en la historia.
Se siente muy bonito, pero a la vez es como que... A la vez es como que hay mucha presión, ¿no? Es bonito porque Perú es la cuna del Dota en Sudamérica y es como que tantos años de Dota al fin ha sido como que bien hecho, ¿no? Ha sido como que recíproco. Lo conocí a los 13 años, 12 años. No me enganché al instante, fue como que estaba en casa de mis tíos y mi primo estaba jugando Dota. Y no sé, me vaciló que jugaba ese jueguito y le pregunté qué, me dijo Dota.
Jugaba varios juegos y hubo como que un momento en el cual me llamó la atención el Dota, Dota 1, y simplemente lo empecé a jugar. De ahí jugamos con mi hermano más seguido. Después del colegio jugaba con mis amigos y todo eso.
Miraba videos de YouTube, que la gente viajaba, que había competencia mundialmente y bueno, nada, pues me emocionaba, ¿no?
2009, 2010 creo. Mi hermano mayor jugaba varios juegos, al igual que Darmao, digamos, ¿no? Su hermano mayor. Ya, y yo iba a ver, ¿no? Veía varios juegos, entre esos Mu, Rakion, no sé. Y Dota me gustó más que los demás, entonces empecé a jugarlo más seguido.
Pero ahora sinceramente, o sea, todos los equipos hablan de que básicamente solo el ganador se recuerda. ¿Hay un top 6 en TI? ¿Os importa si no es ganar?
No, creo que top 6 está bien para nosotros, aunque hubiéramos querido llegar en un top 3, y sí, yo creo que sí podíamos fácilmente, pero bueno, este año pues, esperamos romperla, ¿no?
La competencia del videojuego es muy bonita, ¿no? Es como que te empila. Porque mi renegada es un estrés que me gusta ese estrés.
¿Te gusta renegar?
Sí, me gusta.
¿Por qué te gusta renegar?
No sé, soy tóxico, no sé.
Creo que más que nada llena la emoción de competir en equipo, ya sea ganar o perder. Pues.
Más que yo ser el mejor, me gusta que mi equipo, o sea, que todos nos entendamos, que seamos como, no sé, como un cerebro, pero ¿entiendes? Un cerebro que micromaneje a los 5. Ya, eso me gusta.
Siempre busco como que ahora al ganar, como que me vean como el mejor, ¿entiendes? Como que toda la gente te admire, no sé, tipo Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, que seas el mejor en lo que hagas, ¿entiendes?
A mí sí me anima, que nos vaya así, saber que hay sí. O sea, pero, o sea, más que nada hay tantos fans que no pueden venir al evento o asistir, se siente al menos. Se podría ver, ¿no? El apoyo.
Porque, digamos, cuando uno, no sé, tiene momentos bajos en su vida, es como que busca apoyarse en otras cosas, ¿no? Y ahí es donde, al menos en mi caso, sí fue la comunidad también que me apoyó mucho. Que sentí como que no lo hacía solo por mí, sino también por ellos.
O sea, yo creo que la gran mayoría de pro players de Perú ha tenido como que la experiencia de jugar en cabinas y ver torneos transmitidos en una tele y todos juntos ahí, como si fuera un torneo local. Y ahora que se realiza un torneo acá, la gente va a poder ver, ¿no? O sea, sentir esa sensación en vivo y todo.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final series of the day, the final elimination of today, and a classic TI rematch, although maybe with some minor modifications. It's series number 3, PSG LGD versus Team Spirit, and I'm here with a brand new panel of Purge, Winter, and Sheepstick. Welcome, friends. Such a pleasure to have you all join me here while I grill you. But after I talk to you, I want to talk to the teams. And specifically, I want to talk to Team Spirit. Not talk to them. I want to look at them. Show me Team Spirit. They were not at the top of their region during the DPC season, but Team Spirit is still a force to be reckoned with. Still got a little bit shaken up yesterday, though, by Shopify Rebellion, which, of course, North America's best and brightest. No shame in losing to that, but Team Spirit probably would be a little bit more comfortable being in the upper bracket. Though they are no strangers to going up against their opponents, but Team Spirit, I was a little bit underwhelmed in their Shopify Rebellion performance, Purge. I feel like it wasn't quite as competitive as I was hoping it was, but maybe that's just Arteezy was just on some real shit that game.
He was. The bright side is that if they encounter any stairs, Yutaro will dominate those in a quarter of a second, so they've got that going for themselves. But I think they looked really good by the end of the series. I think just Shopify played better. It was a overperformance by them above expectations from what I had going into it. Team Spirit, I think, still looks like a really solid team, and some minor modifications. They win an extra game there, and it's not them playing today. It'd be Shopify in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and I think that PSG LGD, they, on the other hand, were at the top of their region, and it was close. Aster was the first team to confirm themselves to making it to the major, but through a tiebreaker, which was... Actually, there were 2 times that LGD beat Aster. They beat them in the DPC, because the only team that Aster lost to was Knights for some reason, which was intriguing. But don't let me just tell you about them. Let me show them to you. It's PSG LGD coming out to the stage for the first time. Spirit got a chance to play, obviously, on the main stage yesterday, but PSG LGD are rolling up now, and it's a slightly different PSG LGD than you might be familiar with if you have not watched since TI 11. This team has undergone a fair number of roster changes, most of which were suspected at the end of TI 11, with Ame and Faith Beyond looking to be at the tail end of their careers, Winter. I know Chinese retirement, it's a term that we use somewhat sarcastically, but this one seems kind of real for both those players.
Yeah, they've been on tour for so long. They're tired. It's very taxing, playing Dota for so long. You can't spend time with your families, your girlfriends. You can't spend time doing things that you like apart from playing Dota.
Can't stay home all the time. You have to travel, you have to boot camp, things like that. You have to be around your teammates all the time. Sometimes they don't take showers as often as they should.
But I thought you still fight until you can make the Aegis sheep. They never got to claim the dream, and then they call it quits. Well, Faith Beyond was able to claim the dream, but he was supposed to do it for my boy Ame.
I mean, you look online at these players of all quote-unquote retired, and they're just tweeting each other, yeah, let's form a team next tour. Actually, maybe we won't form a team next tour, but maybe next tour after. I'm sure Ame will be back to try again, but he definitely seemed a little tired by the end. And I mean, it was a bunch of good runs. Sometimes, yeah, you didn't get top 1, but you earned the love and respect of the entire world.
Yeah.
A shame. I do hope he comes back and does it, but I'm very excited to watch the new players, the replacements. There's the running gag meme in China of the next Ame, and Shiro's one of them. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think he accurately encapsulates that? What qualifies the next Ame?
You gotta be young.
Okay.
You gotta have no tier 1 experience.
Sure.
And yeah, outside of that, his personality is kind of similar as well. He's quite quiet, calm. Seems like he's, you have the silent dragon memes, something with Ame where he just wouldn't say words.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so Shiro's actually pretty similar in that regard too.
Yeah, he does not have very much competitive experience. He came from E-Home?
Yeah, E-Home. He's very different from Ame though. I feel like the way they play carry, I feel like Ame is more sacrificial for the team. Shiro is more towards the very traditional kind of carry. He's going to take a lot more space. He's going to be playing on less fighting heroes, more farming heroes.
Okay, but then is that at the... So, I mean, Nothing to Say is still on the team. How did Nothing to Say play with Ame versus how is Nothing to Say playing with Shiro? Any significant differences that you can tell there, or was it more Faith Beyond leaving?
No, I think he's the same. He usually creates a lot of space. He's the space maker. But with the off laner now, because they brought in a stand-in as well.
Yes, that is true.
O11 is very different from Xiangyu. I feel like O11 is a lot more greedier, so he tends to take a lot more space as well. He's kind of off laner that you want to put a lot of preference in picking the heroes that he wants to. And sometimes it comes with a price, then your carry has lower priority in the draft.
I mean, I'm super down to see Old 11 standing for them. He's one of my favorite Chinese players, and he has been for a long time. He consistently Like, as you said, he's a little greedy maybe, so his net worth is higher, but at least he's doing it on utility heroes the majority of the time. So I feel like he's in that conventional vein of like playing the right heroes, but also very highly skilled. So I think he fits
isn't
in.
that also a bad thing? You know, sometimes you're a utility hero, but you're taking so much space, and your hero doesn't carry the game.
Are you telling me that a mech doesn't change game effect? That he can't buy a pipe of insight? He can't dump all that net worth into a Greaves? Like, come on. Those are important items right now. Buy BKB, whatever.
And then the last one is Jinkyu, kind of vanished from the competitive scene after TI11, and he's been swapped in for Planet, which is also an eHome alumni. How's he ranking for you, Sheep? Because there have been a lot of good 4 positions at this tournament.
Yeah, I remember seeing like high praise for Shiro and Planet carrying eHome in the season before they moved over, and we watched him the whole time through. He was insane. Like, I think by far he was probably one of the better players on that team. And Zhao agreed. We had an interview with him. I was like, all right, hype up one of the players on this team. Give some good words. He said, Planet played really well this season. He has loads of ideas. His hero pool is really good. His builds are good. Overall, great player. I mean, what better words can you get from Zhao himself?
That's true.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's a vouch and a half. And then the other one, you see why you smile, but it is why. Wasn't there a story? Did you tell me the story behind it, Sheep? Why you
know
smile?
the story.
Oh, okay, what's the story? Why did he change?
I believe it was just that he changes his name with like each period of his Dota career.
Oh, I see.
And when he sees this new name, it makes him smile.
He's going through Taylor Swift eras over here.
I prefer his old name.
Not a fan.
Innocence.
Innocence, yeah. People have been calling him Innocence for ages. They just like I think Dota players in general, whenever they try to go for a rebrand, it rarely sticks immediately. People will call them old names.
I mean, have there been any successful rebrands?
Let's see.
There's been a lot of weird ones.
Are you thinking of Big Daddy because that's the one that
instantly thought Big Daddy.
Okay.
Instantly.
All right, so maybe that one worked, I guess.
No, that one
No,
didn't
that one
work.
was
That one's
terrible.
a quintessential example of a failed rebrand.
Let's see. Fly rebranded to Simba briefly.
That was
Gave up on that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd say Kyle was a pretty good one.
Yeah, so he went through. So he was Swindle Melons, then Melons, and then Kyle finally.
But he started from a really bad gamer tag. So it was like, he had a leg up on that one.
I have a good one.
Yeah?
Cox.
Cox. Avatar mode Cox. That's true. Instantly, everyone was like, I'm totally down to call you by this name.
I guess when Innocence changed to Y, the casters were happy.
Yeah, it's true. Fewer syllables. I keep quizzing you. Purge, what is the actual offlaner for PSG LGD? Tell me the pronunciation.
The actual
pronunciation, not Old 11, the guy who should have been here instead.
I actually have no idea.
God damn it. Sheepstick, you try.
Shangyu.
Oh, okay. You're getting it.
Thank you.
Winter, was that correct?
I don't even pronounce it correctly.
What?
No. Yeah, that's correct.
Have you been misleading us this entire time? I've been taking your word as gospel on this stuff.
I think I was close enough. We'll take those. I forgot to write down how it's said. I only have the Chinese letters in front of me.
I think most people are really good with saying the Chinese names, especially I hear a lot of people pronouncing Pichu, PQ.
Wait, it's not Pichu?
No, Siamese cat, Pichu.
Yeah, but it's Pichu.
It actually, it's Pichu.
Yeah.
It goes down.
Pichu.
Pichu.
We always say Pichu.
That important thing that we don't pay
Pichu.
attention.
Okay. Yeah, like that kind of intonation does not really exist in English, but I know it has a big deal in most other Eastern languages. So, I mean, I'm just calling him rubber ball out here.
Just call him Siamese cat.
Siamese cat is
But I
also
like
good.
Pichu.
Pichu's cute.
Pichu.
And yeah, they'll be going up against Team Spirit. So technically it's a TI rematch, but a lot of faces have changed. And one face on Team Spirit that has changed is their mid laner, Toronto Tokyo, who they claimed the Aegis with, is now been replaced with Laurel, who was formerly on BetBoom, but is now on this roster. Sheep, we got a chance to talk about him during the Shopify Rebellion series, so I won't grill you on it. Instead, Purge.
Oh, wow.
Tell me about Laurel.
I think Laurel's fit in really nice in that he is really high skilled. His hero pool is interesting enough. It's not always the most traditional mids. He's been playing a lot of Snapfire mid as well and kind of fulfilling more of the offlaner type items like the Mech Greaves, frontline a little bit, barely survive, turn the team fight type stuff. Plus Snapfire mid is cool too because you get these like, you add your ulti and you get kills. It's cool. Anyways, I think it fits into the team really well personally. They aren't looking the most fantastic right now as they have in the past, which is obviously hard to reach winning TI, but I think they still look really, really solid. I think Laurel fits them very consistently.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I feel like sometimes when I look at the drafts before, I feel Toronto Tokyo's heroes, like he has a very different idea on how he wants to play the game. And with Laura, I feel like they have one less idea, but another person. They brought in another person to help the team's idea instead, and I feel like he's been more sacrificial towards what the team needs in the draft and in the game itself with how he itemizes, and I guess it's much better for the team that way.
I would mildly argue that it went a little bit too far in the Shopify series. On the second game, he was playing Snapfire as a very much like Ether Lens backline, protect my other cores instead of having like his own game.
Was it the game with the Meteor Hammer?
Yes,
yeah.
collapse Mars Meteor Hammer.
That was interesting. All right, we could get to that debate.
I'd love to talk about that game.
And then in the third game, he played a tiny mid, and he was going like Yules and stuff, like another Ether Lens again. It was very much like he just could not carry the game in the late.
That's true. Like he needs to find a balance. It's good that you're playing for the team, but at the same time, you have to understand you're still a core player, you're a mid. And in some games that you have to be the actual carry. You have to buy items for yourself. You have to play for your game, your own game, and you have to try to do what's best for yourself, not just for your team.
With that said, though, in the second game, he went for the typical Greaves rush. He was against the Zeus mid, and he ended up getting bursted a little bit too fast. So I feel
was this him on Snapfire?
Yeah, and I really feel like it was just a game where instead of finishing Greaves, he just should go like Arcane Mech and buy a hood, and then he would just survive these like mid-game burst things, and then he could continue to tank.
That game was very strange. I felt like when I look at the heroes, I would actually I would actually expect the Mars to actually go for like a BKB, like Blink BKB, and then the Snapfire you go like just the auras, because they had Zeus, I think they're tiny, they have a lot of magic damage. I can't remember the other heroes, but all I recall was the pipe was very good that game, but he didn't build a pipe.
It was Lina, Rubik, Ricky, Snapfire, Mars.
Yeah, it's a lot of magic. Oh,
no,
that was their Radiant.
That's their lineup.
What was
the enemy lineup.
Oh, they were against Treant, Nature's Prophet, Tiny, Zeus, and Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, pipe makes a lot of sense in that game.
That would have helped Lina so much.
I felt like the way they were thinking about the game, it wasn't really like in a straight direction, because for some reason the Mars, he's building Meteor because he won his. I feel like he feel like he won his lane, right? So he wanted to go for that Meteor Hammer, but in the end it was costly in a couple of fights. He didn't have his BKB in time, so he died a couple of times, and I don't feel like because of the Meteor Hammer they were able to get a lot of extra value from that item in the game.
I think it would have been okay if Laurel was just survivable enough, because then he has to become the frontliner, and a lot of the games that they play that with the Snapfire mid, he needs to like tank all the damage, barely survive, cookie out, and all of a sudden they got a bunch of kills and nobody died. So he just didn't have the right survivability items to make space for the Mars to do his hammer stuff.
Because they have a Lina. All they need to do is just ensure that the Lina is able to do damage in the team fights, protect the Lina, protect your teammates, and that's all that matters, that game.
I also almost would really like to see, if you remember back to the TI they won, Collapse played way more as a core. Like they would get the IO and pair it with the Maz, and he would buy the armlet and play really up as a carry. I think if Lal is wanting to play very much like, I'm buying Yules, I'm not doing that much damage, I'm playing utility for the team, then maybe they could swing Collapse back to that style.
You know what? I feel like that would be fixed if you give them more time, because I think that a lot of the issues that they have regarding that, you play more games together, you have a lot more team talks after the game, it's going to get better and better, and a lot of it can be avoided by communication, like a simple thing during the draft, I'm going to go for more core build, you have to go for more utility build this game,
What, so then does that mean that Collapse has regressed? Because if he was able to be that core role on the old Team Spirit roster and carry the game, why has he become this utility style instead?
I mean, he's done both. At that TI, he was playing Mars with Armlet, but also he was like the only Magnus that tournament that would always go mech. Almost every other Magnus would buy a different item. I don't remember what it was. 4 staff, I don't know, whatever. So he has a mix of both. He has utility and he has that playmaking stuff, but I think it's safe to say at least that Collapse has been playing very well this tournament. Like, he looks like his old style. So from my perspective, I'm like, Collapse, you can do whatever the hell you want. Your team just has to play around you a little.
Yeah.
So if he's out here building Meteor Hammer on Mars, the rest of the team better please.
I'm like, Laurel, buy a freaking hood. That Greaves upgrade was 2,000 wasted gold that didn't do crap against the Zeus.
The Meteor Hammer is bad. There's no way the Meteor Hammer is
There was a Treant on the enemy team that took like 2 towers because of the hammer. It's like, it's a 2,000 gold diversion. And you could argue it's like a 1,500 gold diversion because he got Ring of Health stabilized.
Yeah, but if he didn't die the next couple of fights because he didn't have a BKB, that would have given that.
That's Laurel's fault. Laurel didn't buy the pipe.
God, I hate Laurel now. Jesus Christ.
Aside from the fact that GPK said that Laurel was what, his favorite,
Stable.
his top tier mid laner?
No, he did not say that. Holy moly. I said no. I said he's a stable player.
Oh, stable. I thought he was ranking him
no,
high.
No. He ranked him pretty decent. He said he's a stable player that will always do his job in the game, but he won't destroy mid.
I'm willing to put make a bet that he's gonna be an off laner next time.
You think so?
Yeah. Usually mid players that play like this, they would eventually become the off lane players.
I can tell you the tier list if you want.
I think Collapse is better at that one.
No, he's kind of playing off lane in a way, like some of the games.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Tsunami.
Give me the direct quote.
No, that was the quote.
Oh, okay.
The tier list, though.
The tier list.
I have it. You may
GPK's mid laner tier list.
Yeah, you may have to help me decipher some of the faces.
You don't recognize
I got
these
I know most of them.
All right,
okay, just tell me tier S.
Nisha on top.
Okay.
Is that himself?
I think it's
as
himself,
second.
yeah.
Okay, very, very humble. Quinn, and then BZM. I don't know that last player.
Show me.
Is it depressed kid?
Scroll it over here.
Must be some European, Eastern Europe player.
It's not a high resolution image.
Yeah, okay, that's Minecraft
Anyways,
graphics. I can't quite make it
start
out.
of tier A is Sumail, then it's Stormstormer, then himself.
No,
then
Laurel.
then 9, and then tier B, a player from VP, a player from Hellraisers.
So that would be depressed.
And everything else down there, I only recognize Boom.
Wait, where's
What a way to describe
Boom
it.
in C tier.
No, where is the NTS?
Yeah, he didn't rank any Eastern players.
This must have been.
Where's my Southeast Asian players?
Yeah, you're right. It must have been just like Western and
North American
players.
I see.
Yeah.
Can I have my iPad back?
Nope. Yes. I'm gonna need this for your notes.
Thank you.
Yeah, then I'm curious how he's gonna fare against NTS, because Laurel has not had a chance to play against him. I would think maybe on Bet Boom at Arlington.
It's a possibility, yeah.
But that would be quite a ways back in time. But I mean, there's no way that NTS would have been anything other than S tier, right?
Surely.
I mean, what? In this tournament, do you think he's gotten worse than S tier?
No, I don't think so. From what I've seen from NTS this tournament, he's playing really, really solid. So I don't know. I don't know.
Have a lot of
solid is A. I want above solid for S tier. Winter.
I mean, they have a lot of issues within the team. I mean, I feel like some of the games he couldn't really play like how he played before, but it wasn't entirely his fault. He definitely wasn't. He's not the same like before, but. Maybe I would say S minus. Can I go S minus?
S minus, okay. Or A plus. I told you Euro was a pessimist. Why couldn't it be A plus? Why did it have to be S minus?
Okay, fine. A plus.
A plus. A plus for nothing to say.
I'll take that. I actually think he's been really good. When you're playing with new players, it was sort of a lot on his shoulders to step up and still play really well and consistently. And I feel like he did throughout the DPC, throughout this tournament. Yeah, I'm really happy with him.
Okay. I mean, he's the longest veteran, him and Why You Smile, so it's not so much them that I would have skepticism over. And then Old 11, seasoned player, but obviously, well, he's not. Okay, so initially, whenever the group stage started, or rather, whenever the announcement was made that Old 11 was standing in, I definitely saw a lot of washed comments out there. Because Old 11 was not on. Old 11 wasn't competing in this DPC.
No.
He was AFK for a little while.
Yeah, he was having a vacation in Bahamas.
Yeah. Was he practicing Dota in the meanwhile? Because then I can kind of understand the washed plans. But he showed up, and like we said, he's his old greedy self.
Yes,
And it's just up to Shiro and Planet to fill in the gaps then.
I just don't think you can hate on him too hard here, because he's standing in for a team. And they did pretty decent.
Yeah,
I think that, like, right off the bat, looks really solid.
Oh yeah, by the way, they didn't scream even one game before flying.
Okay,
so
yeah.
they are
amazing.
While we are watching in the group stages, are kind of just
practicing.
Holy
yeah,
moly.
yeah. Like,
Which was, I think for the first 2 days of group stage, they were kind of handing teams Broodmother and being like, let's see if we can beat it. And then they were like, oh no, we can't beat it.
He's not washed. He washed his face a whole bunch before he got here. And now he's doing great.
Yeah, I'm not hating on Old 11. I mean, I was, but like only because I had a lot of respect for Shangyu. but looking at the results now, I'm not hating. And also, I was joking with you guys before this panel that he has played more heroes this tournament than Shangyu did the entire DPC.
Are you serious?
So that's
Wait, that's 3 weeks of play, and Homie busts out more heroes in 5 days.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure about the level of the number of games total, because maybe that would have some influence. But yeah, it was previously they played Marcy a lot, Like, this was one of their best strats, was this Marcy, like, Pango dual opening.
Okay.
They haven't ran that at all now because Old 11 just doesn't play it. And he was, you know, like a Brewmaster player. He liked Viper a bit. It was a bit weird, honestly. His pool wasn't massive. Old 11, meanwhile, he's just playing, like, Zoo out the wazoo and DP. God, he loves DP.
Okay. Yeah, that's been his most popular. Any other contentions? I know the Shopify series, who was stressing it? I don't remember who was sitting next to me, but someone who was sitting, oh, Fear. That guy.
I hate
love that
guy.
I love that guy. Undying was Spirit's secret to success for much of the group stage. I think they had like an 80% win rate with it, or 88% win rate in the group stage, and then continued the magic in game number 1, and then Shopify Rebellion kind of learned their lesson.
Yeah, that was definitely the case. It kind of owned game 1, and I think what teams are doing now is that Tree opening if you can get it, Tree Protector with Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet protects against the Undying support a little bit, because you can just slap him a bunch and he can't deal with the Treants. You just trade with him the best. It's good at trading with heroes, not so much summons. So that protects you against them potentially. It seems like when that opening comes, teams are less likely to pick Undying, and then sometimes it gets banned second phase. So that seems to be a tool that teams have figured out. We'll see if it happens again here to be used against Spirit.
Okay, and then LGD, I'm seeing them favor Disruptor quite a bit, which brought Entity a great deal of success as well. But some teams just don't care about it. What's making Disruptor so strong in some teams' hands, Winter? I feel like if a hero's good, everyone should pick it.
I feel like the teams that have been picking Disruptors are the teams that have been prioritizing like the position 5 being on some catch. Because most of the other pos 5 right now, they don't really have a stun, they don't really have a catch. Like we've been seeing a lot of Undying and Tree.
Yeah, save supports.
Yeah, and the other heroes that Y has been playing is like Enchantress, you know. Those are the heroes that are very good in the lane, but they just don't have catch, you know. So Disruptor is a very different kind of position 5. I feel like it's not just the team. I feel like it might be also draft related. Maybe you didn't open the draft with enough catch and you're picking the position 5 hero. Then you're considering, oh, what do we need to fill in the blanks? You know, do we need to get some catch for our position 5 to help the draft?
It's commonly picked when there's a Broodmother as well, because when you go for those like mid-game ganks, you just need like a little vision on her, and you can like secure the lockdown. So it is a little bit more multi-purpose than Brood necessarily, but it can be really good. The ulti is fantastic too. Lock down some cores pre-BKBs.
Okay. We've got a few theories cooking up, but obviously when a team rolls up to main stage, things can change. So let's see what is happening in the draft for game number 1 of PSG LGD versus Team Spirit.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel where we witness game number 1 between PSG LGD and Team Spirit, a modern classic and of course a run back of the TI-10 finals. We are going to be witnessing a pretty exciting matchup, and my name is Snare. I'm joined by Lacoste and Astini. And gentlemen, something I want to talk about very quickly here, Lacoste, about this particular series. PSG LGD, they have a fairly new team, right? A new roster. In particular, Lacoste, they brought an Old 11 specifically for this tournament. And we saw in the previous series when we saw Beast Coast versus EG that when Sacred doesn't have a great hero, the team really struggles. This team has only won if Old 11 is playing Beastmaster, Death Prophet, or the Broodmother. Are these going to be priority options for LGD, and should Team Spirit focus on banning out those heroes?
I mean, their Broodmother's already been banned. The draft is going really quickly. Looking at both of these teams, always pleasure to watch them play on the international lands. I thought the Team Spirit might stay away from Lina, considering that they lost yesterday to Shopify Rebellion 2 times in a row. They did open up with Lina, so I thought it might be a bit of a different opener. On the other side, PSG LGD, they go with the Nature's Prophet. You mentioned Old 11. He definitely felt most comfortable playing the Beastmaster. They needed someone to stand in. He had a couple of good performances, but we'll have to see. Very difficult to draft against PSG LGD because they are the team with the widest hero pool.
Yes, sir. And on the other side here, Steny, we've seen that every time that teams go for this first pick, Lina, if it's available, everybody grabs Nature's Prophet. The team that's doing the best in the tournament, Team Liquid, they normally pair it with the Treant Protector, leaving Rubik in the pool. How do you feel about this response to the Lina? And it's interesting that Team Spirit steal the Enchantress, because you and I kept talking about how LGD has actually been the best team with either Enchantress or like even Chen in the safe lane, some kind of healing 5-position support.
So first with the Lina, Rubik MP is the best answer to it, definitely. I guess teams already figured out, probably happened at least 5 times that you pick Lina and they will just Rubik Prophet. Sometimes they will Prophet and Treant, so they steal the Treant from you. Usually the Lina is completed by a Treant because you have a front liner for you in the lane. You have also the bonus armor. That's the thing that's not to be ignored, because sometimes you see like a Lina losing to an SF and then suddenly she's winning. You need to look what are the pairs. It's usually the Treant that make the difference. The team that has the Treant has this advantage on the core-to-core matchup because of the armor. So it's kind of weird that they go for the Enchantress. They're kind of like mixing up 2 ideas already here. That's what I feel like. Okay, my Enchantress is open. They didn't ban it. I won it, but they also didn't ban Lina. And then you get Lina, and on 8 you get Enchantress, which I think it's a different idea, it's a different approach.
So far, PSG LGD, they haven't played Nature's Prophet in this tournament. Looking at the heroes that they ran, I mean, Old 11, it definitely looks like this is going to be his hero, because Shiro has been playing a lot of different heroes. He has played 13 different heroes so far at this major, which is pretty impressive. So he didn't play Nature's Prophet. He's mostly looking forward to heroes that are more into late game, like mid and super late game. Some of the carries like Anti-Mage, PL, Phantom Assassin comes to my mind. He plays anything, like whatever you want to have him, if it's a good game for him. I also think that they might want to ban Spectre as well to have a little bit more global presence from PSG LGD. And this is the hero that they also opened up relatively early couple of times so far.
It's interesting that you mentioned that actually about Shiro, because one thing that I have seen about the similarity between LGD and Spirit, both of them really enjoy having a very vast hero pool for their carry player. Both Shiro and Yotaro have played an extreme amount of heroes at this point in time. Pretty much only our TZ in the safe lane that has played more than them at this particular point in the tournament. And one of the heroes that we have seen from LGD is this Dawnbreaker. The other team that's done this successfully is EG, that we just saw go through in the lower bracket just now. How do you feel about this Dawnbreaker? Where should they position this? Is this going to be a support Dawnbreaker, Steny, or are you feeling more like this might be a core hero for LGD?
Looking at the draft order, it looks like a position 5, because you're picking in this place that you don't want to show a core, but definitely they can flex. But just by the draft order, it seems like a position 5. It's a global hero to play with a Prophet. He mentioned Spectre, it's really great. I also see this hero, I just don't know like how a lane with Dawnbreaker 5 would be, because Dawnbreaker is a strong laner, Spectre is not a good one. So maybe he can allow a good lane and having this global presence. That's why Ember can be an answer to this, because you can be also everywhere in the map dealing with the split.
It's a good Ember game so far. They don't have really an answer for it. In terms of the damage output, it's pretty limited in terms of the stuns that they have on PSG LGD. It's Rubik's stun, maybe into Dawnbreaker follow-up, but I think they need some extra control for this Ember Spirit. Could cause a lot of issues.
Do we maybe go 18th pick Death Prophet for LGD here in response to the mid Ember Spirit? Or does it feel like the team overall needs a little bit more control than just getting a DP mid?
I think DP needs some save, and she doesn't have, like, Dawnbreaker is not enough, at least, in my opinion.
I think the other option is to go for something like Puck, where you have, also Team Spirit, they don't have a lot of lockdown on their side. I mean, you are picking Puck into Ember. I've seen this matchup so many times. Team Spirit will open up with Mag, so that's going to give them a lot more team fight. So, I mean, we've seen Collapse Magnus so many times. It's always hype to see him played on the stage. We'll see what PSG LGD will respond with. I'm still down for some.
Though.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's interesting that they went for this Magnus. There's more team fight. They are 1-1 with it at the tournament thus far. The other day I met Collapse on his birthday in the elevator and I asked him what he wants for his birthday. He said, I want Magnus buffs.
I don't like Magnus here. He's gonna need, what, 3-4 Lincoln Spear?
Yeah.
That's
at least, yeah, that's the meme.
Yeah. And also, I think we can see maybe Lone Druid here, talking about like the infinite hero pool. It's great against Ember. Maybe it's a fast pace. I feel like they need a fast pace. So maybe in this sense, the DP you mentioned could be a way to make a fast pace. You need a hero that's going to take towers with the Prophet. And from the carry position, I can see many that would play that fast tempo.
Let's see. Shiro's gonna, usually in their drafts on the side of LGD, Shiro has a priority at the very end of the draft. So they'll decide for him. Yeah, yet again, it's gonna be another situation. They've done this for 10 games where he's the one that gets last picked. So they now go for the Treant Protector. You were talking about this earlier, Stine, that this is what we normally see paired with the Nature's Prophet. Now you have both. And Lacoste, every time we've seen this particular support duo, it just looks broken. How on earth do you get like this Treant Protector and Rubik? The only one that feels a little bit stronger is like Rubik plus Undying, but this still feels amazing for their game.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, these two heroes have been pretty much picked or banned every single time there is a team. So I'm a little surprised that the Team Spirit decided to leave them Treant Protector. They don't have the best heroes to deal with him in terms of tower damage. Maybe Enchantress Creep, Lina, like she needs to be able to deal a lot of tower damage early on, and it's not an easy one. Like one lift from Rubik, you can't just slow Siege because there is no save on their side. So I maybe want to see them get a little bit more. Like, if they want to group up, that's fine and take towers, but I think they're going to run into a problem where they are going to struggle dealing with the towers early on.
Yeah, not only towers, but with damage overall, because the Magnus shows weakness on their draft that they are really focused on the right click. Although Lina does this mix of damage, Ember also, but it's a very right click draft. That's why they go with the Treant. You have the plus armor. It's going to really enable this Nature Prophet to carry, because it's going to be really hard to burst him down.
Yeah.
And also they can go with another front line, and then you have these two targets that you cannot burst, and games get super complicated. Does the ban on DP. Like we mentioned, the DP wouldn't have that much cover with the Dawnbreaker, but then with a Treant armor, this hero gets unbeatable.
Yeah. Looking at some of the heroes that they maybe 4 Clockwork coming out from Team Spirit, something that can scout out this Treant Protector, because they don't have anything. Nyx?
Yeah, you mentioned Clock. That's in the, okay.
Snapfire is going to be the option.
I love Puck. I think PSG LGD with something like a Puck or Void Spirit, something that is elusive enough, is going to cause issues. Because Team Spirit, they don't have this instant lockdown. A lot of these stuns can be easily dodged, I would say. But this gives Team Spirit a lot of team fight. This Snapfire, Magnus, Snapfire with Ember Spirit, they can play together, serious amount of damage, easily executed, and they don't have like heroes to stop the Snapfire ulti from going off. Rubik, of course, again, you picked the Snapfire Magnus into Rubik, so Rubik can easily steal the kisses, but in terms of stopping kisses from going off, they really don't have the heroes.
The only flaw I'd say on... the Spectre, it is.
It is, but they're swapping things around. This is going to be most likely nothing to say. Okay, big fan of that. I feel like if you have Nature's Prophet on the mid lane, it gives you this type of a Zeus presence, hitting that level 6, and also a lot of tower push, because your Treants do get maxed out early on. But look at the global presence that they have. Dawnbreaker, Nature's Prophet, and Spectre as well.
Talk to us about this, Estini. Why don't we often see this hero, the Nature's Prophet, played in the mid lane? Why is it so rare for it to be deployed in this fashion?
Because he's way too good on the other lanes. He's like the Lina counter on the lane, so you want to play him as a 3. I don't like that flex. I really love the Spectre with NP, but I think it's weird to have NP mid, because you want NP to be this hero that connects mid also. You want either a carry or an offlaner that's going to TP mid, and he's that extra number. If he's already there, he's not the extra number.
Yeah,
you cannot bring a core to your mid lane at 6 minutes unless you have an NP on side lane. And that's why he's so strong. And what Team Spirit is going to do, they're going to have an Ember, and this Ember will have an Enchantress connecting to him mid. And how do you defend your tower?
You can't really do it.
Yeah, MP is not the best deep pusher. He's a good pusher, but not deep pusher. It's not like a Kanka that can protect his tower.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not the side of PSG LGD will still be able to utilize this Nature's Prophet in the mid lane to garner a victory in game number 1. To find out, though, if this TI run back will go in the favor of LGD, or if Team Spirit will be the ones to keep the train going of victories over the Chinese side, we have to send it over to our incredible casting duo. To bring you the action, I give you the fabulous Fogged and the lustrous Lyrical. Gentlemen, take it away and make it exciting.
Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much, Snare. And Dota fans the world over, we got a great one set up for you today. We had a crazy game just beforehand that, we all collectively recovered a little bit. Now we're ready to go into this game. But I don't think it's going to be relaxing. I think it's going to be insane. Talk to me about the draft here.
I mean, unbelievable amounts of team fight on both sides, right? We have global presence, as Panel was talking about, on the side of PSG LGD, but we have a similar kind of matching of not global, but matching movements around the map. We have the Ember, who can constantly kind of mirror the movements around of all this stuff, so this should be really fun. I think we should have a lot of battles. We're going to have constant pressure coming out from both sides. Yeah, let's see also if I mean, it's really cool because we do have like that, sure, not the same TI final rematch or stuff like that, but we have Rubik versus Magnus, like they said, the little triple Lincoln's meme kind of style too, so lots of preventative measures versus that Mag RP. The Dawn ulti, Rubik as well too, could maybe cause problems for Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be something to watch for. If a hero is just out on the map in a little bit of a scary place, they might get pulled completely out of position. And like you said, it is a very different roster, particularly for LGD, than we have seen in the past in this matchup against them. But a lot of the same ideas obviously carrying over, playing with Zhao 8 as that captain and sort of brains behind it. And of course, we get to see the lovable Magnus played this time by Collapse. And so looking for a lot of the big blow-ups there. Steve did mention they're going to need like 4 or 5 Lincolns, though. It feels like it could be a rough one going up against Rubik.
Yeah, it could definitely be one. It's not even just the Rubik, too. It's like sometimes when you're playing like these big team fight ultis and you're playing versus Dawnbreaker also, you ult and then the Dawn comes in and actually fully counteracts it. So can definitely be a bit of an interesting one. But yeah, this should be really fun. We've got that Rubik, of course, also versus... Rubik has a great game. Panel was talking about a little bit. Sure, Lina's going to leave the spells level 1, but even level 1 stun's not too bad. And playing versus that Magnus and versus Snapfire, you tend to get pretty good steals. Let's see how it goes. Other interesting thing, of course, to have to point out is NP's playing from the mid lane.
Right.
So we've gotten very used to seeing it either in off lane or in the safe lane because of how potent it is there. Let's see what Nothing to Say is going to be able to do from the mid lane.
It is interesting, right? Because when I think of Nothing to Say, I think flashy plays. Yeah. I think, just completely outmaneuvering somebody. Not really the MO for Nature's Prophet. Still can make flashy things happen, but it tends to be just by being at the right place at the right time.
Wait a minute. Did he only get one Treant?
Oh, so you got to practice it. I thought he sent it off somewhere else.
I was looking around, and I'm like, I don't see a second Treant anywhere. So, all right, well, only has one
and now
Treant.
It's dead. Oh, no, that was a creep. That was
Just
good.
Deny. He should still have a very successful lane. This is a nice lane for the Nature's Prophet to be able to put the pressure onto the Ember Spirit.
God, yeah. And, I mean, that's the other thing, too. You think about the power of this Nature's Prophet, having that global potential out of the mid lane and getting that level 6 likely very quickly. That's going to be something these other side lanes are going to have to contend with. Lina, I mean, has often been the sort of hero that you jump on with NP. Could happen early in this one.
Absolutely. And the thing about the Lina, too, in this game is she doesn't really have the same protection that we've gotten used to seeing. There's no Undying. There's no tree. There's no clockwork. It's not this big bruiser that just soaks everything. So Yotaro could definitely be in pressure early with those rotations or that early level 6 that comes out from the Wrath.
Stuff to watch for as the levels start to stack up. And already, Laurel taking a bit of a beating here from Nothing to Say. 6 and 4. The 4 denies are the ones that really hurt there. Although some of those may have been the treants. Likewise, though, Laurel gets one last hit right there on one of the treants. So stuff to watch for and another range creep denied.
Yeah, Nothing to Say. He should have a pretty successful one here. The thing, too, about the Nature's Prophet mid when you're playing versus a bottle hero, which is like 90% of those mid heroes nowadays, you just send a Treant.
Right.
You go with your hero to one of the runes, and then you send a Treant to the other one, and you're able to deny and take away runes constantly away from heroes like this. So we'll see that from Nothing to Say already at this point.
And you can see down bottom, Shiro also taking a beating. The Collapse Skewer back did some pretty good damage paired together there with the Snapfire. So he's under fire a little bit. Laurel in towards mid getting very low. Does have to pop that bottle now, but you can see he's just not having that great of a time on this Ember, and we'll see if, maybe he can start catching back up either via stacks or making those rotations at 6.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see like Miposhka, maybe he's able to get like Enchant and find a creep. Then he's going to be the one like send a creep and help out with that rune so that it's not just denied away from the Nature's Prophet, but definitely going to be a bit of a slower start there for Laurel.
No. And for myself, at least, I was not anticipating the last pick Spectre at all. Seeing that one come out, now it's that, like you're talking about, triple global strategy that just feels like it can really put the hurt to him quickly and get a ton of, like, pretty greedy farming probably as well.
Yeah, you can play, like, you can actually play more. Like, Spectre, we look at it as always a very greedy hero, right?
Yeah.
It's tough to make it work to get to the later stages, but when you have this much global, it might not actually feel that greedy. So it might always be able to get on top of Yotaro. Only thing is, we always have to mention, Lina, natural itemization is Silver Edge eventually at some points in the game, so that's where you can really shut down the Spectre also.
All right. Well, and as much as the CS looks pretty rough for the NP, if I'm actually looking at the levels, it's not too terrible. He's a level ahead, but right now Laurel gets level 4, and in terms of net worth also, it hasn't looked completely awful either.
Yeah.
So doing a good job, Laurel, of keeping up with this NP. This could be a tough lane.
Different styles of net worth, though, right? It's a bottle that's empty. Well, Nate, nothing to say. He doesn't go bottle, obviously. He's just going to go treads and straight, just right-clicking him. So a little bit of like that consumable gold that has to be used, of course, from Laurel to keep himself sustained. And let's see if he's able to get this 4-minute rune. Let's see if he finds one of these water runes. Quiet start to these first 4 minutes.
He's taking some punches, and Mira also being ran down a little bit by Shiro here. Need to be careful when the lane gets to this area. A cookie into skewer back could turn into a quick kill.
Absolutely.
Down bottom there.
And we do see actually Planet who makes the move, not the Enchantress. So Planet takes the top rune, nothing to say, walks toward the bottom rune. Just continue to shut down Laurel's filling up of his bottle. Might have to bring some regen. The right clicks from nothing to say are going to start adding up even more.
Might need to have one of his supports feed.
Just to fill up a bottle?
Yeah, I think that might be the play here in a second. We'll see if anybody from Team Spirit makes a pretty deep move in the next few.
Starting to get some of these treants, though. The Flame Guard, but yeah, sitting very, very low HP. So we'll look at those side lanes.
I guess that is the thing, is it's not worth it if it's first blood.
No.
But Toro takes some hits. Right on top of him, Old 11. Throwing out some good hits here early on, and so far off to a pretty great start playing against this Lina.
A phenomenal start, really, for the side of PSG LGD right now. The Spectre's getting slowed down a little bit, but it's to be expected when you're playing versus this
up
Magnus.
top, Yaro turned on, killed. Old 11 gonna draw first blood. That is a nice one.
That's a huge kill. Already has Arcane Boots. Looks like he's going to be that aura carrier that we've seen sometimes from these Dawnbreakers. Early kills with the global lineup is always scary.
And
always
now,
able to make more moves.
Why You Smile also in some trouble. Collapse able to take him down. So a couple quick kills across the map, one apiece, but the bigger one definitely being that Lina.
Yeah, that first blood. Both cores are getting, both those carries are getting shut down pretty heavily, though. Spectre, 200 gold behind the Lina, actually, at this moment. Pretty cool.
And I think that kill happened largely also Maposhka running off to get a creep. Did come back in and is now able to put a little bit more pressure on, but that Wrath of Nature.
It's coming out. They're diving top.
Yadaro in trouble. Oh, they lose vision. They're not going to get him. Oh, a miss there. That would have been a huge moment for him, but those nerfs to the Celestial Hammer.
Can't quite get the vision. They even brought the tree top. So they're leaving the Spectre now in a 1v1, Shiro versus that Magnus, and they're just going to look to trip, pretty much like quad lane almost, right? Because the Wrath of Nature plus the TP is always available.
Yeah.
An interesting strategy to just slow down this Lina's farm so that you're, what you could look at as a bit of a slower lineup with the Spectre can actually get online almost at the same time, perhaps.
And Old 11 playing very aggressively here, diving underneath the tower. They are going to try and TP in the Snapfire, see if they can do anything to slow it down. The LSA connects, and Old 11.
Nice rotation.
He's gone. Nothing to say. He's also going to TP into this one, getting hit by the tower, and everybody from LGD being brought down low, but they kill off that Lina first. Planet now also in a little bit of trouble. We'll get a courier snipe, but they lose 3.
That is not worth it.
That is a crazy dive.
A very ambitious TP from nothing to say. No Wrath of Nature up or anything, but just really wants to dive and go on this Lina. Ember now gets to clean up the mid wave, catch back up, and 3 kills go the way up top. Mira is very happy with his rotation. 900 gold in boots on the Snapfire already.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty
massive.
big win. I mean, that's Arcanes if he wants. You can go a lot of different things now on Mira.
Yeah. It's also almost level 5 now on both of these supports because they get all that benefit of the experience since the Lina's dead.
They have a lift ready, pulls them back in, and, well, you'll pull them under tower, but it's going to be a clean kill after. So we will have a pause here, but a great start so far for LGD. To some extent, after that one, getting the kill on Spectre. The dive was not so good.
Yeah, dive not so good, but they made up for it there with the bottom. Only a quick pause, though. God bless.
Let's go.
I think we've all gotten used to long pauses. This time, it's not going to happen. Thank you.
And now, the question becomes, are we going to see some of these big ultis used? You talked about the Wrath of Nature, already been used once. Do also almost have that Solar Guardian ready and Haunt up and online.
so much threat. You have to constantly be prepared for it on Spirit. I think saving TPs is going to be pretty important in this mid game in particular, just so you can always move to react. Collapse also soon going to be hitting 6, so they're going to have their own threat of their own. I just said their own twice. But Magnus RP plus the Snapfire Kisses are always going to build the post-kill threat onto, I mean, pretty much any of these heroes, really, if they're able to get a good connection. And now they're actually looking to swing toward the mid lane, put that pressure onto the tower, but it dies.
Yeah. Well, nonetheless, Team Spirit brings some numbers, and you know, this is something that we've seen a couple of times, is this Enchantress timing coming up a little bit quicker than the Nature's Prophet in terms of your ability to pressure towers. If you can get some of these creeps in the area, and they bring the mid tower down somewhat low. Still a tree in this game, though, so there is going to be that like full need to commit if they want to take this one down. And Cookie off the mark.
The Solar Guardian.
They're going to try and turn this here. In some trouble. The stun, the control. One more hammer. Does he have a way to bring down Laurel? No.
The Wrath? It hits him.
Oh!
The Ward in the river.
They get vision. You never expected the Wrath of Nature coming out, and now Planet body blocking onto Maposhka, trying to find him. Eats his way out, but Maposhka is going to be brought down as well.
What a ward.
Yeah.
The ward gets them to clean up onto the Ember, thinks he's safe, but does end up bouncing. One of the last bounces as well. Hits him perfectly. They really want to try to get this tower early versus this Nature's Prophet. They got it down to about a third, but great reaction. I like that Planet was just chilling in the area the whole time, expecting this push. And now Laurel, he is very, very far behind. 1,200 behind his opposing mid laner.
No, it's a real problem here for him. He's going to need to try and catch back up via kills. It feels like that's the only option, but it's not easy.
No, I think they still just want to put the heavy emphasis onto mid. Now that Solar Guardian's down and Wrath is down, just go again. They've already gotten almost the tower. You don't want to let it heal up versus that tree. So I'd imagine we see Maposhka and Mira just continue to play around that mid lane. Their wards also kind of dictate that too with the way they've placed them right now. But let's see what the move will be.
Well, and the scary thing too is that you can't really go with Yadro. And in fact, if he shows himself up here again, they ping already. They do have Haunt ready, and it's going to go immediately. Catches him, kills him. Did not stand a chance.
Uh-oh. This is not an easy start here for Alina with so many ways to gap close on top of her. However, at least at the same time, Spirit is going to look to take this tower mid, and I don't believe they have the TPs available now. Actually, they do. 11 does have it, so they might actually look to fight around here.
TP's in with old 11. 4 points in that Celestial Hammer. Already connecting onto these creeps. There's still the big creep that's hitting away at it and tanking up this damage while the Tier 1 tower is also going to fall. But it does look like Spirit, after face rushing this tower, will claim it.
Okay. Good little response. Nothing to say. He TP's top to finish the tower, and then TP's bottom, and he's actually perhaps in trouble. Lina's here.
Yeah, Wrath of Nature, but he's got everything ready for him. They move on in, find him caught, still have the RP, drop it down, but a turn with the Guardian and old 11. Oh, a good catch though. Able to interrupt that with the LSA, still trying to bring him down low, but it's not quite enough damage. Collapse pops the mech, keeps himself alive, and the pain, it comes out. Not having those skills leveled up. I mean, it makes sense given what Yadro wants to do, but just didn't have the damage.
Yeah, not enough whatsoever. Being slowed down so much. It's too much global.
Yeah.
They're actually like moving top. The TP's bottom kind of baits them. He's actually pretty tanky on Nothing to Say. He's gone for the Treads, Wraithband, and Ogre Club. He's going to be going for that Aghanims build for the Root versus the Ember. He ends up surviving long enough to get the backup. That's an RP down.
They just have so much to turn the tide around. I mean, like you talk about the global, but also this Dawnbreaker's build has the mechanism done going into Guardian Greaves next. And I mean, over the next couple of minutes, if you're Lina, you sort of need to be pushing out these lanes constantly, but you show on the map and you're just so easy to kill her.
I'm very worried for this Lina. Even though it's like very, this 1K, less than 1K and stuff like that, it just feels like there's so many answers to get on top of her. Right now, still farming well. They are shutting down Shiro. He is farming a bit slower. But you can feel it always feels like there's going to be something up for the side of LGD to react to these type of movements. Either a Haunt, either the Solar, or that Wrath of Nature, which the Wrath of Nature, it's going to become more and more frequent. He's got 2 components of the Aghanims, so...
No, yeah, it's seriously going to be a problem. And, you think back to sort of the matches that this Spirit roster had against Shopify yesterday. In the games that they lost, it was Lina playing into this, NP combo with Tree, and now also has all these other versions of being able to take him down. It feels like PSG LGD very much just taking another trick from the playbook.
Yep. the really big fear for me of the Lina is how rough of a game Laurel's having. Right?
Yeah.
He's the one who's probably the key one to open up the map so that this Lina can farm. He'll soak a little bit of that pressure, and he'll be the one to react to the global threat, right? Because he's an Ember Spirit. He can obviously make moves quickly, but him having a tougher start will make it a lot more difficult to make space. And he's going to have more answers when that Ags comes out on Nothing to Say. That extra bit of root will definitely cause problems for Laurel.
Well, Laurel definitely licking his wounds at this point and not feeling like they can make a super powerful move. I mean, he's sitting mid here, right next to Old 11. The only thing he can really do is farm this up, but even here is kind of going to be at risk once that Aghanim Scepter comes out for the NP.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and just denies it in his face. Old 11, come on, chill a little bit, bro.
Yeah, right now Spirit trying to recover this pressure that has come out from the side of PSG LGD. LGD, double ults are back available if they'd like to go for any type of moves, but they can also just play as this reactionary team, wait for the moves to come to them, and then just drop the ultimate. Poshka
brought down. And Old 11, easy answer for that inch. Starbreaker so good against her.
So farmed. 5-1 and 3, 8 of the 9 kills now with this Dawnbreaker. Greaves are already online.
Yeah. 14 minutes in. Wow. And I mean, we talk about them wanting to play greedy and they have the capacity to play greedy, but I also think LGD, they can also just group up and run.
Yeah.
And guess what? They had Enchant too, so they had a little creep for a little bit there for Rubik.
And the thing is too, is like LGD's like, you want to play greedy? We have Spectre, yo.
Yeah, right.
We're fine taking it. If we want to, if you guys want to delay the game, we'll delay too. Collapse also does at least have that Guarding Greaves finished at the same time too, so if they are grouped up for the fights, they do at least have that bit of a response, but definitely scary upcoming moments. Ags about to be done for Nothing to Say.
And while we do have, obviously, the Empower to play together with that Ember, which can be quite strong, you know, seeing that get spammed out a little bit, it also needs to be this core mag. And, you know, Collapse went in for the Greaves himself, has it done, trying to build now into the Blink Dagger. That feels like that might be one of those avenues of ability to play together.
Yeah, to make any moves. Otherwise, all the moves are pretty much dictated by Laurel. Yeah. Right? When you go for this Greaves build, you can't actually make plays as easy. And looking at something pretty important to point out is Yotaro is actually leveling stun.
Okay.
So Rubik,
yeah,
the potential of getting these crazy steals is there. We usually just see the stats when you're playing versus Rubik. That could come back to bite him.
I mean, just don't get it stolen, right?
Just don't, yeah. Just
or just kill the Rubik. Otherwise, game will be incredibly hard.
He maxed it. It's a maxed Lina stun. So, yeah, Rubik has some incredible potential for these steals in this game.
Trying to find why you smile. He knows he's over here. Does spot him for just a moment. And realizing that there is that potential for an overgrowth into Solar Guardian. And there it is, the overgrowth, a Solar Guardian. The ulti comes out from Spectre to follow. Do they have enough damage to bring down Laurel? Yes! Everybody's gone.
Holy,
everybody.
Triple global. It's only level 1 Wrath of Nature, but it hits perfectly. Nice Tumbler's toy by Why You Smile lands right in the midst of them. Look at the damage. Oh my god.
Listen, collectively, every tree player in the world right there just like let out a just lovely grow.
Look at that tumble.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at him go.
Oh my god. And there's so much healing because he's got level 3 leech seed too. Like everyone's like full HP and they just get deleted.
Dude, the Wrath of Nature did so much damage.
2,400 damage with that Wrath. Holy crap.
That was awesome.
And that was level 1.
Yeah.
He hits 12 actually right after the fight. So that was only a level 1 Wrath of Nature.
Nothing to Say is going to do even more here pretty soon. Has that Aghanim Scepter like we're talking about.
And
I don't know what you do.
It's limited movements because Ember slowed down. Mag doesn't have Blink. And your 2 supports, they need other heroes to be that like first move. Snapfire is a good follow-up hero, but as it's making like its own moves, it's just not really existent. And after that fight, Why You Smile has a Blink Dagger, so it doesn't need the Tumblers to land that type of ult again. But I don't know if he'll ever get another 4-man like that. That was absurd.
Fogged, I know why he smiled.
I think I do too. This man has played so many different heroes at this tournament. I think like 13 different heroes.
And another Wrath of Nature. They find one. Yotaro needs to run the heck out of here.
Has no TP, but they don't know that.
Oh, man. Also, he doesn't have any more mana. He just cast LSA. If Rubik could find him somewhere, that would be a nice little steal. We've talked about it.
Yeah, he's got so many good spells. He right now has Shockwave, so he has the double nuke combo, which is always incredible. PSG LGD with the Spectre draft, slowing down the Lina. Already 3K lead, 14-4.
I'm surprised it's not more almost.
I honestly agreed, but 4K is pretty substantial at this point either way. And it is with the Spectre who, early on does take a little bit of time to get to be able to do Roshan, but their lineup can absolutely Rosh because they have this NP, because they have this Dawn with such crazy farm. Shiro almost, I believe, has Aghanims. So even more global threat. Yatoro shows top.
And
say.
Moves
They've
in.
got the root.
The root's there. They're ready. They were so ready for that. Yatoro staying alive for a little bit longer, but eventually they're going to bring him down. Too quick. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like none of the heroes can play the map. They went double Maelstrom. They don't have BKBs. They don't have any way to break these roots coming out. I mean, BKB's almost there for Laurel. If he can get into that, that would be very helpful. Wait, no.
They need the
he's not.
blink.
It's Lina that almost has BKB.
Yeah, Laurel is very behind. He's got one component.
Yeah.
They need blink on collapse. That's it. Like, that's the big thing that allows them to at least try to do something. Blink collapse, Lina BKB, but pretty far behind at this point. And there's so many different counteracting moves versus these big ultis that Team Spirit does have that, I mean, this incredibly farmed Dawnbreaker will be able to counteract most of the action. And
oh my God, is he going to do it? Oh, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Oh, no. I was so ready. I've been conditioned to just seeing dead people down here by this tower. If he can wait 37 seconds, it's not going to happen.
Ag's now done. Shiro, incredibly farmed, about the same as the Lina, and it's a Spectre who farms way slower, so that says a lot. Old 11, he is going to be going for an Aghanims also on the Dawnbreaker, a very good item when you're playing versus this Magnus and versus Lina. It's evasion, even more healing, more and more layers that Spirit's going to have to try to find some answers for.
Yeah, it feels like they have to find a way to bait out these like ultis in a bad way, because if LGD can just press all the R keys, it's over.
Yeah.
They do way too much.
They got to bait it somehow. Mira, I don't think we've seen kisses yet either, right? We haven't seen an opportunity where Mira's been able to find it. And he was very high level early game.
Well, he is going to bear witness now to the death of Maposhka. Although he is... Okay, yeah, they got the Starbreaker now. And it's enough, but Collapse pulls back a couple. LSA to follow. Pretty good stuns there. The Overgrowth, but the RP, he pulls him out of it. And the Mira damage, it's insane. The stun is there. They're all falling down, but still kisses. Rubik tries to turn it back against them. And Laurel does manage to get out, but still a huge win for Spirit off of that one.
A big comeback for them, much needed one. Great skewer into the stun play there. But the Stolen Kisses kind of counteract everything planned.
Yeah.
It comes in and cleans up. We'll soon have Blink Dagger. But a good comeback at the least. Spirit, they needed that. But Nothing to Say, of course, does get the benefit of all that XP. And yeah, we'll see it again.
We talked about the Blink Dagger, how imperative that one was right there. And then able to interrupt the Overgrowth with that RP. A very nice bring down. Wow. Overgrowth was used again. So Why You Smile, although he is almost level 12, is going to be able to still play probably just around that cooldown. It feels like that's when LGD are the most comfortable.
Still have Solar Guardian at the ready, though, since 11 was inside of that RP.
Yeah.
He will have it ready for the next fight that does occur. And that is a pretty big commitment. Shiro going on Miposhka. It's just so much global threat.
Yeah, it is very hard to get away from that, and they will just kill off the Enchantress. 1-6-3. Been a rough game for the Yench.
Rough game for most of Spirit. It was a good team fight, but it did cost a lot, right?
Yeah.
They even had to use the BKB from Yotaro, of course, too, so downtime between that. And with that downtime, LGD, they feel strong to go into this Roche. They'll be able to finish it.
Yeah, and well, as we talked about, the BKBs help a lot. Lina just about has hers done. Spirit's getting in close to his as well on Ember. And they do look like they're going to try and finish this off smoked up afterwards, so want to find a play.
I feel like they constantly, because of how many global threats they have, they do constantly want to try to play aggressive. Don't give the space to Spirit to catch back up. They have the mag with that Ember Spirit, so it is that empowered Ember who is starting to trickle back into the game. Laurel, he has BKB. So let's see what he's going to be able to make with this. He's pretty high level, too.
It has not been delivered to him yet.
No.
He's rooted. He's dead. Laurel gets brought down. They just full commit for it.
It was coming on the Courier.
Yeah.
So much threat. So many different plays that they can make because this Aghanim's on the Spectre. They don't really need to play cooldown reliant whatsoever.
Right. God, they have so much control. Yeah, I mean, the combination of the NP route and the tree route, and then also always making sure that Shiro's just going to be right there. It's a really nasty draft. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's surprising that perhaps maybe they were able to get like Spectre with all of this, because we've seen Spectre as sometimes an answer versus the Lina, and it's super overwhelming. Maybe it's something that just passed over Spirit's head, but right now it's looking really, really good, really, really strong for PSG LGD. As it's constant moves. Down bottom.
Bottom. That Wrath of Nature. My God, it came through the mid lane and just had all the damage built up by the end there. I mean, it's just off cooldown every 60 seconds.
I'm telling you, it's broken. I said it the other day, it's broken. This item, Aghanim's Nature's Prophet, is so busted. And this is from the mid lane. So he's kind of playing like, I mean, he's transitioning already too. He's already got Gleipnir. He's going for Halberd and stuff like that to deal with the Lina. But it's absurd how so freaking. Look, it's back up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Shadow Step's going to be up again too, because that's 40 seconds. So yeah, I don't know what you do now.
The crazy thing is too, what I really like is it's not even just about the root and the damage and everything. Of course, yes, that's amazing. The cooldown as well, but it makes it so you always have bonus damage. It's a 50-second duration that you get that bonus damage on Nature's Prophet. So you're at 10-second downtime where you always are pretty much having like a free demon edge. So you plus 42 damage. Oh, it's back up in about 7 seconds. So it's constant. You always have that extra bit of farm that you're going to be getting from it as well.
Team Spirit feeling like they need to make some type of a move together. They will smoke up as 5. They are very grouped together. Planet's there. YE Smile can go for the jump in if they want, but they able to break his Blink Dagger. Nonetheless, the big ultis, they're coming through. The Wrath of Nature, all that damage out onto a couple of them, but they actually bring them down low. They're able to kill off the Dawnbreaker. Can they find any more?
Nothing to say.
Kisses, control, nothing to say is dead. And now, Shiro, he's kind of left alone over to the side here. They find him, the RP, they're all going down. Team Spirit.
Oh my God.
They turned their fortune. Unbelievable. And now taking down the Spectre one more time again. It's 5 for nothing.
6 for nothing. It was an Aegis. Holy moly. What positioning, great BKB usage. They commit the Dawn ult to try to bring down the Lina, but Yotaro just pops BKB, turns, stands his ground. PSG LGD, it seems like they don't even know what hit him.
What a swing. I mean, the BKB timings. We talked about it. This is what they needed, and they got, at the end, they didn't even need a huge RP from Mag.
Yotaro also had just finished Satanic as well, so it was like perfect timing for everything to synergize together. And as broken as NPX is, Lina's just broken as well too. Able to stand her ground, get those hits off. More than Spirit could have asked for.
Wow.
A total comeback. Look at if you want to see a comeback, look at the graph really quick. If you do want to bring that one up, it is monumental.
That is such a freaking swing. I mean, still, you can see that, Dota Plus favoring PSG LGD with this draft, and I would imagine the ease of execution, but this is a huge turnaround, and now you can at least play your draft on the side of Team Spirit, not just everybody getting killed instantly.
I think for LGD, like Old 11 can't use Solar Guardian as an initiating tool. That felt really forced how he did it onto the Lina. Like you want to be able to allow your Spectre to jump in, cause this havoc, and then you follow up to protect the Spectre. Instead what happens is Spectre comes in and the fight's already over. So a bit of mistakes coming out for PSG LGD, but Spirit perfectly punishes it.
Wild stuff happening in this game. Mira is going to get hit with that Shadow Step. Does just try and walk it off with Collapse nearby, and it looks like that will be allowed to happen. As the next couple of minutes, Roche could be another thing that they think about, getting that vision in that area at the very least, as it's still 3.5 minutes, so it's capable of respawning. But a smoke up Spirit wanting to find somebody here. Collapse does not have Shard.
They have that big team fight ready though, and the BKBs are at the ready too.
Shiro nearby with Planet. They're going to see him on that creep wave. They see it right there. Do they want to go though?
Planet seems to know this is happening. Look at the Rubik positioning.
Yeah, they're very well positioned right now by LGD.
I really like what Spirit's doing though in these last few minutes. They're the ones trying to dictate the pace, so they're not just like splitting up on the map and getting caught from all this global threat. They're bringing the action to them so that LGD actually ends up getting caught off guard. Right. Really do like these last few moves. And interesting build coming up from Laurel. He'd been changing it up a lot. He had Manta queued up for a little bit, Shard, etc. He's actually going to be going for a Gleipnir of his own to get some more catch. Lacking a little bit on their lineup. This will be a pretty cool pickup. And as for the hard game that Laurel was having, fully recovered, and he's actually the second highest level in the game next to the Lina.
Yeah, third on net worth. He's got that little bit of separation between him and those other cores. And, you know, you get a really big swing back when you're getting those kills. Good vision, find him. Why you smile? He's going to be caught. And the overgrowth is there. Are they going to try and turn this? They got burned last time they went for that type of a play, and so they're just going to let him die this time.
Great plays from Spirit. Laurel making these moves, playing around their vision.
Yeah, the Gleipnir can maybe be that big setup for Collapse to make a play with the RP. If you catch a couple of heroes with that one stuck together, Collapse might be looking for something beautiful.
Looks like Collapse was thinking about mid, but I think he knows Planet is just chilling on the side, waiting for that instant lift. Planet does have the Aether Lens, the Eye of Azir, so crazy distance he's able to get it from, and he does have Blink Dagger, so do have to watch out for this Rubik. Could get some pretty crazy fights coming out from him.
Yeah, and you can see these Treants, they're scouting things out here, trying to keep their eyes on where they think Spirit might be. And for the side of Collapse, you know, he's going to have to be wary of those. Does also have a BKB that he's working on right now, foregoing the Shard for the moment. And Gleipnir out, on to Laurel. He's just going to walk this one off. Turn around, Gleipnir. They can do that to you too.
Soon level 20. Actually, it's only level 18, but still soon level 20 on Nothing to Say, so that extra little leash will be coming out if he does want to go for it. I wonder if he actually goes for the mischance versus the Lina. I think it's debatable in this game, because he is playing versus Ember. The leash is so damn good, but could see the world where he does go for the mischance talent.
A smoke up with the two heroes that don't have the global ultis. Planet trying to find somebody. Why you smile, ready to go for a follow-up. Does have overgrowth back up soon.
Got vision.
They go in first with Shiro. Great vision onto all of them. They jump forward, Nothing to Say. Finds that Gleipnir. Laurel has already killed off Planet though. Do they have a chance for a second round of fighting?
BKBs are down.
Nothing to Say looking. He wants a bigger target. They find Miposhka first, able to catch onto this Enchantress and kill him off, and that's a gem.
That's a big kill. As soon as the BKBs start coming down, you see Spirits just kind of on full retreat. They will find Planet, though. I love how Laurel's playing this game. Like, he sees this Rubik and just full commits onto him and takes him out. He knows that this Rubik could be a pretty nasty one in the game. Nice moves, and that is the Haunt used. That was that big vision tool. There is still that Solo Guardian with an Aghanims, but the MKB's already finished for the Lina, so it does at least have that answer versus that evasion that'll be coming out from it.
Yeah.
Very close game.
It is a little bit of an interesting dynamic there, though, because you've kind of got this, like, obviously somewhat scaling with the Dawnbreaker hero, but much more about, like, boosting up her team. Has this Vlad's and stuff as well for the extra aura and damage and everything. But Roche going to be on the docket pretty soon now, 2 minutes away before it will respawn.
Also soon to be seeing Yotaro, he will be getting that Silver Edge pretty soon. So we'll be able to itemize to deal with that Spectre even more so. So starting to find more and more answers versus PSG LGD. And if they keep making these first moves, it looks like it could be that success to just bring that global, an answer, really.
Yeah. Well, they're going to smoke up now with everybody except for Laurel. And try and head in towards mid. Roche, they're scouting over in this area now.
Haunt on cooldown 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can see LG's positioning. They're playing very safe themselves.
Yeah.
Gonna maybe go for a smoke play themselves here. Will we see it? They need to push out that wave first. And yeah, there they go.
They want to haunt for vision and find that Magnus and get the initiation on him. That's what we've seen now from them. And Collapse, he is definitely vulnerable to that. Does not have a BKB just yet.
Their smoke is wearing out, and it looks like LGD is going for a very long wraparound, hoping to find somebody in the dire jungle. While Team Spirit, they're just inhabiting that area and starting to head that direction. This could be a pickoff. It's going to be Miposhka that's the first point of contact again. So not the best kill in the world, but just get to use the Shadow Step for it.
Kill nonetheless, and they reclaim the outpost. That's the important one. The ward vision around the Roshan pit and that outpost.
Thought Collapse is maybe moving in there. Yadaro steps forward, trying to find one.
11, he
11 went back to it. He went back to his hammer, and now he's caught and killed. Wanted to get the damage to kill off the creep. Oh, and a big punish coming out there, and with Roche about to respond.
That's a big mistake. I mean, he knows that they're all in the area. I can't believe he actually goes to the hammer instead of just like waltzing away and letting it come back to him. Okay, big mistake there from old 11. And Roche is up. So Spirit, they might just be able to actually walk in and get it for free because of that death.
Old 11, new heroes. It's a dangerous proposition, you know.
Yep.
As he does have buyback. With Haunt up, if they realize this is going on, if they know that this is happening.
It's dying very fast, though.
LGD, do they want to try and make the move? The Haunt is out already. They can make that buyback play. Thinking about going for it. He is going to go immediately, but Yadro already has the Aegis, and now they're committed. He's
11.
trying to run away in his ulti. Old 11 will manage to get out.
Uh-oh, some big mistakes from Old 11. A couple consecutively now have gotten Spirit totally back into this game. 6K gold lead now for them. And they still have everything available. They didn't really have to commit much of anything. They've got that RP ready, and now soon to have that BKB for Collapse and Laurel. He now has a full Aghanims, so even easier commitment that he can do to catch this Rubik, catch this tree and stuff like that too. Some problems for PSG LGD.
Man, and Yadro just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Obviously has foregone the boots of travel, just brown boots, but Silver Edge now has a Maelstrom and a Falcon Blade in his backpack with the Aegis in hand. He hits so incredibly hard on this Lina, but as we've seen, this hero is beatable if LGD all pull together and make the right move, if they can all in onto her, but she hasn't died in a long time.
No. And she now has Aegis as well, too, to cover her on top of Satanic, so many different forms, and did find a Blast Rig, which really does help. That armor is going to be really beneficial since she does not have that tree that we've seen so often. Yeah, big moves from Spirit. PSG LGD, they have to execute better if they want to have a chance now.
Planet trying to play around their vision. They have this ward down, which is scouting Collapse. And Laurel, he's going to TP away. All this stuff still very much seen by PSG LGD.
He still has a Remnant down bottom, so he's just addressing the split push, and he's still ready to fight. Spirit, they're the ones who want to bring the action right now.
Tier 2 tower going to fall, and Team Spirit step forward again. Are they going to stop? I mean, they can keep going at least a decent amount here. Looks like they aren't going to tempt fate quite yet, but
they're
passing, the book.
Yeah, almost 25 on Lina. They're actually going to smoke. Collapse has BKB, so has the option to be able to get these skewer plays and not have to worry so much about this Rubik lift.
Aposhka steps forward. They find the tree, blinks away immediately. Yeah, that gem realized what was happening. All it took was a second, and now from the low ground, Yadro going to start beating away at this tower.
Dies fast. Little Shredder minus armor on the tower too. Nothing to say, he's getting his own split push going, but the Lina does it way faster.
Yeah, and
they're actually setting up.
Too much.
RP
catches him, pulls him back in. Why not? Yadro there. Oh, but he stuns him as they go in, and the follow-up is there as well. Yadro trying to back away from Old 11, who moves in, but they just BKB, turn, beat him down to death. Yes, please, I will take another kill.
I love watching me some Collapse Magnus. He knows exactly when to go for these type of opportunities, and huge kills. Spirit now in a very comfortable position this game. 11 with some very, like we said, consecutive mistakes. This one, another death, a dieback, and nothing to say also gets caught.
Unreal. Well,
patience is what it means from Spirit here, and patience has really paid off this game.
Yeah, they have been able to play fairly safe. They have been able to dodge a lot of that early. I mean, they did get kind of wiped early on with the whole tree ulti and everything else coming out.
They've got the root.
Finds him. And Laurel, he overplays his hands a little bit, but buys back. And now Remnant out. Catches. Miss onto Why You Smile. Can they kill him off? The root is there with the chains coming out and the kill now onto the tree. But it looks like LGD will get away with their other two heroes.
But the push is going to continue. Lina's in the area. 3 heroes dead. They're going to go for the Rex.
Collapse, wanting to make some highlight reels right there. As he did go for the blind hit with the horn toss. Couldn't quite connect. And now taking down this entire set of racks. Team Spirit, I don't know if they're stopping here.
They're going to keep going. There's still 15 seconds until the Dawnbreaker's up.
Making the move. They're going to buy back now on tree. Want to throw this armor onto the tower. Delay as much as possible. And Why You Smile throws out the Nature's Grasp. But Team Spirit not concerned. Dawnbreaker is back up now, and they're going to go for the all-in play. The root is there. It's a good chunk of damage onto Yadro, but now they find nothing to say. He's got to run away. And, well, with Spectre ulti now down, they don't really have to be worried about anything.
I think that was just a shadow step, but yeah,
either
way,
they're both down.
Yeah, both are still down. They can still keep pushing. They still got 30 seconds.
Yadro Can they try and get this last set of racks before the ages expire? It doesn't look like it. They want to play it a little bit safer on Team Spirit. Do not want to go down 1-0 in this elimination series.
Oh, it's like 2 hits on the racks, too. Feels a little bad. But either way, they know the comfortable position that they're in. They have RP ready. They're ready to fight. Lina, Aegis about to be reclaimed. They've done so much damage. They've won, what, 3-4 consecutive fights, it feels like, now on the side of Team Spirit.
It's interesting, right? Like, you think about the way that this game has kind of gone, and it started with those big ultis coming in, the fight down bottom, Why You Smile, huge ulti, and then when the fight went poorly up in the dire jungle, ever since then, it hasn't looked good again from teams from PSG LGD at all.
Feels like it was as soon as Collapse got Blink Dagger, right? Like he finds the catch bottom, finds this like patience up top. But PSG LGD definitely making some pretty big mistakes, especially Old 11. I think that initiating with Solar Guardian was definitely a huge mistake from him on that initial go. Maybe not knowing the double BKBs were out, but either way gets punished super hard. And now PSG LGD, with the global lineup, is actually trapped inside their base as Spirit just running around together, picking up these tier 4 neutrals.
Right. Yeah, and they are some scary ones here. Witchbane for the Lina. You've got Timeless Relic on Mag.
Oh boy.
And LGD, they're going to head out now with just those tier 3 neutrals. Who are they going to find?
This is such a hard fight now at this point.
I mean, they will at least, like you said, be able to have probably pretty good vision here. If they have to watch out for that Spectre ulti coming online. Now, they have him showing in the lane. Why You Smile right behind, Old 11 behind him as well. I think I see some people doing the wave here in the crowd. But yeah, just not willing to step out any further. Too afraid.
Too afraid of the fight. Spirit's too damn strong now at this point. Yotaro swapping between items. He's got Trickster Cloak and the Witchbane, depending on which opportunity he sees that he needs. I mean, great Trickster Cloak game versus the Spectre. He's just going to be able to invis away and distance himself also. They're all set up top.
Looking for one. Planet trying to hide back behind the trees. Lara, does he throw out one salvo of spells? Doesn't look like it. Whoop. I mean, are they even able to all in for this Lina? It feels like she's so tanky.
I don't think they have the burst damage with their lineup to do so. They'd have to have it, like, everything go perfectly, but there's this Trickster Cloak. There's this Greaves. There's always going to be the counteraction that comes out. There's also Snapfire with Force Staff and Cookie, so not an easy way to commit onto this Lina by any means.
Smoke up and heading out. Get vision down.
Planet.
C1, Planet. He's mega dead. Can they find more? Why You Smile? Everybody evacuate. Just try and get him out of here if possible at all. But Why You Smile? The kisses coming down from very far away, and they will kill him off too.
Great plays from Laurel. Just commits forward. Level 25 now on this Ember Spirit. Pushing the limits of his hero. 70 seconds on both supports. See how long a Roche spawn is. Okay, it's 90 seconds. Not going to be an instant spawn.
And I mean, Laurel even keeping that Aeon disc ready to be assembled in his backpack, so he's good to go.
Just in case of anything.
Covering their bases. And still sitting with the strongest hero in this game by a mile. Yatoro playing this Lina just about perfectly. As they get ready to even go high ground again. Who needs an Aegis? I'll just come up and take it.
Supports are dead. Laurel's even pushing in top. Tier 2 is going to drop very soon. They might look to close this out pretty soon.
Team Spirit, I mean, yeah, with another 30 seconds basically with no supports. Might they decide to go high ground here or just stick around?
They got to scout the Roche first. They don't know when it's going to be up, so we'll back up, check that area.
No fuss, no muss. 2 racks down, and Team Spirit hanging out in this area.
Yotaro is 6 slotted now.
Okay.
He's got bots too, and 5,000 gold.
He's a monster.
Truly is. Doesn't have the cleave, but either way, power is still going to be pretty nice onto this Lina.
They do get the level 20 Old 11. He takes the Solar Guardian Radius. So with this more like, you know, utility build that he's been going for, opting for that as opposed to the damage. Does have the cooldown too, but Smoke with 3.
They've lost all their momentum. They need a massive pick off here to have any hope back into this game. But looking at Spirit, I'm seeing a lot of buybacks ready. Lina's got buyback. I think everybody has buyback. Yeah.
Yeah, things go awry. Well,
everyone but Laurel.
They're going to be there a bit too late. The Aegis, it's going to be claimed. Aghanim Scepter already in hand, passed over to the Snapfire. And now things are truly in despair mode for PSG LGD.
Probably can't kill the Lina once. Now you have to somehow do it twice. How do you kill any of these cores unless you get some type of perfect lockdown that comes up from the tree, getting the root post BKBs? Well, still doesn't feel like they'll have damage.
There is going to be a big wraparound here. They re-smoked on the side of LGD and will be able to come in from behind. So you can see Old 11 looking to be that first point of contact onto them. Mira off to the side too. Smoke breaks onto Mira immediately. They pop the ulti. Try and find him. Can they get the kill onto Mira? No! Mira's living. They fully commit onto her though. And now Yadaro just doing way too much damage to Shiro. Laguna played out the heal. It's not going to be enough. Nothing to say is turn upon next. They are fighting through the heal that Solar Guardian gives them. It is not going to be there. GG called. Yadaro ultra kill. Very clean performance coming out from Team Spirit.
Yep, first 20 minutes pretty much on the dot. Totally dominant for PSG LGD, hitting some incredible timings, even getting Roshan and stuff like that. Their draft, it is quite strong versus what Spirit has. Spirit, though, patient. They wait for their moment, keep on waiting. Blink on Magnus comes out, they get the double BKB, and then they just crush consecutive, 3, 4, 5 team fights in a row. Couple mistakes there coming out from PSG LGD, particularly on Old 11, unfortunately, with some of these aggressive ults and stuff like that. But Spirit, they played it calm, they played it cool. Even though they were behind, they waited for their moment and they found it.
I'm really impressed by Team Spirit here. And, I was fully ready to come into this and, get a little bit, concerned about the Nature's Prophet that they were running into with the tree. I think they even got the tree in the second phase, if I'm not mistaken, because they got Planet's Rubik early on. But it feels like Team Spirit, as much as people are saying, hey, if you leave Lina, they're going to give it to you. They also were like, if we take Lina, they're going to be running this combo against us, and we have an answer for it.
Yeah. I think they played super well with their just target priority and just patience. It's waiting for these moments. Laurel had a little bit of a tough lane, but it doesn't even seem like it when you look back at his game. He played immaculately. The targets that he was jumping was so ideal. I talked about how Planet, maybe he could find some moments where he gets these cool steals, either Light Strike Array or RP, etc., stuff like that. Laurel just committed onto Planet every fight. This Rubik actually couldn't play the game in any of these fights, so really well played from Spirit and a fantastic Game 1.
Well, you can see them right there, heading on out, appreciating what the crowd is doing. Team Spirit getting the love from the local crowd as we get ready to end this one off. Like you said, an impressive game number 1, and for now, we're going to head on back to that panel.
A thrilling game number 1, and of course it matches the expectations that we expect from the caliber of these two teams. PSG LGD back and forth, unfortunately succumb at the end, but high intensity gameplay all around.
It was a really fun game, actually. There was that early team fight at the tier 1 tower where they used all their team fight ultimates, and it was just like that the whole game. Every single fight was crazy. Tons of AoE stuns, back and forth, everything. Lina's good. Did you guys know that?
Word on the street is she is quite good.
I was thinking about it a little bit.
That's all I wanted to say.
And then you reach the conclusion that she's
absolutely
broken.
I was a bit disappointed with how LGD played the game. I feel like early game went well. They had a really good mech timing with the Dawnbreaker, but they took a few fights at the enemy jungle, which was quite peculiar. I remember the fight they had Aegis on Spectre, but they took a fight, but the rest of the players, they weren't coming at the same time, and they botched the fight, and everybody died. They wasted the Aegis, and then after that, it happened again. I feel like if they played their cards correctly, I don't think the game would have gone that badly for them, given the start. If you start the game with the Spectre not losing the lane that badly, I always feel like you have a good chance of winning the game.
Yeah, I feel like LGD knew what they wanted to do, and they were almost too eager to do it, because even the tier 1 push top, I think Nature's Prophet hit level 6, Dawnbreaker hit a good timing, and he was just like, can you please give me something to teleport to? I really want to just kill this Lina, take this tier 1 tower. and then they forced it, and then they ended up losing the Dawn and the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that was the gank where I feel like the Dawn, he actually missed the slow or something. He went into the trees.
Yes.
Yeah, he missed the slow. I feel like maybe if they landed the slow, they would have been able to avoid all that messy fight.
I can give something in a defense. Apparently, this is Old 11's first ever competitive game on Dawnbreaker, so perhaps a little bit of unfamiliarity.
He was on vacation.
He was on
I've got an
vacation in the
excuse for him
Bahamas.
for Look, he had some good ultimates. He had a great laning stage. That part looked really solid. I thought they came together well as a team. Nothing to say. He was getting tons done. But yeah, eventually Team Spirit, they gave him the Lina. They had some good team fight stuff going on. They covered each other very well. Yeah, it was just a better play by Team Spirit and what we expect out of them.
911 GPM coming out of that Lina. I was also impressed by the fact that he trusts Collapse a great deal, and he maxed out LSA, Sheep. I feel like a lot of these Linas against Rubik's, they're like, nah, I'm just going to go all stats. I'm not going to hand out max LSA. And against Planet, I feel like that would have been very dangerous. Planet was playing out of his mind. That's why he was public enemy #1 for Spirit.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would say he trusted his team to deal with Rubik. I'm not sure, honestly, what the decision is. It's not something I've spoken to players about, but I think the Lina is just so good, and the Spectre is a really weird matchup for her as well. We just looked at it on the screen, right? The difference in net worth, or DPM even, is the most important point. Is that even if you go like a Blade Mail on Spectre, it's meant to be good against the Lina, and we saw like big damage output from Spectre early on because of the Blade Mail. But the problem is Lina's always like 2 IMs ahead, and you see as soon as she gets like Satanic, she just doesn't care anymore about the Blade Mail.
Yeah, it's tough, but the upside is that Spectre's ulti reveals everybody. Prophet ultis can hit everybody. That's really nice. And they could potentially jump around globally and gank Lina at various points. And Spectre can also get directly on top of Lina, which is a nice advantage too. That was cool to see them try out Spectre as that solution there. But yeah, unless you're like winning the game and you're getting semi-even in net worth, you're not going to solo kill. You're just kind of like helping to contribute to those kills.
I mean, I feel like the way the game started, I feel good about the Spectre. Like the way the early game started, he wasn't like pressured too much in the lane. He had some decent amount of farm. The first couple of team fights were really good. And going back to the point where you were talking about the Spectre against the Lina, the gold, the GPM and everything, I feel like Spectre is always like a carry that's not farming quickly as fast as the other carries, but you are always a carry that plays around with the team, and it gives your teammates a lot of chances to kill the enemy supports first. That's what I always look at in the draft when you have a Spectre. Do you have the tools to allow the Spectre to kill the enemy supports first? And in this draft, I feel like they do. They just didn't really execute it in the team fights.
The early game was so nice. It took them 19 minutes on Spirit to take this bottom tier 1 tower, which was just hilarious to watch because they tried. And they had such a problem with it because Treant just sat there defending it. Yeah. And anytime they moved up and brought numbers, they just used the Treant ult to lock them in place, combo with the Dawn ult, and they didn't have the damage on Spirit to take a proper fight just due to the heal from the Dawn ult plus the mech that they got. The only reason they even got the tower in the end was because Tree used his ult top to kill Alina, so they basically traded their carry for this tower finally.
Yeah, Treant's very good position 5 hero to be like an anchor point in the draft. On the map, you hold a position and you have your ult to set up for the fight. You're buying a lot of time for your team, delaying the tower. So he's really good at doing that. As a position 5, not many other heroes can do that. Like Treant is very unique in that regard. Like this is the fight that I was mentioning where the Spectre, he had A-Gaze but he died twice, his team went in first and they couldn't really abuse the A-Gaze.
This moment as well is a bit spooky for them, that they TP back after pushing bottom. Collapse ends up catching 1, then they try to half cover him with Spectre, Reality Rift, and Dawnbreaker ulti, just ends up feeding a little bit more. Yeah, there are just mistakes like this in the ultra late game here, or at least the late game for PSGLG, that just made it a lot harder for them
they don't really have good enough synergy in the team fights, you know. Like sometimes I feel like they have this global draft, but they're not really playing the map as well. Like I look at the map, the DB is like somehow doing some jungle farming, like instead of like trying to shove up the lanes and somebody gets caught in the jungle. I mean, if you look at this kind of lineup like DB and MP, you would expect like all the lanes to be constantly shoved. There's always someone throwing spells at the lane to push and pressure the enemy, and you force somebody to show on the map, and then you go for a smoke play, or you try to gank another side of the map.
That's just too hard to do because Spirit's on Dire, so it's just free win, you know?
My other issue is I feel that why were the supports the primary initiators? They decided to send the Nature's Prophet mid, which is only the third time that that's happened this entire tournament. The other team that was doing it was eHome, so maybe it's just a China thing. But Rubik was having to initiate, Treant was having to initiate, and then your usual initiator is your offlaner. But the offlaner was waiting for one of his squishy heroes to go in, and then be like, give me a target to Solar Guardian on, and then I'll come in. 5 seconds later after you die.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the big problems about Dawnbreaker is that it's about, well, it's not ideally not your, ideally what it is it's not your supports initiating, it's one of your tanky cores getting into some shit and you're like, oh, I'll save you, and then that's what turns the fight.
Yeah.
So, but for offlaners, the traditional archetype is like you jump and stun somebody quickly, that allows your other allies to follow up, or at least like your supports or your offlaner has the option. So yeah, that's one of the downsides to Dawnbreaker, and I think despite going into TI with some high hopes, or 2 TIs ago with high hopes, I can't remember, her win rate was just not that good. Right. Her win rate was just not that incredible, even though everybody basically played her in almost every role. It's like, well, it's winning games is like starting good fights against heroes before they press BKB and then killing them in a lot of cases. So yeah, it makes it even harder for them to execute in those late games decisions.
How did you feel about mid lane Nature's Prophet, Winter? It seems that it's not very popular. It was an intentional choice against Ember Spirit. What was the motivation behind it?
Maybe they wanted to change to the Spectre. Maybe the initial plan was to put the MP as a carry, and then they figured, okay, it's a good Spectre game. I mean, I was looking at the draft. I thought of Spectre at pick 18.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, so I felt like Spectre was definitely something that they could have been considering, but they wanted to keep their options open, so they didn't pick it at 18, and then they finally decided, okay, we're going to pick it and try to move MP into the mid row. And you guys were having a discussion about how MP and Dawnbreaker in the game, and so nobody can initiate, right? So you have to wait for the supports to make the first move. But the way he itemized, he went for the Gleipnir and Aghanim, so he's kind of the semi-initiating hero. Like sometimes he does it with his body, he just goes in, they focus him, then the Dawnbreaker comes in.
Yeah.
Like, it's not easy to execute, but I feel like they could have won that game with their draft for sure. They just needed to play the team fights better.
So now can I have free reign to...
Yes, you may. Go.
Rain it up.
Collapse Magnus, guys. Collapse Magnus.
Shall we?
Oh my god.
He's out there sweating. He's like, God damn it, do I finally have to ban it?
It just keeps coming back. You think the nightmare is over, but holy shit, he keeps delivering. And this is the man I'm talking about. He buys the Ether Lens every game. All he thinks of in his mind is, I want to catch as many friggin' heroes as possible and send them into my team. Did you see the absolute beauty, the communication between them? Like on that mid lane, for example, in the river, he gets that nice double skewer back into the Lina stun, and they're like, oh wow. That was like a really nice fight, I think, where he held the RP as long as possible, waiting for like one more hero to appear before he hit like a 3-man. I don't know. He was hitting so many good RPs this game. This guy's positioning was out of control.
Like, that shouldn't really happen against Spectre. I feel like you draft the Spectre. Spectre is always very good against all these blink heroes, like backline heroes. You know, I feel like he's getting, like, he played well for sure, you know, but I feel like he shouldn't be getting so many good RPs in the game, so many good catches.
Such a downer. It's just...
Collapse is just built different. I mean, Xiaowei is well familiar with this situation. At what point do you finally concede, yeah, this guy's pretty goddamn good at the hero? My team, my draft, they can't do it.
I mean, I'm just being honest here. I look at the game, I see that happening. Spectre, there's a Spectre, the Spectre is not haunting, they're not making the jump, and the Magnus gets the jump every time. If it happens like 50-50, like sometimes the Magnus gets the jump, sometimes the MP gets the jump, you know, I'm okay with that, you know. But when a Magnus is playing against a Spectre lineup, and Magnus is always, like most of the time he was getting a jump like 70-80% of the time, I feel like something is wrong, you know.
Yeah, especially because he was also playing against a Rubik that he seemed pretty wary of. He was like, if I don't know where this Rubik is, I think that's also part of the reason why he was holding off on so many RPs, is he wanted to get multiple targets, but he also really wanted to make sure Planet did not steal it from him.
Yeah, you were talking about the TI game. Like, I remember Shinkyu, every time he jumps in, he lifts him immediately.
Yeah.
That's true. They also had Undying as a good response to that hero, which we did not see in this match. And I don't think he got banned either. I mean, then again...
Oh, it's like an anti-Magnus hero?
Yeah. That was the one that got banned out in the grand finals, right? Instead of the Rubik? I don't know.
I could see. I mean, if Tombstone's on the ground, you can't get anywhere near close. Laning stage-wise, you beat him too, so yeah.
It's hard to blink as well. Sometimes you get caught by the zombie, so it's very annoying.
Exactly.
So then what are the odds that it gets banned?
Probably.
0.
Yeah, not high.
I don't think so.
Yo, what about these unpicked heroes? What do you guys think?
Meepo!
Keep putting more pins on your clothes. Maybe it'll do something.
I'm not currently wearing my Meepo
pins. If Xiang Yu was here, Brewmaster would have gotten picked.
I'm actually surprised Brewmaster didn't even get picked one time.
I mean, let's look at these. We got a Tinker, so nothing to say to play that.
True.
We got Broodmaster. Doesn't Toby play Broodmaster? I think we could see maybe like a OD from Entity as well. Maybe a Quinn Huskar.
Oh, okay.
Any
Blind picking mid heroes. I remember his pop game. He just picked Huskar, he knowing the enemy would pick an Ember.
I think every 5 support hero here is not going to get picked because Tree and Undying are just
I
like
agree.
so much better.
I agree. I feel a bit sad for Olga.
Yeah, he's close. It's beefy.
I feel like Witch Doctor is more viable also. In DPC...
As a core? Or
No.
as a support?
Okay, well, if you're if you're
yes,
Tendi,
actually.
if you're Tendi, then it's a core.
No.
There was also Gaming Gladiators.
Also Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
A lot of these heroes I just attribute to like Gaming Gladiators could potentially play them. They actually have a surprising number of strats in their pockets.
Yeah, quite surprised Medusa didn't even get picked once. She's kind of like similar to some of the range heroes, but she needs to farm a lot more. Her laning's a little weaker, but she falls into that category of range heroes, farming ancients. And
The big difference, though, is that she's like an AoE damage carry. Like, almost all the carries here are like huge amounts of single target, because you need something that can like beat Lina in a 1v1. It's either like Lina, or it's Nature's Prophet who has crazy BAT, or it's an Ursa, or it's a Marcy, or like Drow Ranger. It's like they all have so much single target damage. Medusa would get shredded by most of those heroes, I feel like.
yeah, and she's slower, slower pace in the game.
Yeah,
She can't
for sure.
she can't keep up.
Man, I've seen this graphic 8 times and it never changes.
Yep. I would have thought that there was been a little bit more evolution since the group stage, but it seems that since around day 3, these have been the same 8 heroes up here.
Usually what happens, though, is like 1 or 2 of them, their win rate like completely tanks.
Was it Rubik? Was that the hero?
His was a little... Okay, his is down a bit. You're right, 43%. So Rubik is currently scraping the barrel, but still being picked.
I'm sure he did just lose. Unlucky.
Put another on the pile.
Yeah, are you guys on the NP hype train? NP is like better than Lina. Right?
Nerf the BAT, dude. It's too good. He just like is so good in almost all roles, and nerf the BAT.
I also think Gleipnir range needs to be nerfed a little bit. Like Nature's is his range with that is so OP.
But isn't the hero like always like this? I feel like the thing that makes him really broken right now is because he's winning the lane, and he has early game, he has mid game, he has late game, but before he didn't really have catch. Right now he has the leash talent, he has Gleipnir, he has the axe.
Like, I agree those are helpful, but the reality is that like there's never a point in the game where Nature's Prophet feels out DPS'd, except for against like Alina. If you have like comparable items, Prophet just hits you so fast. I don't know, you can just like look at his attack speed at various points in the game, and it's just busted compared to almost... I mean, he's got a Gleipnir and a Treads, for God's sake. It's not a lot of attack speed, and he's still... Pew, 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 pew.
I do kind of agree with Winner, though, about the catch, because I've played, how many pubs have you played against Nature's Prophet? You feel it, or as Nature's Prophet, I mean, you feel it pre-Gleipnir. You're just like, you sprout someone and they just cut the tree and walk away. You're like, wow. And you're kind of slow.
I feel like without the catch, without the toolkit, without catching his toolkit, he is manageable as a hero. I feel like I can deal with him, but with his toolkit right now, I feel it's just so difficult to deal with the hero.
Yeah, I mean, I agree definitely that Gleipnir brings him into a new level, and probably nerf the item a little bit because we're seeing it on almost all cores. But I think NP could also use a little bit of a nerf as well.
Stats nerf?
It's just I think it's the BAT. The base attack time is just way too good on the hero. It would be really good for the ability draft community, which is thriving. Don't let anybody say otherwise.
And no bias towards Purge's draft house.
Yeah, you did not know, but thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Spirit returned to the stage, and now PSG LGD follow up. I've been very intrigued at the dynamics of teams that choose to stay within the booth and those that walk back. I would love to see a true sight of this situation, because I have to imagine Xiaowei yet again is wondering should he ban the Magnus.
You know what? If you're in ROTK's team, you're definitely leaving the booth.
Oh yeah.
His voice.
You do not want him yelling on stage at you.
Tsunami, you're legally allowed to walk up to the players at the hotel and ask them why they don't leave the booth.
I'm legally allowed to. I'm entitled to. Okay, we'll start doing that. Unfortunately, it's been a lot of non-English speaking teams that have been doing it. I don't know if I'll be able to determine it. But LGD have some heavy thinking to do, because this is an elimination series, and yet again it's a situation of pride for the region, because Aster was able to pull out what I would consider a somewhat surprise victory over Tundra Esports at the beginning of today. So they have one China representative sticking around, and I'm pretty sure PSG LGD would like to make it all the way to the grand finals, get themselves early points to make it to TI, and prove themselves still the kings of China.
I mean, I feel their issues are not going to be fixed, you know. Just by one game like this, you go out, you have a talk, you know.
This was a very unique draft, though. I feel like they came in with a very clear idea that, let's see if this global thing works.
Yeah, because it's execution issue, you know. I feel like you can go on and on how they can improve the draft, sure, but I feel like the problem they had in that game is mainly the way they were taking the team fights, the way they were positioning themselves on the map, and that is not something that you just fix, you know, after one game. You know, it takes a lot of team meetings, talking about the game, going through the replays together, telling each other, oh, you should be farming here, you should be here, you should be here, and when we are in the right positions on the map, after we push the wave, then we gather at this point. You know, it doesn't get fixed just one game like this. I mean, I'm sure you can change the draft a little bit to make the problem less visible, but I don't think you can remove the problem.
There's also on the personal side of things, like we kind of excused the results of TSM because they had a bunch of new players to international lands. It's a similar-ish story for LGD.
Fair.
Between Shiro and Planet, these guys just knew. I mean, they will make, like, even Zhao 8 understands this. He says that they're young without the experience. They will make mistakes. It's just a time thing. They can fix the small problems for now. But like Winter said, these bigger ones, they need time. They need to just play through this and see how it goes. I don't have the highest of hopes for them because of that, but I am looking forward to their growth as the year progresses, as we go to the next majors.
It would be encouraging if they're able to get more. Well, many tournaments don't have these many arena days, and so the fact that this early in playoffs, round one elimination, PSG LGD even get a series on stage with a crowd is important for these new players, like you mentioned. It's these high pressure situations that make the best Dota players.
Especially for old 11, he hasn't been around very long.
Young 11.
For looking at how many times that he gets to play Dawnbreaker, he has not been around enough.
He played mostly good.
Yeah, he played quite well, but there were a couple of times where I saw him returning to the hammer, where I was like, bro, don't do that. I'm pretty sure that's a bad idea. Just let it go, man.
Yeah, but they did show that this Dawnbreaker idea has some potential against Lina, because it's very strong against Lina in the lane. You can.
Yeah, I was super impressed with how well it went lane.
You can kill her pretty easily with your double nuke, as long as you're paired with a support that has some sort of like stun, like they had Rubik. So that was really good for the Dawnbreaker, and he was so fat from the lane.
So is there any comfort that LGD displayed during either the DPC or the group stage that you would like them to revert to? Because this was more creative than most of the LGD drafts that I've seen over the past 5 days. But then they still did fairly well. Obviously, lower bracket, not ideal, but they won quite a few games. What'd they do it on?
LGD went nutty in the DPC. I mean, like we talked about Shangyu already. He's gone, but he had the smallest pool.
Yeah.
Shiro had the biggest. I think he might have had the highest in the entire DPC. He had like 16 heroes picked over 20 games.
As a carry player?
Yeah, as a
God damn.
He picked so much stuff. Which is why throughout the group stages, when he would just pick like Pierre, I'd be like, oh, it's no problem. It's Shiro. He can play every hero. He then lost, but you know.
16? But
Yeah.
you only play 16 games, right?
No, they played 20, I think. It was best of threes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's best of threes.
And then Nothing to Say also had a pretty decent pool. Not as big. I mean, no one else had it as big, but the thing that they were most comfortable on throughout DVC was Phoenix. Just because they played it the most on both of their support players.
I really like watching teams that are not afraid to like switch it up though. Like obviously sometimes they can go too far, but it just, to me, maybe I'm just like putting like my impression in the team's mind, but it's like if you can think of the best possible hero for the situation, even if its win rate's not as high, if you can still win with it, I think that's really respectable and cool, and it makes for more enjoyable viewing as well. So whether or not LGD gets eliminated from the tournament and loses all opportunity to gain money or DPC points, I want to enjoy this match, so let's see some variety.
Okay. You want variety? I'll give you some variety. Well, I can't guarantee it, actually. But I want variety in game number 2 of PSG LGD versus Team Spirit.
welcome one and all to the draft panel yet again for game number 2 between PSG LGD and Team Spirit. A run back of the TI-10 finals, a modern classic, and right now PSG LGD, as per usual, Estini, they have lost game 1 up against the side of Team Spirit. Yes, again, they lose to Collapse Magnus. Let's talk about this next game though, because PSG LGD clearly need to adjust and adapt their draft. Where do you think things went wrong for them in terms of how they played things out? Why weren't they able to make Old 11's first game on the Dawnbreaker work out?
They had a global draft, but they were not playing on the global way. They were colliding as 5. Maybe they got happy with the Spectre last pick and they thought they could main fight a 5 against 5. But I feel like they should have played the map better. They had Nature Prophet, they had Dawnbreaker, Spectre. They could play 3 lanes, but they were colliding as 5, and that made it easier for Team Spirit to play.
Well, Team Spirit in this particular game here, they look to have a very strong opener. They respond to the opener of the Tusk, first pick from PSG LGD. Nature's Prophet Undying. Estini feels very strong about this here, Lacoste. He thinks that this hero is the most complete 5 hero in the game right now. I think Nature's Prophet is the most broken hero in the game right now. What do you make of this?
Did you watch the last game, Lina? You know something about this hero? No, these two heroes paired up together definitely what they bring to the table. A lot of team fight, a bit more global presence. We saw how strong this Aghanim Scepter is on Nature's Prophet in the previous game. It was some like beautiful ultis coming out, the amount of damage that you get from it. But yeah, Undying as a 5, most of the time you're not going to be laning against the hero at all. This is also Undying into... No, they responded with the Snapfire, never mind. So you will have something to kill the Tombstone with. And with Tusk plus Snapfire, these two heroes can always play Dota together. You always have a kill threat on any hero on the map pre-BKB.
Do you want to see the Tusk going into the mid lane here, Ostini? Or is it like just one of these things, you pick it up right now, it gets more flexible as the draft unfolds?
Too early to say, but I like it on the mid with the heroes we see so far because they need some catch for this Prophet, and then you want to early Blink Dagger on Tusk, so you want it on the mid lane. But it's too early to say on that sense. We still need to see more draft unfold. What we see yet is Team Spirit, they're super heavy on Roche because Undying enables Roche so well, and Prophet has the damage, so they should do a very fast Roche. So LGD, they need to know how to contest it. It's the reason I like this Snapfire, this AoE damage, so you cannot just enter as 5 in the Roche pit and take it super fast on Team Spirit. They have some contest, they have some team fight there, but I also want to see they having this Roche potential on their side, so they need a hero that will allow them to take a fast Roche. I love the Beastmaster ban on that sense. It's a hero that most enable Roche on the offlane, so it's a really good ban. Also, you're going to have the vision against a Prophet, you have attack speed against Tombstone, so they're like closing the options to counter the draft.
I want to see Death Prophet, honestly, Lacoste. Like, I'm really surprised that they didn't go for that hero last game. Astini is mentioning that we want some Roshan potential. I just want to see Old 11 back on a hero that he's been winning with.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned the Beastmaster ban, definitely a good one, having a vision in the... to see, like, what Snapfire is going to go for, having vision for the kisses as well. But Old 11, he had a really good laning stage in the previous game, but some of his entrances into a fight, he was the one who was initiating pretty much a couple of times, which I think was a big thing why PSG LGD lost the last game. Because you can't just use Dawnbreaker as the initiating tool. Considering the global presence that they had, you need to split the map, try to play different lanes, and then go with the counter initiation. So a bit of a difficult one. One thing also to mention is Team Spirit did have first pick Dire in the previous game. It's insane how good it is. It's 65% win rate. This time around they have a second pick on Dire, which is also strong, but not as strong as Dire first pick.
Dire in general, I just felt at this tournament really strong. Like, it's, I don't know.
Joe 8 is like, yeah, did you guys wash your faces? Is everything is everything okay there? Repeat it a couple of times and see if they can reset.
Oh, this ban phase is about to end right now. We see the Tiny being removed by PSG LGD, so Team Spirit probably still going to be targeting Old 11 because 4 of his heroes have been removed outside of the Lina, which is the only thing that they've taken away from Shiro. What do we see here? Probably another support at the end of this phase. I imagine the Team Spirit probably want their 4 position here, Astini.
Yeah, but like if you ban Beastmaster, Enigma, and Brood, you also ban Lycan. That's what I'm expecting them to ban, because otherwise it doesn't make so much sense that you ban, let's say, 80% of the zoo and you leave Lycan there. So I'd like to see a Lycan ban, and then, yeah, a position 4 here. I don't know if they made their mind if Prophet's a 3 or is a carry, because if it's a position 3, then they want a melee 4. And it can get weird if you have like Undying Clockwork, Undying Nyx, if you have like 2 melee heroes. So they need to kind of make up their minds on what role will Prophet do, and then they show, okay, Lycan Band is the first thing.
It's a good call.
Yeah.
You know, also, one of the heroes that just sends the summons on Snapfire, forcing Snapfire to use the cookie on herself or stop her from using the kisses in the backlines. Just a lot of Zoo. We've seen this Zoo meta still very powerful. We've seen it during previous TI as well. Some of these heroes, haven't changed much, and they still feel super strong. I think China has been pretty big when they started this major, going for the Chen Beastmaster. This was their go-to combo in a couple of games as well, and it looked pretty strong. So no surprise that Team Spirit decided to ban out pretty much every Zoo hero that there is.
Yeah, and I like the Rubik. That's the hero that keeps it open, that they can play maybe even Rubik in the safe lane as 5 and have Undying with Prophet if they want to have Prophet on 3. And also is a super strong hero against Snapfire, already a great spell too. Still, and LGD goes with the Encanters. I'm really happy to see these Encanters, so they can collide mid, they can play fast tempo, Ursa, a Roche Taker. I was talking about this, when you see this Prophet Undying, you want to be able to steal the Roche. You do it even faster than them. And I believe this is one of the best combinations out of the heroes they had on the pool, because so all the Zoo is banned, which are the position 3 that allow you to Roche. So you need to do it with another hero. So the best carry for that is Ursa. The second best position 5 would be Encanter. So besides the Undying, I really like this approach.
One thing I like about this as well is that LGD, when they first started here at the Major, they were doing really poorly in the group stage, and their fortune started to turn around almost immediately when they were picking up more of this Innocence Enchantress for the laning phase. So I like this a lot. I like that they can fight very often. And Lacoste, I also really like that they have multiple answers for the Tombstone. It's not just locked into the Snapfire being the only one to be able to
this
deal with
Undying, he's like, can you guys repick my hero, please? I don't want to play it anymore. Like, you have probably 2 of the best heroes in the game to deal with the Tombstone. So most likely, you're not going to see the full value coming out of it. And also, this is a free Ursa game so far. They don't have any disabled. They don't have any silences. There is a disarm coming out from Pango right now. I'm not sure if it's enough. None of these heroes also build into Yule Scepter, so kiting it around against Ursa is going to be very difficult. And he does have, like, this has been one of my favorite combos, I would even say, Ursa plus Tusk. If his tag team is maxed out, any of these heroes, they just die immediately.
Yeah, they pretty much just evaporate from the field of play. I'm interested to see this Pangolier. We haven't seen much of him in the main stage, and throughout the groups, he was one of the more popular mid laners. It was pretty much him and Bad Rider replacing Tusk and Tiny as the most popular heroes in the mid. So for LoL, most likely going to be the one to play this Pango. They could still flex it. Collapse has played this hero in the past. It's not always the best in the offlane, but it's still a possibility for Team Spirit, and they can still decide going into the last phase. However, I'm pretty sure this is going to go mid. And the LGD is thinny. They have a feeling that this Prophet is going into the offlane, so they're banning out some of the safe lane heroes for Yotaro to play.
I like the Troll ban. It's amazing against Tusk 4. If they go for Tusk 4, it's also amazing against Tusk in any role. It's good against the Ursa.
Yeah, best against
Think
Ursa.
about flexes. Can they like Snapfire 3 and go a puck here? Because I feel like it counters Pangolier. It's really great against Undying. Has no catch. Great against the Prophet.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I mean, Team Spirit's the team that also flexes Snapfire. They do play it from the mid lane. We saw a decent amount of Snapfire coming out from the offlane, where you buy Guardian Greaves, you get that Aghanim Scepter Shard, Force Staff if it's necessary. So it's still an option. I feel like this is also potentially a mid-Tusk coming out from PSG LGD against Pango. You come online super early on, like your rotation are going to be very, like, you want to have items on Tusk this game, I would say, where you want to be able to like get stuff done, move around the map. You and Enchantress can get so much stuff in the early stages of the game.
I feel like they need vision on LGD, like a Night Stalker sort of hero.
Oh, that hero, it always feels good to say, it's a good Night Stalker game. It never happens.
It never happens.
All right, so it does seem to be the case that they're going to end up flexing a little bit here, because we're going to put the Storm Spirit in the mid lane for nothing to say. This means that we're going to have an off-lane Snapfire. I doubt they're going to put the Tusk there. And you were mentioning earlier that they don't have much catch for the puck. They don't have much catch for the Storm Spirit either, and it can reach the backline where these Nature's Prophet is going to be, so it's not just the Tusk making the initial jump onto the Prophet.
Yeah, I'm wondering what can they go here on Spirit. Like if they go Prophet offlane, they go some sort of draw, so they have a silence.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those matchups that can like be very tricky. It can go both ways. I'm leaning towards Drow Ranger against Ursa because of the gust, the items that you buy, the Hurricane Pike, and also like you can keep the distance. There are decent amount of heroes that can get on top of Drow Ranger in this game with Tusk, with Storm Spirit as well. So you got to be very careful. Like if Drow Ranger is having a bit of a rough time in the laning stage, if she's not having a free farm, I think it can get very bad very quickly.
Yeah, this game seems like this all in or nothing for both teams. Like the team that gets ahead just snowballs so easy. I get this feeling like this type of game that in 8 minutes, you know the team that's going to win with 20-something minutes. Unless like you do some really weird mistake, like you have Aegis and you just die twice on your carry. It feels like a one-sided game, but I cannot tell for which team. You know, it's just like both are going for this snowball set of...
Right, let me ask it like this then, right? Which team, Mastini, would you rather be playing on right now? If I just had to say, look at these drafts, right? You had to just get into the game immediately.
LGD.
Which side would you rather be? LGD?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I did favor LGD's draft even in the first game. I feel like this Ursa really isn't that contested, and it's a decent Storm Spirit game. Like they can catch Nature's Prophet when he's going for these like side lane pushes. A lot of counter picking and a lot of catch on side of LGD this time around. So I don't think they're going to have the same issue as they had in the previous game, where they can't really, just go on a hero where you had old 11 being forced to initiate into some awkward fights.
Well, my panel right now is favoring the side of LGD to be able to make this a 3-game series. However, if history is anything to go by, right now PSG LGD should be a little bit scared, and all their fans, myself included, are always a little bit skittish against the match into Team Spirit because of what the record looks like at this point in time. However, if history will be made, it will be made here at the Lima Major, and LGD might get the monkey off their backs. To find out if that's going to be the case, let's send it over to the dynamic duo of the fastidious Fogged and the logical lyrical. Gentlemen, take it away. Keep us entertained.
Well, we're going to do everything that we possibly can to keep y'all entertained out there. Fogged, we're running in off the back of Ursa, Storm Spirit, the last couple picks. You were kind of digging what they were doing. How are you feeling about it as you look at the whole draft?
I like what Astini's point was, really. I think it's very snowball heavy on both sides. Both sides, if they get an advantage, they both can immediately walk into a Roshan pit if they get any type of kill, take it out super early on. So very excited to see how it will end up turning up, and we'll see how these lanes end up going in particular. We'll be looking a lot at that mid lane, because nothing to say that the Storm versus the Pango sometimes can have that big advantage, but Laurel, a very good recovery player that we've seen, and he's very good at picking and choosing his battles and picking and choosing which heroes he's going to prioritize taking out in the team fights. That last game, Planet was non-existent. He played this Ember Spirit so damn well after the laning phase. I was super impressed. So, I don't know. I'm tossed up. I like LGD's maybe a little bit more, but I could see the world where Yotaro isn't shut down at all inside the laning phase, and then he has the itemization to kite this Ursa, to answer the Storm Spirit and stuff. So, who knows? This should be a fun one.
Yeah, I kind of would sort of also agree with that in like a slightly different way. The only thing that I'm kind of feeling like that I'm wondering is have LGD been able to mentally recover from that last game? Because that one looked rough towards the end. By the way, hello over there, everybody. How's it going? We're down here. Oh, now we're gone.
Now we're gone.
But we are getting ready to hop into this game number 2 right now. Quick pause, and we'll be back underway. But how are they going to be able to recover from that? Because it was a little bit rough seeing, Old 11, I think, use back-to-back 3 Solar Guardians that either were preemptively thrown out there pretty early, trying to save somebody that was very clearly dead, or trying to salvage a situation that wasn't going to work. The third one being that Roche fight where he went in also.
You know what they did? They put him on a non-initiator.
There it is.
I mean, he wasn't really playing an initiator anyway last game, but he ended up kind of taking the role of it a little bit, which was just definitely a bit awkward. But now he's playing a Snapfire, so a completely different style of hero. He's just going to be looking to pressure lane and looking to play off of like an advantage if they're able to put the pressure onto this Drow Ranger. Let's see if they can, though, because it is going to be a double strength lane playing versus Undying.
Spooky.
Woo! Undying Drow.
Scary, scary lane, and let's get ready to hop into this game number 2 because they have unpaused the game now. Will they be able to deal with that pressure coming out from the Undying Drow? This lane that has looked so unbelievably strong time and again that I didn't think we'd be seeing it again this major, but I guess Drow's not good enough to sort of warrant those first phase problems.
Yeah. I mean, whenever I see Undying banned currently in this tournament, I am definitely very happy. This hero is looking pretty damn broken in most scenarios. Just Tombstone. There's just no answers to Tombstone. It feels like it always lasts forever, and it's always like 1 point in it, and it lasts full duration.
Right.
Smoke
This
up,
one,
Spirit.
They find him. Shiro has to back away, and it looks like he will get some separation. They do have good answers for it, like the panel was talking about in this one at the very least. You've got Snapfire, although, questions about how quickly Old 11's going to be taking points in that little shredder. And then, of course, the Ench, too.
Yeah, Ench, Ursa, Snap, all going to be able to maybe commit for those tombstones. So, yeah, Miposhka maybe going to have a little bit of a tougher one. But in the lane, looks it could be very strong. Sure, you've got good damage between the Snap and Tusk, so they can bring down Miposhka if he plays too far up. But if he gets a couple of these decay stacks up in the early laning phase, which he likely will, he's going to be too tanky, and he might actually get to the point where he's able to double zone. And we've seen that time and time again from these Undyings. Mira playing pretty far up. He could be in trouble.
Yeah, they say, screw the rune. We're coming after your body, Mira. You're going to be going down. Tries to go for the deny. Does he get it in time? He will. So Mira gives up first blood, but manages to get the rune deny.
He popped the fairy fire. He was like, I need to get this deny. So we'll be able to get it. That in combination with Fate Bolt slowed them down long enough to do so. But still, first blood going the way of Shiro. A great hero to get at this game.
And already you can see the stuff going on here mid, but also up top, Miposhka being a zoning tool to try and keep Old 11 off of the lane as much as possible before they're able to bring in that extra hero. Nothing to say facing off against Laurel. Pulls the wave back, and yeah, you can see Miposhka 2v1.
Yep, he's literally just going to be playing to zone both of them. So Planet, it's up to you to start pulling the lane. You have to pull in this lane versus Undying. We'll be able to because he's got the boots early. So that's a good benefit for him.
And Miposhka just going to try and sneak over, get a couple hits there too, and now play body block onto Planet. See how many of those he can get. Can maybe even body block the creeps. This means that they can't connect it back behind the tower now. It's going to take a little bit too long for it to fully connect with the wave.
Nice body blocks.
Yeah, good stuff from Miposhka, trying to make this as annoying as possible for Planet. And yeah, as you can see, it will end up drawing tower aggro. So yeah,
he's gonna
really good interruption.
Yeah, Planet's just going to end up holding it for a little bit longer, keep on dancing it. This lane is going to be, the positioning of this lane is already incredibly awkward. Definitely very weird and not really advantageous for the side of Old 11 or PSG LGD. Drow already 8-3. Looking at the other lanes too, Shiro, even though he got first blood, so he actually is able to bring extra regen plus a Wraith Band, this is a tough lane. Playing versus the double range,
mid.
Not going to be easy. Mid though.
He's got a creep wave to keep tanking it, and Laurel gets so close to being brought down there mid. That was very, very scary. Nothing to say. Laurel does get the bottle brought out at least.
That's why they wanted this Storm Spirit. Besides there being some limited lockdown, it's a very good matchup versus the Pango in the first 4 levels. We have seen this hero sometimes able to get these solo kills that are a bit unexpected. When you do hit that 3, it almost happens again.
Well, a good start to this one, at least. You can see the Storm 14-2, but of course the big people that are going to be hurt is that top lane. Old 11 struggling a lot as Laurel gets the shield crash to get some damage reduction there. Shiro very far forward in this bottom lane, but they have it in a good spot for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah. This bottom lane, it's going to be a very big struggle and a very big slowdown for this Ursa. And Yatoro, he's going to free farm. So free farm Drow, a pretty decent farm on Nature's Prophet. Just maybe that Pango who's slowed down a little bit. So Spirit, probably going to be in a pretty comfortable position after these lanes do break out. Because Pango, he'll recover. That's the one thing. It's like the first 4 levels or so, it is very difficult, but Pango's always able to just like farm and shove lanes in.
Well, trading hits still here in the mid lane. And getting level 4 now. Laurel, as you can see, isn't necessarily having a terrible time there. Nothing to say. Still being able to play a little bit of the bully here. But it's going to be around these rune rotations that we might see some stuff. Pango making the move all the way over for the bounty, but it's up top where Old 11 is being pushed back by Yatoro constantly. And Planet also can't get anything done. This lane is just not a happy place to be for the Radiant.
Yep. This is going to be a very slow start for 11 and Planet. Miposhka, he's got insane amounts of mangoes. Also, he still has 5 of them at the ready. So can't continue that spam to give Yatoro any of that space. And they're always waiting for an opportunity to get kill. If he does want to just put a point into Tombstone, if he sees an opportunity, if they do commit too far onto Yatoro.
Right, stepping a bit too far in, and Miposhka will definitely be able to make that punish happen.
Yep.
As they keep pushing Planet back. They've kind of given up, it looks like, on trying to pull waves, it seems, even for the side of PSG LGD.
I'm a bit surprised they have given up. I actually wanted to see them keep getting these pulls off so they could just get the better lane position. Bottom, Mira will be all right.
Able to
top
get
again.
Back.
11.
He's in very far, and he's just gone. Now Planet's going to die too. Oh my goodness, they did not even need the tombstone, but the shards there for the block off. Maposhka finds him. Only 1 point in that decay, so no damage. And Maposhka does have Soul Rip back up. He's a little out of range though, so Planet gonna be able to survive.
Ooh, only just. Big hit though, drought free farming. Ursa's being significantly slowed down. A lot of this early game pressure is going to have to come up to Nothing to Say to alleviate it. He is having that very successful mid matchup, 33-5 to the 19-2. Laura will catch up, but it's going to be up to the Storm Spirit to make those side lane rotations. And it is a pretty good game for the Storm to make those rotations. He is playing versus those 2 ranged heroes, so can get right on top of him if he does have that successful lane. But a very good start for Team Spirit. Those side lanes looking amazing.
Right, and LGD, they even have a TP rotation right now. Planet making the move. Are they going to try and... Oh, no, he's just trying to go for the bottle refill.
Enabling Nothing to Say as much as possible.
Yeah. So very much needed that one. And hoping to be able to get some good 6-minute runes here for the Storm Spirit as a ward is placed down, getting vision into those areas where stacks could be if there's a attempt for some piggy bank action.
Do you just, I don't know, like, do you just sack top now at this point on Planet? Like, there's nothing you can do versus the Drow anyway, so do you just play for runes, enable your Storm as much as possible? It might just be what he has to do. The old 11 might just die, though, again. Yatoro, he's actually just walking him down.
Dude, he's level 3 right now. Although, they try and turn, see what damage they can do. Multi-shot, a couple more hits, not quite going to be enough.
Nothing to say.
Planet, oh, the snowball, okay, a chance for a turn and diving in, looking for the kill with a pullback. It's gonna be enough. A good rotation from Nothing to Say to take down that Drow and keep Planet alive.
Both Old 11 and Planet dropping incredibly low. Good rotation, but a necessary one. Nothing to Say. It's all up to him the start of the game, it feels like. He has to fix the pressure that's coming up from side.
Collapse?
Wait,
Shiro, oh man! Barely getting out of there.
Miposhka solo kill top.
Okay.
11 stepped up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a high level in dying. Very far down, too.
Minute.
Whoopsie, 11.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
He stayed around just way too low. He literally just died to a decay.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Well, a tough time, and after that rotation from Nothing to Say, going to be a little bit frustrated, I'm sure, but we'll still have, another opportunity to do something here, maybe around the next power rune. So, Collapse, Mira, playing together down bottom. That's the other thing that Team Spirit can likely do pretty soon here as well. Around this level 6 Wrath of Nature timing, LGD going to have to be very wary of where they step.
The top lane, right? They can just feed from a Wrath of Nature. They're so low level, so low farm on Old 11 and on Planet. Like, Planet looks like maybe he's just starting to play more around that Storm Spirit, but geez, how do you recover Old 11's game at this point? With the global threat that's going to be coming out any second now. Collapse, he's got the first component of Aghanims.
It feels like he needs to just try and soak whatever experience he can, get to level 6, and just hope to get a kill. He needs to get a kill with Mortimer's Kisses, but it's not coming easy.
No.
So, rough time up there. Pango has also been hurt quite heavily.
Yeah.
Should be noted. One of the bottom of the cores right now in terms of net worth. Does have that level 6, though, so he can maybe make a move in the next couple minutes here, too.
1,000 behind his counterpart at the moment. But yeah, not to be expected, but maybe not so much there for the side of Laurel versus Nothing to Say. But they have, of course, filled the bottle for Nothing to Say. They're making sure that his game is that explosive. Power rune, see who finds what. Laurel is Invis.
And it's an arcane.
Rune. That's a great one.
That's a really good one for Nothing to Say. Can they make a move here and try and enable Shiro a little bit? He's trying to build into a Battle Fury, but the snowball of the chase onto Mira, going to catch him with the 2 supports, and it looks like they're going to be able to bring down this Rubik. So PSG, LGD playing together here to try and recover some of what was lost.
I like that the 2 supports are linking up. Their lanes are now a bit independent. The Ursa, he's actually able to farm decently versus that Nature's Prophet because he's gotten the Ring of Health now at this point. Nothing to Say is not under threat mid, and they are making space now for Old 11 to get that level 6 online. So good moves from the 2 supports. Very deep positioning from Planet.
And it looks like he's almost trying to snipe couriers or something back there.
I mean, doing some crazy type of all-around-the-world play. Just looking to maybe block some camps with a sentry or something, but just trying to make his move toward the top lane either way. Since that
pull on the mid just to ensure that he can get some more CS, trying to get a few denies for what it's worth too. But LGD hanging on to this arcane rune.
Level 6 has now been hit on Old 11. They do have kill threat easy on Yotoro if he does linger up here. He's
No
going to have to
points
leave.
in Gust, and yeah, we'll TP away. So a wise decision. They dodge that gank moving in, and now instead it's going to be everybody from Spirit running on down bottom.
I thought he was going to consider putting that point in Gust there since he's playing versus Ursa and Storm in the laning phase.
Right.
But decides not to, just going for more farm-heavy build. Probably puts the point in at level 8, but might get greedy. Could end up paying with his life for it, though, versus the Storm Spirit. See what they're able to do down here. They're getting this tower push started. A lot of responses that they're able to dictate, though, with PSG LGD. Old 11's TPing to Tier 2, so they're leaving the TP fast in the front Tier 1, but there is a ward to scout it.
They see him right now, so everybody fully aware of what's going on. Planet made the move down here, too, and was scouted out by a trance. You can see Team Spirit say, we don't want any of this.
Yeah, they bounce. A smart move. As soon as they see Old 11, they know, got to watch out for Kisses early. Even if Snapfire is a bit under farm, the damage from Kisses is still absurd early. Ward will get taken out instantly, though. But Team Spirit with a heads-up move.
Dodging, getting their farm on. They spread up top 2. Collapse, able to get some for himself as he's trying to build towards the Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have that very strong ulti coming in from the Nature's Prophet. And PSG LGD deciding, hey, you know what? You guys leave this lane. Maybe we'll try and push it in a little bit ourselves.
Yeah, Why You Smile, level 5 at this point. Doesn't have a creep, though. Oh, no, he does, sorry. He does have this Hellbear at the moment, so when it dies, it's going to give that Death Throw Rush attack speed to probably finish off the tower.
Yeah. Tombstone down, but Poshka says we don't want to give this up for free. Why You Smile going to start to bring this down, and yeah, Tombstone now down. Planet on top of him, but the roll hit from really far away, trying to find Shiro. Are they going to connect onto anybody? I mean, a lot committed for this. They will find the Tusk. LGD lose 1, and they do manage to keep that tower alive. Dust now there. Kisses from downtown, pulls him back in. Yatoro in trouble. He's dead. LGD streaming forward now with the great ulti from Old 11, and Shiro will be brought down by Mira. Mira gets a lot of gold from that one, a lot of levels, dodges the kick cookie, but will get hit afterwards and killed off most likely by a triple kill. Nothing to say.
Nice move, PSG LGD. I mean, Spirit feels like they kind of forced the fight a little bit there, dropping the tomb and trying to defend this tower. Laura with a very long distance rolling thunder kind of connects almost onto nothing, and LGD, they just full committed forward for it. So nice play from Nothing to Say, and we do see, even though 11 having a bit of a tough time in the gold department, Kisses are still very effective.
Yeah. And getting like a really good usage of them before any of those mobility items come online from Team Spirit that would start to make them less effective. And Mira, in spite of dying, does have that level 6 and good amount of gold for himself. Although he is the lowest of the net worth at the moment, getting into the Arcanes. So we'll see what the next couple minutes bring here. Only 12 minutes in, 6-4. Less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. They're going to jump now onto Mira. Nothing to say. Keeps making moves.
Mira is incredibly far forward there. No tower to even go for or anything, just like trying to get some farm, I guess, but gets punished for it. Spirit playing a bit over-aggressive here and getting punished versus this Storm Spirit right now. They don't really have the best answer until the Gust and everything's online. Now Yotaro, he does have a point in it, but some damage been done. And LGD, they're rolling with this. They're trying to make it another aggressive move. Kiss is up in 20. They've got mech finished. Not the best mana on the Storm, but enough if they're able to get close enough to the Drow.
Yotaro being hunted here. Now, they do have a camp they might try and take, but you can see the ulti coming out from NP, keeping vision. It's already been used. They're going to run on to that Undying, find the cookie, snowball, kill, and immediately into that tier 1 tower.
Great kill. Baiting him with the creep a little bit there. The Enchantress has the Pine Cone.
Right.
Does get that little bit of extra damage onto him and lets them catch up. And now they're controlling the top side of the map. Ursa is taking the top tower, very close to Battle Fury. Completely occupying the jungle too to push Drow toward the Ancients. Great moves. Mira will retake the Ancient, but it gets taken back.
Okay.
The Enchant retakes back that Wild Wing. Bit of a tip there comes out. And another tower going the way of PSG LGD.
So a couple of them across the map, all tier 1s gone. Team Spirit were obviously able to take that mid-tier 1 tower too. Collapse making some good split pushing plays happen and does have that Aghanim Scepter coming out right now. I'm curious what their timing is going to be, because as far as like snowballing, completely running this game, I don't feel like either team has really claimed that spot. It's kind of been a bit of a sparring match so far.
I think probably the next big fight that kicks off is probably going to be that big Dictator, because that's going to get the Roshan, right? Whoever wins the fight will just get roast right afterwards. And Collapse with this Ags. They've got pretty good timings coming together. So Ags on the Nature's Prophet, Diffusal I believe is done for Pango as well too. So some things coming together for them that can enable them to fight and give them that extra catch that they need for Nothing to Say. But Nothing to Say has Arcane Rune. And are they actually going to perhaps go for it right now? Feels like a little early still. They need to get a fight first.
Yeah, that's a little bit crazy. And Shiro still has a lot of room to grow because he's been building into this Battle Fury, has it done now, trying to keep the farm game going. Storm Spirit only sitting pretty right now with the Witchblade, but
they could
this
get him
route, I mean, it's going to come out in a moment. Wrath of Nature.
Do they have vision?
He's looking for it. Laurel trying to TP into him. Nothing to Say. Immediately backs away, realizing the danger was coming and is able to separate himself.
Someone makes the call. They're like, the root's bouncing.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of there. And he will be able to distance himself. Has to go all the way back to base, though. So Spirit, they do at least alleviate the pressure that was going on in their jungle for a moment with that. 40 seconds, super low cooldown. So they're going to be able to look to make it happen again as soon as it is up. And they will always have the conjunction is Rolling Thunder kind of has like the same exact cooldown. So they can always play around it. Rolling Thunder and Wrath of Nature in this early game on Spirit.
Well, Mech was also completed for Old 11, and I think it's a 4-staff coming out on Why You Smile now too. But they're going to go for a smoke play with 3 heroes. A quick blow-up would be best, and Maposhka is going to be who they run into first. We'll find him, the jump, the damage, dead Zombie Man.
That could just be the Rosh. That's a really big pickoff, and they have an Arcane Rune on the Storm, so he barely had to use any mana to go for it. Not really a humongous fight, but a pretty big pickoff to be able to get this Roshan enabled.
And right into the pit they are going to go. So yeah, no response right now from Team Spirit. They do obviously have that Nature's Prophet who could try and go for some type of TP to get angle on it. They're throwing out, actually, the creep, so they're going to see all of this.
Laurel might go for a steal.
And they have to be careful of the root. Got to be careful. They try and go in for it. They get the Aegis onto Nothing to Say.
Ooh, and he not only gets an Aegis, but also finds a regen rune. So Nothing to Say is getting pretty blessed this game. 7-0-0. He's making it all happen for his team, and he's getting every single one of those great power runes.
Yeah, Nothing to Say. You said he had to be perfect in this one. You said he had to be great. He's doing it right now and carrying his team through this rough start to it. But one of those heroes that if you can find a pickoff or two can start to look bad. Mira's there to try and protect. They get the lift onto one. The stun as they turn it. Can they bring him down in time, though? Laurel dropping low. He gets the Rolling Thunder off Mira. Going to TP out.
What?
They get away.
How'd he get out?
Just barely able to escape. And it looks like Laurel, too, will get out of there.
What a play by Mira. Saves his buddy. I thought he's dead for sure. I was like, oh, he's sacrificing himself. Great play. But he gets the lift, steals the Vortex, and protects his buddy. But Nothing to Say back to business. We'll find the Undying.
Yeah, making good use of that regen rune there.
He is really popping off. I mean,
take a look at this.
Mira. I mean, what a play. The lift, the drop stun, gets the Vortex, and saves his friend, and saves himself somehow.
Stealing the Vortex, turning that back on the Nothing to Say, and you can see it was animation of the death of him.
That was a sick play. A needed play, too. Spirit falling behind in this early game quite significantly.
Mira, he's going to get jumped on again. They have the lift, they have the Vortex. Pulls planted to the low ground, but nothing to follow that. So LGD, they're in the driver's seat right now with this Aegis still in hand on the Storm.
And with them in driver's seat, it means that Storm's just going to get every single power rune, too. He's just going to constantly be able to control the river. And he's had some very good RNG with these runes so far.
Oh?
Let's see what he finds.
They see Laurel.
Laurel?
They drop down a ward. He doesn't know about it. Laurel just going to get punched right at the start. Caught. Ooh, stunned. Trying to keep Vision a couple more hits, and the Pango will die. So getting Vision down, covering their bases, and finding that pick off onto Pango.
This time LGD playing much cleaner than the last one, 12-4. Have to keep it up, though. The Toro still farming very well, same with Collapse, but they're starting to blow the game open with some of these pickoffs.
Now, 18 minutes in, with a 2K gold lead, how much damage can they get done on the map? It might just be economic damage because it doesn't look like they want to fully commit to take this top tier 2 tower, and there aren't really that many other objectives on the map.
No, I mean, they're farming so well, and they do have this incredible dual core right now. Sure, 11 struggled a good amount in those first 5-6 minutes or so, but he's recovered. He almost has the same net worth as this Pango, so very good stuff coming out from PSG LGD. Even opted to go for these for the shard early on. I like that. Gives you It's an interesting shard. I think versus Drow, it's a really cool one because Drow wants to play super far back, but this Cookie now actually pushes you very close to getting on top of him always. Sometimes it feels like it can kind of grief you, but in this game, I do like it. As Spirit, are they going to look to make a move of their own?
Stolen Cookie, rooted, lifted. Cookie of his own gets the tower,
nice
the
play.
break of the TP, and Mira making everything happen for his team here. They will mech, but there is no help coming. Collapse comes in and cleans that one off with Laurel.
They brought 5 heroes. Yotaro wanting to play safe near his buddies, because if you see on the front, on the other side, LGD, they were looking to make a move as well, looking for this draw. And another immediate smoke. They're trying to get a lot out of this.
Yeah, still, I mean, no Wrath of Nature for another 30 seconds, but they might have it if this fight turns into an extended one. Get down some vision, and they see him, nothing to say. Right at the start, they get the Gust to open. Trying to bring him down, the Pango bounce back and forth. They got him caught for a moment, that's already dead. Can they find more? The snowball's gonna be there for Mira. Shiro trying to make it happen, but the snowball is there. The overgrowth, the damage is way too much! It's a ton from Laurel, but nothing to say. Barely able to escape from him. Still, all of these heroes from LGD starting to fall, and the Ursa is gonna be brought down.
What a comeback. Double smokes, back-to-back smokes coming out from Spirit. They don't get the Storm Spirit, but they get a big opening in the game. They get the Ursa. Great positioning. Itemization too. They just got the Drow Shard. Makes the difference. That much extra damage.
Man, yeah, they completely blew them up there. So much damage out with that Diffusal Blade Pango.
Yeah, he got a 3-person lineup with that and the shield crash. He got 2 of them off in the fight too.
And that, I mean,
that,
you know, taking away the Aegis with Storm basically having a completely unused mana pool. Now the next couple of fights start to look really scary for him again because he hasn't been able to finish off that BKB yet. So, you know, 1 round of a Wrath of Nature, a Gust right there we saw, any of these things can really start to mess him up.
Just such good awareness really from Spirit. Just like that smoke top and then smoke and they're waiting around Power Rune. We talked about how he's playing fully off Power Runes on the Storm Spirit. They punish it. Yeah. And they punish it pretty much perfectly with the connection from the Pango. And now Laurel, RNG has come onto his side, has Brigand's Blade, has a Blink Dagger also, so has easier ways to commit and get onto the Storm until the BKB is online. So nothing to say. I think he just finishes BKB and then they look to make those fights happen again. And they will have a good timing with those double BKBs. So Storm and Ursa still do have that. So a big timing here for PSG LGD if they want to try to fight back.
The other nice thing, of course, that they've had for a little bit now is this Planet Blink Dagger. So Snowball saves also very much going to be there and at the ready as long as he isn't caught at the beginning. And that's really the danger, right? You get these roots out, this Nature's Prophet, you might just happen to catch Planet and then he can't come in to save somebody.
They have to play it clean, though, on LGD. As we see, there is a unbelievable amount of damage that Spirit has, and it comes out almost in an instant. This Drow, if he's in good position, if Laurel's able to connect with spells, it will eviscerate these heroes on the side of PSG LGD, so they have to get clean initiations, clean goes either onto the Drow or the Pango.
And you can see LGD right now caught sight of just a moment there, that Pango. If they can find him, like you're saying, that is a great way for this fight to start. But they will back away on the side of Team Spirit. Everybody heading down bottom. And of course, going to likely wait around for that next Roche fight to be heading their direction. Still a minute and a half till it's capable of respawning. Nothing to say playing down here bottom. Knows that Collapse is in the area, and Collapse is just playing very far back.
Yeah, playing super careful. His team, Spirit is literally just hugging the Drow Ranger. They're playing 3 units just completely collapsed on top of Yotaro until he finishes BKB. They really want to ensure that this Drow is able to get this to protect him versus the jumps. Because if he gets BKB on Drow also, then it's going to be difficult for LGD to actually just come in onto this Drow Ranger. The fights will get very awkward. And he is getting quite close, about 1,000 gold away. LGD, they want to try to find something with this timing here.
They're running up. Laurel gets revealed in just a moment. He's just out of range right now. That Invis rune. And do they realize they're going to go in towards mid, trying to find one? That's the NP Collapse. Gonna die. Laurel trying to turn this. They do have BKB on the Ursa if they need it. Mira trying to get away. Maposhka buying a little bit of space. It's a long snowball onto this Rubik, who will get caught for just a moment, but pushed back by Yadro. Shows for a moment. Forstap needs to get away. Can they kill him off in time? They will be able to. Ursa BKB very strong, and Maposhka also going to be brought down.
Great hit. Patience from both of them. Nothing to say, doesn't even pop BKB. They see the Drow, they just fully commit and jump onto her. now may have opened the game up again to get this push going. Great timings, just playing around their timings really nicely and committing onto this Drow. Collapse showed for a quick second in mid lane, and they just completely beeline onto him with that Ursa and with the Storm.
And it's like you're talking about. They were sitting around him trying to protect him so that way the Drow could get that BKB. Because if Ursa doesn't get on him and it's only the Storm, I don't know if he has enough damage to kill him solo.
Yep.
But as soon as that pull came out, it was way too much. Still has not been able to finish off the BKB on Yatoro. Needs just 1,000 or so more gold, and LGD hit at the perfect time.
Yeah, they got baited, honestly, on Spirit, right? It feels like a couple of these fights now, the one bottom that we talked about earlier where Yatoro showed up, and this one, these two fights really hurt any of their progression. They get baited by these moves from LGD, and they're like, oh, we can kill this Tusk because he snowballed too far. And then it's like, oh, God, I actually just showed my positioning, and they can just jump me. So Spirit have to clean up their acts in these next few moments. This Ursa started to get to ridiculous levels of farm. A full Bastion now finished up. Oh. He had just got the Blink Dagger before that last fight.
That is really terrifying. I mean, yeah, Shiro, this has been the guy for them.
Yep.
Time and again, we were watching in the DPC, he had been able to make the moves. At that time, it was on Lina. Apparently, he can also do it on the Bear. Doesn't just play broken heroes. But full Sanj and Kaya done now for nothing to say.
He's huge. I mean, 10-0-3. He's literally having a perfect game. Always jumping the right targets, not overutilizing his mana pool.
And look at what has respawned.
Oh, the dream.
The second Roche now going to be claimed, and it comes down way too quickly for Team Spirit to come in and try and contest this.
They can't contest either. Drow, even when BKB now comes online for Yatoro, it's been delayed quite a significant margin to the point where that BKB might not even protect her because there's this Basher on the Ursa. So Ursa, if he gets on top of Drow, he's just going to eat her. Concerns for Spirit in these next few moments. LGD, another power rune for nothing to say, and another one, a DD and a haste.
Yikes.
Likely to start making some more reactive moves to try to make the more initial moves to try to keep shutting down the map from Team Spirit.
They do have a couple other things that they're trying to use to keep their buddies alive. Rubik has finished off a Force Staff, and oh my god, just blows up Maposhka.
In seconds.
All that it took there. Trying to also likely get towards his shard soon, as they just need more ways to create separation. And right now they don't have it. 5,000 gold lead for PSG LGD.
Level 18 Storm as well. So level 3 Zip is online. That speed that he's able to just close the gap onto the Drow is even easier for him now. Spirit, all lingering in the bottom lane, maybe hoping for someone to show up here so they get a quick little pick up if they're able to chain stun, but they reveal themselves. Both heroes show it, nothing to say's in.
Yeah, he's got a haste rune. He's ready to roll, ready to rock, ready to kill everybody. They all TP out. They do not want any of that mess. And Laurel gonna kill the creep wave and then try and go for the TP out. Looks like he should be able to escape.
Should be fine. Nothing to say. He's doing everything, making all the moves around, giving all the space. Ursa, by the way, Shiro had just finished up Basher. He's halfway to Aghanims also now too. And they find a Mindbreaker. The dream really for Shiro if you'd like to have that.
Yeah, that one can make all the difference too. Poke of Flames.
Super farmed. And now completely kind of constricting the map where Spirit can't really step outside. Yeah, you got BKB on Drow, Nature's Prophet as well too, but they have the answers. The Bastion on the Ursa is there for quite some time now.
Well, he is actually looking like he's going to go instead for the Abyssal Blade. So that is even more scary. Why not?
I like that actually better. The Aghanims is usually a bit better when you're playing versus something like Chronosphere and stuff like that, but when you're playing into silences, you can't actually dispel it, of course.
Just kill him. You don't need to defend yourself.
I like Abyssal. It full counters the BKBs even more.
Collapse.
And Collapse. Oh, he's under vision.
Yeah, this guy's in a ton of trouble. They try and get away. We'll pop the BKB to escape, and we'll cancel TPs afterwards. Does mean that the Storm can't be here that easily, and Team Spirit looking to try and take advantage of this. Planet's right in the tree line there. Throws it out, a couple hits, they miss onto one, the roll back and forth, and now the turnaround. They managed to find a kill.
Nice little pickoff when they see that Storm showing the top lane.
But does not change the complexion of this one with an LGD holding on for the lead. Now, last game, they also were in a very dominant position. A couple of mistakes pulled them into a bad place. Do you see a possibility that Spirit could pull this one back here? What's sort of their avenue to success?
More about just like high ground defense and waiting to stall out this Aegis. I think fighting in the open field is a lot harder with this draft in comparison to last time. They don't have collapse on a Magnus to just fully control these BKB heroes. Definitely going to be problematic for them to still protect Utoro. But high ground defense for them, still quite strong, and they do have great split push that's going to be coming out for Nature's Prophet. But LGD does have answers, right? That Storm Spirit, who's having such a good game, will always answer that split push. So tough stuff for Spirit until that Aegis does get reclaimed.
They're waiting. Shiro just keeps killing this wave here mid, and they're pushing out the other lanes on the side of Team Spirit. So, you know, not the most sort of aggressive play. LGD maybe a little bit shell-shocked from what happened last game. They don't want to push the limits that hard. They're going to go on in, deward that area, and now start trying to clear out the rest of the map from where Spirit are farming.
Yeah, breaking high ground for them is difficult. Their heroes don't really push that naturally unless they get a good fight win. That's a nice item.
That's
Shiro,
real good.
he'll take that.
Super happy about that one.
Titan Sliver. Yotoro, he will show himself down bottom, and he has, I mean, if they clicked him quick enough, they've also seen that he's gone Eel Song. So could probably just see that Ursa queue up an MKB instantly after they notice it. But if they're able to get one successful fight with the Butterfly with all that invasion and get some type of snowball, could see success. I'm not a fan of Butterfly as an item, but if he's able to make that one fight happen and open up the whole map before Ursa's able to get that next item, could maybe make that difference. But it's a tall ask. Has nothing to say, just keeps literally fully controlling the game.
Yeah, and he's going for Hex next too. We've already seen the power of like a lot of these cores going for Blink Hex, that type of thing. Storm Spirit was the original, and nothing to say. He is perfectly set up to have just an electric game number 2 here. Speaking of which, gets his level 20 talent, so Electric Vortex, extra duration on it.